when Gu's city had been turned into a wasteland by war. Electronic devices were useless, communication networks had collapsed, and countless buildings lay in ruins. Ancient structures that had stood for centuries, symbols of the city's cultural lineage, were reduced to rubble. Museums were wiped out entirely. The same tragedy was unfolding across the world. Forced from their homeland, when Gu and his family fled toward a city under military control, a place that still retained a semblance of order. After passing through many regions, they finally settled down. His parents joined the local cultural relics protection organization, taking on restoration and appraisal work. Their lifelong knowledge had finally found a place where it mattered. When Gu re-enrolled in school. As the years passed, the war gradually subsided. A new order was rebuilt, and more cities came under military garrison. Cultural heritage protection was once again emphasized. His parents were transferred to a higher-level organization and spent long stretches away from home, while Gu remained behind in this second city, continuing his studies. At 22, Gu graduated. Instead of accepting the safe, stable position his parents had arranged, he joined an ancient artifact recovery team. Their work took them into war-ravaged cities and villages, places that had once housed museums, collection halls, or ancient ruins, searching for whatever relics might still remain. Influenced by his parents, Gu found this work far more meaningful. The outside world was still unstable, and every expedition carried risk. Thankfully, he had basic self-defense training, worked in a team, and relied on new technological equipment, which kept the danger within acceptable limits. Another mission ended, and Gu returned home. His apartment doors and windows were sealed with thick anti-theft bars. He knocked on the door next door. Moments later, it opened slightly. A girl about his age peeked out, then smiled when she saw him. "You're back." She was Gu's neighbor and also his university classmate. After graduation, she worked within the community. Whenever Gu was away, she helped keep an eye on his apartment to prevent break-ins. Even with a military presence and a nearby police station, the city was only free of large-scale riots. Hidden dangers still lingered. Having someone watch over the place brought peace of mind. "Yes," Gu replied with a smile. "Back safely again. Looks like this trip went well?" "It was all right." She handed him the key she'd been keeping. "Thanks." "Oh, right, Yen Dai." Gu took the key, then pulled out a small velvet pouch. Inside was a jade pendant, fine and lustrous, carved on both sides with classical auspicious cloud patterns. He handed it to her. "A find from this trip. A modern replica, but it's in good condition. Even as a modern imitation, it was rare. Years of war had destroyed too much. Most things hadn't even left fragments behind. A well-preserved jade piece with decent material and classical styling could still fetch a high price." Yen Dai accepted it, her smile brightening. "Wait a moment." She disappeared inside and returned with a wooden box. The old gentleman in the community who loved calligraphy and painting moved away. He left some things behind as gifts. "I managed to get this one." She opened the box. "The 4 treasures of the study. I'll give them to you. I remember you studied calligraphy and painting too." Gu's eyes lit up as he accepted it carefully. Items like these were nearly impossible to find now. The last time he had used brush, ink, paper, and inkstone was when he was a child. "I'm rusty," he said. "Once I practice a bit, I'll paint you an ink wash." "How long will that take?" Yen Dai asked expectantly. "With my talent? Very soon. 2 or 3 years. Haha. I'll just get familiar first and paint one in a few days." Carrying the wooden box, Gu unlocked his reinforced door and entered his home, heading straight to the study. One wall was lined with bookshelves. A set of wooden tables and chairs stood neatly arranged, all made by his own hands in an antique style. He opened the box and examined the 4 treasures quietly. "I can't even bear to use them." The war wasn't over. Everything was scarce. He didn't know when workshops would resume production, or whether the craftsmanship would ever be the same. Order was returning, and the economy would recover eventually. Art and culture would flourish again. Cities would rise from the ruins. But some things once lost would never return. What resurfaced might only be imitations. The books he had read as a child, the digital courses stored on his computer, the painting tools he treasured, the prints of famous works he loved, all of it, along with the city itself, had been destroyed. To truly relearn calligraphy and painting, he would have to wait. Until society stabilized, until the market recovered, until the surviving masters passed down their techniques. 2 or 3 years was already optimistic. He set the brush aside and took out a ceramic cup from his backpack. A genuine ancient artifact. The glaze was a soft sky blue, smooth and restrained. Inscriptions marked the bottom, though 2 large cracks marred its body. Still, the damage was considered minor. He placed it carefully on the table, waiting for his parents to return and repair it. The rest of his backpack held fragments of other relics, badly scratched, their patterns barely discernible. Even his parents wouldn't be able to restore them. Only records could be made. He wondered what they had once looked like. The information databases had suffered massive losses. Many records were gone forever. War left too many regrets. Cultural relics were only one of them. Outside, desolate wind swept across the wasteland, lifting dust like a long, mournful sigh. Inside, after organizing the artifacts, Wengu pulled a book from the shelf. Its pages were damaged, but readable. A book on ancient architecture. Dense text, a few black and white illustrations. It was hard to imagine the original colors and intricacy from these alone. The craftsmanship and aesthetics spoke of a civilization once rich beyond measure. Every time he read it, Wengu felt the same regret. I can't see them. He flipped through the pages again. A press leaf fell into view, used as a bookmark. The veins were clear and delicate. From the petiole outward, main veins branched into secondary and tertiary ones, intersecting in complex, net-like patterns of varying thickness. Like arteries sustaining life. He closed the book and returned it to the shelf. Leaning back in his chair, Wengu gazed at the books and objects he had collected over the years, his thoughts drifting. History's treasures had been eroded by countless wars. At first, there had been anger and grief. Now, there was numbness. Images were lost with destroyed devices. Scrolls and artifacts vanished in fire and collapse. Generations of accumulated heritage disappeared. The scenes he remembered from childhood were growing blurry. Once, scattered records still offered glimpses of ancient human landscapes. With limited data and the power carried by artifacts, he traced history backward, searching for humanity's footprint on this planet. From fragments that somehow survived tens of millions of years, he tried to imagine the beasts that once roamed this world. After so much destruction, hope felt distant. He dreamed of seeing flying eaves and bracket systems, pavilions and towers from the books. Of mist-shrouded stone bridges, lotus ponds glowing at sunset. Of armored soldiers at mountain passes, thatched cottages beside green mulberry trees, lights from 10,000 homes shining through ancient nights. History must have been magnificent beyond words. He longed for it and mourned it. If the remaining artifacts vanished too, then decades or centuries later, even if texts survived, people might ask whether those things ever truly existed. Wengu stared at the sunset for a long time. If parallel worlds existed, if a multiverse were real, then surely those lost things still existed somewhere else. As he drifted toward sleep, the leaf he had pressed in the book appeared vividly in his mind. The intersecting veins spread out clearly. The world could diverge into countless outcomes, existing across multiple timelines. Like branches splitting from a single point on a leaf. Beyond length and width, beyond the fourth dimension, countless veins unfolded like time tunnels, parallel and intersecting, thick and thin. His consciousness was pulled into a strange space, racing upstream along those timelines, crossing billions of light years in an instant. Rules formed into information, flooding his mind without words, vast and unfathomable. Miracles were born every second in the universe. The question was whether you would encounter one. To encounter it was fortune. Wengu felt as though he had crossed time and space, finding another version of himself in the multiverse. Like discovering a loophole in the rules. Or striking a mutually satisfying deal with the world itself. With the certainty that his wish was about to be fulfilled, Wengu traveled onward. A new world was about to open. It would be incredible. Truly incredible. His racing consciousness finally came to a stop. Then exhaustion hit him, overwhelming and total, as if his body and mind might collapse at any moment. His senses sharpened. He smelled strange scents. Herbs mixed with spices, deeply fermented, then dispersed through the air. Odd. Abstract. Yet strangely comforting. Still dazed, Wengu raised his eyes. Before him squatted a stout, burly figure, tears and mucus streaming freely. The person let out a hoarse, heart-wrenching cry. Father. Wengu froze. Wait. Who are you calling? At that moment, Wengu felt an overwhelming urge to reject this world. The new consciousness fused with the original memories in the blink of an eye. Wengu's skull felt like it was on fire, heat blooming behind his eyes. Then it passed. The burning receded, the fog lifted, and his thoughts snapped into place with unnerving clarity. He opened his eyes and let his mind work. A strange situation, equal parts miracle and warning. There was no obvious supernatural power here, but in a world like this, carelessness was just another way to die. He was sitting on a worn wooden chair, the kind a poor household repaired until it couldn't be repaired anymore. He lifted his hand. The sleeve cloth was rough. The hand itself was young, slender, and uncalloused. 18. This body's Wengu was only 18. The one squatting on the ground, the man who had been crying himself hoarse and calling out father, was his cousin. Taitu. Half a year older, big-boned, fast-growing, and slow in the head. He'd once fallen ill as a child and injured his brain. His family gave him the nickname as a crude kind of prayer, may his head be as hard as iron so it never breaks again. Bad medicine, bad times. Even rich households carried scars like that. Fevers stole minds. Accidents ruined lives. Taitu wasn't clever, but he was obedient. He couldn't swallow a lot of information at once, yet once he learned something, he did it faithfully. And because the world had gone to pieces, Wengu's father had even hired someone to teach the cousin martial skills. One scholarly, one martial. A pair meant to survive together. Wengu studied Taitu's face. The crying had stopped. Now the man just stared, eyes red, expression stubborn, like a child trying to hold back the last of his grief. There was no third person in the room. Wengu kept his breathing steady, let weakness enter his voice without letting fear touch it, and smiled faintly. I only fell asleep, he said. I'm not dead. Then, firmer. Taitu. Don't shout nonsense. My father's spirit shouldn't have to hear you calling the wrong person. Taitu blinked hard. The moment that nickname landed, the confusion in his eyes loosened like a knot. His grief turned clumsy and bright, and he grinned, the kind of grin that made no sense and therefore hurt to look at. Only someone with a simple mind could still laugh so easily in a time like this. Wengu pointed at the teapot on the table. Taitu immediately moved, practiced, and careful. He poured a cup of herbal tea. The steam carried a bitter fragrance. The water was warm, boiled not long ago. He remembered Wengu's rule, always heat it before drinking. Wengu held the cup with both hands and drank slowly, using the warmth to anchor his body while he sorted through the memories now sitting inside him like a second spine. They were hiding in a small mountain village, and the world outside was just as bad as the one he'd left behind. According to the memories, this wasn't any dynasty Wengu knew. It was called Great Jin. Familiar in some ways, completely wrong in others, like history had taken a turn and never looked back. Last year, during the emperor's birthday celebration, officials and royals gathered in the imperial city. The empire looked prosperous. The streets were crowded. Water transport was advanced. Commerce was lively. And then foreign merchants bribed their way through the maritime trade office and offered immortality elixirs as tribute. The divine medicine was an evil goo. Something that possessed people, twisted them, turned them into monsters. The long peace had made everyone soft. When the infection spread through crowded streets and busy canals, the court crumbled faster than anyone could understand. The merchants were executed brutally, but it didn't matter. The calamity was already inside the bones of the capital. The central government collapsed. Politics fractured. Wars ignited. Disease followed war like a shadow. The dead lay unburied. The living scattered like frightened birds. This Wengu had been on an academic tour. His father had arranged for him to travel with a merchant caravan toward the imperial city to broaden his horizons. Halfway there, news came. Panic. The caravan turned back. When they returned, their home city was already destroyed. The brothers collected what remained of their relatives. They buried bones. They burned incense. They tried to pretend funerals still meant something. Then Wen-gu found what his father had hidden, a token and a letter. The handwriting was rushed. The instructions were blunt. Take the token. Go north. Seek refuge with your maternal aunt. His aunt was his mother's elder sister, married into a northern military family. That family had declined, but the last 2 generations had clawed their way back through merit and hard service. In peaceful times, a scholar's household wouldn't lean on soldiers. But peace was dead, and the court had fallen. If military families still stood anywhere, they were the closest thing to safety left. Transportation was broken. News arrived late, if at all. Refugees clung to what they knew: hometown ties, familiar surnames, relatives. If those relatives held office, even better. If they held real power, best of all. North was uncertain. But compared to every other choice, it was still a choice. And the northern winter was brutal. According to what people said, the evil things disliked the cold. Along the road, the Wen brothers had even seen noble families abandoning southern lands and heading north, dragging their wealth behind them like anchors. When you didn't know if your decision was right, watching deep-rooted families make the same decision was its own kind of reassurance. The brothers joined a small band of survivors. They traveled together for a time. But conflict came quickly. Different tempers, different fears, different ideas of urgent. Wen-gu believed traveling while the vegetation was thick was dangerous. Too many places to hide. Too many bites, scratches, infections you didn't notice until it was too late. He wanted to stop, rest, and wait for a better moment. The others refused. So the brothers split away and came to this mountain village. Then the original Wen-gu, carrying too much pressure and too little sleep, fell sick. A cold, then fever, then weeks of weakness. 3 months in bed. Until now. Wen-gu pressed a hand to his chest, not to soothe his heart, but to acknowledge the man who had held this life together before him. You did well, he whispered to the deceased self, quiet and sincere. In this chaos, with no reliable information, no organized protection, and only a not-so-bright cousin to rely on, surviving this far was already a miracle. Now it was Wen-gu's turn. When he first arrived, he'd felt a strange certainty. If he completed this life, he might be able to return. But this life could be long. Or very short. He refused to waste an opportunity that might never come again. He had reached ancient times, but not the ancient times he'd imagined. This was a divergence, a different track of history, a world that looked like the past and behaved like a nightmare. His wish had been fulfilled, and not fulfilled. Still, he was here. So he would deal with what was in front of him. Solve what could be solved. Learn what could be learned. Chase what he once thought he'd never see again. He lifted his gaze and studied the room. Small. Crude. Everything visible at a glance. In the corner, a brazier held the remnants of burnt plants. The villagers burned fragrant herbs to ward off evil. According to memory, it worked. The monsters outside had sharp noses. If they hated the scent, they stayed away. The strange smell Wen-gu had noticed earlier came from that burning. It was unpleasant. And it was safety. He also felt lucky in a grim, practical way. It wasn't his original body that had come here. If it had been, without immunity and adaptation, he might have died before he even stood up. Foreign mind, native body. At least the body could survive the microbes here. So this wasn't a death sentence. Just a high-difficulty start. He sat by the window. The desk there had been patched countless times, as weary as the bed and chairs. Barely functional. But Wen-gu wasn't looking at the wood. His eyes were on the paper, the brush, the inkstone, the ink stick. The paper was fine. The brush was good. The inkstone was exquisite. His fingers trembled slightly as he touched them, as if he was meeting an old friend he thought had died in the war. Then his gaze slid to the window itself. Mosquito netting. A luxury in a farmer's home. Completely out of place with the straw-roofed, mud-walled room. Brush, ink, paper, inkstone, mosquito netting, none of it belonged to the village originally. The villagers had salvaged these things from the towns after the fall. Which meant one thing. The village chief still had supplies. Wen-gu drew a slow breath, steadied his hands, and looked down at the draft paper already on the table. A fortress design. The original Wen-gu had earned a foothold here by offering something valuable, knowledge. He and Taitu got food, medicine, and temporary acceptance. In exchange, Wengu would provide plans to strengthen the village against the evil outside. But sickness had slowed everything. 2 months in bed meant a slow draft. Now Wengu could continue. He opened the window. Clear sky. Bright sun. Dry wind spilling in. As long as it wasn't raining, ventilation was safe. Damp air bred illness. Outside, low adobe houses with thatched roofs sat like crouched animals. The paths were reinforced with whatever could be found: gravel, broken tile, planks, bricks. A rough wooden lookout platform stood nearby, built so villagers could scan the surroundings when something felt wrong. Wengu watched the village with a colder, sharper part of his mind. The evil goo described in memory sounded, in his judgment, like a parasite or infection of extreme virulence. Drink unboiled water. Eat undercooked meat. Get scratched in the wild. Any slip could begin the change. But the fact this village still existed meant the infection was not everywhere, not inevitable. With careful habits, you could avoid possession. The monsters outside were a different problem. That required walls, organization, rules, and discipline. And understanding. Fear came from ignorance. The clearer the danger, the clearer the path to dealing with it. The villagers had survived because 3 anchors held them. A village chief who was wise and respected. A grandson trained as an apprentice in a county pharmacy, someone who had real knowledge. And a hunter strong enough to command respect, experienced enough to keep people alive. 3 pillars. Enough to survive the first wave and adapt after. There was also a Taoist priest in the village, arrived 3 months before the Wen brothers. He stayed inside refining elixirs. Wengu hadn't spoken with him yet, but anyone still alive and calm in an era like this had to have something. When his body recovered a little more, Wengu planned to talk. For now, he set himself back to work. Grind ink. Move the brush. Fix the draft. If he wanted more supplies and faster recovery, he needed to show sincerity. A fortress was a survival method with deep roots in old times, but in this dynasty, centralized control had made such things rare. Most people only knew the word, not the structure. Wengu knew enough from family books to begin. And with 2 sets of memories layered together, he could do more than begin. He could improve. Not just a wall. A system. How to build ramparts using local terrain. How to place watch posts. How to manage food and water inside. How to organize patrols, night shifts, storage, evacuation routes. How to explain it so villagers understood quickly, accepted quickly, and acted quickly. Taitu was asleep on the bed, dark circles under his eyes. He'd been worried for days. Time slid forward. Sunlight turned slanted. Footsteps approached outside. Wengu looked up and his expression shifted instantly into something polished, grateful, and faintly sickly. Young Master Lu. The visitor was Lu Zua, the hunter's son. Villagers called him Mutu, Woodhead, and he'd even said Wengu could call him that. But Wengu didn't. A scholar's image was a tool here. Tools kept you alive. A scholar didn't casually call an important village fighter by a nickname, not in front of eyes and ears that judged everything. Muta stepped inside with a carved wooden food box, clearly salvaged from a better place. Today, he'd come to deliver the meal and check on Wengu's condition. Earlier, Taitu had cried so loudly that some villagers had started whispering that the scholar might already be. But now Wengu was upright. Drawing. Still pale, still weak, but alive. The stereotype held firm: scholar equals frail. Mutu's relief turned into eagerness. The fortress design wasn't an extra. It was the village's future. He moved faster. Taitu, waking at the sound, got up and opened the door to take the food box. Usually meals were passed at the threshold. Today, Muta stepped fully inside anyway. Wengu subtly spread the drawings on the table, then rose and offered a formal bow. His body swayed slightly, just enough to look believable. Muta froze, unsure how to respond, then waved awkwardly. Scholars were particular. And weak. After illness, even weaker. Muta's eyes locked onto the draft. He didn't understand any of it, which only increased his respect. Because if he couldn't understand it, it must be real. The room had one table, used for everything. Taitu moved to clear it with practiced hands, but Muta took over quickly. Let me. Brother Wen, you're still recovering. Sit. Drink your medicine while it's hot. Then I'll trouble you, Wengu said softly. He watched Muta rearrange brushes and ink with careful hands, Watched the way a young man who lived by strength treated knowledge like something sacred because he couldn't produce it himself. The medicine was at the perfect temperature. It tasted awful. Wengu drank it all anyway. He ate thin porridge after. His body needed fuel. In this era, plain food was treasure. When Muta finally asked about the drawings, Wengu answered calmly, "Only a rough draft. I'll refine it. Later I'll draw detailed diagrams with notes so the village can follow them easily." Muta nodded hard, committing every word to memory for the village chief. Before leaving, he glanced at Wengu again and thought, with simple blunt logic, this scholar can't lift a bamboo pole. If he leaves the village, he'll die. So we must watch him. Outside, Muta greeted patrols and told them to check on Wengu from time to time. The village's intentions were obvious. We feed you. You draw. You don't recover and run. Wengu understood that completely. And he wasn't offended. A village that didn't guard its interests in a time like this wouldn't still exist. He returned to the table. The chair creaked and wobbled slightly. Not dangerous, but annoying. The joints complained with every shift. Wengu frowned. He closed the window, stood, and inspected the chair from top to bottom. He found the loose point quickly, grabbed a tool, fitted the piece properly, and fixed it with 2 clean knocks. Done. He put everything back, wiped his hands, straightened his clothes, opened the window again. Then he sat down. Steady, silent, upright, refined posture, calm presence, perfectly matching what the villagers expected a scholar to be. And as his brush touched the paper again, Wengu smiled to himself. A new story had begun, even if it was a niche theme.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Meanwhile, Little Lou the hunter, having delivered food, returned to the village chief's home to report on the situation. Second brother one is fine now, his complexion has improved a lot. He's just weak from being sick for a long time, struggling even to stand. Scholars TSK. But I think he should be able to move around in a couple more days, Little Lou the hunter said. We should send more things to help him recover. He can draw faster then. When I went over earlier, he had already drawn so much. The village chief couldn't help but show his joy. Really? That's great. Hearing the wails from that side today, he had been worried. Compared to the grain they had given away, he naturally valued the fortress more. Scholars had extensive knowledge and experience. Without Wengu, how would commoners like them know how to build a fortress? Grain was indeed precious, even more so in chaotic times. Now, with the plague rampant outside, fields were abandoned, and no one dared to plant them. The stockpiled supplies would only diminish with each use. However, most of the surrounding villages and towns were uninhabited. The people, who had become monsters after being possessed by evil spirits, did not eat grain. With properly preserved food, the villagers could likely survive for 1 to 2 years without any new income, even if they ate sparingly. Supplies were managed jointly by the village chief and several other elders with higher seniority and a more impartial demeanor. However, compared to food and supplies, they now placed more importance on the fortress. A fortress was necessary for defense, built to save lives. What use was there for more grain if lives were lost? How could one be content if they died before the grain was finished? Little Lou the hunter remembered something else. Oh, right, village chief, should we move another desk over? Those blueprints Wengu is drawing are almost running out of space. They also have to eat on the desk, which isn't good. A small desk would suffice, a large one won't fit. The village chief agreed. We'll look for a suitable one later and carry it over. Previously, Wengu had been mostly confined to his sickbed, with little time to draw, so more desks would have been useless. Now, as he was recovering and his spirits were high, he would surely spend more time drawing, and it was indeed necessary to improve his conditions. The village chief's main concern was still the fortress blueprints. He asked again, "You saw the blueprints, how are they coming along?" Little Lou the hunter's face was full of admiration. They're drawn really well. The village chief, I asked what he was drawing. You've seen them, tell me. Little Lou the hunter thought carefully. It's this and that style. He gestured for a long time, then concluded, "It looks really powerful." The village chief. "Just tell me how powerful it is." Not expecting anything from this dullard, the village chief turned to his grandson, who was arranging medicinal herbs. "Do Miao, next time you deliver food, take a look to see if second brother Wen has recovered from his illness. And gather some more medicinal herbs to help him recover his strength." Do Miao had worked as an apprentice in a pharmacy in the city and had gained experience, making him more reliable. Medicinal herbs were now even more precious, and the village chief would not have easily allocated more to an ordinary person. However, to build the fortress as soon as possible, these things had to be spared. He hoped Wengu could finish drawing by winter. As the temperature dropped, the external evil creatures would be restricted by the cold, significantly reducing their threat, and that would be the time for them to start constructing the walls. As they were talking, they suddenly heard several whistles from outside, signaling the return of the team that had gone out to search for herbs. Different whistle sounds represented different meanings. The sound just now indicated that the team sent to dig for herbs was returning. The village burned medicinal herbs, using their scent to ward off external dangers. Burning a bundle of several herbs could exorcise evil. This was thanks to Taoist master Qingyi's guidance. Before the Taoist master went into seclusion, he had told them which herbs needed to be harvested, as they would be out of season soon. The Taoist master's instructions were taken to heart and not forgotten. Thus, Lu the hunter led several villagers to gather herbs. Little Lu the hunter, who had been bored indoors, quickly got up and ran out upon hearing the commotion to see if his father had returned safely. At the village entrance, the tall fence was moved aside to allow the returning team to enter with their findings. Those entering the village did not dare to go straight home, but instead went to a shed. There, they removed their leather armor and loosened their face coverings. Inside, a bundle of processed, dried herbs was placed. The leader, Lu the hunter, lit the herbs and fumigated the shed. The Taoist master had said that this step was to remove evil energy and prevent them from bringing evil spirits into the village. The smoke was not dense and could be tolerated by people, but those possessed by evil spirits would show obvious discomfort. These individuals would stay in the shed until tomorrow. If they remained unaffected, they could return home. Conversely, if they showed discomfort, it meant they had contracted the evil plague and were possessed by evil spirits. Not long after, villagers brought food. Little Lu the hunter chatted with his father from outside the door and window, mentioning the matter of Wengu. Lu the hunter was a steady man and could converse about other things calmly. However, hearing that Wengu was recovering and drawing blueprints for the fortress, he couldn't help but show joy. "We found several types of medicinal herbs this time. I think there are tonic herbs to nourish the body that Do Miao mentioned. Have your son check later. He probably didn't dig the wrong ones." Meanwhile, Wengu was stretching his legs appropriately indoors, unable to hear what everyone was discussing about him. However, he could guess to some extent. He had heard the whistles earlier. The team returning from outside must have arrived. Since there was no major commotion in the village yet, their outing had likely been successful, and everyone had returned. Well, with the new medicinal herbs arriving, the Taoist master, who had been in seclusion refining pills, should also come out soon. Wengu walked to the window and looked outside. The village was bathed in the reddish glow of the setting sun. The house closest to them belonged to a carpenter. That family usually kept to themselves, and they could occasionally hear the sound of wood being worked in their backyard. He wondered if he was making bows and arrows or doing some other craft. At this moment, a carousel lamp had been placed under the eaves of their house, a lantern that rotated when lit by a candle. The heat from the candle drove the windmill to turn. Wengu sat by the window, vaguely seeing the rotating blades inside the lantern. The buzzing sound of the turbine seemed to echo in his ears. It felt like a different world. Oh no, it was a different world now. Wengu sighed softly and his gaze shifted to the talismans pasted on the outside of the lantern. He heard that the carpenter had specially asked the Taoist master for these talismans, pasted on the lantern to ward off ghosts and evil spirits. Whether they were effective against evil was unknown, but they certainly provided psychological comfort. From his perspective as an observer, this world had no supernatural powers. As evening approached, every household in the village closed their doors and windows. At night, some light-attracted flying insects and small animals might be drawn to the candlelight, bringing more potential danger. Wengu also closed his window. As the sun set, they slept. He followed local customs. He slept soundly. The next day dawned with clear skies. A few more sounds of laughter could be heard in the village, indicating that those who returned yesterday were all well. The village had 2 meals a day. Little Lu the hunter was still the one delivering food in the morning. Do Miao, who had been assigned by the village chief to deliver meals, was busy processing the medicinal herbs brought back by the expedition team. Therefore, Little Lu the hunter managed to grab the delivery task again. This young hunter seemed lighter today, with an even brighter smile. His father had returned safely, so of course, he was happy. In addition to the food box he carried, he also brought a bow. After delivering the meal, he would go on patrol. Once his patrol duty for the day was completed, he would bring a desk to Wengu. After a few scattered noises in the village, quiet returned. Although most houses had people inside, the overall silence was profound, as if they were afraid that making too much noise would attract evil spirits. There was a sense of absurd desolation. It felt like the entire world was heading towards its end. If one passed by the open windows, they would see faces filled with worry and silence inside. Despite this, compared to the numb and resigned people in these chaotic times, this village had not given up hope. They still had the courage to struggle and the possibility of seeing more life. In fact, the evil creatures outside generally had poor hearing and relied more on their sense of smell. Therefore, if no evil creatures were visible in the area, normal vocal communication would not attract them. However, a shadow now hung over everyone's hearts. They had no desire to communicate and were wary of each other. 2 days later, with improved meals and nourishing medicinal soup, Wengu visibly recovered and shed his sickly appearance. Although he still looked thin, the villagers regarded it as the delicate scholarly aura of a scholar, not pathological weakness. This morning, the village was noticeably more restless than usual. Wengu knew the reason. The Taoist master, who had been in seclusion for many days, had emerged and was going to perform a ritual. When the Taoist master first arrived in the village, he had given the villagers some talismans. The paper was covered with complex inscriptions, and the character Jia was written on it. The Taoist master said, "Humans turn into ghosts when they die, and ghosts turn into when they die. Humans fear ghosts, and ghosts fear. This time, the world is in great chaos, and epidemics are caused by ghosts and evil spirits, but this talisman can make ghosts and evil spirits fear it." However, the Taoist master claimed his magical powers were damaged, and the talisman's effectiveness was limited, requiring ritual blessings at intervals. The villagers believed him wholeheartedly. Now that the time had come, the Taoist master emerged from seclusion and could also check if the harvested herbs were the ones he needed. The divine deeds of Taoist Master Qingyi, as described by the villagers, made Wengu pay attention. A Taoist priest. Initially, Wengu felt a bit insecure as an outsider. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. What outsider? Wengu is Wengu. I am I. Where is this outsider coming from? Wengu tidied his clothes and went out with his cousin. Some villagers were also out and about, all for the Taoist master's ritual today. Seeing Wengu, an outsider, the villagers showed no interest in conversing. They only exchanged a few words with acquaintances and hurried along. His cousin stayed by Wengu's side, vigilantly watching others to prevent anyone from suddenly going mad and harming Wengu. The location for the Taoist master's ritual was set at the village entrance. The location was not fixed. The Taoist master decided it temporarily, and then the village would notify each household. The fence at the village entrance had been opened, and a shrine had been set up at the entrance. Wengu had calculated the time to arrive, but by the time he got there, almost all the villagers were present, with dozens, nearly 100 people gathered. These were not all native villagers. Some were refugees or had come to join relatives. Regardless of their origin, everyone now approached the matter with great enthusiasm. Only when the Taoist master performed rituals did people's faces relax slightly, and they were more willing to interact. To facilitate escape and combat, everyone wore narrow sleeves and tight-fitting clothing, ensuring convenience and flexibility when going out. The clothing for young children had added weaving bands, with tightly bound cuffs and trouser legs, providing a secure fit to prevent poisonous insects and objects contaminated with the evil plague from entering through collars, sleeves, and trouser legs, thus harming the body. Previously, Wen-gu had missed many rituals due to illness, so his memory of the villagers was not complete. This time, he recognized some people and observed the village's simple defensive fortifications. Some patrolling villagers wore makeshift armor, scavenged from outside. Even seemingly tattered armor would have been unattainable for commoners like them in the past. A small number of simple farming tools and crude bows and arrows were nothing. But back then, having a suit of armor at home would have caused a major incident. If someone reported it, it was a serious crime. Even more so for powerful bows, crossbows, and armor. Without a certain status, one would not dare to possess them. Even if they had them or knew how to make them, they could not be displayed openly. But now no one cared anymore. The officials in the city had fled. For the sake of survival, who would care about past restrictions? Whoever found it owned it. Whoever could make it could possess it. There was no limit to the quantity. Around the village perimeter, besides the erected fences and a few low stone and earth walls, traps were set and obstacles were placed, such as sharpened bamboo spikes, similar to caltrops or abatis. Further away, vast tracts of abandoned farmland were overgrown with weeds, some tall enough to completely conceal a person. At the village entrance, a simple altar had been erected. Wen-gu arrived late and had no good spot. The village chief had specifically reserved a front-row standing spot for Wen-gu, otherwise, he would have hardly seen anything. Next to the village chief stood a tall, sturdy man with a resemblance to Little Lu the Hunter. This was Little Lu the Hunter's father, the village's primary combat force. Lu the Hunter showed a slight smile on his stern face upon seeing Wen-gu and specifically inquired about his recovery. Old Lu was much more composed than his son, Little Lu. The front-row position was good. It was a rare opportunity for gossip. After exchanging pleasantries with the important people in the front row, Wen-gu tilted his ear to listen to the discussions of the villagers, young and old, and waited for Taoist Master Qingyi to appear. Soon, a handsome, a Taoist priest with an extraordinary aura appeared. Today, the Taoist master was not in his usual reclusive attire, but had specifically put on his professional gear for going out. Dressed in ritual robes with priestly implements, his wide sleeves fluttered as he strode with a commanding presence. A glance revealed his unusual majestic and ethereal bearing. With his posture set, before doing anything, a sense of sacred solemnity was already present. Wen-gu's spirits lifted. Alive. A live performance. A Taoist priest performing a ritual. In his original world, he had only heard about Taoist priests performing rituals as a child and had never seen one in person. As he grew older, he encountered war and only knew some things through limited texts and images. Now, he had the opportunity to witness it up close. Wen-gu's gaze swept over the Taoist master's attire. In this survival environment fraught with danger, anyone who could wear loose robes and move about outside must have something extraordinary about them, either an idiot or a genius. To be able to remain in the village stably until now, Taoist Master Qingyi must belong to the latter. The villagers who survived chaotic times are not easily fooled. One must maintain their persona to gain benefits. This is not the first time Taoist Master Qingyi has dressed like this and performed rituals outside the village. As long as his persona remains intact, he can continue to receive preferential treatment from the villagers. Not only did Wen-gu's eyes light up, but the collective gaze of the villagers, looking at a celestial being, proved how enthusiastic they were at the moment. As Taoist Master Qingyi walked along, he appeared indifferent, but he was actually paying attention to the villagers' movements. Upon seeing Wen-gu, his eyes revealed nothing, but his heart stirred. He had originally thought this frail scholar wouldn't survive, but unexpectedly, he pulled through. From their first meeting, he knew this scholar was no honest person. He disliked dealing with these scholars who were full of schemes. Keeping this in mind, the Taoist master remained outwardly calm and composed. The ritual began with lighting incense to worship heaven. Taoist Master Qingyi stated that this ritual was to subdue evil and overcome disaster. On the altar, he placed a straw effigy, crudely and ferociously made. Because of this, The villagers could immediately understand what the effigy represented. It resembled a human form, yet it was not a human form. Was it not someone possessed by an evil spirit? It couldn't even be called human. It was an evil creature. Not one of us. Then, the Taoist master chanted scriptures and set up formations. His robes fluttered, and his hands moved so fast that only after images were visible. In a flash, the effigy was covered in talismans. Under everyone's gaze, the Taoist master stomped in a gongbu, a Taoist walking pattern, wielding a long sword with sharp and exquisite skill. He formed hand seals and pointed towards the effigy on the altar, following the direction of the sword. Fire suddenly appeared in his hand. The effigy, at a distance, exploded with a bang, and the talismans attached to it began to burn. It was as if the flames transferred from the Taoist master's hand to the talismans. The surrounding villagers let out gasps of amazement. Setting aside the significance of this ritual, even in times of peace, it would have been an exciting spectacle. Wengu, watching the classical ritual up close, was even more excited. If the occasion were different, he would have applauded enthusiastically. The Taoist master, busy with the ritual, still kept his senses sharp, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before subtly returning to glance at Wengu. This scholar, his gaze seemed a little too intense. After a while, his gaze swept over again, and Wengu's expression no longer showed any abnormality. The ritual, with its dancing and chanting, consumed a great deal of physical energy. However, until the very end, Taoist Master Qingyi maintained his previous demeanor, with wisps of smoke drifting around him, adding to his ethereal aura. Once the important part of the ritual passed, the village chief quietly asked Wengu, "Were you startled just now?" When the Taoist master was performing the ritual, the village chief had noticed Wengu raising his hands. Back then, when Taoist Master Qingyi first arrived at their village, this move had made many people kneel. Now that they had seen it many times, although the shock was not as strong as the first time, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe each time. It was Wengu's first time seeing it, and he might have been awestruck. Hearing the village chief's question, Wengu bowed elegantly and said, "The Taoist master followed the celestial order, summoned the five thunders, and his supernatural skills are superb." Taoist Master Qingyi's ears twitched slightly. He didn't believe the scholar's praise was sincere. He was putting on a show, but his intentions were sinister. However, Wengu genuinely felt that the Taoist master was very capable. First, the Taoist master's movements were very skillful. The ability to feign mystique and deceive others was not something an ordinary person could learn. Whether the magic was profound or not remained to be seen, but his every move was indeed impressive. The seemingly flashy actions were actually full of hidden intricacies, and it wouldn't be possible to achieve such fluidity without at least 10 years of practice. Second, this Taoist priest possessed extensive knowledge of chemistry and pharmacology. He was a talented individual. When Gu observed and analyzed that Taoist Master Qingyi's sleeves were dusted with medicinal powder or sprinkled with medicinal water. As he walked, there was a peculiar scent of herbs, minerals, and metals. In addition to the effect of exorcising evil, given his cautiousness to avoid being touched, the medicinal powder and water on his robes might even be toxic to people. It could be said that, at this moment, the Taoist priest was a walking furnace of medicine. And the herbs used to make the effigy, beyond the obvious ones, must have included others. The talismans attached to it were also undoubtedly treated beforehand, leading to the seamless execution on the altar. Truly, 15 minutes on the altar required years of practice of it. Third, he understood how to read the celestial phenomena. He could adjust the location and timing of the ritual based on real-time weather, sunlight, wind direction, wind force, and other factors. When Gu felt a wave of emotion. Why would a good research seedling turn to fraud? He was on the wrong path. On the altar, the flames from the burning talismans quickly engulfed the effigy and then turned into ashes. The ritual didn't last long. There were dangers outside the village, requiring swift action and a quick resolution. After completing the sacrificial procedures, the Taoist master finished his work. He then had the villagers collect the ashes from the burning talismans and effigy and put them into a vat of pre-boiled water. A few stirs later, when Gu understood, this was talisman water. However, this vat of talisman water was not for drinking. It was for the villagers to portion out and sprinkle in various places around the village to ward off evil energy. The rituals Taoist Master Chingy had performed in the village before seemed to have a similar step. He had also specifically emphasized that this was a highly young substance, specializing in countering evil spirits and difficult for ordinary people to endure, thus it must never be drunk. During his illness, when Gu had heard the villagers mention that the talisman water given by the Taoist master was indeed effective. It could be sprinkled on the ground or used on clothes. Those who had patrol duties or went out on missions liked to sprinkle this medicinal water on their clothes. After some thought, when Gu had an epiphany. This was medicinal water prepared through unconventional means, used for repelling insects and disinfection. In this era, it was a highly sought-after commodity. If possible, he would also like some. The villagers naturally wanted to grab more for themselves, but with the influential figures in the village keeping order, they could only follow the rules. Only those whose names were called could go and get a little. It was basically distributed based on contribution, openly presented to all, with those who contributed more receiving more. A village elder held a small ladle, distributing the water to everyone. This elder had high seniority and was trusted by the villagers, handling matters fairly. Anyone who didn't follow the rules would face his scolding. When Gu initially thought he wouldn't get any, as he didn't have any outdoor duties, didn't participate in village patrols, and hadn't finished drawing blueprints yet. To his surprise, the village chief mentioned his name. It was his first time attending such a ceremony, and he hadn't brought a container to hold the blessed water. Old Lu the hunter gave him a bamboo tube. It had a small lid, and a hemp rope was tied around the body for carrying. Others also brought bamboo tubes to collect talisman water, but the diameters of the bamboo tubes varied, so the amounts they could hold also differed. When Gu looked at the bamboo tube in his hand and walked over, the village elder, busy distributing the talisman water and looking down, paused when he saw the thick bamboo tube being handed over. He was about to scold some impudent youngster for not following the rules, but when he looked up and saw it was Gu, he silently scooped a ladleful. Their fortress had to rely on this person. "Thank you," Gu said softly. Some unaware villagers who saw this were confused and felt indignant, but glancing at the leaders of the village, they swallowed their resentful words. The world had descended into chaos, and those who were still alive, not necessarily wise, were certainly pragmatic. Taoist Master Chingy, who was tidying his robes, listened to the village chief talking about newly dug medicinal herbs, while his eyes still scanned their surroundings. His attention also briefly shifted to Gu, and he saw the scene. He mused, "That kid is indeed deeply cunning." It's only been a few days since he recovered from his illness, and the village leaders are all siding with him. After the talisman water was distributed, the villagers around them knelt piously on the specially treated straw mats where the medicinal water had been sprinkled. Yet, they were reluctant to leave, all pondering how to find an opportunity to speak with the Taoist master and absorb some of his divine aura. One must seize the moment when the incense is still burning to worship the gods. The incense on the altar was still burning, and the smoke from the burning talismans had not completely dissipated. Gaining more of the Taoist's divine aura now would surely be beneficial. A few abrupt whistles interrupted everyone's plans. It was a warning from the guards, informing them of the appearance of evil creatures nearby. The villagers who had been dawdling and unwilling to leave suddenly ran home as if they had gained super speed. When Gu's feet left the ground as his cousin carried him back like a candied haw, his arms around him. Also, thanks to the height of being carried and the slightly elevated terrain, when Gu's gaze passed over the wild grass and obstacles, catching sight of blurry shapes in the distance. With dry fat and muscle, large patches of purplish-brown markings on their exposed arms, they moved with a peculiar gait through the ground covered in shrubs and wild grass, their approach accompanied by guttural roars like those of wild beasts, moving towards the village. These were people possessed by evil spirits, transformed. Commoners called them monsters, demons, mountain spirits, evil creatures, and other names associated with demons and ghosts. Initially, the village had various names for them, but after Taoist Master Chingy arrived, they followed his lead and adopted his terminology. From his memories, when Gu knew that the noble families outside seemed to prefer the term evil creatures, avoiding words like demon or ghost. He wasn't sure if they knew the inside story or if it was a matter of linguistic taboo. In the current situation, the abundance of living beings naturally attracted the evil creatures. Evil creatures crave flesh and blood. They eat both humans and other animals. But if you were to create a menu for them, humans would surely be at the top. The ritual at the village entrance had gathered almost the entire village. The presence of living beings was even stronger, thus attracting nearby evil creatures. Compared to the panic of the villagers, those in charge of the village remained relatively calm. The Taoist priest, who had just completed his ritual, also appeared composed. Wengu felt a little relieved. Since they could remain calm, it seemed like a minor matter. Lu the hunter had already strung his bow, but he wasn't flustered. The village's defenses could handle it completely. However, Taoist Master Qingyi should be reliable in this matter. He had just performed a ritual in front of all the villagers. He couldn't be proven wrong so quickly. As expected, the two evil creatures that appeared slowed their approach, then, as if sensing an unpleasant odor, changed direction, lingered for a moment, and then gradually moved away. There was no need for the village defense personnel to intervene. The Taoist master's professional capability was indeed strong, and his persona was once again solidified. Wengu pondered how to guide this Taoist priest back to the right path. As he was being carried back, he saw the Taoist master looking over. He adjusted his upper body and bowed respectfully from afar with a scholarly air. The Taoist master's face twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composed and dignified appearance, returning a slight bow. Wengu, what an expert! His psychological fortitude is truly strong. Taoist master, dog scholar. Even while being carried away and escape, he doesn't forget to put on a show. Within the village, the villagers hurried back to their homes, their doors and windows tightly shut. Cousin carried Wengu back to their residence, carefully avoiding the low eaves. Upon entering, he placed Wengu on a chair, then grabbed a wood-chopping knife and nervously guarded the doorway. These actions were performed with practiced ease, indicating they weren't his first time. Previously, when Wengu fell ill, it caused considerable inconvenience. Because his cousin wasn't very bright, he struggled to remember things, so Wengu had to repeatedly explain and instruct him. What things could be done, and what couldn't. The more he spoke, the more they became like programs implanted into his mind, forming a conditioned reflex. This wasn't just for the current situation, it was how his cousin handled many things during their escape. He wasn't intelligent, but the most deeply ingrained memories were those of his father, mother, and uncle telling him to look after his younger brother when they were away from home. In his cousin's mind, the 18-year-old was still the 8-year-old child he knew, not much different. Wengu searched through his memories, sighing softly as he kept an ear out for sounds outside. He took down the bamboo tube filled with talisman water. It had a slightly pungent, herbal scent, different from mugwort. It was likely Taoist Master Qingyi's proprietary blend. It would be great if someone like that went into research. Wengu sprinkled some on himself and his cousin's clothes, while contemplating how to find an opportunity to communicate more with the Taoist master. The village remained quiet, with no further disturbances, indicating that there were indeed no major issues and the Taoist master's divine persona was firmly established. Wengu couldn't fall behind either. Whether he could continue to receive support from the village's key figures depended on his own capabilities. His cousin, a simple-minded strongman, wasn't enough to earn such high regard from the village elders. Given the current situation, with supplies like food and medicine becoming increasingly scarce, Wengu had gained an advantage by designing the fortifications, but he couldn't stop there. Sitting at his desk, he spread out his blueprints, ground ink, and wetted his brush. He could handle drawing, but his handwriting hadn't yet returned to Wengu's original level. He needed to practice more. The village chief had plenty of the four treasures of the study in stock, enough for him to use. He took out another sheet of paper and began practicing his calligraphy. In Wengu's own world, his brushwork wasn't great. Although he had an interest in it, the conditions were too limited due to the war, and he lacked sufficient supplies and time to practice calligraphy peacefully. Calligraphy, the art of written characters. His own messy handwriting was far from the path of calligraphy. But Wengu had learned to write well through over a decade of diligent practice, achieving some success. On the first sheet of practice paper, the strokes, horizontal, vertical, flick, and press, seemed to thrash about under his brush tip, refusing to be tamed. But as he grew more familiar, the muscle memory from over a decade of strenuous practice took over, and his writing transformed from rebellious to compliant. Starting from the second sheet, his characters gradually became more upright. By the third sheet, the characters he wrote already possessed 5 or 6 parts of Wengu's skill. He flipped through the body memory of famous calligraphers he had seen before, then looked at his own writing. His handwriting was still a long way from the higher realm of scholarly elegance, but for Wengu, who loved ancient culture but couldn't obtain it, these were dreamlike masterpieces. He stared at the characters on the paper, his gaze lost in them. Beautiful. Wonderful. They are truly magnificent. His cousin, standing guard at the door, was confused. He looked around. There were only the two of them in the room. Who was beautiful? With a bewildered expression, he asked Wengu, "Brother, who are you praising?" "I'm praising myself," Wengu glanced over and said. "You don't need to stand guard anymore. The blade of the chopping knife is a bit blunt. Go sharpen it. Don't worry about me. Remember to wear hand protection. Don't hurt yourself." Oh. His cousin obediently got up to sharpen the knife. To prevent injuries in daily life, villagers had also sewn several types of gloves according to their needs. They were rough but practical. Dipped in the Taoist master's potion, they would be even safer. Even if a hand was cut, the risk of evil plague infection would be reduced. Seeing that his cousin was following the protective steps as instructed, Wengu returned to the desk and continued practicing his calligraphy. Even if someone saw these characters, they would assume he was a bit rusty after his long illness. However, with more practice, he would eventually reach a higher level. Wengu was very serious and cherished this second life. Being able to write well was the muscle memory of this body. If his consciousness ever returned to his original body, without this muscle memory, he wouldn't be able to write such good characters. Therefore, Wengu needed to absorb this muscle memory into his consciousness, engrave it into his soul, and make it a habit controlled by his consciousness, truly usable by himself. Gratitude. Gratitude to the me in this world. He inherited over a decade of experience and knowledge from Wengu. After his cousin finished sharpening the knife, he asked Wengu when he had a moment, "Brother, when are we going to find Aunt?" He remembered Wengu mentioning many times that he wanted to head north to seek refuge with his aunt. Whether she was his aunt or not, he just followed along. Previously, Wengu said the season wasn't suitable for travel and they had to wait for the plants to yellow. Then he fell ill, forcing them to stay. Now that Wengu had recovered, wasn't it time to travel? The plants outside the village were already starting to turn yellow from green. Wengu calmly replied, "No rush, let's recuperate a bit longer. We need to be stronger before we can travel." His cousin was confused, feeling that it sounded strange and didn't understand. Wengu didn't elaborate. If he said too much, his cousin wouldn't understand and might even give something away. Alas. The temperature outside was clearly dropping and indeed, it was getting close to the planned time to head north again. However, with just the two of them, they were few and weak, lacking specialized talent. Unfortunately, the talented person he had in mind was constantly in seclusion, refining pills and not coming out. He couldn't even go to exchange pleasantries with him. He had to think of a way. The autumn wind had begun to blow. Time was of the essence. After practicing calligraphy for a while, Wengu started drawing and writing annotations. He glanced at the few remaining sheets of paper, paused, then picked up his brush and dipped it in ink. TSK, the village chief lacks some initiative in this regard. In the afternoon, Little Lou the hunter brought their meal and saw Wengu's newly drawn blueprints. They were illustrated and looked quite profound. It was just, are these characters too cramped? Little Lou the hunter had some education and recognized a few characters, but seeing the small, densely packed text on the paper made his eyes dizzy. Wengu explained politely, "Supplies are scarce now, so we need to be frugal." As he spoke, he casually raised his hand, guiding Little Lou the hunter's gaze, inadvertently drawing his attention to the few remaining sheets of paper. Little Lou the hunter nodded in full agreement. "We do need to be economical." He didn't say much more, but after delivering the meal, he immediately went to find the village chief. "More paper. We've gathered so much good paper, and we're not using it. Are we going to save it for wiping our bottoms?" "Village chief, don't be stingy about this. We don't want to see so much dense text on the blueprints, like a tadpole nest, making our eyes hurt. Therefore, the next day when he delivered the meal, Little Lou the hunter brought a stack of new paper. The village chief said not to be frugal. Use it when you need to, use it boldly. Write the characters larger and clearer. Second brother 1, what you're doing now is crucial for the entire village's safety. Don't be stingy with this paper. When Gu accepted. You said it, use it boldly. The path of calligraphy requires diligent practice and continuous effort, but unfortunately, the current survival environment is harsh and conditions are limited. With a stack of new paper, he could contribute to the village and satisfy his own small needs, a win-win situation. After receiving the items, the task had to be done well. In the following days, when Gu's focus was on the fortress. In this world, even in times of peace, productivity was limited and information was difficult to obtain. The collections in aristocratic homes might not have been exhaustive. When Gu, born in an era of information explosion, later grew up amidst war. He then integrated his experiences and knowledge with the body's memories of this world, localizing them. Overall, he also drew a rough comparison chart, a luxurious fortress version and a rustic village version. After establishing the general framework, he detailed the practical rural version, and the first draft was completed. Little Lou the hunter, as if possessing a treasure, quickly took the blueprints to the village chief and several clan elders. At the village chief's home, several important figures were gathered around a simple wooden table, looking at the blueprints in silence for a long time. They had also been to the county town and heard stories about fortresses from storytellers and tea houses. Historically, during the end of ancient dynasties or in war-torn regions, local gentry and powerful families would build fortresses. The imperial court, along the border, also constructed strongholds to defend against foreign enemies. The villagers at the bottom, with their limited knowledge and imagination, couldn't depict what those were like. Now, they had material for their dreams. The village chief pursed his lips, his gaze shifting with difficulty from the luxurious version to the rural version. Their humble village was, of course, no match for those. Whether it was the fortresses of the gentry or the strongholds built by the court, they were too distant. The drawings Wengu had made allowed them to choose which walls they could build and replan the village's layout and defenses. But dreams, ambitions, still existed. The village chief and old Lou the hunter looked again at the picture of the luxurious fortress. The world was in great chaos, which chaotic period didn't last for decades or even centuries. And here, in this surrounding territory, only their village had a chance of survival. Refugees would have to listen to them. Being optimistic and considering the long term, perhaps one day they could build the village to that scale. By then, their own status would be different. Hiss, cough. The village chief finally calmed down and coughed to remind everyone present, for now, staying alive is the priority. The elders in the village were very satisfied with the blueprints provided by Wengu. They personally delivered some precious supplies to the Wen brothers and asked Wengu if he wanted a larger house. Wengu politely declined, saying that their current place was enough for the two brothers. He also analyzed from the village chief's perspective. There may be scattered survivors in surrounding villages and towns, and even if not, refugees might come. If suitable, the village can absorb them. Keep those empty houses, they'll be useful when there are more people. The village chief appreciated these words. In chaotic times, their small population wasn't enough for development. The village chief's gaze towards Wengu became even more affectionate. He also sent more medicinal herbs to strengthen his body. As Wengu drank the tonic, he pondered, living here, they were close to several important village figures, like the Taoist master, whom he wanted to visit. They could also detect any village developments immediately. The empty houses the village chief mentioned were too far away, and the conditions were average. The current house, though small, had everything they needed, and it saved medicine for disinfection. With their allocated share of resources, a small space was just right, and the saved portion could be used for other purposes. There was no need to move. Living here was good. Besides, they wouldn't be staying long. Because of the blueprints Wengu provided, several important village figures visited him frequently to chat. The more Wengu conversed with them, the more he understood the village's situation, especially regarding the Taoist master Qingyi. The Taoist master had gone into seclusion again, as usual, and wouldn't emerge for at least 10 days to half a month. However, topics about the Taoist master circulated daily throughout the village. When Gu learned that when the Taoist master first arrived, he performed a ritual to bless and exorcise evil spirits for the villagers, driving out parasitic worms. After taking a pill, many people expelled long worms. No matter how many times it was told, the village elders still spoke of it with shock. When Gu played along, exclaiming, "The Taoist master's magic is profound," he speculated that the parasitic worms he exorcised were likely common intestinal parasites of that era. Before the Great Chaos, villagers often drank raw water and were not particular about their diet and lifestyle. They had lived like this for generations, and the chance of contracting parasites was very high. It was only later, for exorcism and epidemic prevention, that they started paying attention. The cause of this chaotic world was likely another extremely harmful parasite that the Taoist master couldn't solve. If he could, he wouldn't be hiding in this remote village. He would have long since attached himself to a powerful patron. But Taoist Master Qingyi was indeed a capable person. Truly a talent. How many other professional skills did he not know about? One day, he went to the village chief's house for a small meeting. The village elders had studied the fortress blueprints for a few days, and even those who couldn't read understood them reasonably well. Regarding construction and defense, Wen Gu needed to be consulted. Wen Gu was not familiar with the village's surroundings and local terrain, so some adjustments would be necessary. The villagers already had their own methods for defending against wild beasts. The evil creatures outside could no longer be considered human. They had lost all human intellect and were akin to wild beasts, posing an extremely dangerous threat. However, in this chaotic world, besides defending against wild beasts, one must also guard against humans. The village chief and Lu the hunter summarized some questions and told Wen Gu. These two had foresight and could ask pertinent questions. How to build, where to get materials, when to start, how fast the construction would progress with the current labor force, how to defend against evil spirits during construction, and how to deal with surviving refugees. All these needed to be considered. The other village elders present, who considered themselves more familiar with the mountains, rocks, and plants around the village, offered their opinions, believing they were very wise at this moment. However, the more they spoke, the more confused their thoughts became, and they couldn't keep track, eventually falling silent. They were worried. With so many things to do, how could they manage? Wen Gu didn't show any sign of disdain and listened intently before offering a suggestion. How about we make a 3-year plan? In the current world, no one could predict future developments. A short time frame was unnecessary for such extensive planning, and a long time frame was also unsuitable. For them, 3 years was just right. Wen Gu explained it simply and clearly. The village chief and Lu the hunter agreed. The other village elders, seeing this, refrained from speaking and nodded in agreement. Alas, they would follow the village chief and Lu the hunter's lead. Whatever they decided, they would follow. With a goal, they had a backbone and knew more clearly what to do next. People easily become lost and lose direction when facing difficulties. For these people, who had lived by farming for most of their lives, they had strength. As long as they found the right direction, their hearts would settle, and they would have hope. For a time, those present felt even greater approval for Wen Gu. The village chief sighed, as expected, "You scholars know more. This fortress and this 3-year plan, it will be hard work for you." Wen Gu bowed humbly to them. "My brother and I have been taken care of by the village, so we should do our part." Another elder happily remarked, "What, doing our part? This is a great use." Wen Gu made polite remarks. While the principal figures were in good spirits, he casually mentioned that he wanted to discuss with the Taoist master how to restrain the evil creatures outside. The village elders, who had just expressed their admiration, looked displeased. The village had 2 important outsiders. One was a scholar and the other was a Taoist priest. The villagers treated both with respect. Scholars were knowledgeable, and Taoist priests were even more mystical. If they had to choose between the two, the Taoist priest was more important now. Divine matters, mortal matters. One impatient elder was about to say something. However, when Gu added apologetically with a sigh, "Unfortunately, The Taoist master is mystical and focused on his cultivation. After performing a ritual, he must be resting for a period. I cannot disturb him for such a minor matter. The impatient elder swallowed his words. The village elder's expressions softened, and they nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. We absolutely cannot disturb the immortal master. It was better to have a scholar like Wengu, who didn't make things difficult for them. After this test, Wengu smiled understandingly and remained silent, appearing reasonable and considerate of the bigger picture. Inside, he thought, I won't disturb him, but if he jumps out himself, you can't blame me. End of chapter. Wengu pondered other matters, but it didn't delay his conversation with the village's principal figures. After discussing the few questions regarding the fortress blueprints, the village leaders were about to talk about materials and the arrangement of the village's construction. However, some parts of this discussion, such as the renovation of the warehouse and cellar, could not be revealed to outsiders like Wengu. The Wen brothers were both outsiders who were about to leave. The village elders spoke rather directly. To avoid offending the scholar, the village chief intended to speak first and ask Wengu to leave. However, Wengu said, there is actually one more matter. I don't know if I should speak about it. I've thought about it for a long time and decided I should ask. The village chief, whose words to send Wengu away were on the tip of his tongue, paused and asked, What is it? Wengu's face showed worry. The sages once said, the blood, qi, and spirit of a person are what sustain life and circulate through their existence. This means that for a person to live, they need blood and qi, and they also need spirit. I observe everyone in the village now seems a bit listless. Speaking of this, the village leaders also worried and were no longer in a hurry to send Wengu away. Did they not know about the problem Wengu mentioned? Although they hadn't read the classics, they had their own experiences and insights. When people lose their spirit and energy, they become weak and prone to illness. So often, they didn't need to understand medicine or pharmacology. They could tell a person's general health just by looking at their mental state. The current number of people in the village was still relatively large. But with everyone's current mental state, even if Wengu finished drawing the blueprints, and even if the season changed at the right time, would they have the strength to build the fortress? Could they move stones and carry timber? They would collapse after one day of work. Their bodies were far from what they were when they worked the land before. The fields were abandoned, and their spirits were broken. Other than the patrol personnel from each household, the remaining villagers stayed at home all day, worrying about everything, either listless or arguing constantly. And the task their village was about to undertake was the construction of the fortress in late autumn and throughout winter. By then, the weather would turn cold, and people would suffer even more. But in the current chaotic times, they had no choice but to go out and collect materials and supplies when it was cold, and the evil creatures were limited by the low temperatures. For a moment, the leaders who were initially excited about the fortress couldn't help but sigh. What could they do? They couldn't argue with them, nor could they find another solution. Taoist Master Qingyi could perform rituals to drive away evil spirits, but he couldn't continuously boost their spirits. Wengu felt the somber atmosphere and said slowly, Why not try to increase the villagers' spiritual life a little? A village elder asked, What is spiritual life? Wengu explained plainly, It's about finding some fun. How can there be any fun like this? Are you kidding, scholar? Do you need storybooks? Wengu asked. The room fell silent. The village chief looked over and said, If it were in the past, we would definitely like it. But life is hard now, is it useful? We'll only know if we try. Wengu wasn't sure either, but he wanted to try and hoped to get the support of the leaders, so he explained his idea. I want to try writing a storybook related to the plague. It can teach everyone knowledge about avoiding evil and plagues, satisfy everyone's spiritual needs, and lift that spirit to make work more effective. The village chief felt it was reliable and asked Wengu to elaborate. Wengu thought that with the plague spreading, self-protection was paramount. Praying to gods and Buddhas all day was useless. They shouldn't always be thinking about those supernatural things. Through storybooks, he could popularize knowledge about parasitic diseases among the villagers and teach them how to protect themselves during daily life and work. Should they just hide at home, boil water, heat food, and endure day by day? But firewood and food would eventually run out. The village's supplies were distributed according to labor. The more effort someone put in, the more they received. The village was about to start construction, which would definitely require more labor, and those people would no longer be allowed to hide at home. Most villagers had lived at the bottom of society for generations and lacked knowledge about many things. However, at this time, the fact that so many people had survived in this village clearly showed they had a certain level of understanding and could listen to advice and discern things. Fear of the unknown made people panic and act rashly, making them more likely to make mistakes or even endanger their lives. It would be better to let everyone learn more about epidemic prevention knowledge. With a plan in mind, they could be more efficient. After I write it, I can have the literate people in the village read it aloud to everyone, Wenga said. The leaders in the room were indeed moved. Were they like the storytellers in the town and county? If it really worked, they would also want to listen to storybooks. There was little entertainment in the village, and they were confined to their homes day after day. These old men would often gaze at the increasingly desolate fields through the gaps in the fence and shed tears in the wind. When they were depressed, they wished they could just go into the mountains and be less of a burden to their families. But they couldn't let go. Some things the younger generation couldn't handle properly. If a storybook could solve so many problems, it would be best. Without waiting for others to express their opinions, the village chief nodded first, then let's try. Wenga nodded slightly and added, since it's a storybook for everyone in the village, of course, it should suit everyone's tastes. He had to adapt it according to local customs and tastes, tailored to the local conditions, and connect with the local atmosphere. As long as it didn't keep going on about those supernatural things. So, what types do you all prefer? He asked. On this question, everyone was eager to express their wishes. When the world was peaceful, they were not picky. They were enthusiastic about stories of talented scholars and beautiful ladies, and they also loved gossip about rural life. But now the world had changed. They were impatient with stories of talented scholars and beautiful ladies or rural gossip. They just wanted to hear those. About gods and spirits. About demons and monsters. Like Zheng Kuei, the Holy Lord, subduing demons. I heard it once in a restaurant in town. I love listening to gods and Buddhas subduing demons. Wenga was speechless. In the end, it all came back to those supernatural things. He hesitated. In the current situation, writing such a storybook, can people accept it? Will it put more psychological pressure on them? The crowd's attitude was firm. They wanted exactly that. Don't tell me about anything else at this time. We just want to listen to ghost stories. The village chief said, we don't understand psychological pressure. We just want to listen to such a storybook. Then, all right. As long as it achieved the goal of guiding good hygiene habits and protective awareness, ghost stories were ghost stories. If he insisted on telling the villagers supernatural talk is all false, he would be mobbed. Understanding their needs, Wenga determined the genre. Then I'll write about exorcising demons and expelling plagues? Yes, yes, yes. The leaders sitting on the side nodded in unison. The fortress blueprints were almost finished, but writing a storybook would require a lot of paper. The village chief remembered this time and went to the storeroom to get a large stack of new paper. Although it wasn't the top quality paper used by nobles for calligraphy and painting, paper of this quality was difficult for ordinary people to access in the past. However, no one in the village used it regularly, and now it was related to the village's spiritual life, so the village chief was willing to part with it. Thank you for your hard work on this storybook matter. Wenga took the paper, felt its slightly heavy texture in his hands, and said sincerely, I should naturally consider the village more. Well, it would also enhance his influence among the villagers. If he could lure out that alchemist, that would be even better. Of course, he couldn't just focus on that Taoist priest. He had to see if there were any suitable talents among the reclusive people in the village. The village chief's grandson, Do Miao, who had previously worked as an apprentice in a county town pharmacy, had been quietly tending to medicinal herbs nearby. Just before Wenga left, he spoke up to remind him. Our villagers don't have much education, brother one. Please try to write in simple and plain language. Meaning, don't use too many flowery phrases that we can't understand. Wenga bowed in return, indicating he had remembered. Alas, this pharmacy apprentice was not bad, but it was a pity he couldn't be taken away. Let alone the village not letting him go. If he were to use means to snatch this person away, the village would likely be on the verge of collapse. Carrying a large stack of new paper back, Wenga's gaze turned to the Taoist priest's room again. Passing by, he could smell the scent of medicinal herbs. Everyone in the village knew that the reclusive Taoist priest was refining pills. Occasionally, he could hear the sound of pounding herbs, and he didn't know how those pills were made. The window facing outward was tightly shut, and the scene inside could not be seen. Wenga withdrew his gaze. The young apprentice couldn't be moved, so he had to pry from here. In the following days, Wenga devoted most of his energy to the storybook. During his free time, he secretly lifted weights when no outsiders were around. He appeared refined and cultured when outsiders were present. With a plan already in mind, he wrote the storybook quickly. 3 days later, Wenga handed the first manuscript to the village chief. The village chief was very satisfied after reading it. He felt that one copy was not enough and, as a precaution, wanted his grandson Do Miao to make a copy for him to keep. Do Miao reluctantly said, "Grandpa, you're making it difficult for me. I can recognize all the characters, but copying? Only I can recognize the characters I write. If I had the skill to copy books, I would have gone to the bookshop for work long ago." In the end, Wenga took on the task himself. "Then I'll copy it again and make slight revisions." He also asked them if there were any parts in the first draft that were difficult to understand, and then he would write a people-benefiting version. Meanwhile, the village chief took the first manuscript and found someone in the village suitable for storytelling. As for the storytelling venue, they naturally did not dare to disturb the Taoist priest's pill refining. They chose an empty shed far away, fumigated it with medicinal herbs, and it was ready for use. Every day, someone would tell the storybook 3 to 5 times, and those who wanted to listen could go there themselves. The effect of the storybook was immediate. The stagnant atmosphere in the village became lively again. The villagers who went out changed their previous demeanor and talked more. Wengu observed these villagers, seeing this as an opportunity to better understand the family composition and speaking styles of each household in the village. The last time these people saw Wengu was during the Taoist priest's ritual a few days ago. At that time, they were all defensive and unwilling to speak. This time, they were much more enthusiastic. Wenga reciprocated with equal enthusiasm. A ritual had been performed not long ago, and medicinal water had been sprayed throughout the village. The scent had not yet dissipated. In the newly built thatched cottage, many people were already seated early in the morning. The small bundles of medicinal herbs in the brazier were lit first. In the smoke of the medicine, Zhang Erzwang, the former accountant of the county town restaurant and now the person in charge of village accounts, walked to the front, sat on a raised wooden chair, and began his daily storytelling routine. He had told it many times, both at home and here, and he was not tired of it at all. Now, without looking at the storybook, he could tell it fluently and even add some of his own opinions. He had also seen the storytellers hired by restaurants. Even if he could only learn 2 or 3 parts, it was enough to stir the villagers' emotions. Their spirits visibly lifted, and their faces glowed with radiance. Immortal Master Chingy said that strange evils cause plagues. These venomous insects are the source of the strange evils and bring disaster to the human world. This was from the storybook, which told of how heavenly fire killed venomous insects that harmed humanity. In the storybook, the plot was full of twists and turns. Just as the disaster was about to be resolved, heavy rain suddenly fell. The heavenly fire's power greatly diminished, while the venomous insects' morale soared, spreading with the water flow. The villagers in the house were anxious. Unfortunately, this heavy rain allowed them to escape. Once those venomous insects escape into the water, they can't be caught. Zhang Erzwang in front shook his head inside. These venomous insects come alive in water. They were heavily injured by the heavenly fire, but once they escaped into the stream, they quickly recovered and could flow with the water. Alas! The other villagers also sighed with troubled faces. What could be done? The suffering of living beings in the human world deeply resonated with them. Zhang Erzwang switched his emotions, flicked his sleeve. There is still a chance. They can be intercepted before the stream flows into the river. The atmosphere was so well built that he seemed to have returned to the bustling county town streets of the past, his blood boiling with emotion. The venomous insects lurk in the water and also attach toxins to the moist soil on both sides of the stream along the way. He went on to describe how the heavenly fire tracked down the stream and how the farmers living downstream and the city dwellers out for a stroll were affected. Some washed their hands with the stream water, lightly rinsed the fruits they picked by the stream, and ate them directly. Others played in the water. Unfortunately, the stream water had been contaminated by the venomous insects at this time. Toxins still remained on the moist soil on both sides of the stream. The food washed with the stream water would have insect venom mixed into it. It would be swallowed with the food, enter the stomach, and then the intestines. Moments later, they would be deeply poisoned. And those who were pricked while picking flowers and grass or scratched their arms, the insect venom would invade their skin and blood vessels, spreading throughout the body. And those who played in the water bare-chested or walked barefoot. In the past, it wouldn't have mattered. But now, even the strong and healthy exposed their weaknesses. Sighs erupted from the house. The insect venom invaded their arms and legs, and the poisoned people convulsed and wailed, losing consciousness, appearing like madmen. Listening to how unsuspecting people, whether from farming families or noble children, were step by step approaching danger and falling victim, the villagers listening also felt their hair stand on end, deeply empathizing. Alas, isn't that so? Taking advantage of weakness, they are indeed cunning. The things that enter the mouth need to be scalded with boiling water. If that's not possible, wipe them with a clean cloth. Our village knows this. Wealthy families can afford firewood. Why would they neglect it so? Zhang Erzwang at the front changed his expression again, looking compassionate. He imitated the monks he had seen in temples, clasping his hands together. Then he felt it was incorrect and immediately changed to a Taoist ritual, embracing unity. The residual insect venom, if it gets on a person, all sins will be recorded. After death, when judged in the underworld, they will go to a great prison. Whether they were royalty or commoners, for the people of this era, what happened after death was a major matter. The blood of those poisoned by venomous insects is toxic. Ordinary people who come into contact with it will also be poisoned. For example, if someone secretly wears the shed skin without detoxification and has wounds on their body, the insect venom will invade the wound. He described the handling of poisoned corpses of those who had been harmed by strange evil insect venom. Bury them with fire. Only the fire god can eliminate evil and restore peace, allowing them to rest. Do you know why we burn them? Without waiting for the villagers to voice their opinions, Zhang Erzwang continued, even if they are not burned, there will be the karmic fire of hell to scorch them. They cannot escape, and they must be burned anyway. At that time, the soul will be directly burned. He not only spoke the content of the storybook, but also added his own interpretations. What is burned? Is it the physical body? No, it is the karma and sins. As the plot progressed, the heavenly fire finally caught the venomous insects and was about to unleash its ultimate move. Those who had been arguing about the cremation of corpses immediately quieted down. Their eyes were bright, their fists clenched, and their whole bodies seemed to be straining. At this moment, in another part of the village, the older children, who had missed the morning session, gathered in small groups to discuss the storybook content and imitate the ultimate move of the heavenly fire in the storybook. However, their actions were more cautious than usual. They couldn't give the evil insects an opportunity like those foolish people in the storybook. Not far from them, in a house, Taoist Master Qingyi was mixing something new. This village was small, and even from a distance, if the noise was too loud, some of it would inevitably be heard. And if they were a little closer and spoke a little louder, as long as they concentrated, they could hear the general content. At first, hearing the noise, the Taoist priest ignored it, thinking it was someone in the village possessed by evil spirits or refugees from outside, or some other incident. He didn't pay attention. Village matters were for the villagers to handle. It had nothing to do with him. He continued with his work, but his ears accurately caught certain sensitive words from outside. Lin. The Taoist priest paused. Bing. His eyes widened in alarm. Do. His expression visibly soured. Zhe. His eyes were sharp with a hint of panic. He was about to curse aloud, but he choked on his saliva in his excitement. After finally recovering, he managed to regain his demeanor as an expert. He took a deep breath. He cursed silently. Damn it. Who the hell is chanting my sex 9-character mantra? Could there be a fellow practitioner here? A sense of vigilance suddenly arose in his heart, and he was so anxious that he almost jumped up. Given the current living conditions, This small broken village couldn't afford another immortal master. If there truly was one, they would have to fight to the death. Fellow practitioners were sworn enemies. End of this chapter. Taoist Master Qingyi paced vexedly inside the room, wanting to rush out immediately and see what had happened. But thinking it over, he still needed to remain composed. Rushing out in such a state would damage his image as a wise and capable figure in the eyes of the villagers. He decided to observe first. Although he didn't go outside, he was constantly paying attention to the movements outside, waiting for the right moment. He didn't need the villagers to bring him meals. All he required was firewood and clean mountain spring water. When he first came to the village, he had instructed the villagers to draw spring water from the mountain using bamboo. The person responsible for delivering supplies to the Taoist master was also chosen by him. This individual was honest, not talkative, and knew to mind his own business. However, on this particular day, after delivering the supplies, the villager hesitated, wanting to speak but unable to. He was clearly struggling to hide his thoughts, appearing utterly conflicted and with a look that screamed, "I have something to say, but I'm afraid." Taoist Master Qingyi, who had been pondering how to extract information from this villager, glanced at him calmly and with a touch of authority, asking, "What is it?" The villager couldn't hold back any longer and cautiously asked, "Immortal Master, does Taoism have the 9-character mantra for expelling evil and eradicating demons? You know, the one that goes, Lin, Bin, Do." With each character the villager uttered, the Taoist master's expression grew more unpleasant, his meticulously groomed long beard bristling. This caused the villager to become frightened, and by the end of his sentence, his voice faded to an almost inaudible whisper, unwilling to continue. The Taoist master thought to himself, "This is exactly what I've been waiting for." He said with a stern face, "That's correct. It is a secret technique of Taoism. It is not something ordinary people can use." The villager, forgetting his fear, was so excited that his face turned red. It really exists. What Wen Erlang wrote is true. Taoist Master Qingyi? This actually had something to do with that dog scholar? After probing a few more times, he confirmed that all the commotion was caused by that dog scholar. It was a relief that it wasn't a fellow practitioner. The worry in his heart lessened slightly, but a sense of urgency arose. That dog scholar was quite good at winning people's hearts. In terms of deception, he had never lost. His thoughts racing, Taoist Master Qingyi imperiously said to the villager, "That storybook written by Wen Erlang of the Wen family? Go and get it. I need to see if it damages the reputation of Taoism." The villager dared not refuse. He scuttled out of the room and then slapped himself. "Serves me right for being so talkative. Usually, I don't say much, so why couldn't I keep my mouth shut this time? See, the storybook is gone." He then thought, when Langer is indeed a scholar, he even knows Taoist secret techniques. When the Taoist master gave the order, no one dared to delay. After informing the village chief, the villager hurried to fetch the storybook and deliver it to the Taoist master. The village chief felt quite wise at that moment. He had prepared 2 copies of the storybook. This one went to the Taoist master, and he still had one for himself. Meanwhile, Taoist Master Qingyi quickly flipped through the original manuscript of the storybook. He sneered dismissively. As expected, it's nothing but a trick to deceive people. However, that dog scholar did have some talent. Many of the descriptions in this storybook bore similarities to the Taoist concept of 3 corpses, and some of the details were even unknown to him, a practitioner of Taoism. I must learn this. Then he thought again, his fingers tightening around the manuscript. Could it be that this dog scholar intends to replace me? With the scholar's abilities, he might be able to make the villagers change their allegiance with just a few words. If he were to create some auspicious signs or other miraculous events. The more he thought about it, the deeper his doubts grew. He decided to go out himself to investigate the matter. However, he had only been in seclusion for a few days. The moment the 9-character mantra incident occurred outside, he immediately came out of seclusion, making it seem as if he were in a great hurry. No, he couldn't go out immediately. That would make him appear fearful. He needed to find another opportune moment. At the village chief's house, when Gu sat holding a cup of herbal tea, listening to the main figures discuss the construction of the fortress. The villagers' morale was improving daily, and with the change of seasons approaching, they were about to undertake a major project. The fortress blueprints had undergone several revisions and were nearing completion. When Gu saw that the village chief and the others intended to finalize the design, he then seemed to recall something and said sheepishly, "Although I drew the blueprints, my understanding of feng shui and yin-yang principles is rather limited. Should we ask the Taoist master to review it before making a decision?" The others immediately agreed. When they built their own houses, they would choose an auspicious day for the main beam. Now that the village was building a more important fortress, it required even greater attention. When Gu's words had reminded them, they had heard that wealthy households in the city often hired masters to assess the feng shui when building large residences, and some even set up formations. Taoist Master Qingyi possessed profound magical abilities, so he would surely be good at feng shui. They usually wouldn't bother him with trivial matters, but this was a significant undertaking for the village. Arrangements were made. Thus, when delivering something to the Taoist master again, the villager, seeing that the Taoist master was free, and thinking of the village chief's instructions, tentatively asked, "When will the Taoist master come out of seclusion?" "The fortress blueprints are ready, and the village chief hopes you can help us with the feng shui and tell us where any modifications are needed." Taoist Master Qingyi, who was contemplating how to pry information, was delighted to hear this. This is perfect timing. However, to maintain his persona, after agreeing, he did not go over immediately. Instead, he maintained his dignity and asked the village to send the blueprints over. After reviewing the blueprints, he walked around the village and specifically went to the building where the village storyteller performed. He observed from the outside and listened to the villagers' discussions along the way, confirming that the 9-character mantra and the storybook were indeed the work of that scholar. Besides this, there were no other abnormalities in the village. Only then did he slowly make his way to the village chief's house. By this time, the village's main figures, having received the news, were already waiting at the entrance. When Gu joined the others, showing utmost respect to the Taoist master, Taoist Master Qingyi maintained his detached and aloof demeanor, his gaze sweeping lightly over the individuals, pausing slightly on Wengu, before saying, "A few of the layout and directional aspects of the blueprints need to be changed." Wengu responded, "I have prepared ink and paper." The Taoist master refused, "No need." With a flip of his hand, he produced a writing utensil from who knows where, one that didn't conform to the aesthetic standards of the time, a thin ink stick wrapped in paper. Its texture was just right, soft yet firm, allowing for clear and smooth writing, and it appeared durable. When Gu's eyes fixed on the writing utensil for a moment, and then he asked in surprise, "What is this item?" Taoist Master Qingyi replied with an air of arrogance, "It's merely something obtained by chance during alchemy." When Gu observed Taoist Master Qingyi's expression, not missing any subtle shifts. Perhaps this Taoist master truly figured this out himself. He sincerely praised, "Taoist master, you truly possess extraordinary abilities. He can even refine a pencil. What a genius." His desire to poach Wengu grew stronger. Upon hearing Wengu's praise, Taoist Master Qingyi felt not joy, but discomfort. He always felt that this dog scholar had ulterior motives. Turning away from influencing Wengu, he simply said to the village chief and the others, when practicing martial arts, in pursuit of the great Tao and undergoing worldly cultivation, such mundane objects are merely practical tools. He didn't mention that wealthy families looked down upon such items. He made a few more changes to the blueprints with the writing utensil and finished. Noticing that Wengu was still staring at the utensil in his hand, Taoist Master Qingyi's tone lifted slightly. "This charcoal pencil, though it appears crude and simple, is not something just anyone can use. Ordinary scholars cannot handle it." Wengu reached out, "May I?" Taoist Master Qingyi, unconcerned, waved his hand, allowing him to take it. Inside, he relished the thought of seeing Wengu make a fool of himself. Taking the charcoal pencil, Wengu, in front of everyone, held it with the posture of holding a calligraphy brush, tested it a few times, seemingly finding it incorrect. He adjusted his fingers one by one, then assumed the proper grip and slowly began to write on the paper. As Wengu adjusted his grip, the contemptuous smile on the Taoist master's face gradually disappeared. When Wengu produced a piece of beautiful calligraphy, "Taoist master, When Goose smiled humbly, it is said that one's writing ability is not limited by the pen. See? My calligraphy is good, so any pen will do. Taoist Master Chingy regained his composure, and only after returning to his alchemy room did he exclaim, "Dog Scholar." Previously, this dog scholar had been confined to his sickbed due to accumulated melancholy, posing no real threat. But now, he was even more irritating than before. Thinking back on everything that had happened, his thoughts churned, and his eyes darkened. 2 days later, when Gu ambled over to the village chief's house, he had initially intended to hear about their upcoming major project, but upon entering, he saw the village chief holding a list, looking troubled. Seeing Wengu, the village chief didn't try to hide it. It seemed it wasn't a village secret. Wengu walked over slowly and asked with concern, "Village chief, what troubles you?" The village chief forced a smile. "I was just thinking about how to gather all the things the Taoist master needs." The Taoist master would provide a list of required supplies to the village, always in installments. They would prepare them in batches, otherwise it would be difficult to gather so many items at once. However, this time, the burden was indeed substantial. Even with the village's considerable savings, seeing the types of items listed on the paper put them under a lot of pressure. A thought of rebellion briefly arose in his mind, but it was quickly suppressed by fear and reverence for the Taoist master. The village chief's expression looked very troubled. Wengu, curious, wanted to take a look. The village chief hesitated slightly before handing it to Wengu. It wasn't exactly a secret. The village's efforts to prepare offerings for the Taoist master were known to many. Besides the storeroom supplies, some might need to be exchanged with individual households. Wengu raised an eyebrow as he scanned the list of supplies. "The Taoist master needs this much glutinous rice for alchemy?" The village chief stated matter-of-factly. The Taoist master said that glutinous rice has strong yang energy, which can suppress evil spirits and cleanse impurities. Indeed, legends of spirits and demons, as well as some local customs, contained similar sayings. Wengu thought to himself, "You used to grow glutinous rice in your fields, so why didn't I see those fields expelling evil?" The city had demand for brewing and making pastries, so many villagers had grown glutinous rice. This was true not only for this village, but for other surrounding villages as well. And yet, so many villages had become extinct. However, Wengu did not debate the matter with the village chief. Due to its special aura, glutinous rice, endowed with mystical power by countless myths, religious traditions, and local customs, was highly cherished by every household, and their stock was limited, not readily parted with. The only thing that would make them willingly offer it was this Taoist master. And each time they contributed glutinous rice, their expressions were full of piety. Wengu understood. Even in times of peace, many people were so poor they couldn't afford food at home, but still donated incense money to temples. When something bad happened, they would blame themselves for not donating enough money to the collection box. However, since Taoist Master Chingy arrived in the village, he had maintained a delicate balance, never provoking the villagers' resistance while reaping tangible benefits for himself. Now, however, he seemed impatient. Was it greed or... Wengu paused and looked over the list again, examining each item. His brow twitched. Is the dog Taoist planning to run away? Wengu looked at the village chief. Has this Taoist Master Chingy ever indicated he intends to leave? The village chief nodded, his voice low. Yes. When the Taoist master first arrived at the beginning of the year, he said his powers had been damaged, and he was staying in our village to recuperate. Once his powers recovered somewhat, he would still go to pursue the great Tao. Wengu thought to himself, when his powers recover is up to him, isn't it? And what great Tao is he pursuing? The Great Deceiver's path. The village chief continued, that's why we want to ask him to refine more evil-warding medicines for the village before he leaves. If it weren't for wanting the Taoist master to leave behind more evil-warding pills, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to gather various herbs and supplies as offerings. The items in the storeroom were all prioritized for the Taoist master. This was also for the villagers' own good. Wengu listened to the village chief's words and looked at the list in his hand. The dog Taoist wants to leave early? Have you considered asking the Taoist master to stay? He asked. The village chief sighed helplessly. Taoist Master Chingy said he is pursuing the great Tao. How can we mere mortals interfere? We would incur divine punishment. Wengu showed concern. If the Taoist master leaves, and the pills he leaves behind are used up, what will we do then? The village chief also looked distressed, his gaze flicking towards Wengu several times. Wengu thoughtfully chimed in, perhaps I could go and reason with the Taoist master? Even if we can't stop this immortal master from pursuing the great Tao, we can at least try to secure some evil warding items for the village's self-defense. The village chief immediately broke into a smile, the deep wrinkles on his face smoothing out. He looked at Wengu with great warmth and said gratefully, you scholars understand many things. You've always been about persuading people with certain principles. Wengu humbly replied, by reason and by virtue. End of this chapter. Wengu went to see the Taoist priest, intending to bring his cousin along. The village chief worried that his cousin would anger the Taoist priest. Wengu said, my cousin's heart is pure and clear, the Taoist priest won't be angry. The village chief also knew his cousin's situation and, after a moment of hesitation, agreed. Thus, while the villagers were sending supplies to the Taoist priest, Wengu ceremonially had them deliver a visiting card and then took his cousin to see him. Upon receiving the visiting card, which was written with such pretense, Taoist Master Qingyi's guard was fully raised. He had already prepared an empty room specifically for talking with Wengu. He dared not let Wengu see his alchemy equipment. Who knew what further trouble that dog scholar would stir up after seeing it? The small courtyard Taoist Master Qingyi resided in, though only a few thatched cottages and a fenced yard, was already considered luxurious in the village. The room he chose was not large, but it offered good privacy, making it difficult for conversations to be overheard from outside. When Wengu entered, he did not look around. The area was small, and his gaze could take in the scene at a glance. Normally, this Taoist priest stayed busy inside his alchemy room. The surrounding villagers could smell the medicinal herbs and assumed he was refining medicine, but they didn't actually know what he was busy with. With no one else around, Taoist Master Qingyi truly didn't want to waste time discussing profound truths with the dog scholar. What was there to discuss? From his years of traveling the martial arts world, he could tell this dog scholar was definitely not here to discuss such matters. His darkened gaze swept over to Wengu's cousin. It was precisely because this dog scholar was so prone to causing trouble that he had to make plans in advance. While his influence over the villagers was still intact and not yet usurped by this dog scholar, and with the weather turning cold outside, he intended to gather more resources and flee to avoid further complications. Wengu, however, paid no mind to the cold reception and didn't want to stand idly. He found a stool and sat down. With a gentle smile, he got straight to the point. When I was studying abroad, I heard that people who needed to travel long distances would make bujiwan using glutinous rice, dates, sesame seeds, etc., to sustain them on their journey. His original self hadn't heard of this during his studies, but that didn't mean it didn't exist. Wengu himself had seen related records in books. As long as it worked, that was enough. As expected, upon Wengu pointing out the ulterior motives behind the listed ingredients, Taoist Master Qingyi's expression turned even more somber. At the same time, Taoist Master Qingyi was puzzled. He knew about scholars traveling abroad. Students would venture out beyond the classroom to seek out famous teachers, understand the people's conditions and governance, and broaden their horizons. But you, a scholar. Taoist Master Qingyi really wanted to ask, what kind of studies were you engaged in? Why do you know so much obscure knowledge? What kind of proper scholar travels like this? A sharp glint flashed in Taoist Master Qingyi's lowered eyes, and he even felt like making a move immediately. How many people who survived in this world were indecisive? However, seeing Wengu's cousin standing guard nearby and considering that the entire village might be watching, he restrained himself. Otherwise, he could have simply knocked Wengu unconscious and packed his bags to flee. Annoying. Why was this dog scholar so troublesome? Seeing Taoist Master Qingyi's shifting expression, Wengu didn't press the issue. He smiled and said gently, Taoist Master, your magic power is profound, and I presume your experiences are rich? Although a small secret of his had been exposed, Taoist Master Qingyi maintained his proud demeanor, wanting to salvage some dignity. I have traveled the country for 10 years, tempering my body and mind. The sage said, set your heart on the way, ground yourself in virtue, base yourself in benevolence, and find your enjoyment in the arts. Wengu clicked his tongue, his words carrying a hidden meaning. I can tell that your enjoyment in the arts must have been quite spectacular. Taoist Master Qingyi pretended not to hear and continued. Later, my skills were insufficient, so I went to cultivate in the mountains. Wengu nodded in understanding. Yes, you went for further study. He guessed that the Taoist priest encountered someone difficult while trying to swindle people and fled to a remote mountain to hide for a couple of years. Taoist Master Qingyi paused, then took a deep breath. 10 years of wandering, 2 years of arduous cultivation, and then descending the mountain. He never intended to extort anything from these poor villagers. He was an ambitious person. He only ever targeted the wealthy. Unfortunately, his luck was not with him. He was agitated, not just because Wengu was arguing with him, but because his ambitions could not be realized. In today's world, this was precisely the time for people like him to make their mark. Yet, he was stuck in this small mountain village, fantasizing about his peers navigating the major factions and reaping both fame and fortune. Every day was an ordeal. Taoist Master Qingyi's frustration was almost overflowing. Wengu observed the Taoist priest. Buddhism was flourishing in the current dynasty, but several emperors had also favored Taoism. If one was highly virtuous and respected, they might receive titles and wealth, gaining both fame and fortune. However, for those with poor conduct, the treatment would be entirely different. Some Taoist priests were individuals with great principles and righteousness in their hearts, while some Taoist priests were deceivers and their character was questionable. The Taoist Master Qingyi before him, however one looked at him, did not seem like the former. However, it was clear that he did not see himself as the latter either. Taoist Master Qingyi continued to save face. My aspirations are high, and ordinary people cannot comprehend them. In this small, dilapidated village, which was poor and lacked everything, his Taoist robe had torn several times without replacement. Patched up, it had lasted half a year. When had he ever been so destitute? The precious materials in his hands, to gain more favor from the villagers, could only be used here. It was like trading gold for a meal. He felt heartbroken every time he performed a ritual. The materials he brought were almost used up. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to perform rituals anymore. The villagers revered him because he was useful. Villagers who could survive chaotic times were not ordinary villagers. Without tangible benefits, his status in the village would decline, making his life even more difficult. In fact, even without Wengu, Taoist Master Qingyi's mental state was nearing its limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have decided to flee in advance at the slightest disturbance. After protecting the village for so long, what was wrong with him taking some things before leaving? Why should this dog scholar meddle? Wengu analyzed the hidden information in Taoist Master Qingyi's words and expressions. He asked, I heard that you also plan to leave in the autumn and winter. Have you thought about where to go? Forgive my rudeness, but my brother and I are also going north to visit relatives. We want to have peace of mind. Have you cast any divination to see where we can avoid disaster? When it came to his area of expertise, Taoist Master Qingyi's expression calmed down. The north is auspicious. Wengu pondered. Only saying the north was too vague, meaning this Taoist priest might not have a clear destination either. This enlightened expert had a global perspective, knowing to head north to avoid misfortune. But his skills were not high enough. As everyone knew, enlightened experts had extensive networks. From lowly ruffians to royalty, they could connect with everyone. If he truly had that level of skill, he wouldn't be without a clear destination now. Perhaps he didn't even know the entire northern region. Taoist Master Qingyi indeed didn't know much about the northern lands. His activities in the past were mostly in the south. As the world fell into chaos, information became harder to obtain, and he knew even less. However, he believed in his own abilities. As long as he encountered living people, he could gather more information. Several noble families were gaining power in the north, while affluent clans were migrating north from the south. The autumn and winter seasons this year were times of great movement between north and south, and news would inevitably leak out. Taoist Master Qingyi was contemplating how to get by with Wengu and then pack up the village's belongings and flee. Just then, Wengu said, My brother and I are about to head north to find relatives. This journey will be difficult, and we need the help of an expert like you, who is skilled in warding off evil. If you have no pressing matters, why don't we travel together? We can discuss profound truths along the way. Dog Taoist priest team up? Taoist master Chingy thought to himself, who the hell wants to discuss profound truths with you? But Wengu's words also stirred something in his heart. The relatives you're going to see in the north, I heard they are a military official there? When the Wen brothers first arrived in the village, they had already revealed this information to the village chief. To be honest, Taoist master, that is correct. My uncle's family comes from a noble background. Although their influence has waned in recent years, it has been on the rise again. Now that the world is in great chaos, I don't know the situation in the north. If it's safe, my brother and I will have at least a place to stay when we go north, Wengu said. Taoist master Chingy listened to these words. If Wengu's relative was just a minor local official, or even not an official at all, with no real power, Wengu wouldn't have traveled so far to seek refuge. This dog scholar, though physically weak, was mentally resilient and cunning. He must have weighed the pros and cons. His firm attitude about heading north to visit relatives suggested that this so-called ordinary northern military official might actually hold considerable power. Even if not a noble person, if Wengu's relative was doing well, he could go there and enjoy their patronage. If that relative was not doing well, he would use that place as a springboard, gain fame, and then seek out more powerful individuals. In the blink of an eye, his thoughts raced, and Taoist master Chingy had already judged the advantages and disadvantages. He made up his mind and looked at Wengu again. Since entering the village, the Taoist priest's gaze had never been so clear and sincere. Very well, your frail body. Taoist master Chingy looked again at Wengu's cousin, who stood beside him with a bewildered expression. And you only have this simple-minded elder brother by your side. I will escort you. Wengu smiled and bowed, then thank you, Taoist master. Through the observations and probes of the past few days, Wengu had gained some understanding of this Taoist priest. He was indeed a great impostor, but in these chaotic times, he wasn't an absolutely evil person. He sought benefits while leaving room for maneuver. He was also very capable. Wengu thought that if they settled in the north in the future, having this Taoist priest by his side would allow him to achieve more. Then, let's discuss the arrangements for the village before we leave. Taoist master, is this list of yours appropriate? Perhaps a slight revision. Wengu naturally unfolded the list of supplies in his hand. Taoist master Chingy? Wait, didn't the topic jump too fast? Weren't we just talking about teaming up? We just made the decision, and now you're ordering me around. Dog scholar. Taoist master Chingy did not respond. Wengu said, Taoist master, we must seek long-term development. The journey is perilous and the world is ever-changing. It's wise to leave yourself a fallback option. Taoist master Chingy's eyes flickered. The previous list had indeed put too much pressure on the village to facilitate his early departure. Wengu bringing this up now, did it mean that the villagers had already developed some dissenting opinions? That's right, leaving a fallback option. If their journey north was blocked, he could retreat to the village and be their immortal master again. However, he would not revise the list he had already given. He had to maintain his image as an expert. What he gave was what he gave. But he would make some compensation. All right, I understand, he said. This was considered an acceptance of the request. The primary objective of this discussion of profound truths had been achieved, and Wengu did not linger. He gave the Taoist priest more time to consider his next steps. After Wengu left, Taoist master Chingy entered his alchemy room. His earlier impatience had subsided. Although they hadn't explicitly stated it, he and Wengu had reached a consensus for mutual benefit. He had a destination for heading north and a stepping stone. While pleased, he also felt a strange, inexplicable sense of being taken advantage of. It should just be an illusion. There will be an update at 8 p.m. End of this chapter. The village chief waited anxiously for Wengu's return. Upon hearing that the Taoist master had other plans and would not let them suffer, he was finally at ease. He didn't doubt them at all. They still held Taoist master Chingy in awe. However, with so many people in the village needing to live, he had to consider the village's interests more. Wengu had sounded out the Taoist master for them, and they were willing to discuss their upcoming plans further with Wengu. Now that the time was right, they could no longer stay cooped up in the village. They needed to go out, search for needed building materials and supplies in town, and prepare for the construction of the fortress. As for when they would act, it depended on the weather. If the weather was suitable, they would clear the wild obstructions, first roughly screening the path from the village to the town. The method was simple: burning the fields. The villagers had lived off the land for generations and were not unfamiliar with burning fields. There were different experiences in dealing with spring and autumn field burning. Now, they were first undertaking the preparatory work. Copper coins no longer held their former value. In the village, they bartered goods or exchanged them for help with tasks. However, with more work to be done and more people involved, it would be too complicated to keep track. The few leaders were momentarily unsure how to arrange it. When Gu suggested, "How about we record work points? We can calculate remuneration points based on labor and time, and distribute village income according to these points." Currently, supplies were managed collectively by the village. The leaders were not foolish and could try this method for now. When Gu proposed the suggestion of recording points based on merit, using tally marks for counting, excessive numbers and symbols might not be suitable for this place, and using tally marks was closer to the common people's customs. However, this required the village to find someone fair, literate, and numerate to take on this position. Upon hearing this, the leaders felt it was feasible. It was equivalent to using another practical form of money to replace the former copper coins. How much one could earn depended entirely on how much merit they accumulated. However, there was disagreement regarding the candidate. Recording work points was equivalent to managing everyone's money, much like an accountant in a restaurant. This accountant must be chosen carefully. All our money would be under their management. If they were biased or embezzled everyone's money, regardless, our own money must not be shortchanged. Although there were not many types of supplies in the village now, there were many tasks. It was precisely at such times that accounts needed to be clear, otherwise, disputes could lead to bloodshed. For a moment, the room became lively. When it came to matters of money, their previously muddled thoughts immediately cleared up. Everyone had their own thoughts and preferred candidates. Besides, recording accounts did not require copying books, so the academic requirements were not that high. Who couldn't draw a mark? Even if they couldn't, learning it would not be difficult. After making his suggestion, when Gu sat quietly, watching, holding his medicinal herbal tea, he listened to the leaders nominate candidates and matched them with people he knew. This was also a way to understand the villagers. There were many candidates, which indicated that there were also many talented people in the village who were staying at home. They should come out and do something. After much debate, the leaders reached an optimal candidate. The nephew of Zhang Erzhuang, the former accountant at the county town's restaurant and now the village's accountant and storyteller, Zhang Xian. Young Zhang was 15 or 16 years old. The villagers all said he was addled from studying, rigid, pedantic, and inflexible. If it were in the past, they might have called it scholarly demeanor. But now that the world had changed, someone like him, without the care of his uncle Zhang Erzhuang, would not have survived this long. Zhang Xian was slightly better than his peers in mathematics. He had lived in the county town before and came to the village to escape danger. He didn't quite interact with the villagers. Once the decision was made, they summoned both Zhang Erzhuang and Zhang Xian. The Zhang family had been away from the village for many years. Returning to seek refuge, they had always acted cautiously. Being suddenly summoned by the village leaders, they were bewildered and worried. When they understood the details, they were naturally overjoyed. It was just recording work points, no need to move things, no need to confront those monsters. What a leisurely job. Zhang Erzhuang thought that his nephew had a rigid personality and was prone to offending people. He said, "Why don't I take this job temporarily, and he can follow me to learn first?" The leaders present looked at the more cunning Zhang Erzhuang, and then all turned to look at Zhang Xian, who stood beside him with a blank face. In other matters, they would naturally consider the more experienced Zhang Erzhuang more reliable. But on this matter, they all favored this upright and rigid nephew. They wanted stubbornness. They wanted rigidity. They wanted uprightness. It had to be as it should be, not a single point off. Zhang Erzhuang. Fine. At least his nephew got this job. As long as he did this job well, their family would also have a standing in the village. Compared to this job that many envied, Zhang Xian's attention was mostly on Wen Gu beside him. Wen Gu put down his teacup and stood up, first performing a set of etiquette between scholars. Zhang Xian was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He was momentarily transported back to his days in school. When he came back to his senses, he was filled with melancholy. The villagers did not care for these pedantic rituals. Over time, he had almost forgotten his identity as a scholar. The village chief told him about the task of recording points and asked him, "Do you have any other questions about this matter? Do you have any objections?" Zhang Xian, having just been uplifted by Wengu and regaining his scholarly spirit, was flushed with excitement. He swept away his previous dejection, and a great ambition rose in his heart. No objections. I study the classics of the sages, and it is my duty to serve the people. The spirited young accountant Zheng left with a radiant expression on his face. With the scorer decided. The few people inside continued to discuss, occasionally asking for Wengu's opinion. This scholar could indeed solve problems. When discussing building bricks and tiles, Wengu asked them, "Has the village considered building a brick kiln?" The village chief had thought of it before, but shook his head. It's not worth it. To fire bricks oneself, one needed to handle water and mud to make the clay. However, the evil plague and poisonous insects were more active in water. Villagers dared not approach those damp mud pits and puddles, let alone dig mud to make bricks. Firewood also had to be used sparingly, and they couldn't afford the consumption. Compared to that, it was better to directly dismantle some bricks in town and haul them back. Wengu nodded in agreement. The village was still too small in scale. Even with the technology, the villagers had no experience in building a brick kiln and would need to experiment. The product made through time and effort might not even be good, and there was also the risk of being possessed by evil spirits. There were already few people, so it was unnecessary to lose more lives on this. In comparison, hauling a few cartloads of bricks and stones from town when the temperature dropped would be enough. When Gu asked again, "Have you considered moving to town?" The houses in town are better. Towns, as commercial gathering places below the county level, had frequent trade with both the county town and surrounding villages. In the town, rich households had built houses using green bricks, which were much better than the thatched and earthen houses in the village. Initially, some people did consider moving to town, but later the Taoist master said there was a lot of evil energy there, so they all gave up the idea. The village chief smiled and said, "Once our village builds a fortress, it will definitely be safer than the town." Another reason for not going to town was that they were familiar with the surroundings. If any unforeseen circumstances arose, they knew where to hide and where to escape. The terrain and topography of the town were not conducive to defense. There were roads on all sides, intended to facilitate travel from various villages to the town. However, unlike the county town, it had no walls, so it didn't feel safe to live there. When Gu listened attentively to the local residents' ideas and observed their actions, which helped him better integrate into this world. When the discussions were over, when Gu walked out of the village chief's house, Lu the hunter happened to be coming out as well. When Gu called out to Lu the hunter and inquired about the situation in town. Lu the hunter was more familiar with the town closest to the village and had previously gone there to search for rice and other daily necessities. Actually, most of the food the village has stockpiled was found in other nearby villages, Lu the hunter said. After the outside world became chaotic, we only went into town with the Taoist master when he first arrived. He told Wengu that many people in town were possessed by evil spirits, making it more dangerous and requiring thorough preparation. As they spoke, Wengu looked up and saw a falcon flying overhead. "Is that the falcon you trained, Lu the hunter?" "Yes," Lu the hunter said with pride. This was one of the hunting skills passed down in his family for generations. Some people trained hunting dogs, while his family trained falcons. Falcons flying in the sky could detect nearby prey, dangers, or unusual situations. Lu the hunter had trained birds of prey for the children of wealthy families in town and the county town, so he knew a few things. Wealthy families also trained flying pigeons for communication. Therefore, when training his own falcons, he made sure they didn't catch pigeons. Lu the hunter said, "They usually don't catch pigeons, unless they can't resist." When the world first began to descend into chaos, it was likely a critical situation where communications from all sides were frequent. Every day, pigeons could be seen flying from all directions in the sky. Lu the hunter's falcons couldn't resist for a moment and caught a few. Among them were the flying pigeons used by nobles for communication. And it was from these that he obtained information, knowing that chaos was coming and that an epidemic of evil was spreading. After secretly informing the village chief of this matter, the village chief immediately sent for his grandson Do Miao, who was an apprentice at the county town's pharmacy. Lu the hunter, along with 2 village men, went to pick him up and also bought some medicinal herbs in the county town and town that were not found in the mountains. When Gu listened to Lu the hunter's story and was somewhat tempted. But that was old Lu's beloved pet. Otherwise? Sees the falcon? He said it can warn of danger and send messages. That's great. Are there any other such birds? I'd like to take one north. Lu the hunter said frankly, even if there were, they would require a dedicated trainer. You wouldn't be able to control them. When Gu asked him, are there no other ways? Lu the hunter's eyes flickered. He didn't say immediately, but he clearly had some ideas. The village observed the weather and wind direction daily, finally waiting for the opportune moment to burn the fields. On this day, all the villagers went outside. For significant undertakings, there should be a sense of ceremony. First, they invited the Taoist master to perform rituals. Then, they mobilized the villagers and boosted their morale. Influenced by the storybooks, the villagers went out without the panic and confusion of before. Each family had been assigned tasks, and their goals were clear. When Gu looked at the fields ahead, overrun by weeds, the plants that had grown wildly in spring and summer became withered. The poisonous insects and rodents in the wild began to retreat. As far as the eye could see, large areas of vegetation had turned yellow. Taoist Master Qingyi, having just finished the rituals, saw Wen Gu staring ahead and also looked over. He saw nothing unusual. What devilish idea was this, dog scholar, pondering now? The Taoist master asked, what are you thinking about? Wen Gu said, when I was traveling, I heard that there is some form of lightness skill that allows one to directly fly over these wild grasses. Taoist Master Qingyi. Little Lu the hunter, eavesdropping from the side, there's such a skill? How do you fly? Wen Gu said, walking on leaves or stepping on the right foot with the left foot to ascend into the sky. Can you fly over? Little Lu the hunter's eyes lit up. Are there such miraculous skills in the world? Taoist Master Qingyi. What on earth were you learning during your travels, you dog scholar? You're even more of a blabbermouth than I am. End of this chapter. Burning the fields was not done by arbitrarily picking a spot to set a fire. They merely wished to clear the wild undergrowth and drive away the evil creatures, not to burn down their own homes. After careful deliberation among the village's most experienced old farmers and some preparatory work, several ignition points were meticulously selected. The smoke from the burning dead wood and wild grass also had a repellent effect on those evil creatures. The Taoist master had said that evil creatures feared fire. Just like wild beasts, a large amount of smoke would make them fear the flames and avoid them. Thus, by burning off a large swathe of wasteland in front of them, the villagers could drive away not only the wild beasts and evil creatures hiding in the grass, but also burn away the wild grass and branches that obstructed their vision and hampered their movement. Some villagers looked on with regret. In the past, the dry grass and branches were useful. They could be cut and brought back to start fires in the stoves or woven into things. Such good firewood, more than one person thought. The village chief turned to look at them. You want it? Then you go cut it? No, no. The villagers, who had been sighing just moments before, shook their heads vigorously. They could perhaps pick some up near the village, but who would dare go further away? If they were to be possessed by evil spirits, they wouldn't have the face to see their ancestors. Not far away, Wen Gu stared blankly at the patches of fire igniting in the fields. This time, Taoist Master Qingyi did not mouth off to ask if it were another preposterous rumor of the sort this dog scholar had heard during his travels. He wouldn't know how to respond. Wen Gu wasn't thinking of anything else. He was merely recalling past events, memories from the original body. The original body had gone on an educational tour with his cousin, and upon the outbreak of chaotic times, they had immediately returned. However, when they arrived back in their hometown, Tan City, it was already destroyed and its inhabitants decimated. Through the traces left in the city and the information pieced together from the accounts of survivors, Wen Gu reconstructed the truth. The county magistrate of the city had privately received news and simultaneously discovered that many people in the city had been possessed by evil spirits. The households closest to the water source had already been possessed by the malevolent entities. Hearing that fire could exorcise evil spirits, or perhaps feeling that they had to do something for the city's residents before their end, or to prevent threats from behind as they fled, the magistrate had ordered people to set fire to those households before fleeing overnight. Those carrying out the order, believing they needed to better execute their master's command, poured a large amount of oil to ensure none of those households could escape. They never considered the potential hazards, or perhaps they didn't have the time to think about it then and didn't care. However, it was dry weather, and the city's houses were mostly brick and wood structures. Coupled with a strong wind that night, it was a recipe for disaster. At that time, the vegetation was also dry and yellow, with no rain for many days. Several shops adjacent to the ignition points directly caught fire. The flames quickly engulfed the streets and alleys where those houses were located and, aided by the wind, spread rapidly. The Wynn family mansion was too close to several of the burning locations and was soon surrounded by flames. Even before the fire reached them, dense smoke enveloped the area. Moreover, as more people in the city became possessed throughout the night, the fire and smoke stirred the entities into a frenzy, making them vicious and causing them to run wild and attack people indiscriminately. The county Yamen officials had long since fled, leaving no one to control the chaos in the city. It was dark at night. Fires were breaking out in multiple locations, the city gates were closed, and evil creatures were attacking people. Hiding at home meant being burned, fleeing outside meant being killed. The poor visibility at night, the multiple fires, the closed city gates, and the eventual congestion of carts and people once the gates were opened meant that only a small number of the city's residents managed to escape successfully. The Wynn family had sensed trouble beforehand and had made preparations to leave, but ultimately, they were a step too late. More than 10 members of the Wynn family who remained in the city perished without exception. Previously, he had only considered the county magistrate of the city to be mediocre and incompetent, relying on the support of his family to hold such an official position. The magistrate usually paid no mind to governance, and the influential families in the city had their own connections and networks, so they didn't take him very seriously. However, no one expected that this fool could deliver such a fatal blow. If the imperial court had been stable, perhaps the magistrate's family could have suppressed the matter and blamed it on an epidemic infecting the city's residents, stating it was unavoidable. Since they were far away, as long as they acted ruthlessly enough, cleaned up quickly, and managed things properly, their superiors would not have been too concerned. However, the chaotic times had truly arrived. Even the county magistrate who had fled did not escape as he had hoped. He had contracted the plague and become possessed. The Wynn brothers had encountered him and personally killed him. After the city was destroyed and the family broken, and with their hearts deeply wounded, Wen-gu, after collecting the remains of his relatives, found the secret box left by his father. Using the token, he and his cousin headed north to seek refuge with relatives. Sorting through the information in his memory, Wen-gu adjusted his emotions. At the same time, he had some thoughts. In such a world, escaping and surviving would undoubtedly be difficult, but when choosing companions, one should either have obedient people or those intelligent enough. It was best to avoid the self-righteous fools, as they could truly lead to total annihilation. He looked up into the distance. Lu the Hunter, with about a dozen agile villagers, ignited the designated fire points in order. As the flames spread and the smoke dispersed, the evil creatures hidden in the thick grass began to move. Accompanied by beast-like roars, a humanoid figure sprang from a hollow. Tattered clothes clung to its body, and large expanses of exposed skin were covered in purplish-brown patterns. This was a person possessed by evil spirits and had been for quite some time. The longer one was possessed, the deeper their body was transformed. Their strength, speed, and other attributes would also increase. This could be identified by the patterns on their bodies, the degree of mutation in their skin and muscles, and so on. Lu the Hunter calmly drew his bow and shot, hitting the target. Wen-gu saw clearly that the evil creature was hit in the abdomen. It merely paused for a moment, as if its ferocity had been aroused, and turned to lunges towards Lu the Hunter. The second arrow arrived, piercing directly through its throat. Even so, the evil creature did not fall immediately, merely staggering forward. However, the flames of the dry grass on the field had already reached it. A shrill roar, like that of a wild beast, echoed across the wilderness and then disappeared shortly after. The others did not look back, busy igniting the fire points further ahead. Wengu was envious of Lu the hunter's archery skills. However, archery was not something that could be mastered in a day or two. Besides eyesight and talent, one's physical fitness was also insufficient to wield a bow. Further away, figures with bared teeth and flailing limbs could be seen fleeing from the smoke of the fire. They could not concern themselves with those on that side. In the vicinity of the village, the scorched earth left behind by the fire provided a sense of security for the villagers. The Taoist master had said that all areas where evil creatures had been active in the fields needed to be burned to drive away evil. Lu the hunter led the group in burning the fields and scouting ahead. Those behind also acted quickly. They covered their mouths and noses with breathable cloth and also covered their heads to avoid contamination and make cleaning easier. If they didn't have hats, they used clean cloth to wrap their heads. Wengu imitated them, wrapping his hair, and thought that he must find a hat when they entered the town. The village carpenter had people push out the repaired wooden carts and also brought out various strangely shaped weapons, modified from farming tools. Many villagers had experience hunting wild beasts and setting traps. They also had bows and arrows, not for their quality but simply for their usability. Wengu also saw long forks, which villagers used to spear fish and wild beasts in the past, but now were mostly used to fight evil creatures. There were also larger long forks, with the middle prong removed, leaving only one on each side. Wengu immediately understood their use. They resembled riot control forks from his original world. It was just that most of these in the village were made of wood and needed to be replaced frequently. No wonder the carpenter's home was always busy. He had to make many in reserve. Initially, the villagers behind only operated near the village. They collected useful items left in the fields, such as unburned wood, which they dragged back to store as firewood. Firewood was also in high demand. They planned to go into the mountains to cut firewood and store it for the winter. For now, they would drag back as much as they could collect along the way. Stones were also collected. For those without bows and arrows or with poor archery skills, stones were their weapons. The villagers might not be skilled in other areas, but they were accurate at throwing stones, a game they had played since childhood. In times of peace, when encountering wild animals, they could even hit a few and bring them home for some extra food. Stones could also be used in the upcoming fortification construction. As the fields were burned, the fire would also scorch the stones in the ground. Since fire could drive away evil, the villagers could safely collect the scorched stones. Some villagers also collected grass, ash, and soil that had been burned by the flames, taking them back to plant something in their small yards. Taoist Master Chingy had said that evil spirits were cunning and required constant vigilance. Planting some vegetables in one's own yard, transplanting a few fruit trees, without fear of being attacked by evil spirits, and tending them carefully while paying attention to diet and daily life would be fine. Having lived off the land for generations, they felt uneasy if they couldn't grow something for themselves. Wengu put on his gloves and, holding a long bamboo clamp, helped to pick up anything useful he found. This type of long bamboo clamp was a replica made by the village. Wealthy families had fire tongs, made of copper or iron, used to handle firewood in the stove. With the village's limited resources, they could only make similar imitations from bamboo and wood. The surroundings were open, and with villagers all around, they didn't have to worry too much about their safety. His cousin, with a chopping knife at his waist and holding a long spear, guarded Wengu's side. As Wengu searched the blackened fields, he listened to the conversations of the old and young villagers. This land outside the village can't be used for farming anymore. Why not plant some medicinal herbs with strong scents? Don't meow, do you think that's feasible? It's possible. When spring arrives next year and the mosquitoes breed, and the evil spirits become more numerous, it could help to repel them, but the effect might be limited. As long as it's effective. They discussed that the village also understood how to cultivate mugwort and other medicinal plants, and they could plant them near the village first, as a precaution. Let's find some with thorns and transplant them outside the village. Precious medicinal herbs should be planted inside the village. Valuable things should be kept at home. Oh, village chief, does your planning map include a medicinal field? Transplanting them outside the village, and if they grow slowly, it won't do. Why not plant bamboo? It grows fast, requires no tending, and will eventually form a wall to protect the village. As for whose land to plant on, that was no longer their concern. The priority now was the survival of the entire village. After spending half a day near the village, a falcon flew back from the sky, bringing news of the smooth progress ahead. Only then did the subsequent teams officially set off. The villagers brought out the wooden carts to load and unload goods. Nearly 20 people were able to go out. Regardless of gender, as long as they could work, they were all assigned a task. Those too weak or with mobility issues could not go. If something unexpected happened, they wouldn't be able to escape. Those with impetuous personalities were also not suitable. They would be a liability. These people would remain in the village, and once the goods arrived, they would need people to sort them. The village chief and several village elders would stay behind. Taoist Master Chingy had already performed rituals, and now that the fields had been burned, it was certainly safer than usual. Not much work needed to be done, and if one or two monsters approached, those left behind could simply shoot arrows or use blades and spears. It would be fine. The half-grown children in the village were not entirely useless, and the elders had experienced many things. If they really couldn't handle something, they could stall for time until the team returning with the goods arrived to help resolve it. Wengu was also to join the team heading to the town. Initially, the village chief wanted to persuade him otherwise, but considering that the Wen brothers would be leaving the village soon anyway, this trip to town could serve as an initial adaptation. Wengu had now completely shed his sickly aura and appeared much more energetic. However, when he was among others, he remained the most distinctive one. It wasn't that he was thin and weak, but his demeanor was completely different, making him appear even more frail in comparison. Taoist Master Chingy had not intended to go to town, but after glancing at Wengu, he decided to accompany him. If this dog scholar were to encounter any accidents, he would have to find another escort for his journey north. To enter the town, Wengu was carrying more than just a bamboo clamp. He had also found a chopping knife to bring along. Taoist Master Chingy glanced at it and sneered inwardly, putting on an act. Can you even wield it? Be careful you don't cut yourself. Wengu walked in the middle of the team, observing the surroundings. On the burnt fields, remnants of skeletons could be seen, both human and other animal. There was a skeleton resembling a cow, which the villagers lamented deeply. That was a cow capable of plowing. As for the evil creatures that had been burned, some were reduced to skeletons, while others, not having existed for long, had arrows stuck in them, likely killed by the team led by Lu the Hunter. These were not to be concerned with. Nature would quickly level them. With the wild grass burned away, the visibility was greatly improved. Birds and beasts moved about, carrying seeds of plants to various places. Without human intervention, these plants encroached upon every inch of land. Unattended graves, without anyone to pay respects, were overgrown. New trees grew larger and larger, their roots deeply piercing the burial mounds, their trunks reaching towards the sky. As they approached the town, the atmosphere in the team grew silent. It wasn't due to being moved by the surrounding scenery, but rather from nervousness and apprehension. However, thinking that the Taoist master was among them, they calmed down somewhat. After all, this was not the first day they had experienced such things. As they were about to enter the town, little Lu the Hunter, who had been given a task by his father, loudly reminded everyone, "Watch out for the tree roots on the ground. Don't fall, and if you do fall, don't gasp immediately." Wengu avoided a protruding tree root at his feet, and then heard his cousin suddenly shout, "Grass. Wengu, you've improved, Taitu. You can curse now." However, he quickly reacted and looked forward. What the heck? Such big grass. The houses on the outskirts of the town, within the low courtyard walls, had several giant herbaceous plants growing from within, towering far above the eaves. Although the leaves had already turned yellow, one could imagine how lush they were a month or two ago. Without the influence of cities and people, the already wild flora and fauna of this era had become even more rampant. Wengu had never seen this species of large grass before him in his own world. The villagers' reactions were calm. It was likely not uncommon here. They were still discussing what good firewood it would make, and how, in the past, it could have been chopped and burned in their stoves. The Wen brothers have been in the village for over 3, almost 4 months now. When they first arrived, the grass wasn't this tall. Now, The vigorously growing plants have surpassed the rooftops. Fortunately, they have entered their decaying phase. The autumn wind blows bleakly, and all things wither. It looks quite desolate, but for the present, the autumn wind brings a sense of security. The movement speed of those evil creatures differs from that of spring and summer. As the weather gets colder, the contrast will become more apparent. The team in front has cleared a path, and everyone is following it into the town. Burning off the vegetation obviously cannot extend to the entire town. It was only burned in the vicinity, so one can see the abundant grass and trees in the front and backyards of the town's houses. Lu the hunter, with his face masked and only his eyes exposed, walks over. He carries a large bow on his back and a lengthened wood-chopping knife in his hand. The knife is stained with brown blood. Although the bloodstains are not bright red, they are fresh, having been acquired from the evil creatures. Taoist Master Chingy had said that fire can dispel evil toxins. The first group to enter the town chose a spot to build a bonfire and scorch the bloodstained knives and clubs with flames. Previously, during the burning outside the town, they had used smoke to drive them away, but the evil creatures in the town were certainly not all gone, and some might be hiding in dark corners. Lu the hunter reminded everyone to remain vigilant when entering the town and not to act alone. We've cleared a courtyard. Everyone should place their belongings here first. Wooden carts for loading and unloading goods, spare farm tools and weapons, and supplies that are inconvenient to carry are all placed in this small courtyard. Inside the courtyard, there is smoke from burning medicinal herbs. So many living people gathered together with strong vital energy need to use medicinal herbs or smoke to mask their scent. 2 bonfires are burning in the courtyard, one for cooking food and the other for exorcising evil and disinfection. The Taoist priest's warnings and Wengu's storybooks have both mentioned expelling evil with fire, which is essentially high-temperature disinfection. Villagers with hunting experience are fighting with high spirits after entering the town. The village chief said that killing one evil creature earns considerable work points, and killing a few more can support a family. This yields more than moving supplies. They form groups of 3 or 4 people and discuss how to split the earnings among themselves beforehand. They use smoke to drive out hidden evil creatures and wait for them to emerge. Villagers who are prepared seize them with long-handled wooden forks. Although this doesn't inflict actual damage, it provides a brief obstruction, allowing another person to swiftly decapitate it with a wood-chopping knife. Their coordination is tacit. Villagers responsible for cleaning up the killed evil creatures will use tools to drag them to a designated spot to be burned later. Wengu observes the wounds of the evil creatures. Possessed by evil spirits means that after a person is parasitized by evil goo worms, their body mutates. The muscles and fat appear to have atrophied significantly, but are actually more resilient, granting them higher defense than ordinary people. Their blood is reduced, more viscous, and brownish in color. Puncture wounds can harm them, but to a limited extent, they can affect their overall movement but not kill them. The villagers have discovered that decapitation is still the most effective method. Wengu analyzes this, concluding that the goo worms most likely reside in the head after parasitizing the human body. If this is the case, could goo worms infecting other parts of the body be intercepted before they enter the head? Unfortunately, there are no conditions for it, or Wengu would really want to perform a dissection. Looking at the other villagers, even those who were timid and honest have changed, now possessing a fierce edge. In these times, everyone is focused on 3 things: survival, survival, and damn it, survival. After a brief rest, the personnel who arrived later begin their work. I think we can pry up those stone slabs to pave the road. Pry them up and place them over there first. Clear the soil, burn it, and then load it onto the cart. The dirt roads in the village become muddy after rain, easily breeding insects and goo worms. Although some wooden planks and gravel have been laid, who doesn't want a smoother surface? A smoother road means faster transport of goods. The village plans to undertake construction this winter, so the village roads should also be improved. Such good clothes and fabric. The village chief said that clothes from outside are not allowed, as they are tainted with evil energy. Those stored in wardrobes inside the houses are acceptable. Expensive clothing, which villagers could only look upon from afar in the past, touching the fabric was a luxury, is now within reach. Unfortunately, much of it cannot be taken. It would require considerable effort to exorcise evil. Since they have choices, they prefer to select clean clothes and fabrics. Anything found in the town that can be taken back is theirs. Those who lament over the clothes only express it verbally. They have all heard the storybooks and know that those clothes are unclean. The main beam in that house over there can be dismantled. I found an ox cart. The ox is gone, but the cart is still here, clean enough to use. The shop doors over there are easy to remove. Let's take them down first. Anything dismantled is placed in a designated area to be sun-dried. Anything damp is aired out. The drier the object, the harder it is for evil goo worms to survive. Amidst various discussions, a solemn villager stands in the courtyard holding several sheets of paper. He can read a few characters and uses them to remind others, referencing a guide manual written by Wengu and the supervisors after discussion. Forget about the large stone slabs. Don't take the blue brick ones. We have enough ground materials. Don't be greedy for dangerous items. Some are responsible for dismantling, others for loading. Once loaded, they are taken back. They need to make quick round trips. The Taoist priests said they have at most 3 days. As soon as more evil creatures appear outside, they must retreat, indicating that the grassland burning has lost its deterrent effect, and the vital energy of living people will attract them again. The medicinal herbs for burning are also limited. They cannot stay here consuming them indefinitely. Someone wants to dismantle all the houses in the town. Lu the hunter stops him. We can't dismantle them all at once. Pick a few complete houses on the outskirts, seal them before we leave, and when the snow falls in winter, we'll come again. It'll provide a place to stay. An older villager looks longingly at a large house in the town. Can't we move to the town? If we leave more houses, it can also accommodate refugees. Before Lu the hunter can explain, his son exclaims beside him, "Oh my dear father. Don't just think of the good side. Think about it. If bandits come to town and settle here, it would be a threat to us. Our village is different. As the storybooks say, it's easy to defend and hard to attack. If pushed, we can flee into the mountains. There's a risk of encountering evil spirits in the mountains, but in this world, nowhere is safe." When it comes to fleeing for life, would they still care about that? Compared to that, the village is better. Unlike the town, which is accessible from all directions and lacks walls, it's unsafe. Lu the hunter doesn't say more and orders someone to search the town more carefully for any usable weapons. Some weapons were previously banned from private manufacturing and training for civilians. The powerful bow he carries was something he couldn't use before. His clothes and armor were also things he couldn't use given his status. The clothing, residences, and carriages are used to distinguish the noble from the common. The teacher told Lu the hunter when he worked for noble families in the county. What kind of social class and status one had determined what they used. Now, there's no distinction. At least here, whoever finds it, it's theirs. Villagers can take back and use what they find. Stockpiling more for backup, survival is paramount. Wengu also needs to search for items he can use for traveling. Lu the hunter tells his son to accompany Wengu. Locals are more familiar with the town's layout and can assist him. Little Lu the hunter is also happy to oblige and immediately steps forward. Second brother 1, where do you want to look? Don't worry, my archery skills are not inferior to my father's. He is very curious about Wengu's experiences during his travels and asks several questions. Wengu patiently tells him about them. Taoist Master Chingy didn't intend to follow initially, but upon hearing travels, he changed his mind. I'd like to see what else this dog scholar can fabricate. Although Wengu's accounts of his travels always upset him, upon reflection, he admits they can be useful. Besides, the Taoist priest's gaze sweeps over old Lu the hunter and little Lu the hunter. The Lu father and son have their own plans. The town is filled with various smells, and occasional puffs of smoke drift by. Taoist Master Chingy takes a pill to clear his mind. Wengu, accompanied by little Lu and his cousin, walks through the town, with a Taoist priest following behind. However, they don't talk much, as they still need to guard against their surroundings. Wengu only pays attention to the town's affairs after confirming there are no nearby dangers, and that villagers are active all around. The houses in the town are more densely packed than in the village, mostly built of wood, with only a few using blue bricks and tiles. He also sees public wells. Whether they are private wells in small courtyards or public wells outside, the well water has been contaminated. In the Taoist priest's words, those well waters are tainted with evil energy. Villagers entering the town drink the water they brought with them, which has been boiled. Along the way, they see tea stalls and wine shops, now dilapidated. The spread of the evil plague has dealt a heavy and tragic blow to this dynasty, marking the beginning of a dark age. Those who survived are still trapped in fear of the unknown. Who knows how long this dark age will last, or if it will ultimately lead to ruin. That's the largest shop in town. Little Lou the hunter points to a shop ahead. Villagers are seen entering and exiting, obviously knowing that the largest shop contains the most goods. Someone is carrying a large roll of cloth out. When Goose slightly raises his head to look at the plaque outside. The world is ever-changing and times move on. The entire town has become a dead place. The plaques bearing the town's imprint still remain, gradually fading and covered by a layer of gloom. It is hoped that in the future, they can regain their brilliance. The Taoist priest trailing behind acts as if he is just wandering around, showing no interest in the shop's goods. The last time he was here, about half a year ago, he brought villagers to search the town, primarily for food and medicinal materials, almost emptying the town's pharmacies and medical halls. This time, he has no particular interest. The things he wants are not available in this small place. What remains in the town are mostly daily necessities, which the villagers might choose to take back this time. Clothes, shoes, boots, pots, pans, bedding, bed curtains, boxes, and containers. Whatever can be salvaged from households, villagers can take. If there is still time, beds and tables will also be moved. Usable items can continue to be used, unusable ones can be split for firewood. After all, leaving them in the town means no one will use them, and they will gradually deteriorate. Houses need human presence to be maintained. Without people living in them, they naturally decay faster. At this moment, a villager excitedly emerges with a large basket and exclaims, "Hurry up and see what I found." Others who were busy moving things glance over and, equally surprised and excited, gather around. In the large basket are peach talismans and scrolls of door god paintings. Perhaps they were unsold inventory from the shops back then. When Gu walks closer to look, the door god paintings in the large basket are mainly of two types. One features a fat donkey carrying firewood, symbolizing wealth and great fortune. The other is deer and horse looking back, symbolizing blessings and promotion to officialdom and wealth. Promotion and wealth, these were likely fashionable in the past, as merchants stocked quite a lot. In peaceful times, people would also favor them. But now, the villagers surrounding the basket first scramble for the other type, those for expelling evil and catching ghosts. If they can't get those, they go for the warrior general's door gods. If there are none left, then they'll search more. Perhaps other households still have them? Surely, some families in town bought them, and they might be able to find them. When Gu watches them, promotion and wealth are disdained, while expelling evil and catching ghosts are fiercely contested. They also grab the peach talismans carved with patterns. Can't get them? Then go and search again. Still can't find any? Go and pry them from other houses. The Taoist priest, watching this scene with interest, glances at Wengu. The villagers are simple and rough in nature. What does this scholar think of them? Wengu's gaze is peculiar, surprised, understanding, and thoughtful. The Taoist priest? What is this dog scholar thinking again? Wengu is merely curious about local customs and pondering if he settles in the northern lands in the future and has no other means of livelihood, perhaps he could try painting New Year pictures and making peach talismans. Without lingering, Wengu also goes to search for items he can use. In a house, he finds what he wants. In an inconspicuous clothing chest, he finds more than 10 wide-brimmed hats, somewhat resembling the Fan Ang Li he remembers. Little Lou the hunter looks at them. This household must have taken on the job of making large hats. Wengu keeps half of the 10 discovered hats for himself and gives the other half to the village. This is the current rule in the village. Wengu keeps 2 for himself, gives 2 to his cousin, and the Taoist priest has specially made straw hats, so he doesn't need them. Well, and 2 for little Lou. It's enough for use, and the extra can be exchanged for something else with the village. What further surprises Wengu is finding a small bronze brazier in another house. It resembles the dying furnace in Wengu's memory, but it is smaller and more exquisite, making it convenient to carry when traveling and allowing him to cook while on the road. This household appeared to have some wealth. The door was tightly shut, and there were no obvious bloodstains inside, so perhaps they left at the beginning of the chaos. Afterwards, when Gu pushes open the study of that house and sees a brush rest on the desk, hanging brushes, as well as high-quality calligraphy and painting paper and an inkstone, his eyes immediately light up, filled with longing. A bow without arrows cannot be blamed on you, a famous archer, but a mere sword can be used by Meng Ben, a legendary strongman, to strike. If a craftsman wishes to do his work well, he must first sharpen his tools. Brushes and ink are the knives of scholars. How can they not be carefully chosen? The Taoist priest spits out the dregs of the pill from his mouth. Bah! Which dog was it who said a scholar does not choose his brush in front of me a few days ago? Little Lu the hunter didn't notice the Taoist master's reaction behind him. He had entered first to check for any danger and then stood guard by the side, keeping a close watch on Wengu. He saw Wengu staring intently at the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the desk for a long while, lost in thought, before he began to search. This was a study, not a large room. The furnishings were in plain sight, and no precious items like jade were visible. It was all filled with things little Lu the hunter wasn't interested in. Even if he were to search himself, he wouldn't find anything useful to him. He was only interested in things related to food and weapons. Many of the objects in this room had no practical use in the current chaotic times. He knew that the current dynasty valued the literary over the martial. Scholars no longer carried swords, so he didn't expect to find any swords or knives here. Books and wooden furniture might be taken by villagers if the furniture and door panels elsewhere had been depleted. Now, they had better options. The villagers still held a bit of reverence for scholars' belongings, and with their limited time and carrying capacity, they would glance at this place and move on to another. Little Lu the hunter was only waiting patiently because he was following Wengu. He continued to observe. He saw Wengu find a small item. It looked like an unremarkable little thing made of bamboo. Even if he had found it himself, he would have thrown it into the stove as firewood. However, when Wengu drew out the sheath, he realized it was a knife. Little Lu the hunter was filled with shock. Didn't they say scholars' weapons were brushes and ink? There was actually a knife? No matter how small, it was still a knife. Paper cutter, Wengu said. Ah, right. You need it to cut paper, Little Lu the hunter said with an embarrassed smile. Before he could finish speaking, Wengu produced another item from somewhere on the desk, a delicate, slender little ornament. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a knife again. It wasn't made of precious materials, but the pattern on the handle was intricate, fresh, and elegant. Letter opener, Wengu said. Oh, Little Lu the hunter just nodded blankly. This item seemed a bit flashy and impractical to him. But it was also a knife. Scholars' things were so refined. Just as he thought Wengu had finished searching, Wengu took out the books from the bookshelf and flipped through them. He found another knife inside a book. In Little Lu the hunter's eyes, this couldn't even be called a knife. It only had the shape of one. It looked more like a bookmark. The blade was not made of metal but of beast horn. It wasn't as sharp as metal, but the entire body of the knife was smooth and lustrous, with a patina that showed it had been handled frequently by its owner. Wengu found it quite pleasing as well. It could cut paper, open letters, and serve as a bookmark. He decided to keep it. He stood up and looked around the room. Observing the custom of drinking tea here, he noted the absence of a tea knife. Otherwise, he might have found another one. When one travels the world, one must carry a weapon. Conspicuous knives should be carried, and inconspicuous ones should also be hidden. A paper cutter, a letter opener, a book knife. Doesn't it just sound elegant? Wengu said. Yes, Little Lu the hunter could only nod, his expression a little dazed. He felt that some stereotypes might be inaccurate. He muttered, "Can scholars hide so many knives?" The Taoist master chuckled enigmatically. They can hide even more when they smile. Scholars are so subtle. Meanwhile, Wengu had already packed the items he could take. Although he coveted many things here, they weren't of much use for their journey. The paper could be taken, cut, and sewn into a small booklet, and with a charcoal pencil from the Taoist master, it would be more convenient to record things along the way. As for the books, the more precious ones might have been taken by the owner. Those placed here were all ones that could be bought at a bookshop. Wengu couldn't take them, and the village didn't need them. Who knew how long these books would remain here? Uninhabited and unmaintained houses would decay faster. If the roof leaked one day, they would deteriorate even more quickly. Perhaps one day, the survivors might even burn these books for firewood. The brushes, ink, and inkstones were all taken as they were useful in the village. The elegant ceramic brush washer and water basin were not useful to Wengu but would be brought back to the village. He also found 2 incense burners, one large and one small. The small one was exquisite and portable for travel, while the larger one could be traded with the village. Other items found, such as needle and thread, scissors, tea sets, and cushions, were all packed and brought back to the village to be towed. After deducting the items that needed to be handed over, transport fees, and the portion given to Little Lu, the rest would either be kept for himself or traded with others. For 3 consecutive days, the villagers were busy transporting goods from the town, and they had less time to rest at night. 3 days later, as more evil creatures appeared outside, Lu the hunter stopped wasting medicinal herbs and the villagers began to withdraw. They would return for the remaining items in the winter. Although there wouldn't be the smoke from burning fields to drive them away then, the severe winter would make the evil creatures sluggish and easier to deal with. In the village, Wengu also had to make more preparations for their departure. Using the items he had found and some cloth raw materials, he asked some ants in the village to help sew 4 sets of autumn and winter clothes. He and his cousin would each have 2 sets, one to wear and one for changing. Shoes, boots, and gloves were also obtained through trade. The boots were covered with an extra layer of beast hide, making them thicker. The gloves didn't take up much space, so they prepared more to bring along. There were no iron armors, as they had already been scavenged by the village. Thus, Wengu traded with the village for 2 sets of leather armor. They weren't professionals in this field, so the items were made rather crudely. However, in this era, practicality was more important than refinement. Anything that worked and provided some defense was sufficient. Taoist Master Qingyi was equally busy. Since they were considering this place as a fallback, he had to maintain his persona. He used some of the items provided by the village to make cleansing incense. Without the ritualistic performances of the immortal master, alternative measures could be taken. The prepared medicinal incense was given to the villagers, who could simply light it. If the villagers still felt uneasy, they could perform their own rituals and worship heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Wengu went to talk to Taoist Master Qingyi again, asking him to teach the village 2 simple methods for making medicinal incense. The Taoist master was initially reluctant, but Wengu had a point. Simple medicinal incense recipes, as long as they didn't involve his life-saving skills, wouldn't have much of an impact. Many of the medicinal ingredients grew locally. In the past 6 months, he had asked the villagers to dig for medicinal herbs, and they were already able to identify them. Dong Miao, the village chief's grandson, was probably close to figuring out recipes on his own. It would be better for him, the immortal master, to add some divine aura to himself before leaving. Therefore, Taoist Master Qingyi, with his characteristic stance of a wise elder, said to the village chief and others, "The plague descends upon the world, causing death and injury to the masses. We cultivators should retreat to seclusion in times of prosperity and descend the mountain to save all beings in times of chaos." He began with a grand speech to solidify his persona, then bestowed a favor, offering to teach some exclusive secret techniques, making medicinal incense, also known as exorcising incense, among the villagers. However, he would only impart simplified procedures and methods. He would never easily pass on his more advanced techniques. Wengu wouldn't be overly generous in this matter either. The villagers highly valued the medicinal incense, but they were more concerned about the ritual of worshipping heaven and earth and inquired about the details seriously. If you told them how to exterminate insects or detoxify, they might not remember at all, or they might be lazy. But if you told them how to professionally burn incense to honor the gods, they could be careless about meals, but burning incense was not to be neglected. They remembered the steps thoroughly, ensuring they performed the worship with the most correct posture. The elders of the village seemed afraid to blink an eye. Some of the Taoist master's explanations were abstruse, but they boiled down to observing the wind direction, wind force, and weather. Having served the crops for decades, they could still grasp these fundamentals. At the right time, in the right place, with the right weather and wind conditions, they could burn incense and worship the gods. Of course, the Taoist master's more advanced techniques could not be revealed. Wengu did not comment on the villagers' attitude towards this matter. In such chaotic times, preserving this small spiritual pillar for the villagers was essential for them to endure. Afterward, Wengu went to find Lu the hunter. In the past few days, based on the villagers' descriptions, he had drawn a map of the vicinity, with brief annotations of information about various locations, and sought Lu the hunter's confirmation. He encountered little Lu on the way. Little Lu the hunter, unlike his father, couldn't keep things to himself. Upon seeing Wengu, he asked, "Second brother one, you're heading north to join relatives. Is your relative really a military official?" This was not a secret in the village. Commoners in this era still held great fear of officials. Although people had their own agendas in times of chaos, revealing this would make others more hesitant. Seeing little Lu's demeanor, Wengu had a general understanding. He said, "He's my maternal uncle. He's a military official in the northern lands. His rank wasn't very high before, but he had some actual power, otherwise, I wouldn't have traveled so far to go there." Little Lu the hunter looked conflicted. "Before the world fell into chaos, I went to the county town with my father. The officials there were so majestic. My father used to train hawks and pigeons for the nobles in the county town. He once hoped to find an opportunity to get me a position in the county, but he didn't succeed. But they never gave up. Opportunities, like hunting in the mountains, required patient waiting. Although he was young, he had patience in such matters. However, they didn't expect the world to change so suddenly, and the nobles and officials in the county town had all disappeared." Little Lu the hunter went to brood in a corner. Wengu went to talk to old Lu. After discussing the map, old Lu also stated his plan. He hoped that Wengu could take his son to the northern lands. Little Lu had mastered the family skills of hunting and training falcons, and he could provide assistance to Wengu along the way. Wengu said sternly, "To be frank, the world is in great chaos now, and I don't know the situation in the northern lands." Yes, we understand all this. Old Lu the hunter had already considered it carefully. Wengu and Taoist Master Qingyi, two powerful individuals, were heading north, which indicated that the northern region had more potential for development in the current world. He wanted his son to go and try his luck. In this regard, compared to Taoist Master Qingyi, who possessed immortal methods, he trusted Wengu, the scholar, more. This was not a bookworm who only read books. This was a scholar from a good background, well-versed in literature, and possessing great ability. If this were a peaceful era, he would have certainly become a prominent figure through the imperial examinations. Even if Wengu's maternal uncle couldn't be relied upon, Wengu himself could make a good living. If his son stayed by Wengu's side and was fortunate enough to survive, his life might undergo a tremendous transformation. Lu the hunter knew that times of chaos were a reshuffling. During his time serving nobles in the county town, he had gone to tea houses to listen to storytellers and scholars discuss their tales, and he had heard the children of nobles gossiping. He didn't understand many of the grand theories they spoke of, but some words left a deep impression, and he developed his own understanding. In times of chaos, great clans fall and grassroots also rise. He didn't have overly high expectations, just hoping his son could safely reach the northern lands, and if he could secure a position by the side of some influential figures, that would be great. If this influential figure were Wengu, that would be even better. Wengu pondered. He had already considered recruiting little Lu from the beginning, but he thought the village situation wouldn't allow it. He had underestimated them. Crossing class boundaries was the obsession of these ambitious commoners. While others were only thinking about survival, they set their sights high, willing to take risks as long as they saw a glimmer of opportunity. The Lu father and son shared the same mindset. If possible, old Lu might have also wanted to go north, but the village couldn't do without him, and he still had relatives in the village. When Wengu left the Lu family, little Lu was pacing outside. He saw Wengu and opened his mouth to ask, but stopped himself. Wengu said, "We will be staying in the village for a few more days. You can discuss it with your family before making a decision." However, it was evident that old Lu and little Lu were decisive. Once they made up their minds, they began preparing. Little Lu transferred his patrol duties in the village to someone else. Soon, other villagers learned of this news. How could Lu the hunter bear to do it? A man away from home is worthless. After this winter, when the fortress is built, it will be even safer. With food and drink, and so many of us, as long as we put in some effort, we will be safe. Upon hearing the villagers' discussions, Taoist Master Chingy snorted. How could sparrows understand the ambitions of swans and dragons? The Lu family had ambitions. Taoist Master Chingy, who was eager to go north and realize his potential, spent his time in his alchemy room, apart from teaching the village secret formulas. When Gu decided to check on his teammates' progress. Since they were now allies, there was no need for formalities. Without sending a letter of introduction, he went directly to the door and inquired. When he heard a response from inside, he pushed the door open and entered. Taoist Master's alchemy room was piled high with things. Of course, not all of them could be taken. The remaining items and various materials would be handed over to Do Miao, the village chief's grandson, to manage. This time, a medicine furnace was also brought back from the town. After the Taoist master leaves, the village could use it for preparing and decocting medicines and making incense. However, for now, it was still the Taoist master's territory. Upon seeing Wengu, Taoist Master Chingy did not maintain his usual persona, but also did not offer a pleasant greeting. He raised his eyes and asked, "What is it?" Wengu cut to the chase. "I heard that the Taoist master has made some incense to mask blood aura. Are there any suitable ones that can fit into a small incense burner?" Taoist Master Chingy had seen the small incense burner Wengu found. He pointed to a corner. "Over there, find it yourself." He paused, then reminded him, "Make a note of it." Of course, Wengu replied calmly. He walked to the corner and looked. He recognized a few types of incense, and besides those, there were some other things. "Are these also the Taoist master's alchemy products?" Wengu pointed to the small porcelain bottles beside them. "Indeed. Can I have a look?" "Feel free." Taoist Master Chingy was always proud of his professional work. "This is refined from the pure and filthy earth I found while wandering." He didn't explain how to use it specifically, standing by with a look of amusement. Wengu didn't mind. He picked up a small porcelain bottle and opened it. It contained a dry powder. He fanned the opening of the bottle and cautiously sniffed the scent. Then, he dipped a cloth towel into some powder to examine it. He said to the Taoist master, "If I can guess it, will you give me this bottle?" "Yes, but you must do it within 10 breaths." If no time limit was set, the Taoist master worried that Wengu might test it a few more times and truly guess it. Whether he could afford to give it was one thing, but whether he was willing to give it was another. He didn't want the dog scholar to get any advantage from this. Wengu agreed. Then, under the Taoist master's shocked gaze, he opened the bamboo tube water flask he carried, poured some water onto the cloth towel with the powder, and rubbed it slightly. Wengu looked at the Taoist master and smiled knowingly. "So that's what it is. Soap powder." Its cleaning efficacy was passable, better than some basic versions, and it felt good in the hand. Wengu began his usual way of speaking. "When I was traveling and studying, I saw artisans making something called soap for washing clothes and hands. However, that one had more water content and was used in cut blocks. Have you further dried and ground yours into powder?" Taoist Master Chingy. "Damn you. If you answer directly, was your travel and study really proper?" Wengu didn't pay attention to the Taoist master's tense expression. He looked at the small porcelain bottle in his hand. This item still needed improvement. If he had the conditions in the northern lands later, he could offer the Taoist master some more words of encouragement. As for the village, the villagers believed more in water infused with medicinal herbs. They didn't bathe frequently either. They dared not touch raw water, and boiling water required firewood, so they saved it whenever possible. Soaking their hands in medicated water could wash away dirt and leave behind the scent of medicinal herbs, masking one's blood aura. If possible, the villagers wished they could cover their bodies in medicinal mud. Soap powder couldn't meet the villagers' needs. However, if there were more survivors in the northern lands in the future, they could add medicinal herbs to make medicated soap and sell it to wealthy families. The Taoist master was truly a capable person. Wengu became even more interested in examining the Taoist master's alchemy results. "Let me see, how many more little talents do I not know about?" "What is this?" Wengu picked up another item, a wooden stick coated with something. After a brief exploration. "For igniting fire?" It was somewhat like a match. They would make fire starters to bring before leaving the village. However, Wengu hadn't expected Taoist Master Chingy to have tinkered with this. Why not improve it further and make it into a more portable, strikeable match? Enduring the Taoist master's wary gaze, Wengu quickly went to exchange ideas with him, offering suggestions. If there were enough materials, why not improve it like this and make a safe match? Involving professional content, the Taoist master immediately began to ponder. For someone who understood technology, a little hint was enough for him to grasp it and then let his thoughts diverge. Then he disdained Wengu's term, safe match, as too vulgar and direct. You're a scholar yet. Then what should it be called? Wengu didn't mind the technical talent's fussiness. Taoist master Qingyi pondered for a moment, pointing to the long igniting sticks he had made earlier. This item is called igniting slave. Considering Wengu's suggestion from earlier, the Taoist master continued to express his views. After further refinement, it can be called all-round fire slave. Wengu. Flying slave, cat slave, igniting slave, all-round fire slave. Why do people here like to name things with slave? Other than the incense for exorcising evil, Wengu inquired about the stalk of Bu Jiwan from Taoist master Qingyi. This item is convenient to eat and filling, making it suitable for travel. Perhaps to maintain his image as an expert and viewing the village as a fallback, the Taoist master also gifted the village a simplified recipe for Bu Jiwan. It doesn't have as potent medicinal effects, but can stave off hunger. As a professional habit, while giving the recipe, Taoist master Qingyi once again mentioned the exorcising evil properties of glutinous rice. The villagers believed him wholeheartedly. The village chief was so grateful he wanted to kowtow and harbored no complaints in his heart. Therefore, during this period, the village had also been making similar items. They were making them in batches to save firewood and for convenient storage, and they could be eaten directly once made. By then, they would let the villagers exchange them for work points. After leaving Taoist master Qingyi, Wengu went to the village chief to exchange for some low-tier Bu Jiwan. He couldn't rely on Taoist master Qingyi for everything. The village chief had been very busy lately, distributing village supplies, undertaking construction, and practicing the divine ceremony taught by the Taoist master. Seeing Wengu, the village chief said joyfully, "I was just about to look for you. Quick, come and see if this is right." The village chief picked up a piece of paper. It contained the steps for the divine ceremony, dictated by him and recorded by his grandson, Do Miao. Wengu had also been present when the Taoist master instructed them. Wengu took the paper and looked at it. The handwriting was not neat, but one could barely make out the characters. Beside him, Do Miao lowered his head bashfully. In front of Wengu, his handwriting was indeed below par, though he had tried his best to write legibly so people could understand. Wengu showed no unusual expression, merely reading the content. The steps for the divine ceremony were very detailed, even including how to dispose of the ash from the burning exorcism incense at the end. The village chief cherished the incense ash dearly. It was something they could smear on windowsills and door thresholds, or scatter around their homes for protection, and it wasn't something ordinary people could get. Only those who had made significant contributions could receive it. Wengu did not express any personal opinions on this matter. The incense ash itself did have some preservative and insect-repelling effects. The village had its own ecosystem. In the current times, there was no need for excessive intervention. After reading, Wengu handed the paper back, saying, "It's very detailed, the steps are written clearly, and there are no errors." The village chief was relieved. That's good, that's good. With one worry resolved, the village chief spoke to Wengu in a relaxed tone about the village's current construction progress. The transported wood, stone, bricks, and tiles had been neatly stacked, and construction had already begun in several areas. The villagers built their own houses. Although they hadn't used such high-class materials before, they could manage by taking some time to figure it out. As long as there were no major technical difficulties, the villagers had their own rustic methods to solve them. Wengu had already charted a course for their village to survive and struggle in these chaotic times. The rest were not major issues. Wengu's written stories had now completed the 3rd volume, all of which were with the village chief. The village chief planned to bring them out to boost everyone's morale when they felt too tired from building fortifications. At this moment, Do Miao brought 2 medicinal packets to Wengu, saying, "Merchants from the southern lands often pass through the county town. I've learned some methods for preventing and treating waterborne diseases and epidemic diseases. I've figured them out and made some medicinal packets. Perhaps they'll be useful for your journey." Thank you. Wen-gu accepted them and bowed respectfully. Alas, Do Miao was a promising young man, but unfortunately, he couldn't be persuaded to leave. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would return to try and recruit him. Do Miao, turning back towards his house, suddenly felt an inexplicable shiver. He looked up at the sky, sensing a drop in temperature, and realized he needed to add more clothing. Qi Luhua, Jiu Yu Shou Yi, the 7th month's fireflies glow, the 9th month's clothes are distributed, a saying indicating the passage of time and the coming of autumn. As the temperature steadily dropped, those in the village engaged in needlework were busy all day long. Besides having clothes made, Wen-gu also commissioned someone to make 3 sturdy, large backpacks from strong cloth. They didn't have zippers, but used buttons. The backpacks had compartments and small pockets inside, allowing for the organized packing of various items, making them easier to find when needed. Things could also be attached to the shoulder straps. Additionally, after cutting the paper, he asked someone to sew several portable pocket notebooks. Coupled with 2 charcoal pencils obtained from the Taoist master, these were for recording any important clues that might arise during the journey. After taking inventory of his supplies, Wen-gu went to the carpenter's house. He had asked the carpenter to make water flasks. The bamboo water flasks were essentially bamboo tube cups with lids. The village had many bamboo tube water flasks before, the kind with a clasp to prevent the water inside from splashing out. When Wen-gu had last visited the carpenter, he had suggested trying to make a lid with a screw thread. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, they were already made. It's not difficult. The carpenter wasn't one for many words. He was friendly towards Wen-gu and very grateful for the suggestion. In the past 2 days, he hadn't just made water flasks, but had also experimented with other things. As a token of gratitude, the carpenter waived the processing fee Wen-gu offered. Wen-gu's commissioned wheelbarrow also received a significant discount, and the carpenter even added some of his own wood. "I'll have the wheelbarrow finished for you in the next 2 days," the carpenter said. He was skilled at making them. Before this chaotic era, some villagers had commissioned him to make them to transport their goods to the market town. When moving goods in the town a few days ago, besides the 2-wheeled wooden carts, several people were pushing wheelbarrows to transport cargo. The wheelbarrow Wen-gu had commissioned also featured improvements in some details. The carpenter himself benefited from it, postponing other orders from the village to rush Wen-gu's. Little Lu the hunter had been frequenting Wen-gu's place recently. His family had already prepared his travel necessities, and his father had asked him to come help Wen-gu. His father had said that within their small team, Wen-gu was the backbone. Although just a frail scholar, he was the one who made the decisions. If they could reach the northern lands safely, they would rely on Wen-gu for guidance then. His father had said, "You can consider Wen-gu your boss, the one who hired you. We need to let our boss know how capable we are and what our unique skills are." Therefore, Little Lu the hunter was actively showcasing his talents to Wen-gu. He had already demonstrated his archery skills, and he had something Wen-gu was interested in. "I also have a falcon that I've been training for 2 years. Its name is Matuaner. When he was young, he had gone to the county town with his father and once eaten fried Matuaner there, remembering it to this day. Later, when he went to the city for work, he had only seen it from afar, thinking he would buy some after earning money. How well the people in the county town ate, how well they lived, and without having to farm laboriously or venture into the mountains risking their lives to hunt. Little Lu the hunter had always hoped to find a job in the county town one day and live there with his family. Now he had to settle for a different dream. The name Matuaner carried his simple and persistent aspiration. However, Matuaner was currently out hunting and hadn't returned. Little Lu the hunter looked around. Not far away, piles of stone and wood were stacked, and a crow was perched on top. He didn't know if it was resting there or observing human activity out of curiosity. There were no other people outdoors nearby, otherwise, they would surely have driven the crow away. Little Lu the hunter did believe in gods and ghosts, but perhaps due to his familiarity with birds, he wasn't as sensitive to crows as the other villagers. "There's a crow over there." Little Lu the hunter observed Wen-gu's attitude towards the crow, as some scholars intensely disliked them. However, Wen-gu showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he picked up on Little Lu's remark, "When I was traveling for my studies, I heard a small story about a crow." Wen-gu told the story of the crow drinking water. Little Lou the hunter nodded repeatedly and excitedly. Yes, yes. They can use tools. They are actually very intelligent. Much smarter than many falcons. When I was young, I didn't understand and asked my father why they didn't train more birds like that. Later, I learned it was due to taboo. When Gu understood. When I was traveling for my studies, I heard that long, long ago, crows had positive symbolic meanings. But later, due to wars and disasters, with so many dead and crows being scavengers that eat carrion, they were often seen circling those places. Scholars would use them in their poems and writings to allude to desolate scenes. Besides desolate scenes, there were also political allusions, but he didn't mention those. Anyway, it was enough for Little Lou the hunter to know why people were wary of them. When choosing hunting birds, most people here preferred falcons. Among the wealthy households and common people, they mostly carried positive connotations, representing bravery, and also served as a symbol of warding off evil. Oh, so that's how it is. Little Lou the hunter pondered when Gu's words, sighing inwardly. No wonder so many scholars traveled for their studies every year. They knew so much. The crow in front hopped from the stone pile onto the ground, moving closer to Wengu and Little Lou the hunter, perhaps having discovered something or wanting to observe the humans up close. This also brought Little Lou back to the topic at hand. Besides the taboo, another reason we don't train crows is that they are too smart and don't obey instructions. Wengu nodded, understood. The higher the IQ, the easier it is for them to rebel. Sometimes, being too smart and having too much of one's own opinion isn't suitable. It might even lead to testing their owner's bottom line, and in the end, it becomes unclear who is training whom. Falcons, on the other hand, are easier to train into hunting tools. Seeing that Wengu understood, Little Lou the hunter was very pleased. He felt this boss was truly kind, unlike those masters in the county town who knew nothing about birds, but were still boastful and critical. Taking this opportunity, Lou recommended his falcon. Ma Tuaner may not be as smart as a crow, but it has a good temperament, is very obedient, and knows many special tricks. When it gets back, I'll have it perform for you. A figure swooped down from the sky, precisely and swiftly, kicking the crow to the ground. The crow, being stepped on, flapped its wings and squawked. The descending falcon, with its powerful talons, stepped on the crow, and its beak began plucking the crow's feathers. It was ferocious. Black crow feathers flew everywhere for a moment. Little Lou was on the verge of collapse. No, I didn't ask it to perform this. After a while, the crow finally managed to flip over, flapped its wings, and escaped. Only the falcon remained on the ground, its face fierce, with fluffy crow feathers clinging to its beak. The battered crow flew away. Other crows flew by overhead, cawing incessantly, perhaps mocking their companion in glee, or perhaps cursing at them humans. When Gu shifted his gaze from the sky back to the falcon in front of him. As expected of a raptor, it was so fierce. Taoist Master Chingy, who had come out for a walk after getting dizzy from refining elixirs, happened to witness the scene. He glanced at Wengu, his eyes filled with mockery, yet also hinting, sometimes, no matter how many schemes you have, might makes right. Taoist Master Chingy was not noticed. Little Lou explained helplessly to Wengu, I really didn't arrange for it to perform that. Wengu said kindly, I can see that. It's just brave by nature, which is good. Little Lou the hunter still looked somewhat distraught. Things didn't go according to his plan. Their appearance was so undignified. However, since it had happened, he still proceeded with the original plan, demonstrating Ma Tuaner's abilities to Wengu. Trained falcons could distinguish colors, scout and locate targets, and deliver messages. In times like these, it was indeed very helpful for traveling. Wengu praised both the falcon and its owner highly, using elegant yet approachable language for nearly the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Little Lou the hunter was so praised he felt like he was floating. He had never been praised by a scholar like this before, and he felt that this boss was truly a good person. He felt like he was. Little Lou the hunter struggled to recall a famous saying he had heard before. That's right, 1,000 li horse meets its bull. His skills would not be buried. While he was self-satisfied and bursting with confidence, he heard Wengu ask, Crows are intelligent, and I've heard they hold grudges. Do they cause you trouble? Grudges? Little Lou looked bewildered. After regaining his senses, he said, There have been similar conflicts between falcons and crows before, but we haven't encountered any retaliation. Wengu pondered for a moment. That's right, the falcon was the one fighting the crow, so any retaliation should be directed at the falcon. He wondered how these two groups fought when people weren't paying attention. Regardless, as long as people weren't involved, it was fine. Ma Tuaner was indeed capable, but if it involved people, it would undoubtedly cause more trouble on the journey. Fortunately, it seemed that the Ma in Ma Tuaner did not stand for trouble. Does it catch pigeons? The messenger pigeons. When Gu asked again. My father said that nobles keep messenger pigeons, and to avoid offending them, we specifically trained it not to catch them. But, well, it's in their nature and occasionally they can't resist. Little Lu the hunter explained, my father also said that if the message was very important, nobles would release several messenger pigeons at once to avoid one or two encountering an accident midway. In other words, the nobles had already considered the loss of messenger pigeons during transit. Even if Ma Tuaner caught one, other messenger pigeons would still be able to deliver the message, unless all the messenger pigeons had bad luck and were wiped out. It shouldn't be detrimental to the nobles' affairs. Regarding this issue, Little Lu the hunter clarified again, actually, after training, their self-control is quite good. As long as they are not given a command, they rarely catch messenger pigeons. When Gu had a general understanding, even if Ma Tuaner caught messenger pigeons, that would be a headache after arriving in the northern lands. Currently, overall, both Little Lu the hunter and Ma Tuaner were very good assets. Afterward, when Gu also asked Little Lu about his preparations for leaving home and told him about his future plans. In these last few days in the village, the temperature had dropped further. The temperature difference between day and night was large, requiring more consideration. The personnel were all gathered. Initially, only the twin brothers were heading north. Now, a Taoist priest, a hunter, and a falcon had been added. The duo had expanded into a small team of 4 people and 1 bird. However, in Wengu's opinion, the group was still too small. If they encountered suitable people along the way, they should recruit more members. Before leaving the village, the supplies were inventoried one last time. Wengu exchanged for a pair of wooden clogs from the carpenter. Wooden clogs were not unusual. Some people in the village used to wear them. The carpenter had seen nobles in the city wear a type of wooden clog for climbing mountains, and it was this kind he made for Wengu. In the past, when it came to items used by nobles, even if he understood them, he wouldn't dare to replicate them privately, only making them secretly to play with and then destroying them. Later, the rich households and nobles in the county town had either left or died out, so he didn't need to worry about them anymore. The pair of wooden clogs he made for Wengu imitated the style favored by nobles, suitable for both climbing mountains and wearing on rainy days or after rain. They were made large, so one could step into them directly with their own shoes or boots. Especially after it rained, they could be used to prevent shoes from getting muddy. The carpenter had also specially painted them to prevent insects and decay. There wasn't much paint left, and not much could be found in town. Half of it was found at the town's coffin shop, which people found taboo. The paint used for Wengu's wooden clogs was from the carpenter's own stock. He had originally intended to keep it all for his own use, but specially gave some to Wengu for painting the wooden clogs. A wheelbarrow was too large to paint, but these wooden clogs were worth the paint. Wengu really liked them. Although he didn't know their practical utility, the classical style was to his liking. This was probably the legendary Xiegong clogs. Wooden clogs were indeed necessary to carry. Along the journey, many roads were dirt roads. After it rained, the ground wouldn't dry for days. Walking on them would lift a clump of mud with each step, and after a few more steps, your feet would feel as heavy as lead weights. In the past, it didn't matter, but the situation was different now, and he had concerns. If he needed to do something, he could wear them temporarily. The paint used by the carpenter was raw lacquer collected from certain types of trees. It was an ancient skill passed down for generations. The day of departure was set, and the village chief specifically sought out Wengu for a chat. They took a walk around the village. The wall the village built earlier was by dismantling their own courtyard walls and demolishing those empty, dilapidated houses. It was barely built after dismantling and patching. However, it will get better soon. The items moved back from town can be used to heighten and reinforce the walls, and also to repair villagers' houses. When winter comes and it snows, we can go out again to find some bricks, tiles, stones, and timber to bring back to the village. The fortress can be built soon. If it can be built, the village will definitely be safer. Why take the risk of heading north? Why don't you consider it again? The village chief genuinely hoped they would stay. Both Wengu and the Taoist priest were capable individuals. He had persuaded them several times, and this was the last one. This time, Wengu was not perfunctory. He seriously analyzed the current situation with the village chief. Under the invasion of the goo poison epidemic, how many people could survive? Probably not even 1 in 10. Among the unfortunate 9/10, how many had turned into the monsters outside? The village walls could defend against 10, 100, but not against 1,000, 10,000, or even more. Staying here might provide temporary safety, but it was not a long-term solution. Moreover, resources were limited. Even if they could last for 2 years, what about after 2 years? Wengu reminded the village not to be complacent. The village chief stood there alone, pondering for a long time, then went to discuss with Lu the hunter. The next day, as dawn broke, Wengu and his party gathered at the village entrance, ready to set off. The temperature was low in the early morning. In this temperature, even deeply mutated evil creatures outside would not be able to move quickly. As long as they were in an open area, they would have enough reaction time to deal with situations. Wengu had planned it all out: travel in the morning and afternoon, and rest and replenish food and water when the temperature was higher at noon. As for the night, the temperature was low, but they couldn't see the road, so they would choose a place to sleep. Of course, winter imposed greater restrictions on evil creatures, but if they waited until winter, it would be disadvantageous for long-distance travel. The current season was just right. The wheelbarrow, piled high with goods, was pushed out. 3 cloth backpacks were already filled, and other essential miscellaneous items were also packed in large cloth bags, all placed on the wheelbarrow. They tried to avoid exposing them. Little Lu the hunter cowed out at home before coming out. Yesterday, the village chief had visited his home and relayed Wengu's reminder. Little Lu felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. This long journey north was not only to seek a future for himself, but also to find a future for the entire village. Walking out of the village, Little Lu looked back at the village and then towards the mountains. There was a patch of wild kudzu on that mountainside, which was why their village was called Ga Village. When he was young and attended school, he couldn't learn much else, but he remembered one line of poetry that the school teacher had recited very clearly. Kudzu vines spread far, reaching into the central valley, with lush leaves. On this journey north, he didn't know if he would have the chance to return, or if he would have the chance to see the wild kudzu spreading across the mountainside again. A strong sense of sadness and reluctance arose in his heart. But once his emotions subsided, he became spirited and full of drive again. Little Lu's father, Lu the hunter, led a team of people to escort them for a part of the way and to haul some timber back to the village. Near the route Wengu had chosen, there were 2 villages. Lu the hunter had only led people to search for food before. This time, they would also haul some wooden furniture and household items back to prevent them from rotting in place. After leaving the village, some villagers helped them push the wheelbarrow and demonstrated how to push it more easily, so they could save more energy on this section of the road. As the sun rose higher, the world brightened, and they reached the parting crossroads. Old Lu pulled Little Lu aside, wanting to say something, but after holding back for a long time, he couldn't speak it out. Everything that needed to be said had already been said at home. At this moment, both father and son had red eyes. Old Lu said, "You left as 4 people, and I hope you will arrive in the northern lands as 4 people, all reaching your destination intact." Little Lu's eyes welled up with tears, and he nodded heavily. Wengu's expression was solemn as he bowed farewell one by one. He thought to himself, "What are you thinking? How could there only be 4 people?" Leaving Ga Village far behind, the road became unfamiliar and even more treacherous. The surroundings were desolate. Fortunately, the vegetation had withered, and the weeds that had once aggressively encroached on every patch of land now lay flattened, revealing the country paths. A wheelbarrow was quite useful at this time, able to carry goods over these narrow and uneven surfaces. Without the villagers' help, it was now Wengu's cousin, Taitu, who was responsible for pushing the wheelbarrow. The wheelbarrow was equipped with a stand, so if danger arose, Taitu could abandon it and immediately engage in combat. However, in Wengu's opinion, they were still too few in number. If they had enough people, they could take turns, with each person pushing for a short stretch. When Gu wanted to upgrade their transportation, the roads they would travel in the future might not always be these country paths. It would be great to have a two-wheeled cart. It could carry people and more goods. He didn't dare to dream of horses. Ordinary villagers couldn't afford horses. Where they could be afforded, horses would have been snatched up by various factions when the world first descended into chaos. Those not snatched might still be attacked by evil creatures outside and become food. Without horses, an ox cart or a donkey cart would suffice. Donkeys should be more common in villages and towns. Many villages in the surrounding areas, even if they couldn't afford horses and oxen, could still afford donkeys and mules. With lower maintenance costs and decent endurance, some remote caravans used donkeys for transporting goods. Wengu noted this down as a task and kept an eye out along the way for any unattended donkeys. Not long after, Wengu saw another ox skeleton. Little Lu sighed. Half a year ago, when we came out, we even saw water buffalo bathing in the water. But back then, everyone was afraid to touch the muddy water, so we had to give up. Later, when my father and the others came out, they didn't see any living cattle. Seeing the ox skeletons in the fields during the burning of the fields indicated that many livestock outside couldn't escape their fate. Under the epidemic of evil, poultry, livestock, birds, fish, these animals were normal and showed no signs of being possessed. Only people were possessed. And after people were possessed and turned into evil creatures, they would attack those animals. Flying or swimming creatures were better off, not easily preyed upon. But poultry and livestock suffered. In areas where evil creatures were active, not even a chicken would be left. However, evil creatures also missed their prey. As when Gu and the others traveled, they would search for any opportunities. Little Lu was experienced and knew which places had a higher chance of success. Eggs. Little Lu spotted another target. He examined the eggshells, picked one up, and gently shook it to gauge its freshness before carefully placing it in a cloth bag. These were their rations. Since leaving the village, they had collected 5 eggs. In fact, they had found several nests mid-journey, but those had gone bad from being left too long. These 3 should still be edible. They were clearly eggs laid by domestic chickens. I didn't see any chickens around. Perhaps they've already become meals for evil creatures or beasts, Little Lu said. This also suggests there might be evil creatures or beasts nearby, Wengu noted. An hour and a half later, they didn't encounter any evil creatures, but they did see a weasel standing upright in the grass. With normal human activity reduced, some wild animals had become bolder. The weasel stared at them for a while before hopping into the grass and disappearing quickly as they approached. Perhaps that weasel snatched the chicken, or even took some of the eggs from the nest, Little Lu speculated. Perhaps it was as he said, or perhaps there were other possibilities. The 4 continued onward, cautiously observing their surroundings. No one knew how many survivors were still in this area. There might not be any at all. They chose to travel through areas with relatively open visibility, rather than dense forests or overgrown paths. If evil creatures or other large beasts appeared, they would see them immediately. Furthermore, they had a lookout in the sky. The bleak autumn wind brought a chill, but it was soon replaced by the warmth of the sun. However, this warmth served as a reminder for them to be even more vigilant. There's a village ahead. Shall we rest there for lunch? Little Lu hadn't been to this area before, but he generally knew there was a village nearby. Wengu's map also marked it, and according to their travel plan, they should reach it before noon. Soon, they saw familiar thatched cottages and earthen walls. The villages in this region shared a similar style. My father and the others searched this village last winter. They didn't leave much behind. What were once lively villages were now desolate. They could see scattered white bones in the distance, bearing the marks of animal teeth. Plants grew wildly from the skeletons in front of the dilapidated thatched cottages. Little Lu had seen similar scenes several times, and each time it shook him deeply. Who could say this wouldn't be his own future? They didn't meticulously search each house within the village. After a general assessment for danger, they found a house on the outskirts. The house was empty. Some wooden tables and stools had been removed. Lu the hunter and his men had been there before and transported them back to their village. Those they couldn't use were chopped up for firewood. They burned some medicinal herbs and started a fire with dry twigs and dead grass. Chopsticks, bamboo clips, and other utensils they carried were briefly roasted over the fire to ward off evil. Of course, a brief scorching was sufficient. Prolonged roasting would cause them to burn, as they were made of wood. Tools and weapons were also scorched in this manner for sterilization. Wengu took out a small bamboo clip specifically for picking up food, lightly toasted it over the fire, and then opened a small jar to pick out the bujiwan pills within. These were convenient food items prepared by the Taoist master for travel. They were indeed convenient. During their rest, the atmosphere became somewhat somber. Wengu noticed little Lu was lost in thought, his hand clenched around a wooden token. It was a pendant made of ironwood by old Lu and given to little Lu to wear around his neck before he left home. Little Lu's name, Zua, contained the character for ironwood. It was understandable. This was the young hunter's first time traveling far from his family. He was too young, the current situation was precarious, and his future uncertain. Coupled with the tragic scene of the village they had just witnessed, he couldn't help but miss home. He was still performing his duties well, but his spirit was far less buoyant than when he first left the village, and his nerves were constantly on edge. Wengu felt the need to lighten the mood. At a time like this, words of comfort and encouragement were hollow. After some thought, Wengu spoke. "Have you heard the story of the weasel asking for a title?" Little Lu the hunter's attention was immediately diverted, and he asked with great curiosity, "A weasel asking for a title? You mean the kind that used to steal chickens in the village, the one we saw on the road just now?" Taoist Master Chingy's expression remained unchanged, but his ears perked up. He wanted to hear what this dog scholar would babble about. "Wengu, I heard about it during my travels." Taoist Master Chingy. Here we go again. "Wengu, let me state up front, this is all hearsay, made up and fictional, something from storybooks." Little Lu the hunter, I love storybooks. So, Wengu briefly recounted the story of the weasel begging for a title, asking a passerby if it looked more human or divine, and also mentioned a few other versions circulating among the folk. Little Lu immediately thought of the weasel that had stood up on the road earlier. He stammered, then which category do we fall into? Did it speak at that time? What should we answer if we meet it again? Under a strong self-suggestive influence, little Lu suddenly felt his memory of the encounter becoming blurry, unsure if he had heard anything at that moment. He asked the Taoist master, "Is the story of the weasel begging for a title true?" Taoist Master Chingy smiled enigmatically and did not reply. Internally, I haven't heard of this either. I'll have to learn. Where exactly was this dog scholar traveling? Can he share the route? Wengu said, "It stood up just to observe vigilantly. It wasn't like the stories made it out to be." Little Lu nodded, What he was truly thinking was anyone's guess. Wengu decided he should tell fewer stories of this type in the future. During their casual chat, they didn't let down their guard regarding their surroundings. The courtyard walls of this house were slightly higher than elsewhere, but still not entirely secure. "Has Ma Tuaner gone out to forage?" Wengu asked. "Yes. It's been keeping watch all along, and now it needs to replenish its energy," Little Lu the hunter replied. "Don't worry, I've set up some traps in the courtyard." Crash! A sound came from outside. The people inside the house instantly fell silent, on high alert. Looking out through a gap in the window, they saw a highly mutated evil creature that had scaled the courtyard wall. It had triggered Little Lu's trap, making a noise to alert those inside. Little Lu drew his bow, aiming at the dilapidated window. However, with the obstruction, if he couldn't deliver a fatal blow, it would pose a significant threat to them. Taitu shielded Wengu, gripping a wood-chopping knife, his muscles tensed. Although not clever, he had survived this long because he followed Wengu's instructions precisely. It was now a conditioned reflex, formed during their travels. Wengu, meanwhile, picked up a wood-chopping knife placed beside him and heated the blade over the flame. He simultaneously observed the evil creature outside. Being able to scale the courtyard wall so easily indicated that the creature's mutation was advanced. Its skin and flesh were tougher, its movements more agile. This was not an ideal place to fight. Evasion was the best option. Wengu looked towards Taoist Master Chingy. "Let's go." Taoist Master. Taoist Master Chingy reacted swiftly. He held a small censer in one palm and extended it below the window, while with his other hand, he silently fanned the smoke outwards. The evil creature outside approached the window step by step. Its pale eyes were vacant, its skin, shriveled like dehydrated parchment, clung to its bones. Purple-brown markings covered almost its entire face, and its teeth were broken and uneven. The remaining teeth had become sharper due to their heterogenization, making its appearance terrifying. It sniffed the air, emitting a low, guttural sound from its throat. Gradually, it drew closer to the window. It sniffed again, its keen sense of smell capturing the scent of food. However, it was quickly stimulated by the scent of medicinal herbs, letting out a low growl, shaking its head, and turning to climb over the wall and flee. Not long after, distant howls could be heard, as if two evil creatures were fighting. Perhaps over food, or for other reasons. They were like wild beasts, fighting over territory, food, or other disputes. As the evil creature moved away, the people inside lost any appetite for conversation. They quickly finished their lunch and conserved their strength. A few chirps could be heard from the sky. Mot Twaner had returned from foraging. It found a high perch to rest, also keeping watch. The weather changed from clear to cloudy. The clouds obscured the sun, and the gusts of autumn wind brought more chill. Wengu and the others emerged from the village and continued their journey. Not long after, they encountered the same evil creature again. However, this time the field of vision was wide and unobstructed. Little Lu the hunter shot an arrow that pierced its brain. He would never waste a second arrow if one would suffice. The arrows he shot were recovered whenever possible, but arrows that hit evil creatures were not retrieved. He dared not take the risk. Little Lu worried. When his iron arrowheads ran out, and he had to make arrowheads from other materials, their lethality would decrease. He wondered how many arrows it would take to kill them. Wengu also worried. Their equipment and manpower were insufficient to meet the demand. End of chapter. Little Lu the hunter watched the evil creature fall. Their current speed is much slower than it was 2 months ago. The noon temperature had risen slightly, but with autumn having set in, the overall temperature had clearly dropped. Wenga glanced at Little Lu. Low temperatures restrict them too much. The winters in the northern lands are long and even colder. By then, hunting evil creatures there will be even easier. Upon hearing this, Little Lu the hunter thought that if they could safely reach the northern lands, his archery skills might earn him some military merit and a minor official position. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and the sorrow of leaving home vanished. The 4 of them continued on their way. They had planned their itinerary and needed to reach their designated location before nightfall. Their next stop was a farmstead belonging to a wealthy landowner. This was one of several potential resting places that Wenga had chosen, based on information provided by Little Lu's father, Lu the hunter. Lu the hunter had mentioned that Steward Lee's family was wealthy, owned extensive land, and had considerable influence. If that were true, he surely would have received news in advance and left with his family servants before the chaos spread to this area. Wenga looked ahead, catching a faint glimpse of buildings. Is that it? It should be. Little Lu the hunter oriented himself, confirming their direction was correct. His father had said that Steward Lee's farmstead was located northeast of a certain village and south of a certain river. While traveling, if told left or right, he might not react immediately and would need to clarify who's left or right. But if told east, west, north, or south, it was like an ingrained skill that immediately clicked. This way is correct. All along their journey, there had been nothing but desolation, suggesting that no living people had traveled this path for a long time. They had only encountered 2 evil creatures. After dispatching them, Wengu observed their clothing. One was dressed like a typical farmer, possibly a peasant attached to the farmstead. The other, despite wearing a luxurious outer robe, had a patched, coarse cloth inner garment. Perhaps he had scavenged clothing from a wealthy family that had fallen victim, contracted the epidemic of evil, and transformed into his current state. Aside from these 2, they had not seen any other humanoid creatures. Wenga felt a little relieved. It seemed his guess was correct. The influential Steward Lee had already taken his people and left. As they neared the farmstead, Little Lu the hunter managed to hunt a rabbit. He didn't dare process it on the spot, waiting until they entered the farmstead, boiled water, and started a fire. My father once delivered mountain goods to Steward Lee. Although Steward Lee has a bit of a temper, he doesn't mistreat people or dock their wages. Everyone says he's a decent person. These were the 2 things people cared about, survival, and payment. Beyond that, they were indifferent. Steward Lee was a very capable man. The few houses where the owner lived on his farmstead were built with a large amount of blue brick. Little Lou found it a bit regrettable, as it was too far from their village. Otherwise, they could come here to move bricks. A house with blue bricks and large tiled roofs was Little Lou's dream home. And it was where they would be staying for the night. Before entering Steward Lee's large courtyard, they cautiously observed their surroundings. The area still showed no signs of human activity. The footprints left by evil creatures were different from those of normal people and easy to distinguish. There were some bloodstains on the ground, but they were old. However, they halted. Wango's expression turned serious. "Do you smell that?" Little Lou was surprised. "It smells like alcohol." The scent of alcohol carried by the wind was fresh. Were there survivors in the village? Yet, there were no signs of normal human activity here. Wango analyzed the situation. If there were survivors inside, perhaps their numbers were small, their combat strength wasn't high, and they had been hiding indoors all along. Wango said, "Let Motwaner take a look." Little Lou responded. He wore a leather bracer and waved his hand into the air. After a while, a falcon's cry echoed from above. No other people were found, Little Lou reported. "Then let's go in," Wango said in a low voice. "Everyone, don't split up." The large, grand compound looked impressive from a distance, but up close, it was evident that it hadn't been inhabited for a long time, and time seemed to have accelerated. Even the houses with blue bricks and large tiles appeared desolate and dilapidated. As they entered the courtyard, they heard a faint sound. Little Lou drew his bow and looked in that direction. "It's a cat." It was a large but somewhat emaciated cat, likely one kept by the farmstead before. It was now huddled in a corner, its back arched, for standing on end, emitting a hissing growl towards them. It was showing extreme vigilance and unease at their arrival. "Wait." It wasn't directed at them. "Careful of the rafters," Wango urgently warned. Little Lou reacted swiftly. His bow, already drawn and alert, instantly turned towards the fleeting figure in the upper corner, releasing an arrow. The figure on the rafters was brought down by the arrow. Little Lou had already knocked his second arrow and was looking at the fallen figure. It was a possessed child, no longer resembling a human. The arrow was not fatal, and it let out a shrill roar like a bloodthirsty beast, baring its teeth at them. Little Lou slowly took a deep breath and released his finger. The arrow flew true. The shrill cry abruptly ceased. Little Lou blinked his slightly moist eyes and looked elsewhere in the house. Wango also silently scanned the surroundings. Finding no further threats, the cat finally calmed down. He then looked at the small evil creature on the ground. Judging by its clothing, it was likely a child from a farming family attached to the farmstead. In this world, people were turned into ghosts. Regardless of gender, age, or social status, one could easily end up in this state. Wango glanced at the Taoist master. Taoist Master Chingy looked compassionate and took out a piece of paper with runes drawn on it, burning it and chanting scriptures to guide the spirits. The burning talisman produced smoke, which dispersed into the courtyard with the wind. No other disturbances were heard for the time being. Next, they needed to find the woodshed and kitchen. The layout here was similar to that of the wealthy families in town, making them easy to locate. The smell of alcohol they had detected earlier came from the other side of the compound. However, Wango and the others did not go to investigate at this moment. The kitchen area had a well. Although the water in the well wasn't absolutely safe, it was much better than clearly polluted wells or the water in the surrounding rivers. Drawing water was also convenient and helped avoid surprise attacks. They found the kitchen, its door ajar. They did not enter immediately. Wango used his long staff to pry the window open slightly, stepped back, and gestured. "Taoist Master, please." Taoist Master Chingy was now wearing practical clothing suitable for outdoor activities, rather than his ostentatious ceremonial robe. He took out a specially treated small rattan ball containing bundles of several herbs used for fumigation. When lit, it continuously produced smoke with an herbal scent without igniting the rattan ball. He took out his foot, stepped in an arcane manner, then leaped, swinging his arm to throw. The smoking rattan ball traced a sharp arc through the air. Crack! It accurately landed inside through the window. The smoke quickly dispersed within. No sounds came from inside. While fumigating the kitchen, they observed the well. The well had a cover and there was no visible blood around it, making the probability of contamination lower compared to exposed wells. Besides, all the water they drank was boiled. After some time, once they judged the timing was right, they opened the kitchen door and windows for ventilation. It was still light outside, allowing them to see the kitchen's layout. The kitchen had several large stoves, indicating that several large iron pots must have been here originally. Iron pots were gradually appearing in many households now, but not every house in the village had one. After the chaos began outside, the villagers of Gu village went to town to collect supplies and brought back several iron pots. Currently, most of the cookware in the kitchen had been taken. They found an iron pot in a corner with a small chip on the side. Perhaps it was because of this flaw that it had been discarded by its owner. Little Lou was delighted. What did a chip matter? It didn't affect boiling water or cooking. Let's take this iron pot with us when we leave. They drew water, heated it, brushed the pot to remove rust, and then boiled water to prepare the rabbit they had hunted. The game hunted outside could be eaten, but it had to be processed properly. After boiling several pots of water, they boiled water for drinking. Little Lou the hunter focused on preparing the rabbit, cutting out some meat to feed to the cat in the courtyard. He specifically explained to Wengu and the Taoist master that when hunting in the mountains, if they received help from an animal, whether directly or indirectly, they would offer thanks. Even though Wengu would have discovered the danger on the rafters without the cat, it had been helpful to Little Lou at that moment. The rabbit was hunted by Little Lou, but they were teammates and all resources were shared, which was why he offered the explanation. Wengu and the Taoist master had no objections, and Taidu followed Wengu's lead. Little Lou then tossed a small piece of meat over. With other scents on it, the wary cat lowered its ears, let out a growl, then was drawn by the smell, cautiously approaching. It swiped its paws at the piece of rabbit meat on the ground a few times. It seemed there was no threat, so it snatched the meat and ran off. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated the farmstead, the surroundings silent. The four of them prepared dinner in the kitchen while discussing plans to stay an extra day at the farmstead to search for anything useful. It would be even better if they could find any rice or grain. Little Lou wanted to look for materials to make arrows and craft some spares. Previously, in other villages and towns, it had been difficult to find finished arrows. Either none were available, or they had already been scavenged by others, so he had to make his own. As they were talking, they suddenly heard a crash. It sounded like a water-filled ceramic jar falling to the ground. The four immediately became alert. Wenga thought of the smell of alcohol they had detected before entering the compound. The sound was not far away. It was not yet dark. The four cautiously moved to investigate. Clop, clop, clop. A sound like hooves stepping on the ground. Behind the blue brick courtyard wall, a donkey's face appeared. Literally. End of chapter. As they prepared supplies before leaving the village, Wengu had been thinking about when they would find an animal to pull a cart. After setting off, he had also been paying attention to whether there were any surviving horses, cows, donkeys, or mules nearby. Now, on the very first day of their journey, to unexpectedly find such a well-preserved donkey in an unforeseen location brought genuine surprise and joy. The donkey, upon seeing the four of them, did not show any signs of friendliness, yet it exhibited no apparent wariness or rejection. It had a tether, though the rope looked like it hadn't been tended to in a long time. There was likely no one else around. "This is a domesticated donkey," Little Lou said. It showed no obvious defensive behavior towards humans. Little Lou surveyed the donkey from head to toe and concluded, this is not a local donkey. Its build is larger than our local donkeys. It looks a bit thin now, but it must have been very strong and healthy before. I've heard that when the border lacked horses, some people rode large donkeys or mules to war. This donkey is also large. Perhaps it was brought by a foreign merchant caravan. When Gu looked around, behind them was quite a large garden. With elegant landscaping, exquisite ponds, and pavilions, the owner must have hosted banquets here. In the past, servants meticulously tended to the ornamental flowers and plants, trimming branches and grass. Now it was abandoned. It should have been overgrown with weeds like other parts of the estate, but this area had been almost completely stripped bare by the donkey. There was also the smell of its droppings. Turning around, he looked ahead. There was a room, its door ajar, and the donkey had emerged from it. There were no other sounds from within, but a strong smell of alcohol permeated the air. This was the source of the alcohol smell they had detected earlier. In the fading sunlight, they could see shattered wine jars on the floor inside the room. Little Lou also saw the scene inside and couldn't help but take a deep breath, his face twitching. He didn't know much about alcohol and didn't drink much. He hadn't had the opportunity before. But considering the status of the homeowners here and looking at those wine jars, which seemed very fine, the owner must have stored excellent wine here. So much good wine, ruined by this donkey. In the past, any family whose livestock ruined wine like this would have been cooked. This donkey is addicted to alcohol? Little Lou stammered, his lips trembling. If it wanted to drink, it shouldn't have smashed the wine jars. Alas, we can't expect it to know how to open them. Smashing the wine jars was indeed the easiest method for the donkey. After the wine jars were broken, all the wine spilled out. How much could it have drunk? Little Lou had seen some very intelligent livestock before, including horses, cows, donkeys, and mules. Some could even use simple tools after training. This donkey in front of us must have traveled with merchant caravans, going north and south. Logically, with so much experience, it should be smarter. Why does it seem not very intelligent? It must have a poor foundation. Naturally unintelligent. Little Lou sighed repeatedly, smelling the alcoholic fumes from the room. When Gu carefully observed the scene inside and outside the room. Hearing Little Lou's words, he asked him, "Have you ever thought about why this donkey is still alive?" Little Lou was stunned. Right? Why was it still alive? Not long ago, they had encountered a small evil creature, and there were other evil creatures in the estate. Given the ferocious and bloodthirsty nature of evil creatures, they left no living things behind wherever they went. How could they have left such a large donkey here? That's a whole lot of meat. They had seen several animal skeletons on their journey and hadn't expected to find a live one. This donkey had apparently been living here for quite some time. Why had it survived? Little Lou looked around the front and back of the house, his attention ultimately drawn to the fragments of wine jars on the ground and the strong smell of alcohol. Alcohol can exorcise evil, he ventured. Taoist Master Qingyi remained silent, offering no other indication. However, this implicit affirmation let Little Lou know he was on the right track, or at least in the right direction. When Gu said, "Evil creatures have keen senses of smell. They have scents they like and scents they dislike. The medicinal herbs we use to fumigate houses are disliked by them, so they avoid them." He then looked at the wine jar fragments on the ground inside the house. Now it seems they also dislike the smell of alcohol. Even if it's not as strong a dislike as with medicinal herbs, it's enough that they won't approach it. After accepting this explanation, Little Lou looked at the scene around the house again. This donkey has had a good life. It had a place to shelter from the wind and rain. It could go out to nibble on plants when hungry, wander and roll in the large garden, smash wine jars, and lick up some alcohol when it craved a drink. It wasn't afraid of being possessed by evil energy. No one bothered it, it didn't have to work, and approaching evil creatures were driven away by the smell of alcohol. Whether humans or other animals outside lived difficult lives. This donkey was living so freely here. Little Lou didn't want to admit his envy and jealousy. It's quite content to stay here. I've heard people say before that livestock like donkeys and horses like to be with their companions. Without companions or people, how could it have stayed here for so long? As soon as it stepped out of the area affected by the alcohol smell, once the scent of alcohol on its body dissipated, it would be a live target. Evil creatures outside could smell its scent and gnaw it down to a skeleton. When Gu thought to himself, it seems this donkey has a rather homebody personality. He glanced again at the remaining wine jars inside the house and added, "It smashes a jar of wine every so often, and there are only 2 jars left inside. Once these 2 jars of wine are gone, without the obscuring smell of alcohol, the scent of it being food will attract evil creatures to hunt and kill it. Even if the alcohol smell persists, in autumn and winter, when the plants in the garden wither, without sufficient food, it might go out to forage and its fate will soon be the same. However, just before these 2 jars of wine were consumed, before the plants in the garden completely withered, before the donkey ventured out, they arrived." Taoist Master Qingyi also commented at this moment, "This donkey has extraordinary luck." Little Lou's eyes instantly changed. Right? So, what if its foundation was poor? So, what if it wasn't smart? There were no other horses, cows, donkeys, or mules alive in this area that had a better foundation or were smarter than it. This was simply a donkey chosen by fate. He loved being around such creatures with extraordinary luck. It would be even better if he could absorb some of that luck. He secretly decided that if he could reach the northern lands alive, next year when he pasted New Year pictures, he wouldn't want those that exorcised evil and caught ghosts. He would paste pictures of lazy donkeys at the door of wealth. Wengu looked at the large donkey with an appreciative gaze. He also felt his luck was good. What he was thinking about had just arrived. Once they prepared another 2 rounds of wooden carts, they could carry more supplies, free up 1 combat personnel, and when tired, they could also hitch a ride on the donkey cart to rest. Whether this donkey's luck was extraordinary or it stayed here out of an instinct to protect itself, it didn't matter. In any case, this donkey was mine. Our donkey cart has arrived, Wengu said. Little Lu was also happy. As the sky grew darker, he was concerned about leaving the donkey here. Let's take it to the woodshed area, he suggested. Little Lu did not directly reach out to interact with the donkey. Who knew if it had rolled in the grass while grazing in the courtyard? They had encountered a small evil creature not long ago. They didn't know if it had gotten contaminated with that evil energy or dirt while grazing and rolling. Wearing gloves, he reached for the donkey's tether, intending to lead it towards the kitchen and woodshed. Unexpectedly, the donkey threw a tantrum, refusing to leave and kicking its legs when forced. Little Lu dared not try to lead it anymore. It's unwilling. Wengu glanced at the donkey, unwilling. Then let's move all the remaining wine jars away. Taitu silently went and moved the wine jars. The donkey, which had been stubbornly resisting Little Lu, let out a loud bray upon seeing this. Braying was useless. Taitu carried the wine jars out. The donkey twitched its long ears and lowered its head again, nudging at them. Wengu and the other 3 quickly stepped back, using the backs of their knives to maintain distance from the donkey. Unwashed and unkempt, such intimacy was not acceptable. The donkey let out another dissatisfied bray. It was a bit noisy. They ignored it. Wengu asked Taitu to set the wine jars aside and, before it got dark, they entered the house to take a look. Avoiding the debris on the ground, they walked further in. This house had several other rooms. The room they entered upon first coming in was used for storing wine. Other rooms served different purposes. For example, this room for storing tools. Little Lu looked at the various strange tools placed there. Some resembled pots and steamers, while others had peculiar shapes whose uses were unclear. Little Lu had heard his father say that Stewardly loved wine. If he had business that required requesting an audience with Stewardly, good wine served as a pretext. The numerous wine jars outside proved that Stewardly was indeed very interested in wine. But the rooms ahead did not contain drinking vessels like wine pots or cups. Taoist Master Chingy looked at the tools before him, his eyes flashing slightly. Ordinary people would definitely not understand, but he knew immediately what they were used for. Thinking of this, he suddenly paused and looked at Wengu. He saw that Wengu was also staring at those tools with great interest, even with some joy. His expression was entirely different from Little Lu's bewilderment. Taoist Master Chingy's heart skipped a beat, a familiar throbbing sensation, as if grass were growing. No way? No way. You know this too? Was your family truly just an ordinary scholarly family? Was your traveling to gain knowledge truly a proper academic pursuit? Wengu walked over with light steps. Taoist Master, when I was traveling. Taoist Master Chingy raised his hand in a stopping gesture. Enough. Just state your purpose directly. Wengu smiled elegantly and politely. I hope the Taoist Master can refine some strong liquor. Is that possible? He believed that this Taoist with so many skills in chemistry, alchemy, would not find the technique of distilling alcohol too challenging. Even if he didn't know how, Wengu could offer some guidance and encouragement from the side. End of this chapter. The alcohol content of wine was generally not high in this era, but strong liquor did appear. The set of equipment found in Steward Lee's estate was intended to distill and purify low-alcohol brewed wine to produce high-alcohol strong liquor. In Wengu's eyes, the equipment was crude, but it didn't matter as long as it served its purpose. Taoist Master Chingy frowned. We're only refining these 2 jars of wine? Was this small quantity worth my effort to operate the furnace and distill wine? No. Tomorrow, we will search this estate again for any usable items and also look for other sources of wine. If we find any, I will trouble you, Taoist Master. Very well, that can be arranged. Although Taoist Master Chingy was not entirely willing, he agreed after weighing the pros and cons. maintaining his dignified facade. The sky outside had darkened. They did not touch anything else in the house and decided to let the large donkey stay there for the time being. The 2 jars of wine were not taken, but were locked in a separate room to prevent the donkey from ruining them. They returned to the kitchen. Compared to the messy wine cellar ruined by the donkey, the kitchen and woodshed were more suitable for them to spend the night. There was plenty of firewood in the woodshed, so they didn't need to skimp on lighting a fire. After fumigating with herbs and lighting a fire, the aroma of wine occasionally wafted through the air, deterring any nearby evil creatures. "Little Lou, tomorrow, have Ma Tuaner send a message to your father, telling the village not to drink all the stored wine," Wengu said. Falcons were diurnal raptors, so it was better to send messages during the day. They would be staying in the estate tomorrow and would not go out, so they could let Ma Tuaner fly a trip. It had only been a day since they left the village. They had to be cautious of their surroundings on the road, push their goods, and even stop for a rest during the hottest part of the day. With their walking speed, they hadn't gotten too far. Little Lou the hunter was already thinking about this. Knowing that wine could ward off evil, he wished he could tell the village immediately. They should not drink all the wine. No matter how much they liked wine, they should use it sparingly to save their lives. For writing the letter, he asked Wengu for help. Using a small notebook he carried with him, he wrote a few lines with a charcoal pencil, briefly conveying the information. Ma Tuaner would deliver this short message back in the morning. After a good night's rest, on the second day, they searched the estate for supplies and decided what could be taken. The estate was large. In addition to the owners, there were maids, servants, guards, and other laborers and hired workers who had lived there previously. What the superior likes, the inferior will follow. As the saying goes, when the superiors act, the inferiors follow. Many of the servants also enjoyed wine. When the people here evacuated, they could take away rice, valuable goods, gold, and silver, but it was difficult to take all the wine jars with them. Even the owners could only leave the wine in the house, making it even harder for the servants to carry. From other rooms, they found over 10 jars of wine, 3 of which had been opened. The quality of the wine varied, and the ingredients for brewing were diverse. It didn't matter, as it would all be refined by the Taoist master. In addition, during the process of collecting supplies, they discovered a basement containing nearly 100 jars of excellent wine. The entrance to the secret room was well hidden and easily overlooked. Taoist Master Qingyi was the first to discover it. Wengu looked at Taoist Master Qingyi with a meaningful gaze at that moment. The Taoist master's past travels must have been full of ups and downs and rich experiences. Judging by the old marks left here, the secret room used to be piled with many chests containing the owner's private property. During the urgent evacuation, the chests were all moved away. This good wine was difficult to carry, so it was left in the secret room as it was. They would not be staying here for too long, and the wine the Taoist master needed for distillation was not that much. Wengu did not move them all out. They couldn't take them all away. Wengu said to Little Lou, "Send a message to the village. If something unexpected happens in the village, they can come here to take shelter." Little Lou also liked this place, but it was a pity that it was too far from their village. The falcon could fly back and forth quickly, but it was different for them walking. They still had to guard against dangers along the way. Alas, what a pity. "I wonder who will end up with this in the end," Little Lou lamented. "Not necessarily. If you make a name for yourself in the north and return home in glory, you can bring your people to the north to escape the disaster, and you can take all the wine from here then. In the end, it will still fall into our hands," Wengu said. Little Lou the hunter's expression turned dreamy upon hearing this, and he said with determination, "Yes, that's right. It will all be ours in the end." Taoist Master Qingyi, standing beside them, looked at Wengu and then at Little Lou, feeling speechless. "You actually believe the pie he's drawing in the sky? This was just the beginning, and he was already dreaming? What a fool." Impatient with their nonsense, Taoist Master Qingyi selected what he needed and went to distill the wine. In addition to wine, they also found some leftover rice, salt, and sugar, as well as other items. There were no finished weapons, but there were some farming tools that could be useful with a little modification. The intact wooden carts had already been taken away. 2 broken ones were left. By dismantling and repairing them, they could assemble one complete cart. Wengu calculated how much a donkey cart could hold and began selecting the items they had found. Large wine jars were inconvenient to carry, so they would only take some of the products refined by the Taoist master. While the Taoist master refined the wine, Little Lu repaired the cart, and Taitu went to help with the heavy lifting. Occasionally, when Little Lu was stuck, Wengu would come over, point out the critical issues, and offer solutions. The wooden cart was soon repaired. As for Wengu, after consulting with Little Lu, he went to build trust with the large donkey and conduct some simple training to allow the donkey to pull the cart better. As they had guessed, this large donkey had pulled carts and carried goods before. Even if it hadn't worked for several months, it adapted quickly despite being a bit rusty. It just lacked motivation. Thinking that it would soon have to pull a loaded cart, Wengu asked Little Lu to make some concentrated feed using the existing supplies, such as the beans they had found that day, or some edible byproducts from the Taoist master's wine distillation. Wengu also found a small-mouthed porcelain bottle, filled it with wine, and stoppered it with a wooden cork. A small amount of wine vapor would seep out. A rope was tied to the neck of the bottle, and it was hung from a long pole in front of the large donkey. Well, the large donkey pulled the cart with much more vigor, as expected of an experienced worker. Trust between man and donkey was also established. Wengu was very satisfied and even learned how to drive from Little Lu. Among the 6 arts of a gentleman, Li, Yu, Shi, Yu, Shu writes, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, arithmetic, driving a horse-drawn carriage was a skill that needed to be mastered. He had never driven a donkey cart before, so he needed to learn the techniques. In such chaotic times, mastering another skill meant a greater chance of survival. Little Lu couldn't help but exclaim, "Scholars are really amazing." Not only could he drive, but he could also repair cars. Wengu was very proficient when he guided him in repairing the wooden cart. Over there, after learning to drive the donkey cart, Wengu went to check on the progress of the Taoist master's wine distillation. Taoist Master Qingyi was indeed reliable in his professional field. Alchemists were familiar with distillation technology. What a talent! It would be even better if more such talents could be found. The wine collected from various rooms in the estate was processed according to the Taoist master's own habits. Originally, the Taoist master only intended to distill the strong liquor and ignore the rest. However, Wengu had pointed out in advance, not only suggesting refinement techniques, but also reminding the Taoist master not to try to cut corners. Considering the future benefits that the dog scholar could bring him, the Taoist master put in some effort. The distilled wine was mainly divided into 3 categories: the 4 shots, the heart, and the tails. The heart was the strong liquor, which was drinkable. The 4 shots and tails had more impurities, but they would not be wasted and had other uses. Wengu looked at the separated distilled products. The brewed wine here generally had a low alcohol concentration. The uned wine could not be ignited directly. The heart liquor, after distillation, had a higher alcohol concentration and sufficient flammable components. It also had a certain disinfecting and sterilizing effect. Although not comparable to the medical grade in Wengu's original world, it could be used to treat minor injuries in the current situation. The collected 4 shots and tails, if they could be ignited at room temperature, would be kept as offensive weapons. If they could not be ignited, such as wine tails with low alcohol content, high water content, or stimulating odors, they would be used as defensive weapons, with their smell serving as cover. Keep them. These were all things that could turn the tide of battle. Although the results of the wine distillation did not meet Wengu's original expectations, the equipment was crude, so one could not demand too much. It was good enough for practical use. When Wengu was conducting combustion tests, Little Lu happened to come over. He knew that this was wine refined by Taoist Master Qingyi and originally thought Wengu had asked the Taoist master to refine strong liquor so they could drink it to ward off the cold when the temperature dropped. He had heard people say before that in the harsh, cold border regions, some people drink alcohol to keep warm. He thought Wengu had the same idea. It wasn't until he saw Wengu ignite a small spoonful of wine that he poured out. It was ignited. So, as long as the wine was strong enough, it could be ignited. What did evil creatures fear? Besides low temperatures, it was fire. If they encountered a crisis and did not have enough firewood at hand, they only needed one of the Taoist masters, perfect fire tinder, and a small bottle of strong liquor. Little Lu looked at Wengu, Scholars are really amazing. Wengu did not hide his actions from little Lu, saying, "Take everything with you when we set off. Be careful then, and absolutely do not go near the fire source." Little Lu nodded repeatedly. They definitely had to be careful, otherwise they would end up burning themselves. Wengu turned around and looked at the equipment. It was a pity that the things they could take were limited, and they couldn't take this distillation equipment with them. Therefore, Wengu used his portable notebook to draw pictures of this equipment. Once they had the conditions in the north, they would find artisans to manufacture and improve upon them. Food was precious. Whether it was from grain brewing or fruit wine, it would definitely be harder to obtain. But the tools could be made and used for other purposes, not just limited to wine. Alas, that was a matter for the future. They would think about it once they safely reached their destination. Having obtained what they wanted and prepared the donkey cart, the four of them set off again. With the donkey cart, they left the wheelbarrow at the estate. If the team had more people, they could have had someone push the wheelbarrow along, but with only 4 people now, there was no need to occupy a combat-ready member. When they set off in the early morning, the feral cat they had encountered before was squatting at the door, watching them. It would continue to guard this estate. It was unknown when its owner would return, or when a new owner would arrive. On the road to the estate, the large donkey, enticed by the small wine bottle hanging in front of it, pulled the cart with great vigor. Only when they rested would Wengu give it a little wine to drink. It would not be fed while working. No drinking while working, no working while drinking. End of this chapter. Leaving the manor, the road they were on was actually quite close to the county town, but Wengu had no plans to go there. The county town hadn't been included in their travel plans from the start. Survivors from Gu village had escaped from the county town, which had long since fallen. As the weather grew colder, the evil creatures, like wild beasts, sought shelter. The fallen county town, therefore, served as an excellent den for them. Of the residents who hadn't escaped the county town, it couldn't be said for sure, but most met one of 2 fates, either becoming food or transforming into evil creatures. Nowadays, that county town had become a nest for monsters. In the words of the locals, the evil energy was too strong. Knowing it was more dangerous there, Wengu had no intention of going. The county town would undoubtedly still have supplies, but unless there was a severe drop in temperature and they had sufficient armed forces, they wouldn't dare to search there. Otherwise, it was best to steer clear from a distance. On a particularly cold morning, from a high vantage point near the county town, they took a look from afar. At this distance, the entire county town appeared as a blurry mass, and under the rising sun, it seemed shrouded in a layer of dust. The area was enveloped in a palpable sense of fear and despair, as if one could hear the laments and cries of its residents. Wengu and the others, being outsiders, didn't feel the impact as deeply. Little Lu, however, stared for a long while before resolutely following Wengu and the others forward without a second glance. The once bustling county town, the place of past dreams, had become history. Let that vibrant county town remain in memory, not decaying into ruin and darkness like the town they had passed through. They traveled for 2 more days, stopping and starting along the way. They had already left the area familiar to Lu the Hunter, and Wengu's previously drawn map of the region was no longer useful. Little Lu had never been to the neighboring county before. He had only heard from his father that this county was less prosperous than their own and quite distant, with little presence otherwise. Not knowing which roads were safer or the conditions of the villages and towns here, they dared not visit each one. They could only choose their route based on the terrain and topography, opting for paths with better visibility and those suitable for their donkey cart. Even if they couldn't find a place to rest, they would build a fire, scatter some herbs to ward off wild beasts and evil creatures, light incense, and take turns guarding while others rested in the donkey cart. The donkey cart moved slowly on the road, not due to the donkey's lack of effort, but because of the numerous obstacles on the path. Human skeletons, the skeletal remains of draft animals, abandoned vehicles, or scattered debris all hindered their progress. Wengu and the other 3, wielding modified long-handled farming tools, cleared the lighter debris to the sides of the road. For anything too heavy to move, they would avoid it if possible, or stop and clear it together if they couldn't bypass it. Of course, it wasn't all trouble. They occasionally found useful tools like knives and clubs. In the dilapidated horse-drawn carriages left on the road, they could sometimes find food left behind by their owners, though most of it had spoiled due to the passage of time. "What a shame, such a big bag of grain," little Lou lamented. The carriage's owner seemed to be from a well-off family. When Gu found a hidden compartment inside the carriage, the pastries and other dried food were inedible, but there was a small jar. Upon opening it, when Gu's face lit up with joy. "Honey! What a treasure!" High in calories and long-lasting, it was excellent emergency and travel food. Little Lou's mouth watered at the mention of honey. A cup of honey water during a rest would instantly revitalize him. Even though he hadn't tasted the honey yet, little Lou felt invigorated while clearing obstacles. He would have been even happier if they could find suitable materials for making arrows. In the few days since leaving home, his quiver had acquired some new arrows, which he had made along the way. In the manor's courtyards, they had collected metal scraps and other hard objects for arrowheads, and he could find materials for the shafts and fletching. Due to limited conditions and his own limited craftsmanship, these new arrows were crudely made, but they were usable. Every day during their rests, he would take some time to make them. Among the humanoid creatures they encountered on their journey, not all were evil. As they passed the outskirts of a village, they found a roadside tea stall that could serve as a place for them to rest. It had been neglected for a long time, and it was impossible to expect it to shield them from the elements. Fortunately, the weather had been fair recently, and without rain, it could offer a slight windbreak and some cover. At the same time they spotted the tea stall, they also saw a large tree nearby with a person hanging from it. The area was open with no other evil creatures in sight, so when Gu and the others went to take a closer look, the person hanging from the tree, judging by their clothes and build, appeared to be a villager from a nearby settlement. They had been hanged recently. To be precise, they had committed suicide by hanging. When Gu observed the person's downward hanging arms, the half-forearm exposed by the sleeve bore a purplish-brown marking. People possessed by evil spirits would develop such markings on their bodies. These markings would spread from the limbs to the entire body, and when their human consciousness was completely lost, it would accelerate their overall transformation into bloodthirsty, savage monsters. Possession by evil spirits was generally divided into 3 stages: a change in smell, purple-brown markings appearing on the limbs, full-body transformation into a monster. When they were in Gu village, Lu the hunter and the others would isolate themselves in a herb-fumigated room for a night upon returning from excursions to determine if anyone had been possessed, starting from the first stage. Those affected would suddenly dislike the smell of those herbs. If herb fumigation wasn't an option, they would look for the second stage of possession, checking if evil spots had appeared on the limbs. In the early stages of possession, they could still retain their consciousness, but wouldn't see the markings on their arms. The evil Gu parasitic within them had already begun to influence their minds, making them believe these markings were normal and belonged to them, completely devoid of the thought, "I am turning into a monster." Those unwilling to become monsters, if told by others that evil spots were appearing on their arms, would choose whether to end their own lives. In the early days of the chaos, some villagers in Gu village who learned they were possessed chose to take their own lives. Such incidents were not uncommon. Having seen such things often, the 4 remained relatively calm. "There are still survivors in the nearby villages," Wengu said. However, they had no intention of confirming this. The variables were too great. Preserving themselves was more important now. After a quiet night at the tea stall, they set off again early the next morning. It was another day of tense travel. Before sunset that afternoon, they spotted a small post station. Compared to the drafty tea stall, the post station offered much better lodging conditions. However, they still had to guard against potential dangers within. Outside the post station, there were old bloodstains, both human and from evil creatures, dating back to different times. On the ground lay human bones and the carcasses of evil creatures. After observing the post station quietly from a distance for a moment, when Goose signaled to the Taoist master, "Go ahead, time for the usual procedure." Taoist Master Chingy's expression was unreadable as he threw in a smoking bundle of rattan. Subsequently, a cough sound emanated from within the post station. It was a human voice. The 4 instantly became alert. In these chaotic times, their enemies weren't just evil creatures. Sometimes, living people were more terrifying than monsters. After a brief observation, when Gu called out, "Excuse us, it's late. We'd like to request shelter for the night." As he spoke, Wengu carefully listened to the sounds within, trying to determine how many people were inside. The person inside made no attempt to hide, immediately replying, "Come in, cough." "Don't worry, cough, 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 it's just me here." The person was clearly choked by the smoke, their words disjointed. Wengu and the other three did not lower their guard. They waited a while longer, and only after the smoke inside had thinned did they enter the post station. The post station wasn't large. Entering through the main door, they could see the situation in the hall at a glance. A young man in his 20s was sitting casually on the floor, leaning against a table. He looked somewhat weak. He was likely a tall and robust person, but now his cheeks were sunken, and he was extremely thin, yet there was a sturdy build characteristic of a martial artist. However, his forehead was slightly red, as if he had just been hit by something. Wengu. He continued to size up the man. This person might have held an official position in the past? An idea immediately formed in his mind. In the current world, with food shortages, most people would be emaciated. However, compared to the gaunt villagers Wengu had seen in Go Village, this man seemed excessively despondent. There was a sense of self-abandonment and dejection about him, and the smell of alcohol emanated from him. A pot of wine lay beside him, and as Wengu entered, the man had been taking several gulps from the wine pot. Quite a bit of wine had spilled onto the floor. The big donkey, smelling it, started to walk towards it, but was pulled away. It brayed and became stubborn. Wengu asked Little Lu to find a pot of coarse wine from the post station to feed the donkey. Earlier, when they were searching for wine in the manor, they had found only this type of coarse wine in the servants' quarters, some even murkier than what was at the post station. Wealthy families would drink clearer wine, which underwent an additional filtering process and was more expensive. For example, the wine stewardly had treasured, which the big donkey had drunk a lot of. As for those from less affluent backgrounds, they mostly drank coarse wine. Of course, some well-off scholars also enjoyed drinking coarse wine when they felt poetic. Nowadays, at a small post station in a remote area, one couldn't expect high-quality wine. It was all coarse wine. It was enough to appease the donkey. Once the donkey quieted down, Wengu, with his scholarly demeanor and a slight apology on his face, bowed elegantly to the man sitting on the ground. "Apologies for disturbing you." The Taoist master beside him secretly rolled his eyes. The young man sitting on the ground looked at the four of them, his eyes shifting slightly, then becoming sorrowful. His voice was hoarse. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. But I advise you to stay away from me." As he spoke, he lifted his sleeve and extended his arm towards Wengu and the others. The gazes of Wengu and the other three shifted to the man's exposed arm, then back to his face. They looked at his arm again, then back at him. Their gazes flickered back and forth several times. Taitu, blank. Utterly blank. He didn't know what to do and looked at Wengu. Little Lu hesitated to speak, then decided against it. Seeing a living survivor made him happy, but he didn't understand what this man was trying to convey. What was wrong with his arm? Did he have a lot of body hair? However, he remembered his father's instruction to not speak rashly when out and to follow the boss's lead. So, he also looked at Wengu. Wengu and the Taoist master exchanged glances. In those few moments, they had guessed various possibilities. Doubt, sympathy, admiration, melancholy. The Taoist master let out a soft chuckle, then, adopting a posture of an expert, sighed deeply. The human emotions in this chaotic world seemed to be encompassed in that one sigh. Observing the reactions of Wengu and the other three, the young man's originally sorrowful and decadent expression seemed to gradually freeze. He realized something. The air suddenly fell silent. End of this chapter. Wengu, the scholar, seemed unable to watch any longer and broke the silence, his voice gentle but clear. Taoist master's smoke bombs were for fumigating evil creatures just now. He paused, then added, evil creatures also dislike the smell of alcohol. Therefore, apart from being choked by the thick smoke at the very beginning, you, who were neither stimulated by the smoke bombs nor guzzled down alcohol, are likely, perhaps, extremely likely, a normal person. It was as if he was directly telling him, "Brother, I knew you weren't possessed by evil spirits when I saw you guzzling alcohol. Either you were scaring yourself or you were deceived." The young man, who had been frozen, felt a strong surge of emotions within him at this moment, a mix of surviving joy and explosive rage at being deceived. His eyes were filled with ferocity, and the hand holding the wine flask bulged with veins. He gritted through clenched teeth, his voice filled with hatred. "I'll flay them alive." Crack! The wine flask was broken with one hand. When Gu glanced at the calloused hand, which was almost intact, his combat power isn't bad. It seemed much higher than Little Lu the hunter's. At the same time, the youth, who had been casually sitting on the ground, sprang up as if he had been set on fire. He tore off his clothes and rushed towards the guest room. His legs seemed to have been injured, and he stumbled. Then, a clatter of rummaging through boxes and cabinets could be heard from the guest room. The four people. A moment later, the person inside came out. He had changed into clothes from the post station's guest room wardrobe, and his entire body, except for his eyes, was covered with a cloth towel, even over his nose and mouth. After tidying himself up, the man used a long stick to poke the discarded old clothes and shoes into a corner. These were stained with filthy blood. It was a blessing from the ancestors that he wasn't possessed by evil spirits. Seeing the man's actions, Taitu remained confused, and Little Lu finally understood. Huh? This person thought he was possessed? How could he be so foolish? When Gu, however, understood. Information was not accessible. Little Lu had already received a lot of knowledge about the epidemic of evil, but survivors elsewhere might not know this. Moreover, there was likely human malice mixed in. It was difficult for someone caught in it to see clearly at first. At this moment, the man walked over. His entire mental state was completely different from before. The negative emotions were suppressed, and he became more energetic. He cupped his hands. "I am Zhou Shan, a humble county lieutenant of this Tang County." Little Lu the hunter couldn't help but mumble a humble county lieutenant. That was an important subordinate of the county magistrate, someone who could lead troops to suppress bandits. How mighty! In the eyes of the people of Gu Village, the county lieutenant was someone they could only look up to. If they could become a county lieutenant, their family's ancestral graves would surely be emitting auspicious smoke. They wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Zhou Shan also observed the four people at this time. He could tell Little Lu's thoughts from his shocked expression. And beside him, the somewhat dazed and simple-looking tall man, these two didn't need much attention. He looked at Wengu and Taoist Master Qingyi. It was mainly these two. They clearly had extraordinary status and must have experienced much of the world. The Taoist master's reaction was indeed rather indifferent. In the past, a county lieutenant would not have entered his circle of interest. As for Wengu, he replied politely at this moment. "I am Wengu, a perfectly ordinary scholar in these chaotic times." Taoist Master Qingyi. He felt the urge to roll his eyes again. Wengu briefly introduced his cousin, the Taoist master, and Little Lu, telling the county lieutenant Zhou that they were heading north to visit relatives and were just passing through and staying for one night. Wengu then looked at the red mark on County Lieutenant Zhou's forehead and said apologetically, "Just now." County Lieutenant Zhou raised his hand to interrupt. "It's a small matter." "I should thank you for the reminder." The ferocity in County Lieutenant Zhou's eyes had subsided, replaced by anxiety and worry. He glanced outside the post station. The sky had already darkened outside. It got dark quickly these days, and going out now wouldn't get them far. No matter how anxious he was, he could only leave tomorrow. He borrowed fire from Wengu and the others. He was more familiar with the layout of the post station and the remaining supplies, and he also informed Wengu. When the chaotic times began, the important supplies of various post stations had been searched by passing wealthy families, mainly for feed for their draft animals and food for people. As for coarse clothing and jars of heavy coarse wine, wealthy families in a hurry to escape didn't care for them. Therefore, it was very difficult to find food in the post station, but coarse cloth clothing could still be found. The post station's kitchen was small and somewhat messy. Wengu and the other three directly found firewood and set up a fire in the main hall to boil water and cook. Zhou Shan maintained a comfortable distance from them. Wengu quietly discussed with his three teammates and gave Zhou Shan a bowl of soup. Zhou Shan was very surprised. He had survived for 3 days relying on the coarse wine here and the occasional pieces of stale dried biscuits found in the post station. He was indeed very hungry. He had originally been thinking about how to exchange for some food with Wengu and the others, and if all else failed, to resort to some despicable means. He couldn't help it. The times were difficult now, and his family was waiting. He needed food to recover his strength quickly, so he could rush back tomorrow. He didn't know if his family was safe after all these days. Unexpectedly, Wengu, the scholar, still retained some benevolent heart and voluntarily shared a bowl of food with him. In these chaotic times, food was precious and no one was willing to share their rations. Had he encountered a good person? Having just experienced betrayal by a companion, his vigilance had not yet diminished. Seeing that the soup was indeed scooped from the same pot, Wengu and the others also started eating. Zhou Shan took it, pulled down the face towel covering his nose and mouth, and without minding the heat, blew on it slightly before eagerly drinking it down. The replenishment of food did help his weakened body recover faster. He cupped his hands in a bow and said solemnly, "Thank you." The food was real, and he was deeply moved. He felt ashamed of his earlier despicable thoughts and said with a serious expression, "I have no way to repay this kindness. If you need anything." Wengu immediately retorted, "We need something now." Zhou Shan. Taoist Master Qingyi beside him almost burst out laughing. Was the food given by that dog scholar so easily accepted? You could never guess what wicked thoughts were hidden beneath his ordinary exterior. Despite his inner complaints, the Taoist master maintained his demeanor of an elder, appearing indifferent, his eyelids slightly lowered, as if he paid no attention to his surroundings. Zhou Shan was just stunned for a moment, then said, "Please speak." Wengu handed over his notebook and charcoal pencil. "County Lieutenant Zhou, you are more familiar with this county. We are traveling north through this county, but we don't know the road conditions, the distribution of villages and towns, which places to avoid, or if a donkey cart can pass." Wengu stated his needs one by one, which was essentially asking County Lieutenant Zhou to draw a simple map. Even if his drawing skills were poor, he could describe it verbally in as much detail as possible, and Wengu would draw it himself. This way, he could both confirm Zhou Shan's identity and obtain the information he wanted. If the other party's identity was genuine, then the information he possessed would be relatively new. In these chaotic times, when fleeing from disaster, information was extremely important. Zhou Shan didn't think too much about it at this moment. Wengu's requests were very reasonable, and he felt more at ease being able to repay this kindness. Under the filter of kindness, he felt that this scholar, while benevolent, was also quite forthright and direct. The brush and paper were peculiar, a style Zhou Shan had never seen before, but in the current situation, they were indeed convenient to use. However, his drawing skills were limited, so he could only dictate while someone else drew. Wengu drew the map by the firelight. As he spoke more, his emotions were stirred, and he began to talk about his own experiences. After all, he had been a county lieutenant before. His previous command had dealt with a plague in the villages. At the beginning of these chaotic times, he still had some experience with preparedness. It was just too strange. The world was becoming increasingly difficult, and many of the higher-ranking officials in the county couldn't escape it. Seeing that the situation in the county town was not right, Zhou Shan, bringing his parents, wife, and children, gathered a few close brothers and left the county town. They went to the neighboring town where his father-in-law lived. However, as days passed, that place also descended into chaos. Food and firewood dwindled day by day. Firewood could be made by splitting furniture, door panels, and other items for temporary use. In abandoned houses within the town, they could find some. Food, however, required periodic expeditions to find replacements. Because of this, the number of survivors around them was also decreasing. This time, it was because all the surrounding food had been scavenged by them. Everyone discussed going to a nearby village together and found more grain. However, Zhou Shan was injured during the evacuation. Although there were no obvious external wounds, it affected his mobility. Less than half a day later, his companions informed him that evil spots had appeared on his arm. At that time, he didn't suspect anything. He had been mentally prepared for any outcome during each excursion. He just cared about his family at home, expressing his willingness to cover their retreat to buy them time. He also hoped his brothers would send food to his family. He killed many monsters alone and then came to this post station, filled with despair and desolation, drowning his sorrows in wine. He had intended to fulfill his duty of eradicating evil and helping the good before he transformed into a monster. What was disheartening was that even the evil creatures wouldn't enter the post station. However, Zhou Shan didn't connect this to the wine. He only thought that he was gradually turning into a monster. Those monsters treated him as one of their own, and they didn't want to enter to eat him when they smelled his scent. When an evil monster is not interested in living people, it means that this living person can no longer be considered a normal person. That was his thought at the time, which made him even more despairing, with so many people and things he couldn't let go of in his heart. He never expected. He had been deceived. His brothers, whom he considered as close as family, who among them had he not taken care of and promoted? Thinking of their hypocritical expressions of reluctance at that time, Zhou Shan's facial muscles tightened and his grip on the knife tightened. He suppressed his emotions. In this world, human hearts are the most unpredictable. Little Lu was not deeply moved. Although he had seen similar things, the villagers of Gu Village had not gone to such extremes. Listening to County Lieutenant Zhou's narration, his courage increased, and he couldn't help but ask, "It's been 3 days. Didn't you ever think you weren't possessed by evil spirits?" Zhou Shan shook his head. "I didn't know how long it would take to turn into a monster. I just felt my mind becoming more and more muddled, thinking I was not far from becoming a monster." Before when Gu and the others arrived, he had already considered taking his own life here. "Little Lu, your mind is muddled? Could it be that you drank too much?" Zhou Shan. Little Lu did not mean to mock. He was seriously considering the question. Even the esteemed county lieutenant was muddled. It seemed that drinking too much indeed made one foolish. Cough. In the words of second brother Wen, it affected decision-making abilities. By the time the map was nearly finished, it was already late at night. They all needed to rest and recuperate. Even though Little Lu wanted to chat more with this county lieutenant, they had to stop for now. The donkey was not taken to the stable. Leaving it outside alone was too dangerous and could easily attract evil creatures. It was better to bring it into the main hall, as there was no one else. It had eaten grass outside, so they fed it some remaining concentrated feed and added a bit of coarse wine. It became much more docile. Even though it had drunk a lot of good wine from stewardly at the manor, it was not picky about the quality of wine, whether it was clear or coarse. Even if it were picky, Wen Gu would have adjusted it. In these times, one couldn't afford to be particular. The next day, just as dawn broke, barely illuminating the road, Zhou Shan poured some coarse wine on himself. He didn't know if those good brothers had managed to retain any shred of conscience and had sent his rightful share back home. But one couldn't rely entirely on conscience. Since wine could ward off evil, he thought about a small village they would pass by and see if they could find more food to take back. Carrying his knife and 2 jars of wine, as carrying more would hinder his movement, Zhou Shan greeted Wen Gu and the others, and, enduring his injury, left without delay. Wen Gu watched the direction County Lieutenant Zhou had departed and then opened the simplified map he had just drawn. When County Lieutenant Zhou was dictating earlier, Wen Gu had only made a rough sketch, even somewhat abstract. County Lieutenant Zhou couldn't understand it, but seeing that the important lines and the locations of villages and towns were drawn correctly, he didn't ask further questions. Now, when Gu modified and supplemented the rough draft, converting the shorthand symbols he used for notation into detailed illustrations and text. After some thought, he said to everyone, "Let's stay at the post station for another half day. I'll finish the map and determine the route before we set off. We should try not to spend the night in the wild. There should be places to rest." Little Lu had no objections and felt that Wen Gu was being thoughtful. Tai Tu was indecisive and followed orders completely. Daoist Master Jingyi, however, looked at Wen Gu a few more times. He felt that this dog scholar was hiding something. However, he did not object. While Wen Gu was drawing and planning the route, Little Lu and Tai Tu also searched the post station for usable items. They found spare clothes or clean canvas tents, organized and bundled firewood, and drew some well water to boil for later use. The inn had the smell of wine, and no evil creatures approached. The past night and the half-day morning provided a rare moment of respite. After resting at noon, the 4 of them packed their belongings and prepared to depart. There were still several jars of coarse wine left in the inn. Wen Gu only put a few jars in the cart as he couldn't carry any more. The rest were left at the post station. Wine can ward off evil. This can be communicated to any survivors who come here in the future. Wen Gu tore off a piece of paper and wrote a few concise suggestions with a charcoal pencil. There was no ostentatious display of skill. The handwriting was neat and orderly, stroke by stroke. The language used was simple and direct, without obscure characters or complex vocabulary. Little Lou could understand it at a glance. When Gu said, "If any survivors like that County Lieutenant Joe come here and don't have his combat ability, the suggestions on the paper might be able to turn the tide and save them." In this chaotic world, the primary conflict is between humans and evil spirits. Every extra person who survives adds a helper to our side and reduces an enemy. Little Lou nodded repeatedly, filled with respect. People who read the classics are truly different. After when Gu finished writing, he frowned slightly. "Let's add a drawing, in case someone can't read well." Little Lou continued to nod. Second brother Wen is truly a good person. In their village, many people were illiterate. Even some of the officials in the county, despite their eloquent speech, might not know as many characters as he did. When Gu considered everything for them, like the scholars with noble virtues in the storybooks, Little Lou's gaze turned to admiration. Taoist Master Qingyi, looking at the scene before him, felt no emotion. Instead, he found it strange. Knowing this dog scholar's character, seeing what he wrote and said, it seemed overly sentimental. This dog scholar had more than just this in mind, didn't he? Was he doing this specifically for someone or some people to see? Could he be trying to lure someone in? End of the chapter. Leaving the post station, they followed when Gu's planned route for a day before being forced to stop. It was going to rain. Taoist Master Qingyi could read the weather and predicted a storm was coming. They could either speed up and reach the next shelter, or stay put and wait for the rain to pass before setting off. Although Little Lou wasn't as accurate as the Taoist master, he had experience hunting in the mountains and could give a general prediction based on the sky. Whenever their small team faced a choice about where to go or what to do, it was always Gu who made the decision. This time was no different. After receiving Lu's prediction, which matched the Taoist master's, they looked to Gu. Gu, looking at the map in his hand, said, "Then we'll wait for this rain to pass." They were currently in a tea house at the foot of a mountain. It was a simple two-story wooden building. Previously, there were some stalls made of wood around it, but they were now abandoned. Only this tea house remained somewhat intact. Gu looked out the window at the mountainside. According to County Lieutenant Zhou, this place was also a tourist attraction. The mountain wasn't very tall. A long time ago, a famous person from outside the county had planted a grove of crabapple trees here. Every year when the flowers bloomed, scholars and poets from the county would gather to climb the mountain and admire the flowers, and wealthy families from nearby would also hold banquets there. From here, they could see pavilions on the mountain. It seemed that the foot of the mountain was merely a service point, and there should be more complete buildings on the mountain. Unfortunately, the current situation made it inconvenient to go and see. Gu thought to himself that he would have to visit this place after the chaos ended, if he got the chance. Perhaps there were still inscriptions left by visiting scholars or stone tablets on the mountain. Thinking this, Gu made a note in another notebook. The tea house was much smaller than the post station and had been neglected for a long time. The second floor was even more dilapidated, and they definitely couldn't stay there when it rained. They gathered some firewood from around the area and piled it in a corner so they wouldn't have to search for dry firewood when the rain started. They moved the tea stove used for brewing to a spot indoors where it wouldn't get wet. Previously, they had used stream water flowing down from the nearby mountain. They used the tea house's stove and teapot to boil some water for cleaning and drinking. This time, they couldn't bring the mule inside, so they used some rough cloth, bamboo poles, ropes, and stones found in the tea house to set up a temporary rain shelter in a spot sheltered from the wind, right next to the tea house. The wind outside began to pick up, tearing dead leaves from the branches. The doors and windows of the tea house were closed. Gu and the others could hear the howling wind and the sound of dead branches and leaves being blown against the building. The sky grew dark and the rain began to fall, drop by drop. Ma Tuaner rested upstairs. While the second floor was uninhabitable, it was suitable for a falcon to rest, and it could also keep watch over the surroundings from a high vantage point. Suddenly, there were 2 calls from upstairs, alerting them to the approach of unidentified individuals. It wasn't monsters, but people. However, with Ma Tuaner's intelligence, it couldn't convey precise information. It was good enough to provide a warning. After preparing for defense, they soon heard the sound of hooves on the road outside. Peeking through the gaps in the wooden walls of the tea house, they saw a mule cart approaching rapidly. The person driving the cart was wearing a straw cloak and a bamboo hat and holding a large saber. Huh? That saber looks a bit familiar, little Lu exclaimed. Daoist Master Chingy raised an eyebrow and glanced at Wengu. As expected, the dog scholar didn't seem surprised, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards. They had seen the saber just a day before. It belonged to the county lieutenant surnamed Zhou. However, Wengu's smile quickly faded as he looked at the cart. It seemed too light. He recalled County Lieutenant Zhou mentioning his family at the post station. There should have been at least 3 adults surviving, plus children and essential supplies. There was no way it would weigh so little. No one else was visible behind the mule cart, and Ma Tuaner upstairs had stopped giving warnings. Lost in thought, Wengu instructed Taitu open the door. By then, the mule cart had arrived at the entrance of the tea house. The driver, County Lieutenant Zhou, jumped off the cart. He slightly lifted his hat, revealing his somber eyes. He held his saber, warily glancing at the mule cart under the awning in front of them. The mule cart was familiar, but the people inside might not be. Just then, the door of the tea house opened. Seeing Wengu and the others, County Lieutenant Zhou visibly relaxed. We meet again. Come in and take shelter from the rain, Wengu said gently. County Lieutenant Zhou didn't delay. Thank you, he said, but he didn't enter immediately. Instead, he led the mule cart under the eaves, opened the cart door, and held up an oiled paper umbrella to shield them from the wind and rain before saying to the people inside, "Hurry into the house." He exuded a faint smell of alcohol. Clearly, he had been using alcohol to ward off evil creatures on his journey. From the mule cart, 3 people emerged, 1 older and 2 younger. They were children. The eldest looked about 12 or 13 years old, while the 2 younger ones were only about 5 or 6. They were all extremely thin, with deep fear in their eyes, as if they had suffered a great shock. There was no one else besides these 3 children. County Lieutenant Zhou led the mule cart to the temporary rain shelter and adjusted it, reinforcing it. During this process, he kept an eye on the 3 children inside. After dealing with everything outside, he took off his straw cloak and left it outside before entering the house. The cloak had gotten quite wet and muddy during the journey. Having heard Wengu's advice at the post station last time, and combining it with his own experiences, he decided not to wear it again as a precaution. County Lieutenant Zhou introduced the 3 children to Wengu and the others. The eldest was his nephew, his wife's nephew, and the 2 younger ones were his son and daughter. After this, there was no more, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if weighed down by heavy emotions. He hadn't slept. Wengu didn't ask further questions, only saying, quickly, "Come and drink some hot water to warm yourselves up." He took out the rough porcelain cups they had found in the tea house and poured hot water into them. Wengu added, "We've already scalded them with hot water." County Lieutenant Zhou thanked him and took the cups to the children. As they drank the hot water, County Lieutenant Zhou's tense nerves finally began to relax slightly. After leaving the post station, he had rushed home. Thinking he should bring back some food, he had stopped by a village he passed on the way. He didn't see any villagers, but he encountered bandits who had recently passed through. He had killed the bandits and taken their mule cart and supplies. However, when he returned home, only the 3 children hiding in the cellar were alive. Afterward, he took the 3 children, had them rub themselves with alcohol to create a scent, and drove the mule cart back to the post station, intending to get a few more jars of wine. It was at the post station that he saw the text reminders and drawings left by Wengu. The idea he had been hesitant about finally solidified. He didn't linger at the post station for long. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain and the tracks and signs left on the ground, he drove his cart to catch up. And now, they had finally met at the tea house. After a bowl of hot water helped to calm his emotions, County Lieutenant Zhou briefly told Wengu and the others that his family had suffered a disaster, and only these 3 children remained. It was a brief statement, but every word was filled with hatred. He paused, then said to Wengu with a serious expression, "I also need to take them north to seek refuge. I wonder if we could travel together." Although he had just been betrayed by his close friend, he was reluctant to trust others again. But at this moment, could he protect these 3 youngsters alone? They were his last remaining relatives in this world. He had always thought that if he had been accompanied by a learned person, or someone with mystical abilities like the Daoist master, his family would not have been driven to such desperate straits. Now, with only him and the 3 children, they couldn't survive this ordeal if they stayed in their small area. The mule cart carried several jars of wine, which they could use to rub on themselves daily to ward off evil, but the wine would eventually run out. Food would be consumed, and firewood would be burned. He had to find a way to survive, for himself and his last remaining relatives. He knew that while some scholars, who studied the same classics, had treacherous and malicious minds, there were also those who were benevolent and righteous. If he had to make a choice, he felt the scholar he had met only once, the one who left them written hints and drawings at the post station, was more trustworthy. And the Taoist priest who had been hit by that smoking rattan ball must also possess mystical abilities. Furthermore, from their conversation at the post station, he learned that Wengu, the scholar, not only had extensive knowledge but also connections in the northern lands. After analyzing the pros and cons, he made this decision, fearing that Wengu and his companions might consider the 3 children a burden. He stared at Wengu. Fortunately, Wengu immediately replied, "Of course, we can. The more people, the more strength we have. We have 4 more helpers now." For helpers. County Lieutenant Joe repeated the words in his mind. No one else would likely consider them 4 helpers. Only this overly benevolent scholar would think so. County Lieutenant Joe looked at the Taoist master beside him. The Taoist master showed no expression, making it impossible to tell if he agreed or disagreed. Taitu appeared indifferent, while little Lu, who carried a bow, couldn't help but glance at the 3 children earlier, but he didn't object. County Lieutenant Joe looked at Wengu again. Wengu nodded slightly, signaling County Lieutenant Joe to rest assured. County Lieutenant Joe cupped his hands and said no more. He couldn't help but think the one in charge of this fleeing group was actually Wengu, this frail scholar. But wasn't he too benevolent? How had they survived? Luck? Or was there a way to escape in books? Or did he have another side to him that was unknown? Regardless, now that he was joining this fleeing group with his relatives, if they encountered wicked people, and if this scholar was too soft-hearted to kill them, he would take care of things behind the scenes. In this world, some people were like evil creatures that needed to be thoroughly eliminated. Taoist Master Chingy glanced in that direction and shook his head almost imperceptibly. Sigh, dog scholar. So hypocritical. So hypocritical. He wondered how many more people would fall into this dog scholar's trap in the future. Wengu then inquired about County Lieutenant Joe's injuries. "It's fine. It's been 4 or 5 days, and I'm much better," said County Lieutenant Joe. Despite his words, Wengu asked the Taoist master to give him 2 pills, signaling him, "They're one of us now, you can afford to be generous." The Taoist master poured 2 pills from the medicine bottle. Wengu explained that these were medicinal pills refined by the Taoist master from plants, which were beneficial for internal injuries. He didn't rush County Lieutenant Joe to take them immediately. As a new member, County Lieutenant Joe was still a bit wary. There was no hurry. Once they got to know each other better, they would naturally become familiar. As for the 3 children County Lieutenant Joe brought, the eldest could be considered half a laborer, and although they ate a lot, County Lieutenant Joe had brought supplies. They were all in the mule cart. The 2 young children were indeed a burden in the eyes of some in these chaotic times. But would someone join your team without bringing a burden? Although this place was poor and remote, he was still a county lieutenant of a county, possessed combat power, and was familiar with the local area. He could even find other survivors and form his own team. Some people saw children as a burden, while others saw them as a weakness. It was good that he cared about them. If he had no one left to care about, who knew what he would turn into when he went mad? The rain stopped around midnight. The next day was cloudy, and the ground was still wet. They decided to wait another day before setting off. During their free time, County Lieutenant Joe chatted with little Lu and learned about what Wengu had said at the post station that day. The doubts he harbored about Wengu faded considerably. His decision was not wrong. County Lieutenant Joe didn't tell Wengu and the others much about his family's affairs. When the children were resting, he would take out a whetstone and sharpen his saber. He couldn't stop thinking about the scene he saw when he returned home, several figures hanging from the rafters. The purplish-brown evil spots on their hanging arms, and several suicide notes left on the table next to them. Because he hadn't returned, the others who had gone out had not returned either. In such cases, it was generally assumed they wouldn't be coming back. So, The adults hiding in the cellar went out together to find firewood and food. All the food they found was left for the 3 children, because the adults who went out had been possessed by evil spirits. County Lieutenant Joe couldn't sleep at night, and every time he closed his eyes, he saw the tragic scene he witnessed when he opened the door. He couldn't help but think over and over again that if those good brothers had brought the food back in time, they could have saved at least 1 or 2 more. Before leaving home, County Lieutenant Joe had deliberately packed a whetstone from his house. Now that he had free time, he might as well sharpen his saber. He stared at the blade, watching it become sharper. Scrape, scrape, with each sound, his gaze was chilling. In a farmhouse at the border between Tang County and another county, the original residents were no longer there. Now, a small group, taking shelter from the rain, was staying there. A young man in his early 20s was lying on a simple wooden plank bed, his face flushed with illness. He had caught a cold. "San Lang, drink your medicine." A young woman brought him a bowl of medicinal soup. The young man drank the medicine. They had managed to find it in a town they passed earlier. The medicinal herbs were precious, and at this time, they were reluctant to use them, so the medicinal taste was rather weak. Being sick, he couldn't help but think of many past events, and also of County Lieutenant Joe, whom they had abandoned. They used to consider County Lieutenant Joe their big brother. This big brother was indeed loyal and very capable. Now, abandoning their big brother was also due to the pressures of survival. County Lieutenant Joe was injured at the time, hindering his actions, and they needed someone to cover their retreat. Besides, they had privately discussed their plan to leave the town. Since things had developed to this point, they might as well go with the flow. They had hesitated too. County Lieutenant Joe's combat power could indeed provide an extra layer of security for everyone, but his family was also a burden. He cared too much about his wife and children. "Big brother, it's a chaotic world now. If they're gone, we can find someone else and start over." This County Lieutenant Big Brother always clung to old ideas, always saying he did his duty, managing this and that. "The county yamen is empty. Who can control you? The few of us together can be the bosses in this area. Once we find supplies and a stable place, we can claim kingship. Why do you always hold everyone back, not letting them do this or that? Look, the once majestic Big Brother is now abandoned by his brothers." After abandoning County Lieutenant Joe, they didn't return. The town was already dangerous and there was no food. They also had to consider their big brother, County Lieutenant. If Big Brother didn't return, they had nothing to worry about. If he did, he would surely go on a killing spree, and they would have to flee even more. This County Lieutenant Big Brother, when he's good to you, he's truly good, but when he gets his hands on you, he's also truly ruthless. A person who can be a county lieutenant, when their heart hardens, won't listen to any pleas. The sick young man thought this, and suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Could these brothers who abandoned the injured big brother abandon him, the sick one? Just then, another brother entered the doorway. Noticing his worry, he comforted him. "Rest assured, all the precious medicinal herbs we found are saved for you. We were planning to rest here anyway. It's raining outside, and we don't plan to leave for the next 2 days." In this season, it was rare for them to have consecutive rainy days. This rain had come rather suddenly, but looking at the weather, clear skies would follow for several days after the rainfall. The rain would stop today, but they couldn't set off until the ground dried a bit. The young man on the sickbed listened and felt it was true. They had to wait another day or 2. So, he closed his eyes with peace of mind. When you're sick, you need to sleep more. You'll feel better after a good sleep. He didn't see the exchange of glances between the young woman holding the medicine bowl and the young man at the doorway. When the sick man opened his eyes again, he didn't feel any better, but rather weaker. His throat was dry, and his body was weak. He wanted to call out, but for a long time, he couldn't utter a sound. At this moment, he felt something was not right. It was too quiet around him. His wife, who should have been by his bedside, was nowhere to be seen, and those few good brothers also seemed to be nowhere nearby. He turned his head to look at the ground. Wild fruits picked from the mountains, their peels were still there. However, judging by the dryness of the peels, nearly 2 days might have passed. At this moment, his mind went blank. A bad feeling. Under the sudden intense emotional shock, he felt his vision go black. After a moment, he looked around the room again. The bundles were gone. He looked incredulously, wanting to go out and confirm, but he had no strength and rolled off the bed. He crawled inch by inch, reaching the nearest window. He used all his strength to support himself with a chair and stood up to open the window and look outside. The wooden cart was gone. The yard outside was empty, not even a grain of rice left behind. He let out a hoarse, bitter laugh. So, they had come together after all. Good brothers. His body was too weak to even laugh. The people had indeed stayed for 2 days because of the rain, but at the same time, the precious medicine had made him sleep for 2 days, giving them enough time to internally decide to leave after the rain stopped. Even if some had sided with him originally, others had betrayed him, and then, succumbing to the circumstances, had abandoned him again. This was retribution. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly outside. After an unknown amount of time, the midday sun had shifted. However, at this time, due to the morning and midday sun, the temperature had risen to a warm level. A figure agilely flipped over the courtyard wall and looked into the house. Under the young man's fearful gaze, the evil creature from outside broke through the door. The young man's face showed terror. He scrambled from the window to the corner of the wall, covering his head, not daring to look, trembling all over. The evil creature that broke in let out a roar like a wild beast in the mountains, its mutated claws leaving marks on the wooden walls. Then, as if unwilling, it retreated, sniffing the residual scent in the room, and ran out following the scent. In the dilapidated farmhouse, silence returned. The young man, huddled in the corner, showed a hint of a smile of having survived, but then froze, his face turning deathly pale. When the evil creature is right in front of you, but doesn't consider you prey, the most likely scenario is you've already been possessed by evil, and to a certain extent. After sleeping for 2 days, not eating a single grain of rice, and suffering from a cold, feeling weak and powerless, he had rolled off the bed and crawled to the window after a while. But just now, he inexplicably gained strength and quickly moved from the window to the corner. Why? Because he was turning into a monster. The exposed hands already had large, obvious evil spots, yet he couldn't see anything unusual about his hands. And in that brief moment of consciousness, according to his past decisions, he would have committed suicide to avoid going to hell. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of cowardice. The feeling of fear, of hatred, and the increasingly strong, this feeling of recovery, of his body gaining strength, was truly wonderful. Hunger, bloodlust. His expression was a mixture of despair, madness, hesitation, and distortion. Time passed slowly, and the expressions on his face, filled with human emotions like struggle and contradiction, were gradually replaced by calm indifference. His heart rate decreased at a specific rate, his pupils dilated and contracted at that rate, and the area covered by evil spots grew larger. After an unknown amount of time, he let out a beast-like grunt from his throat. After an autumn rain, when Gu and the others waited another day, only after the road surface had dried somewhat did they set off again. The coarse cloth used to build the temporary rain shelter, having been exposed to wind and rain, was covered in many leaves, weeds, and mud splashes. They didn't know if it had been contaminated by evil energy, so they wouldn't reuse it. Given the current special circumstances, it would require meticulous washing and drying to use it again. However, they didn't have the time or energy to waste on such matters. Moreover, they had stocked some supplies on their carts and didn't lack this small amount of cloth. Even so, little Lou, who came from an ordinary farming family, couldn't help but feel it was a shame. Such a large piece of cloth. If this were in the past, how many things could he have made with it after taking it home? Despite his reluctance, he knew what the right choice was. At the same time, he felt a growing worry. The grain would gradually run out, and the cloth would become worn and tattered with use. Often, it was disposable. Once used, it was gone. What would they do after these items were exhausted? During their journey north, they could collect supplies along the way, but what about afterwards? The world had descended into chaos. Were people still farming and weaving? If they settled in the northern lands later, what would they do without food to eat and cloth to use? Especially food. Because this worry lingered in his heart, little Lou would focus on searching for edible items every time they reached a resting point. Stocking up more would bring him some peace of mind. As they set off again, the group had grown to 8 people. They had 1 donkey cart and 1 mule cart. Since they were carrying quite a lot of supplies, and besides the 3 children who stayed in the carts, the other 5 took turns resting. They would only rest in the carts when they were tired from walking. County Lieutenant Joe, despite his strong constitution, was still recovering from his injuries and spent more time resting in the cart. Another person who spent more time in the cart was Wengu. He was universally recognized within this small team as the physically weak type, and no one objected. If Wengu hadn't voluntarily offered to walk more to build up his strength, people wouldn't have complained even if he spent more time in the donkey cart. Scholars were like that, after all. Only Taoist Master Qingyi secretly curled his lips. He didn't actually care whether Wengu walked or rode. What he cared about was others' attitudes towards Wengu, which reflected a recognition and compromise of status. In the hearts of these people, Wengu's importance surpassed his own as a Taoist master. Taoist Master Qingyi secretly harbored resentment when we reached the northern lands. Wengu had an inkling of Taoist Master Qingyi's feelings. The Taoist master was a pure individual. His journey north was solely for fame and fortune. That's good. He's talented and ambitious. People like that are very efficient at work. Wengu looked at the map in his notebook and asked Zhou Shan, County Lieutenant Zhou, do you know where we can find armor? A blacksmith would also work. Speaking of armor, Zhou Shan was also troubled. Armor was primarily manufactured and distributed by the government, with unified allocation. For years, there had been no wars in their region, and the imperial court strictly controlled iron armor. In the past, the number of people who could be equipped with armor in the county yamen could be counted on one hand. These pieces of equipment had been used for many years, with no new ones to replace them. As the world descended into chaos, wear and tear intensified, and they could only patch them up themselves, resulting in the armor they wore now being a patchwork. Their shoddy craftsmanship made it look unsightly. County Lieutenant Zhou said bitterly, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. Our remote and desolate place. Wait. He suddenly thought of a place. To the northwest of our Tang County is a small town. It's surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and faces a river on the 4th. The riverbank is wide there, and there's a natural ferry crossing where ships frequently stop for supplies. The trade was active, the personnel coming and going were complex, and there were usually many incidents. In the past, County Lieutenant Zhou often led people there. Yes, the hospitality from the rich households there was also quite good. Actually, the town isn't very large, but its location is advantageous, and the townspeople are relatively wealthy. Several warehouses have been built near the ferry crossing. Wengu understood immediately. That small town was a mid-route supply station for river transport. He asked, it's by the river and the townspeople have frequent contact with the river water. Is the possibility of them being possessed by evil spirits also higher? County Lieutenant Zhou replied, the possibility of those who remain there being possessed by evil spirits is higher. However, before our region fell into chaos, there were already rumors from the ferry crossing that the world was about to descend into chaos. The wealthy households in town fled by boat first. The reason I know this is because at that time, water bandits robbed the grain stores in town, and someone reported it to the authorities. However, the county town was also in chaos at the time, and we couldn't attend to that area. Wengu understood his meaning, so that small town, due to its geographical location, can block a large number of external evil spirits, and the town's residents have fled in large numbers. Is the place almost empty? County Lieutenant Zhou nodded. I don't know how many people remain there, but according to the last news I received, there certainly weren't many. If they were merely traveling and looking for a place to rest, he wouldn't have suggested going there. But since Wengu had asked about armor, he thought of the warehouses in that town. His status as county lieutenant allowed him to know that merchants transporting goods by water often secretly carried some illicit items. Iron armor and weapons were among them, not in large quantities, but the current situation was special. If needed, they could take the risk and go take a look. However, the final decision rested with Wengu. Wengu had already made up his mind, but he still went through the proper procedure, analyzing the situation with the team members. After everyone agreed, he said, then let's go and investigate. Little Lu wanted to see if he could find better bow and arrows, while the Taoist master hoped to find some usable pills or consumables. Wengu took out his notebook, turned to a blank page, and asked County Lieutenant Zhou to describe the route and the situation in the town. He would then draw a layout map of the town and the ferry crossing. They temporarily changed course towards the ferry town. Just then, Ma Tuaner, circling in the sky, let out a warning cry. It was just a normal warning, indicating the presence of a few evil creatures ahead. Little Lou nocked an arrow and looked towards the front, where a figure was faintly appearing. As it got closer, just as Little Lou was about to loose an arrow, County Lieutenant Joe suddenly said, "Wait." Little Lou looked puzzled. County Lieutenant Joe's voice deepened. This was my good brother. I'll escort him on his final journey." He drew his saber and quickly moved towards the figure. As the distance closed, the opponent's form became clearer. This good brother was the third son in his family. His family's conditions were poor, and he had 4 biological brothers. Being in the middle, he was not favored by his parents and was easily overlooked. It was Joe Sean who helped him secure a position, giving him some respectability. Now, times and people had changed. The freshly sharpened saber was just right. County Lieutenant Joe looked at the patterns on the creature's arm. This good brother had not long been transformed into a monster, meaning he had been a normal living person just a few days ago. Now, he was a monster who ate raw flesh and blood. The smell of food mixed with the scent of alcohol. Initially, the evil creature opposite them hesitated, but as it got closer and smelled the scent of living people more clearly, its steps quickened. The sound, which had been like a beast's growl, became sharp. The sharp blade flashed with a cold white light as it swung, like the frost of late autumn, carrying a murderous aura. The beast's roar abruptly ceased. Its head and body separated. The body slowly fell. Wengu, watching from not far away, gained a clearer understanding of this grassroots military official. He had an ordinary background, lacking the heritage of aristocratic military families. His combat skills were honed more through practice. Having experienced a year of chaos, he clearly had rich experience in killing evil creatures, striking precisely and decisively. In the strike he just delivered, Joe Sean managed to avoid being splattered by the mutated, viscous blood. He was spotless. However, County Lieutenant Joe did not return immediately. He stood beside the corpse. He noticed another external wound on the body. Although Joe Sean was not a coroner, as a county lieutenant, he had handled many cases. He could tell that this inconspicuous wound on his good brother's body was inflicted within the last 2 days. It was a close-range, low-force injury, stained with dirty blood. Someone had deliberately caused it, wanting him dead. Heh! Joe Sean let out a sarcastic laugh. His group of good brothers were truly capable. Before the chaos began, it was hard to tell who was human and who was a ghost. Looking at the corpse on the ground again, he said in a chilling voice, "The dignity I gave you before, I now take back with my own hands. Knowing you're not doing well makes me feel at ease." After thinking for a moment, he felt it wasn't enough to put his mind at ease. After dispatching his good brother, Joe Sean ran back and asked the Taoist master, "Is there any way to send him to the 18th level of hell, never to be reincarnated? I want to ensure you don't even have the chance to be reborn as livestock." The talismans from Taoist Master Chingy saw the good brother off on his final journey. It was crucial that this good brother could never rise again, from this life to the next and the next. County Lieutenant Joe's mind was racing, already considering what to send off the next good brother with. People cared about their legacy. County Lieutenant Joe pondered that in the future, when he encountered others, he would ensure these brothers received a dignified send-off. Some could share poverty but not wealth. Others were the opposite. When times were good, they called each other brothers with genuine affection. But when hardship struck, they betrayed each other, each with their own ulterior motives. Joe Sean had no grand ambitions now, only thinking of getting revenge when the opportunity arose and surviving with his last 3 remaining family members. Returning to the group, they continued their journey. County Lieutenant Joe restrained his killing aura, kept an eye on his surroundings, and chatted with Little Lou. Little Lou enjoyed listening to him talk about official duties. It was a position Little Lou wouldn't have dared to dream of. Before, he couldn't even get a word in when visiting the county town. Joe Sean also wanted to integrate into this small team and was willing to talk more. He didn't put on airs. The world had changed, and not just for him, a mere county lieutenant. Even the high officials above them weren't much anymore. Joe Sean chatted with Little Lou about the fairy town. Since they were far away and had many family and friends with them before, They hadn't considered going there. Now, they had to head north to seek refuge, and the town wasn't far from their planned route. The terrain there isn't flat, with difficult mountain paths. Outsiders might not find the way easily, but if they do, reaching it is rather quick, Zhoushan said. Although it's not large, the townspeople are wealthy, and the town has inns, tea houses, wine shops, and entertainment venues. I used to go there often, for official duties, purely official duties. During their casual conversation, Zhoushan recalled the bustling riverside town he had visited many times. Each trip there for cases brought both joy and sorrow. The joy came from the many wealthy households that knew how to treat officials. The sorrow stemmed from the same issue. Wealthy families had powerful backing, and any action could have far-reaching consequences. As a mere county lieutenant, he was outmatched and sometimes had to turn a blind eye. He wondered what that town was like now. Wengu was very cautious. They were just a small team, and there were 3 children in their group, so they couldn't afford any losses. They needed to make thorough plans and preparations. They discussed it many times on the journey. Thus and so, they planned before acting. Then, they discovered the town was already empty. Literally. There were no evil creatures, no people. Whether it was the houses, restaurants, pharmacies, or warehouses, everything was empty. Standing in the middle of the town's road, Wengu looked at an arrow shot into a tree not far away. The arrow had the remains of an evil creature attached to it. Judging by the degree of decay, this had happened at least half a year ago. This meant that early this year, a well-equipped team might have passed through the area by water, clearing out the evil creatures and taking the goods. It was highly likely to be a migrating army or noble and influential families heading north during the cold weather. County Lieutenant Zhou's mental state was a little broken. Someone's already been here. He had thought they could find more supplies here. Armor, weapons, food, and items to ward off evil spirits. But upon arriving at the town, it all turned to dust. The town wasn't large, and there were only a few warehouses, all of which had been opened and emptied. Even if the warehouses didn't contain grain or weapons, other goods like cloth, sundries, spices, and medicinal herbs were vital in chaotic times, becoming increasingly scarce and valuable. Wengu wasn't overly disappointed. He had never underestimated the elites of feudal society. There are many intelligent people in this world. Those who survived the initial epidemic and could lead a large group north to safety would clear out supply points along the way. It seemed that when searching for supplies in the future, they couldn't hold much hope for villages and towns near the mainland and water routes. Taoist Master Chingy noticed a few small pieces of ore in a corner of the warehouse that hadn't been taken. The people who came to search for supplies here likely wouldn't recognize them and would find them troublesome to carry. However, for their alchemy, it was a pleasant surprise. Wengu didn't understand them either, but he trusted the professional competence of these chemists. Respect the choices of professional talent. Little Lu was dejected. He had hoped to find more food, salt, and iron here. All those things were shipped away? What a massive ship! Didn't they say it was dangerous with evil goo in the water? Why did those wealthy families still travel by water? Zhoushan explained, the ships of noble and influential families can be larger than my house, and they have more than one. They can carry a lot of goods. They would store plenty of clean water and wouldn't use river water. Also, ships have stoves, and stocking up on firewood eliminates most dangers. They only need to guard against attacks from the banks where the river narrows. Little Lu looked at the river ahead. It's the dry season now. Will any more fleets pass through? Zhoushan said, perhaps on other rivers. But on this one, the water level drops significantly during the dry season. The wealthy families along the banks either travel by land in autumn and winter or wait until spring to travel by water. Zhoushan's gaze was distant. The once richest town in the county, the bustling ferry crossing, was now eerily silent. Occasionally, the calls of wild beasts could be heard from the mountains. Even the evil creatures from outside didn't come this way, as there hadn't been the scent of human blood for a long time. Rustle, a yellowish-brown figure flickered through the withered grass nearby. Little Lu's dejection vanished, and he quickly stood up. Zhoushan thought Little Lu was about to draw his bow and hunt some game. However, Little Lu bowed respectfully in that direction. Greetings, great immortal. Zhoushan? Little Lu happily shared, second brother when heard about the great yellow immortal demanding blessings when he was traveling. He recounted the story when Gu had told him about a weasel asking passersby for blessings. Zhou Shan's expression became solemn, and he, like little Lu, bowed towards the yellowish-brown figure. "Greetings, great immortal." County Lieutenant Zhou believed in gods and ghosts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the Taoist master to chant spells for that good brother, to curse his soul, and ensure he could never rise again. Although little Lu also relayed when Gu's later clarifications, Zhou Shan, like little Lu, believed the Great Yellow Immortal likely existed. Facing what seemed to be a legendary immortal, Zhou Shan didn't know how to react, but flattering at first was definitely the right move. So, imitating the scholars and gentlemen he had seen before, he praised, "All things have spirits. The world must have such divine beasts that can ward off evil and disasters for all beings, carrying beautiful wishes." However, the Great Yellow Immortal in the grass merely watched them warily for a moment before its aim became clear. It charged towards a plump rat hiding in the shadows. The two looked similar in size, and the Great Yellow Immortal even appeared leaner. After a struggle, the Great Yellow Immortal fully displayed the combat prowess of the weasel family, finally managing to bite the plump rat's neck and drag it away. Zhou Shan and little Lu stood frozen, not daring to disturb it, and only offered a respectful farewell as the Great Yellow Immortal departed. Taoist Master Qingyi chuckled. He had indeed seen places where certain wild animals were demonized or deified during his travels. But having seen so much, he knew that most of it was fabricated and guided by swindlers. The common people were the easiest to believe such things. Therefore, the Taoist master had always believed that targeting the common folk was beneath him and lacked class. He usually targeted those with considerable wealth and status. However, the times had changed, and adjustments were necessary. The hearts of the common people could be utilized. This was true in Ge Village, and here as well. The characteristics of these two important combat members in the small team made Taoist Master Qingyi feel that his first-mover advantage was not far off. Beneficial to this Taoist master, the ultimate say in this northward journey would eventually lean towards me. He was about to find an opportunity to subtly mock Wengu when he suddenly felt a prickle of alarm. He waited, but there was no movement. Something was wrong. Why wasn't the dog scholar making a sound? He looked up and saw Wengu staring intently at the plump rat that had been dragged away, lost in thought. "What is it?" the Taoist master asked. "Why was that rat so fat?" Wengu said. "Of course." County Lieutenant Zhou and little Lu, who were bowing to the Great Yellow Immortal, paused simultaneously. On issues concerning survival, a little reminder was enough to make their minds race. The townspeople and their goods were gone. A faction had already arrived and cleaned everything up, and the grain and goods had been taken away. The town didn't look like it had been inhabited for a long time. What had the town's rats been eating for so long to get so plump? It must be hidden grain. Perhaps it was hidden in rat holes? Or maybe someone still had stored goods that weren't taken away. Following the fat rat would surely lead them to the hidden grain. County Lieutenant Zhou and little Lu's expressions changed drastically. They immediately straightened up, one grabbing a knife, the other knocking an arrow. "Great Immortal. Please stay, Great Immortal. Hurry up and leave that fat rat for us." End of this chapter. The two no longer bothered searching for Great Immortals. At a time like this, nothing was more important than food. Such a large, plump rat would be difficult for a weasel to drag, and its movements wouldn't be agile. They could still intercept it if they went after it. However, when Goose stopped them, "Stop chasing. That rat is already dead." Little Lu was reluctant. "That's not right. It was screaming just now." County Lieutenant Zhou was more rational. He glanced in the distance and sighed heavily. Even if the rat wasn't dead, it was close to it, and seizing it would be useless. What could they do? They couldn't possibly attack a Great Immortal again. That wouldn't do at all. They could only sheath their swords. Seeing this, little Lu reluctantly put away his bow, gritting his teeth. Taoist Master Qingyi, however, was deeply puzzled. Given how shrewd that dog scholar was, he should have had Zhou Shan and little Lu intercept the fat rat as soon as they discovered it. Why did he wait until the rat was almost dead before slowly asking about it? Was he doing it on purpose? Zhou Shan and little Lu didn't think about anything else. They were extremely regretful and stood there reflecting. When they first saw the fat rat, they should have thought of these things. Why did they only think about worshipping the Great Immortal at the time? It was truly inexcusable. Who was to blame? Of course, They couldn't blame the great immortal, nor Wengu. They could only blame themselves. The two blamed themselves deeply, as if a large bag of rice had vanished into thin air before their eyes. In the future, when they saw a great immortal, they shouldn't just focus on worshipping it, they should first consider what it might signify. In crucial moments, it was indeed scholars who studied the classics who were rational and quick-witted. Wengu didn't say much at this time, neither scolding them nor deliberately trying to change their superstitious beliefs. People who had survived until now, if not absolutely all, then most, tended to be more inclined towards practicality. As long as they could survive, they would offend gods and monsters if they had to. Without the fat rat to guide them, they could only try to infer its movement trajectory. Where exactly did it come from? They had already checked several houses, looking into their rice bins. There wasn't a single grain of rice left, they had all been plundered. If it were buried underground, they would need to know the general location to dig. This small town, while called small, wasn't that small. With just a few of them, they couldn't possibly turn over the entire area to search. They didn't know if there would be a second fat rat. If not, what should they do? Knowing that there was food hidden here, but not knowing where, how could they give up? Their hearts were filled with anxiety. Zhou Shan and Little Lu looked at Taoist Master Qingyi. The Taoist master showed no reaction, likely possessing no such divine ability. They couldn't count on him. They then looked at Wengu. Wengu took out the map of the town he had drawn and pointed to a spot, asking, "Is that the grain store?" County Lieutenant Zhou replied, "Yes, that's the largest grain store in town. The owner lives in the courtyard behind it. But we already searched there, it's all empty, and the cellar was opened and has also been searched." The previous large faction that arrived, after clearing out the evil creatures in the town, must have focused their search here. Even if the grain store and its owner had hoarded food, it would have been taken long ago. "Let's go check again," Wengu said. Although their glance was brief, the fat rat seemed to have run out from that direction. The grain store was not large, and they quickly searched it thoroughly. There was nothing unusual. They then went to the owner's courtyard behind the store. Being in the grain business, they had money and connections. Their residence was built quite well. Although it couldn't compare to the wealthy families in the county town, it was still a brick and tile house with a courtyard. However, it had been neglected for a long time, lacking care and showing signs of disrepair. Inside the courtyard, there was a well, several stone rollers of different sizes, and a stone mill. It wasn't unusual for the owner of a grain store to have these items. Thinking of something, Wengu asked again, "County Lieutenant Zhou, you mentioned before that the grain store had reported to the authorities, saying that water bandits had come to rob their grain?" "Yes, at that time, due to the disturbances in the county town, we couldn't spare anyone to manage affairs here. However, I also inquired. People from the town who went to the county town said that this grain merchant was robbed of his grain by people breaking in at midnight. Not only the grain store, but their stored goods were also stolen, and several parts of their residence were burned down. That night, the family servants fought back in anger, but unfortunately, they couldn't stop the water bandits, and the courtyard wall even collapsed. The other villagers dared not come over. Their neighbors all closed their doors and windows." County Lieutenant Zhou recalled the news he had heard at the time and continued, "When this grain merchant was robbed of his grain, the crying of his family could be heard throughout the entire street. The owner's mother and wife sat at the door every day, crying and cursing, their eyes staring grumpily at passers-by. The townsfolk avoided that place." Wengu said, "So everyone in town knew that there was no more grain here?" County Lieutenant Zhou nodded. "Yes. They had already searched this place, focusing on the main house. The cellar had been dug up, and they had even gone in to confirm. There was truly nothing left." Wengu stood in the courtyard, looking around. They encountered water bandits robbing them at midnight, and the courtyard wall was destroyed, so they rebuilt the wall with bricks afterwards? County Lieutenant Zhou said, "Yes, a courtyard wall can provide defense. When the world became chaotic, they would definitely repair the courtyard wall first." It is said that after the largest grain store in town was robbed, the other two grain merchants, worried, fled with their families soon after. Not long after, other wealthy households also left, including this grain merchant. The situation continued to worsen, grain prices soared to outrageous levels, and eventually, there was no grain left, so the townsfolk had to flee. Wengu suddenly smiled. This grain merchant was a meticulous person. The world was about to descend into chaos, yet he plastered the newly built courtyard wall with an outer layer. He paused and added, and he made it taller and thicker. A grain merchant with connections and an escape route would not cling to this place. To repair a collapsed wall was only for emergencies. Why build it so well? Several months had passed, and the newly built courtyard wall already bore the marks of wind, sun, rain, and washing. It looked like the consistent style of desolation, not an obvious anomaly. When Gu surveyed the surroundings and walked towards a certain spot, he used his wooden stick to push aside the shrubs growing at the corner of the wall. It was clear that near the ground, at the corner of the wall, the protective outer layer had been removed. Some of the bricks inside the wall had also been removed. If one looked closely, the edges showed tooth marks. Are the bricks used for building walls like this? The bricks in this courtyard wall are inconsistent inside and out. County Lieutenant Joe and Little Lou also crowded over. Little Lou had no knowledge of wall bricks. Their village walls were made of earth and stone. But upon County Lieutenant Joe's eyes changed. When Goose said, "When I was traveling for my studies, I heard some old stories. If I'm not mistaken, this should be." County Lieutenant Joe's expression turned to shock. Emergency reserve grain bricks? He couldn't say more. He took out his dagger, scraped a bit from the wall, roasted it over the fire, and smelled it. After the high temperature removed any evil influences without waiting for it to cool, he licked it to taste. Hearing the word grain, Little Lou also did the same. He was quite sensitive to the taste of food. Grain. It's grain bricks. For a moment, their eyes fixed on the courtyard wall, burning with intensity. The two moved to different locations, scraping off the outer layer of the wall. Little Lou even roasted and tasted the wall mortar. This stuff seemed inedible. What excited them was that the newly built courtyard wall on the inner side was entirely made of grain bricks. So many grain bricks. As expected of the largest grain merchant in a wealthy town. Wengu was also happy. The bujiwan refined by the Taoist master was limited in quantity and was almost used up. This dog Taoist priest must have had some hidden away, but he wouldn't offer it easily. It was understandable. It was a last resort for survival, and who would want to share it? These grain bricks were indeed excellent supplies for fleeing. They were durable and could stave off hunger. After the initial excitement, County Lieutenant Joe felt both angry and amused. When the county needed to collect grain for the rebellion, the grain merchants all fled. This one simply claimed to have been robbed and became a victim. With so many grain bricks. What about the town's rumors of water bandits robbing the grain store? It was a staged performance. It was their own doing. Knowing that grain prices were too high and that grain couldn't be protected during chaotic times, they first robbed themselves, letting everyone in and out of town know that they had no grain. The grain went around, was converted into grain bricks, and brought back to be laid in the courtyard wall. It was still their own property, and no one could take it away. Heh. County Lieutenant Joe sneered. What do you mean yours? Now it's ours. Little Lou was full of emotion at this moment. We still have to thank the Great Immortal. If the yellow Great Immortal hadn't caught that fat rat in front of us, we might not have noticed. Perhaps in a while, a few more nests of rats would have appeared here, and all the grain bricks would have been ruined. County Lieutenant Joe agreed wholeheartedly. Could this be what those storybooks called the Immortal pointing the way? Little Lou nodded emphatically. Absolutely. We weren't perceptive enough. We still need second brother one. Even Taoist Master Chingy hadn't grasped the opportunity given by the Immortal. Hearing the underlying meaning, Taoist Master Chingy's face turned dark. Ignorant commoners. When Gu decided never to let these people know about the legends of the 5 great immortal families. To make it easier to pry out the grain bricks, they decided to stay overnight at the grain merchant's house and remain for another day or two. Dinner was boiled grain bricks. Eating them dry would be hard on the teeth. After boiling them with water, they were edible, and the taste didn't matter. They tidied up the beds in 3 rooms. If they had the conditions, they should sleep in better beds. Resting well would help them recover faster. They took turns keeping watch. Little Lou was still excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, full of energy. What was tiring about digging for food? He could dig more. County Lieutenant Joe dug bricks with him. Taoist Master Chingy went to refine pills behind closed doors. He was frying something in his portable alchemy furnace, making a rustling sound. In another room, Wengu spun a delicate letter opener, recalling everything he had seen since arriving at this riverside town. The arrows that shot down evil creatures, the emptied houses and warehouses. From late autumn to early next spring would be the time for wealthy families to migrate north. Other survivors might also move with them. Refugee teams from various places must have already set in motion, like trickles, converging northward. Competition in the northern lands would be fierce. It would soon become even fiercer. He wondered if his aunt and uncle in the north were safe and how they were doing. He hoped they had established themselves in these chaotic times and held real power. A cold light flashed. Thud! The slender letter opener struck the frame of the window in front of him. If it had been slightly to the left, it would have hit the brick wall. If it had been half an inch to the right, it would have gone through the window. Wengu walked over and pulled it out. It wasn't precise enough. It didn't hit the center of the window frame. He needed to practice more. On the bed, his cousin Taitu was already snoring loudly. In the latter half of the night, Wengu and his cousin took turns on guard duty. His cousin dug bricks, while Wengu pondered matters by the campfire. In the room, County Lieutenant Joe's child woke up from a nightmare in the middle of the night. County Lieutenant Joe spoke softly, and after a while, the child quieted down again. The child had experienced trauma and had been constantly frightened, and this would affect his health in the long run. Both adults and children slept poorly at night. The next day, Wengu brought out a cleaned stone roller of appropriate size, a small pile of pried-open grain bricks, and several small stacks of oiled paper found in the town. With a kind and friendly gaze, he looked at County Lieutenant Joe's 3 children. "Little ones, come, it's time to work. Working more during the day will help you sleep soundly at night." Wengu also explained to the others. The grain bricks were for themselves to eat. They just needed to be thrown into a pot and boiled. They could break off as much as they needed, or even put the whole block into the pot. However, on this journey fleeing north, there might be times when they would need to use it. In these chaotic times, it could serve as currency. Taking out a whole grain brick might, with a certain chance, lead to troublesome matters. But the powdered form, portioned out, would look like ordinary travel rations to others. In such times, currency was not widely circulated among the common people, but food, both before and after the chaos, could be an important commodity for trade. They didn't need to grind too much at once. This task was assigned to the 3 children. County Lieutenant Joe had no objections. This was a simple task, not a heavy burden. The location was also safe. In the next room, the Taoist master kept his door closed, still concocting some divine pill in his portable alchemy furnace. A rather unpleasant medicinal odor emanated from it. Taoist Master Chingy said that this odor was harmful to both humans and evil creatures, but due to the direction the window was opened and the wind, the odor would blow outwards, not towards their courtyard. Therefore, the 3 children working in this small courtyard did not feel uncomfortable. Evil creatures entering the town would not approach the small courtyard. There was also a falcon in the sky on alert. County Lieutenant Joe was not worried. With the assistance of Ma Tuaner, little Lou hunted 2 wild animals. Even though handling them now was troublesome and required more caution and meticulousness, digging for bricks consumed a lot of energy, and they still had to travel. Everyone needed meat for replenishment. Wengu, along with Taitu and County Lieutenant Joe, went to search for supplies in other residences. They wanted to see if anything had been missed. The major factions were feasting. They, the small fry, could at least pick up some scraps. In a nearby bookshop, the interior was empty, and the remnants of burned book paper filled the furnace. It was evident that there had been survivors here for a period at the beginning of the chaotic times. However, they dared not go out to find firewood. Even if they chopped up the wooden furniture, they would need flammable materials to start a fire. When the surrounding vegetation was lush and full of moisture, book pages were indeed convenient kindling. After the furniture was all chopped up, they resorted to burning entire books. Later, another faction came to clear the area again. What met the eye was a scene of emptiness. The windows and door panels had been dismantled. If abandoned for another year, this house would risk partial collapse. County Lieutenant Joe knew at a glance that there was nothing worth taking here. However, he saw Wengu using a long pair of tongs to sift through the furnace ashes. County Lieutenant Joe was puzzled. Was something still hidden here? Soon, Wengu picked up 2 slender objects from the furnace ashes. They resembled knives, yet were too small and not sharpened. Were they decorative items? What are these? County Lieutenant Joe asked. Just bookmarks, Wen-gu replied. Apart from selling books, the bookshop also sold stationery. The fifth treasure of the study, the paper knife, which was openly displayed, had either been confiscated or used for other purposes. Only those that were inconspicuous, tucked away between the pages of books, might have been missed. In folk use, a multi-tool small knife could be used to cut paper and open letters, and also serve as a bookmark. Its blade was relatively blunt, making accidental injury unlikely. The one Wen-gu fished out from the furnace slag, judging by its design, originally had a tassel attached, which had burned away with the book in the furnace. Tools made of beast bone and bamboo and wood had turned to ash or deformed, leaving only those made of copper and iron. Wen-gu came here hoping to find a hidden gem. Noble and influential families and wealthy families leaned more towards elegant, study rooms that do not hide steel blades, using precious materials like jade, gemstones, and ivory instead of copper and iron. Even when copper and iron were used, they were inlaid with gemstones. However, here, finding a copper or iron book knife was already considered good. This was what Wen-gu wanted anyway, practicality. Only one relatively intact book knife was found among the furnace slag. Fishing further, there were two more with metal blades and wooden handles. The handles had burned away, leaving only finger-length knife pieces. Wen-gu collected these two. Little Lu could use them when setting up traps. County Lieutenant Joe had no interest in such items. Having experienced hunger himself, and with his family having met their fate while searching for food, he, like Little Lu, valued food-related items more. Besides things that could be eaten, there were also cooking utensils. Upon entering each courtyard, County Lieutenant Joe would first check for food and any cast-off iron or copper pots. Unfortunately, not a single one was found. Either they were taken by the original owners or collected by factions that had passed through. Only a few teacups, rice bowls, and spoons were found. Fortunately, the grain bricks from the grain merchant's home could alleviate their frustration. However, there were too many grain bricks in the grain merchant's home. They only had one mule cart and one ox cart, and they also had to carry other supplies, so they couldn't load all the grain that had been made into bricks. It was also unrealistic for each person to carry a sack of bricks on their journey. They first pried off all the grain bricks. Leaving them on the wall might lead to them being gnawed by rats. If they couldn't take them all at once, the remainder would be stored somewhere, perhaps for a chance to retrieve them later. The grain merchant's residence had been searched multiple times. Regardless of which faction passed through, their first targets would always be the grain stores and pharmacies. Leaving them here is not appropriate. County Lieutenant Joe carefully considered the residences in the town and chose an unremarkable courtyard. There was a small storeroom there with intact doors and windows. They would build a wall inside it. The intact grain bricks, when stored together, would not be conspicuous. If someone pushed open the door, their first impression would be that the storeroom had long been emptied. With the doors and windows closed, it would be difficult for rats to get in. Wen-gu also marked it in his notebook. A notebook was dedicated to drawing maps. Information was scarce in this era, and without navigation, much of the work had to be done by oneself. They returned to the grain merchant's residence and would rest here for the night before setting off in the morning. County Lieutenant Joe chopped some firewood. Looking at the axe in his hand, he worried, if this axe breaks, I don't know if I can find a replacement. If the axe blade was just blunt or chipped, it would be easy to fix. But if the blade was severely damaged, it would require heating and forging. They didn't have the conditions for that now. Wen-gu was also thinking about this. Ironware entered the civilian market and blacksmith shops could be found in some small towns and remote counties. Of course, these were not the highly skilled blacksmiths with established positions who forged military weapons and armor. Ordinary blacksmiths only made civilian tools. Don't expect to find those highly skilled talents. They would have long been snatched up by various factions. Wen-gu didn't have high demands. Finding an ordinary one would suffice. If weapons couldn't be made, at least household tools could be crafted, right? The problem was where to find such a person. Where were the blacksmith shops and blacksmiths? The axe was a trivial matter. He wanted to make other things as well. After a brief rest, they continued heading north. The small town by the river ferry crossing became silent again. Inside the grain merchant's courtyard, a layer of the inner wall had been pried off. In a certain room, the wooden window frames and pillars were covered in dense dots, as if made by a sharp tool. When Gu and his group, carrying the newly pried grain bricks and many grain powders packed in oil paper, followed the planned route north. After several more days of travel, they had crossed the provincial border and entered another province. Under the current dynasty's provincial and county system, Little Lu and County Lieutenant Zhou's hometowns belonged to a different province than the place they had now set foot in. Due to transportation limitations, ordinary people rarely traveled far in this era. It was only because of his official duties that Zhou Shan had traveled more and knew more than others. Now that they had left their home province and were outside familiar territory, County Lieutenant Zhou could offer little advice. He was very familiar with the area within a county town and had heard about the surroundings, but beyond that, he was completely in the dark. In an unfamiliar place, it was difficult to choose a route. When Gu considered recruiting a few more locals to join their team, they still didn't have enough people. As they moved further north, the competition for survival would become fiercer. They needed to recruit more talented individuals to make things easier in the future. I wonder if there are any survivors locally. Not long after, when Gu saw signs of trees being cut by humans. In addition, there were also the remains of evil creatures that had been slain, likely from about half a month ago, with clean sword strokes. When Gu told everyone to pay attention. Without maps, they could only judge the distribution of towns and villages based on terrain, landforms, and roads. The area they were passing through should be close to a county town or a once prosperous small town. If it was a county town, they would choose to bypass it. Most county towns they had encountered along the way had become monster lairs. Ma Tuaner in the sky gave the first warning. A moment later, they encountered a person. He was out cutting firewood, seemingly alone, carrying a back basket, holding a woodcutter's axe and wrapped in plain, drab cloth. His face was covered, so his appearance was unclear, but he looked quite young. Although he was just cutting firewood, he gave off a cunning and untrustworthy impression. Zhou Shan, brandishing his saber, called out to the person, maintaining a safe distance that made both parties feel at ease. When Gu listened to the conversation between the two men and observed this local. According to his own introduction, his surname was He, and he was the eldest in his family. Everyone around him called him Hida. Surname plus birth order was a common way of naming. Hida used to be a villager from a village outside the county town. When the world fell into chaos, he moved into the town. Ahead lay the Feng County town, where there were still quite a few survivors. If they had arrived half a month earlier, there would have been more people in the county town. This wasn't because of heavy casualties in the past half-month, but rather because County Magistrate Tan of Feng County had left with many people half a month ago, heading north. A year ago, when the world began to fall into chaos, County Magistrate Tan and his officials guarded the town, protecting many people and preventing it from becoming a monster's lair like other counties. However, in the latter half of this year, shortly after the weather turned cold, County Magistrate Tan prepared to lead people away. This County Magistrate Tan had also advised them, stating that this place was not safe and that there was more life in the north. However, for commoners, the risk of leaving was greater than staying. Therefore, half a month ago, County Magistrate Tan gathered his men, cleared out the surrounding evil creatures, and then led the people who wished to follow him north. The remaining people stayed in the city. When Gu listened attentively and couldn't help but think. Some county magistrates are so foolish they drag everyone to their deaths, while others can protect a county town and discern the general trend of events, acting decisively. Not from a noble family, yet possessing such ability. A great talent. It was a shame they were a step too late to meet the magistrate. When Gu sighed again. Alas, even if they could meet, with his current lack of fame and connections, such influential figures were proud and might not even deign to look at him. County Magistrate Tan, was it? He made a mental note. Perhaps they would meet again in the northern lands. Up ahead, Hida was also feeling troubled. He had come out to cut firewood only to encounter officials. Although Zhou Shan didn't explicitly say it, Hida could guess from their conversation that the person holding the saber in front of him was a former official. It was then that Zhou Shan finally introduced himself. Upon hearing that he was a county lieutenant, Hida quickly put down his back basket full of firewood, bowed, and forced a smile, this humble one greets County Lieutenant Joe. Seeing the other person's reaction, Joe Sean knew what his former profession might have been. This Hida was likely a loafer before, without a fixed occupation, running errands for people in town for rewards. He was young, but already possessed the slickness of the marketplace. His legs were definitely quick. Was the heavy back basket put down for a bow? No. It was to be ready to flee at any moment. Wengu, however, glanced at Hida's back basket. Inside, there was a carefully paper-wrapped, square object. As the back basket was set down, the firewood shifted and the paper wrapping opened slightly. After seeing it clearly, Wengu raised an eyebrow slightly. After observing for a while longer, and when the conversation ahead was nearing its end, Wengu alighted from the donkey cart. His steps were graceful and steady, his demeanor solemn and humble. His gaze was clear and friendly. Although he wore plain, narrow-sleeved clothes, his bearing and temperament caused Hida, who had been wary of Zhou Shan, to shift his attention instantly. Looking at Wengu, Hida suddenly recalled the elegant scholars with already achieved merits he had seen at the academy in the past. While Hida could handle an imposing, martial official like County Lieutenant Zhou with flexibility, facing this refined scholar, he visibly became more reserved. Taoist Master Qingyi beside him. Here we go again. This dog scholar was putting on a show again. Taoist Master Qingyi looked at Hida, then at Wengu, his face twitching. No way. No way. You even want this kind of trash? County Lieutenant Zhou had already asked several questions and had a general understanding of Feng County town ahead. Wengu followed up with a few more detailed inquiries. After County Magistrate Tan and his men left, what was the composition of the surviving personnel within the city? Those who remained were not necessarily ordinary civilians. Also, if they wished to enter the city and stay, what would they need to pay? What were the current rules in the city? Hida hesitated for a moment before replying to Wengu. He told Wengu that several factions were vying for power, each controlling the personnel entering and exiting the 4 city gates. Leaving the city was fine, but returning individuals had to pay an entrance fee. For example, those who went out to cut firewood had to give a bundle of firewood upon re-entry. How much firewood that bundle amounted to depended on the mood of the gatekeepers and their relationship with the individual. Even after entering the city, various streets and alleys had been divided up. If one resided in an unoccupied house, they still had to pay rent. When the county magistrate was present, constables maintained order. Now that the county yamen was empty, certain folk forces were in charge. 10 county magistrates' yamen had been occupied, and the several large residences left vacant in the city had also been divided up. The order in the county town was currently unstable. It was not guaranteed that outsiders like them would fare well if they entered. Is there a blacksmith in the city? Wengu asked again. Hida recalled for a moment and nodded. Blacksmith, you should still be here. Wengu thought to himself, it seems I still need to go into the city. He whispered a few words to Little Lu. Little Lu walked towards the mule cart behind them. Hida, who had been paying attention to the movements of all parties, was surprised to hear the voice of a child from the mule cart and had other ideas. Zhou Shan, on guard, stared at Hida, his brow furrowed even tighter. Although Hida's posture was low and he was slightly hunched, his eyes darted around, and one didn't know what wicked ideas were brewing in his mind. He looked like a cunning fellow. At this moment, Little Lu brought over 2 paper packets, one large and one small. Inside were crushed grain bricks, made in 2 specifications for scattered packaging. This was a thank you gift for answering their questions, handed to Hida. Wengu said kindly, "Thank you, little brother." You're too kind." Hida quickly took them. Although he didn't know exactly what was inside, he readily agreed. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask. I don't have any other abilities, but I'm good at inquiring for news. Hida moved a couple of steps to the side, but he didn't distance himself from Wengu's group and didn't seem to care about the gazes of others. He opened the small paper packet and looked at the powder inside. Wrapped in oil paper and sufficiently dry, Hida pulled down the cloth towel on his face, sniffed it, licked the grain powder in the packet, and his face showed joy. He looked at Wengu's group again, then at their 2 carts, and asked, "Did you bring a lot of things on your carts?" County Lieutenant Zhou looked over warily, but before he could speak, Hida continued, "If you brought a lot of things, it's best not to enter the city. Your goods won't be safe." However, if you want to enter the city to find a blacksmith. Hida held up 2 fingers. Give me 2 more packets, and I'll take you into the city. Pedestrians usually didn't carry much food. 2 packets of grain powder were already a bargain price, considering Wengu was a scholar and out of courtesy. Besides, if he asked for more, the county lieutenant Zhou beside them would draw his sword. Wengu glanced at Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Although he looked down on them, these county town rascals did associate closely with certain folk forces and had their own connections. Daoist Master Qingyi and Little Lu had no objections, and Taitu had a "I listen to my younger brother" expression. Wengu said with a gentle smile, "Then we'll trouble you, brother he." He immediately had Little Lu take out 2 large paper packets. Little Lu's face inevitably showed reluctance. Hida, however, smiled so wide his eyes narrowed, and greeted them enthusiastically, quickly taking the packets. "No problem, no problem." He thought to himself, scholars are indeed easy to talk to, and they are generous. From beside the mule cart behind them, Daoist Master Qingyi closed his eyes. He couldn't bear to watch. Was it that easy to take things from that dog scholar? If he gave you small packets, it was a one-time transaction with no future consequences. But you dared to accept large packets from him. The last person who dared to accept his soup bowls was now the team's hard labor. The Daoist master glanced at Zhou Shan again. This man clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet. Alas, everyone else is drunk, but I alone am sober. By this time, Hida had put on his back basket and asked Wengu's group to follow him to a nearby shed. The shed was relatively hidden and still in good condition, showing signs of occasional upkeep. Hida said, "This place is not far from our old village. I used to come here often, and the officials occasionally visit it. But it's different now. Fewer people are going out of the city. There should be no one from the county town coming this way these past couple of days." He asked Wengu's group to leave their mule cart and donkey cart here, with some people staying behind to guard them. He would take whoever wanted to enter the city inside. Giving Wengu's group time to discuss, Hida walked to the side, licked the grain powder in the small paper packet again, and then took a big gulp, drank some water from the bamboo tube he carried, and savored the taste. The taste of crushed grain bricks wasn't exactly good, but it was food nonetheless. Eating dry food powder like this directly gave a particularly solid sense of satisfaction. He had been drinking porridge water for a long time and had almost forgotten what dry rations felt like in his mouth. There were many survivors in the county town, which meant it was difficult to collect food from others' homes for themselves. Before, when there were still government officials, food found in nearby villages and empty houses in the city was managed by the officials. His group could only work to exchange for food, ensuring they wouldn't starve to death. Thinking this, Hida licked the grain powder again and again, then rewrapped the slightly lighter small packet. Zhou Shan subtly observed him. Rat-faced and oily-haired, he looks unreliable. Best not to get too involved. At the shed, the group discussed who would stay and who would enter the city. Wengu needed to go into the city to find a blacksmith. The Daoist master was not interested in entering the city and would stay. Taitu would definitely go with Wengu. Zhou Shan, having been a county lieutenant, had his professional experience and knowledge, so he would certainly accompany Wengu to investigate. However, he didn't feel at ease leaving the 3 children. Little Lu said, "Then I'll stay with the Daoist master." "Don't worry, County Lieutenant Zhou. We still have Ma Tuaner. If anything really happens, he'll alert us, and I'll have him go find you." County Lieutenant Zhou went to the mule cart to speak with the 3 children for a while, then, along with Wengu and Taitu, headed towards Feng County town. Hida indeed had not lied to them. He led Wengu and the other 2 to the West City Gate, where the guards were more familiar to him. Feng County was more prosperous than Tang County, where County Lieutenant Zhou had served before, and its city walls were slightly higher. As they approached, the guards who had been lazily leaning there straightened up, their eyes fixed on Wengu and his companions, scrutinizing them. 3 unfamiliar faces. Hida quickly walked ahead and spoke softly with the guards. During a few exchanges of glances, it seemed they conveyed unspoken understandings that "you know what I mean, others don't, but we inside understand," and so on. County Lieutenant Zhou gripped his saber warily. However, Wengu guessed that Hida had probably exaggerated Zhou Shan's identity slightly, as the guards clearly showed a hint of apprehension. But the guards were still unwilling to let it go and looked over again, their gazes meeting the fierce eyes of Joseon, who stood at the forefront. The guards felt a flicker of fear and shifted their eyes back to Hida, reaching out to rummage through his back basket. "What's in this packet?" A guard took a square paper-wrapped object from his basket and unwrapped it. "I traded for a book with someone before leaving the city today. It's a Confucian classic for my younger brother." Hida snatched the book back and rewrapped it. Seeing it was a book, the guard lost interest and looked at Hida as if he were an idiot. In these chaotic times, even the imperial examinations had stopped. What use was reading such books? And he actually traded supplies for it. How foolish could one be? The guard glanced at the back basket again. It seemed there was nothing else besides this book and a bundle of firewood. He then sized up Hida again, his gaze fixed on a bulge under his clothes. Hida, with a pained expression, muttered, "My biggest gain today. A noble person bestowed it. I haven't even been willing to eat it myself." With great reluctance, he took out a small paper packet from beneath his clothes and handed it over, still pinching it tightly between his fingers. The guard's eyes lit up. He forcefully snatched it, opened the paper packet, looked at it, smelled it, and licked it. It was food. The gatekeepers finally wore smiles and tried to pull out a few more pieces of firewood from Hida's basket, but Hida slapped their hands away. They didn't get angry and simply nodded. "You can all go in." County Lieutenant Zhou, who had observed the entire process, was speechless. Wengu knew he had given Hida 2 large paper packets, but he didn't know where Hida had hidden them. However, he clearly remembered that the small packet given to the guards was the one Hida had licked multiple times. This must have been prepared in advance, hadn't it? Haven't been willing to eat it? He had clearly already eaten a lot. This person was truly as cunning as his appearance suggested, and his mouth was full of lies. End of chapter. Hida didn't care about County Lieutenant Zhou's opinion of him. Even in the past, officials and wealthy families rarely treated them well. He hadn't cared then, and he cared even less now. However, he was more willing to talk with Wengu. On the way to find the blacksmith, Hida introduced the blacksmith, who was surnamed Yu, to Wengu. When the world fell into chaos, his elders couldn't survive. The brothers Yulada is a blacksmith. He's already married, his wife is surnamed Ma, and they have a daughter over 7 years old. Yulauer is about my age. I've spoken with him a few times. I met him when he was running errands for nobles in the county town. In short, they were once street rats together. Did the Yu brothers ever have formal names? Wengu asked. I think they were called Yugang Yutang. Hida replied after some thought. They usually just called them by their surname plus their order, as names were hard to remember. Wengu praised, "Good names." Hida? Are these names good? They sound like fish tanks and fish ponds. What's so good about them? Not as good as the hichiao I gave myself. Hida pouted and continued, I heard their great-grandfathers were minor military officials. When County Magistrate Tan was here, he often summoned Yulada to do tasks for him. Yulada is a quiet person, but he's tall and strong. He used to interact with officials a lot and build up quite a network. Many people in the city used to serve as guards in his family, and they would give him face. Therefore, even though the county yamen was short-handed, the folk forces in the city mostly tried to persuade and win them over rather than force them when they needed a blacksmith. Hida was giving Wengu a heads up, telling him to find Blacksmith Yu to do his business without resorting to coercion. Wengu understood. Officials who managed industries had seen all sorts of people. At a time like this, asking for their help wouldn't be achieved with small favors, and even less so with force. After entering the city, foul odors wafted from all directions. Wengu and the others covered their faces with breathable, double-layered cloth masks, with a bit of herbal powder sprinkled in between. Shops lining the streets were marked with mottled traces. Some were residual bloodstains, some were black scorch marks, and others were inexplicable, like thick scabs on the walls. Higher up, broken arrows were stuck in the gaps between bricks. The arrow shafts had been snapped, and the missing parts were likely burned for firewood. The arrowheads were stuck too deep to be removed. Hida told Wengu that iron arrowheads could be collected and exchanged with the government for food. In unnoticed corners, there were severely rusted metal pieces. It was unknown what they were used for before. Perhaps they fell off armor, or were from other tools, or maybe they were stained with blood and no one dared to pick them up. The wooden doors, window frames, and building materials of the shops on both sides of the street had been dismantled. These would all be split for firewood. Some people were prying at brick walls, possibly dragging bricks and tiles from empty houses to reinforce their own courtyards for defense. Several shops were reduced to just a remnant on the ground. Those out and about hurried along, eyes wary, startled by the slightest sound. The roads were cluttered with debris and garbage, with only a narrow path cleared for walking. It was only because of the recent drop in temperature. If it were warmer, the various foul odors would be even stronger. It was like a garbage dump. Even with the masks, the smell emanating from the accumulated waste could be detected. Has the street always been like this? Wengu pointed at the scattered garbage and debris on the road and asked Hida, "How could it be? It wasn't like this when our county magistrate was here." The magistrate said that too much garbage accumulation could easily cause epidemics, so he always sent people to clean it up. However, half a month ago, those people left with the magistrate, and the street became like this, Hida replied. Wengu sighed and quickened his pace, saying to Zhou Shan beside him, "This place is not suitable for staying long. Let's finish our business and leave as soon as possible." Zhou Shan, having dealt with minor epidemics when he was a county lieutenant, felt the same and said with a grave expression, "Yes. After leaving the city, we must change into clean clothes immediately. If the Taoist master had any pills, it would be best to take a few herbal concoctions. Even if they hadn't contracted the evil epidemic, they would need to guard against other diseases." Hida observed the expressions of Wengu and County Lieutenant Zhou, lost in thought. Not far ahead was the blacksmith shop. "It's here." Past the shop is his house. Hida pointed out the location to Wengu and then left, eager to return. Wengu thanked him and didn't try to keep him. He actually admired Hida. He saw the situation clearly, was willing to humble himself, and had a sharp mind, perfect for diplomacy and gathering information. He wouldn't rush. He'd sort out the blacksmith's business first. When Hida returned, he passed through the same street, looked at the piled-up debris, and recalled the words of Scholar Wang and that County Lieutenant Zhou. Not suitable for staying long? Leave as soon as possible. Lost in thought, he ran to a large courtyard enclosed by bricks and stones. This courtyard was seized by the people from their village after coming to the county town. At that time, they banded together to seize abandoned courtyards. Of course, some families were still occupied, and weaker wealthy households suffered some grievances. Less than a third of the survivors from Hida's village remained, but by banding together, they could secure a decent place to stay. The person with the most authority in this courtyard now was a woodcutter. His family had always been large, and the most survivors were from his family, including several young and strong men. Hida's family was left with only him and his younger brother, who was just over 10 years old. When the chaos erupted, his younger brother was studying at the county academy. With Magistrate Tan overseeing the county town, the chaos was quickly quelled. However, his parents and second sister, who remained in the village, were not as lucky. By the time he rushed back, it was too late. He returned with a heavy heart. A young man of similar age but looking thin was waiting in front of the house. The other handed Hida a lidded basket containing 3 large paper packets, which were Wengu's reward. The guards usually watched Hida closely, so he never brought anything he found back himself. Seeing these 3 large paper packets, Hida's heavy mood lightened slightly. Scholar Wang was truly a good person. Meanwhile, Wengu and Zhou Shan arrived at the blacksmith shop. When Magistrate Tan was in charge, he conscripted the city's artisans for work. After Magistrate Tan left, they returned home. However, due to fuel shortages, the blacksmith shop had long been closed. The current dynasty's metallurgy industry was highly developed, with techniques capable of efficiently producing relatively high-quality steel. Wengu wondered about the skill of this blacksmith Yu. Passing by the shop and coming to blacksmith Yu's doorstep, he knocked. The door was opened by a burly man. He used to have a beard, but in the current situation, he had shaved it for convenience, though the shave was patchy. This was the blacksmith Yu that Hida mentioned. He looked wary. Wengu briefly stated his identity, observed the other's reaction, and took out a small paper packet filled with grain powder and opened it. Blacksmith Yu quickly invited Wengu and the others inside and closed the door. However, both parties maintained a safe distance. Wengu observed the small courtyard. Several large water vats were in the yard. These were likely kept by the blacksmith's shop for fire prevention before. Now that the shop was closed, the water vats had been moved here. Judging by the others' reaction, the Yu family's life was not going well. A small bag of grain had been enough to open the Yu family's door. Things were fine when the magistrate was here. Artisans were conscripted for work and paid appropriately. Now, they might have been out of food for half a month. What was going on? Was Blacksmith Yu not getting any work? Was it due to technical reasons or something else? Under a simple shed nearby, some tools were placed, likely transferred from the blacksmith's shop. When Goose spotted an object, he pointed to a long-handled item with a branding iron-like front. Was this some form of private torture? What is this? An iron, Blacksmith Yu replied in a low voice. The old style isn't suitable now. I think this one is very good. It can be used by heating it up, saving firewood. When Gu was stunned. An iron? What a retro idea. If you hadn't said so, I would have thought it was a branding iron used for torture. The irons of this era generally looked like spoons, so I had never seen one like this before. Blacksmith Yu, seeing Wen Gu seemingly questioning his professionalism, asked, "Do you think it's any good?" Wen Gu sincerely replied, "It's very Xing." A pun on Xing meaning good and Xing meaning punishment/torture. As expected of a seasoned professional who had worked for the government, you are the legendary Xingbu pun on "Can you do it?" and "Is it torture, boss?" End of chapter. When Gu discovered that Blacksmith Yu's smithing skills were likely decent, but his creative talents were a bit lacking. Setting aside creativity, if one knew what they wanted, he could probably forge it. Why was he still unemployed? When Gu had already learned from Hida that this was the only blacksmith remaining in the county town. Such a rare talent, and yet several folk forces in the city left him idle until now? What a waste. When Gu pondered, revealing nothing on his face, and asked, "Do you sell this iron you use for smoothing clothes?" Blacksmith Yu didn't hesitate. "Not for sale. We need it for personal use." When cooking, the iron could be heated directly, serving multiple purposes even if not for smoothing clothes, and could even be used as a weapon. The iron was not for sale, but other items were. Thinking of the grain Wen Gu had brought out earlier, Blacksmith Yu said, "I also have a small shovel. If you want it, you can trade it for the paper packet you had earlier." "What kind of small shovel?" Wen Gu asked. Blacksmith Yu's gaze shifted slightly, not daring to meet his eyes. "It's a, incense ceremony tool, but it can also be used for digging now." Many people nowadays were fond of incense, and the incense culture was flourishing. Before the world became chaotic, a merchant ordered a set of incense ceremony tools from him, slightly larger than the current popular ones. They normally used items like the incense spoon and tweezers, or they had already traded them away. This item was surplus. However, he lacked experience with such elegant and refined small items, so the first time he forged it, there was a slight deviation. Blacksmith Yu quickly brought out the item. It looked a bit like a miniature branding iron. "Is this an incense ash press for burning incense with a separator?" When Goose searched his memory. "Yes, it's for pressing the incense ash, just a bit larger, but it's usable," Blacksmith Yu said. It did resemble it somewhat, but it completely lacked the elegance of incense ceremony tools. Instead, it had a rough, murderous aura, as if it could be used for torture after being heated. Blacksmith Yu remained silent. He had noticed the problem when he forged it and wanted to fix it, but then the world fell into chaos and he couldn't bother with such things. Zhou Shan took the oversized incense ash press, his brow furrowed. It was too small to be used as a weapon, and too awkward to be a spatula. One might as well carve a spatula directly from wood. "It could work as a small shovel for digging herbs," he said. "Yes, it can be used for digging." Blacksmith Yu's voice was a little tense, looking at them, worried it wouldn't sell. When Gu nodded, "That's fine too. We're continuing north, and it's getting colder. Having a sturdier tool for digging things from the ground will indeed be useful." Blacksmith Yu's ears perked up. "Are you also heading north?" "Indeed," Wen Gu replied. Hida mentioned that Magistrate Tan of this place also spoke to you about seeking refuge in the north before he left. "He did," Blacksmith Yu responded with only that one sentence, then fell silent, his eyes fixed on the small paper packet in Wen Gu's hand. When Gu observed Blacksmith Yu's expression when he mentioned Hida, Blacksmith Yu's reaction was indifferent. It seemed Hida was neither a well-known good person nor a notorious scoundrel in the county town. An unknown figure. When Gu whispered a few words to Zhou Shan, Instead of handing over the small paper packet, he took out a large paper packet and opened it. Blacksmith Yu's eyes were glued to it. There was also some movement from inside the house behind him. Zhou Shan, beside him, tightened his grip on his saber, his expression guarded. Wengu didn't look into the house, but spoke sincerely and slowly. "We'll take this incense press. Besides that, we have something else to ask." Blacksmith Yu took a deep breath, forcing his gaze away from the paper packet with difficulty. "Ask away. We are heading north to visit relatives and pass through here. We are unfamiliar with the routes around here." Wengu handed the large paper packet to his cousin and then took out his notebook and charcoal pencil, inquiring about the distribution of villages and towns around the county and the current situation, asking which places to avoid and which were safer. The previous county magistrate had already planned to leave and would certainly have gathered more information. Blacksmith Yu, having had more contact with the government officials, would also know more. Blacksmith Yu indeed knew quite a bit. He glanced at the large paper packet and quickly told Wengu what he knew. This information did not require secrecy. He had been thinking about these matters himself during this time, so he recalled it clearly and spoke fluently. Wengu noticed this detail and interjected to ask a few questions. Blacksmith Yu replied quickly, not making things up. After asking what he wanted to know, Wengu handed the large paper packet to Blacksmith Yu. Blacksmith Yu took the large paper packet, feeling the texture of the grain in his hands. He paused and asked, "You are heading north to visit relatives?" Wengu casually replied, "Yes, my maternal uncle is a military official in the northern lands. We are fleeing there, and at least we'll have a place to stay." Blacksmith Yu, whose ancestors had served as military officials, felt an immediate kinship. He chatted with Wengu for a few more minutes. Wengu gathered that Blacksmith Yu had originally intended to leave with Magistrate Tan. For some reason, he remained here. Although Wengu didn't know the inside story, Blacksmith Yu's eyes held no resentment when he mentioned it. Wengu then asked about the sanitation situation in the county town. Speaking of which, Zhou Shan was also worried. He had originally planned to have the blacksmith repair his axe, but it seemed fuel was scarce and he couldn't fire up his furnace. "If that's the case, we should leave as soon as possible," Zhou Shan urged. Wengu nodded. "It's more dangerous inside the city than outside. With garbage everywhere, even without an epidemic of evil, other diseases could break out." He sincerely cautioned Blacksmith Yu, "Try to go out less. When you do go out, make sure to cover your mouth and nose with a cloth and be extremely careful about anything you eat or drink." Zhou Shan commented on the folk forces in the city. "Ignorant fools, they don't know what's important, and they won't amount to anything." Blacksmith Yu had a blank expression and glanced at Zhou Shan. He had had extensive contact with government officials, and this man's speech and demeanor carried an official air. Wengu didn't chat any further, only revealing that he had brought them into the city this time. After Wengu and his two companions left, a young man emerged from the house. He bore some resemblance to Blacksmith Yu, but was thinner. This was Yu Jialaoer, Blacksmith Yu's younger brother. Blacksmith Yu handed him the paper packet containing the grain. "Finally, we have some income." Yu Er's face, however, did not relax. "Brother, just staying idle like this isn't a solution." Blacksmith Yu was also worried. Half a month ago, when the county magistrate left with a group of people, the major folk forces within the city began to fight amongst themselves. They had tried to recruit him, the sole blacksmith, but those factions were busy with their infighting and had no intention of firing up their furnaces. He had no work and thus received no supplies. So, Blacksmith Yu was now waiting for those factions to settle their conflict before he could receive any work. But when would those factions reach a conclusion? The waiting time was too long, and his family was running out of food and couldn't hold on any longer. During this period, they had been exchanging ironware for food, and they had been severely underpriced. But their ironware would soon be depleted. "It's getting more dangerous in the city. Why don't we go north with them? Their relatives are officials in the north," Yu Er suggested. Blacksmith Yu was also tempted. His family had wanted to leave before, but the family next door had become possessed by evil spirits and gone mad. At the time, he was handling affairs at the county yamen, and his wife and daughters were at home. His brother had been injured protecting his family and was bedridden for several days, thus missing the main group's departure. Yu Er pondered for a moment and said, "We still need to clarify. Did he bring them here? I'll go ask later." Meanwhile, Hida was speaking to his younger brother in their room. "Little brother, come, I have a surprise for you." He took out the books he had brought back. "You used to really like those Confucian classics. There are even annotations written by important figures. They were almost burned today. Fortunately, I was quick." Some families had no firewood for cooking and didn't dare to go out to chop wood, so they burned the books in their homes. There were too many people like that. Brother also met a very kind scholar today. End of this chapter. Hida has always had a favorable impression of scholars. Whether before or during these chaotic times, the most capable people he had encountered included scholars. Before the chaos, it was as expected. Our current dynasty values culture over military strength. All vocations are inferior, only scholarship is supreme. Within books lie golden houses, within books lie abundant grain. He heard such sayings frequently in tea houses and restaurants. His entire family supported his younger brother's studies. Most of the rewards he received from running errands for nobles were used for his brother's education. Because he had a brother studying at the county academy, he held a bit of an advantage among the street loiterers. Later, when the world fell into chaos, the county magistrate, Tan, who was in charge, possessed extraordinary methods and managed to secure a way out for the county town. This further convinced him of the scholar's abilities. Therefore, even though gathering firewood had become difficult, he would still try to get more books for his younger brother if he had the chance. As long as one studies hard, they will surely become more capable. Even if he couldn't become as capable as Magistrate Tan, the books he traded for now were previously very expensive. With the current difficult times, people were selling them cheaply or burning them. If the chaotic times eventually end, wouldn't they appreciate in value someday? He had heard storytellers in restaurants mention how a certain farmer's ancestral tattered scroll was purchased by a noble for a chest of silver. In any case, keeping them wouldn't result in a loss. It only took a few pieces of firewood, which wasn't troublesome for him. Hida had an open mind, but He Xiaodi, who was just over 10 years old, was under immense psychological pressure and had experienced family misfortune. With the imperial examinations halted, his worldview had drastically changed, and he was filled with a somber aura. When Magistrate Tan was around, scholars like them who could write and calculate were somewhat useful. Completing the tasks assigned to them meant they could exchange them for some food. But the magistrate had left half a month ago, and everything in the city had changed. They, the physically weak scholars, had become a burden to their families. If they were more robust, they could do other work. But with his frail and small physique, he could only stay at home, boil water, and cook some gruel daily to lessen his elder brother's burdens. "Brother, don't trade firewood for books anymore," He Xiaodi said softly. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I don't care for ordinary books. I've heard you mention this one before, and I've also heard wealthy young masters talk about it. It's sold for a high price. Burning it would be a waste. It only takes 2 pieces of firewood, we're not losing anything. Firewood is more valuable now, don't trade for it anymore. Try not to leave the city." Before, Magistrate Tan sent people to clear out the evil creatures outside the city, but now, after half a month, it will become increasingly dangerous outside. He Xiaodi said. I know that. I value my life. Once I've stockpiled some more firewood, I'll stay at home and not go out." Hida said. "Brother, are you going out to chop firewood tomorrow? I'll go with you." "Oh no, you just stay home and read your books. I'll be back quickly." He Xiaodi didn't say anything further. He lowered his head, not letting Hida see the expression in his eyes. He also knew that if he went along, he would likely become a hindrance. However, other villagers living in the same courtyard, children of similar age to him, were all helping their families with chores, chopping and splitting firewood. Some were even using bamboo poles to rummage through street garbage, looking for anything useful to bring back. Hida now forbade him from going out and kept him confined at home, unsure of what he could do. In the past, his whole family supported his studies. Now, he was dragging his elder brother down. Seeing the atmosphere turn silent again, Hida scratched his head helplessly. He knew his younger brother was feeling down. Scholars' minds were just. "Wait, scholars?" Hida's spirits lifted. "I'll tell you more about Scholar Wang. This person clearly has some talent." His brother had listened intently when he recounted the story of Scholar Wang giving him the food package earlier. Scholar Wang was really useful, He could be brought up in conversation when there was nothing else to talk about. Just as he was speaking, Yu Jialaoer, Yu family's second son, came looking for him. He'd had to pause their conversation. Yu Jialaoer inquired about Wengu and his companions. Apart from the food package he'd had received, there was nothing else he needed to hide. Did the children ride on their mule cart? Yu asked. I heard the sound of children, but I didn't see them. I don't know their relationship. However, I feel that Scholar Wang and County Lieutenant Zhou don't seem like sinister or malicious people. He just stared at the other man. What, does your family want to head north with them? Yu didn't answer directly but retorted, don't you? The two looked at each other. At this moment, the street loiterer duo had a moment of telepathy. The gangs in the city were only concerned with infighting. They hadn't read many books, but harbored great ambitions, were greedy, and lacked foresight. If they wanted to survive with their families, they either had to join them or leave their homes behind. It was indeed a difficult decision. Since that was the case, it would be better to follow the example of intelligent people with status. For instance, Magistrate Tan, Scholar Wang, and County Lieutenant Zhou. The situation in the city won't change in a short period. It's too dangerous to stay here for long, he said. Yu looked at the dilapidated walls around them, his gaze unfocused. I've inquired. The gangs in the city believe that the colder temperatures in autumn and winter will greatly reduce the threat from outdoor evil creatures. They think the garbage piled up on the streets doesn't need immediate attention for now, and they can focus on occupying territories and establishing rankings first. He sneered. What if the weather suddenly gets warmer for a few days? Are they waiting to die? Yu remained silent. After a moment of thought, he asked, when are Scholar Wang and his group leaving? Hida looked at the darkening sky. They shouldn't be leaving tonight. Tomorrow is uncertain. If you want to find them, you'll have to be early. At this time, outside the county town, when Gu and his group had returned to their hidden shed, County Lieutenant Zhou changed into clean clothes before interacting with his children. The county town of Feng County was too dirty now. To prevent contamination, he changed his clothes directly. He didn't dare to throw away the clothes he changed out of. With the current shortage of supplies, everything had to be used sparingly. When starting the fire, he placed the clothes beside it to gently dry them with the heat. When Gu took out his notebook and looked at the rough map he'd inquired about from Blacksmithy that day, he said to the group, we won't be in a hurry to set off tomorrow morning. We'll stay for half a day. I'll plan the route first. Little Lu and County Lieutenant Zhou had no objections. Daoist Master Chingy looked at Little Lu. Don't you find this situation familiar? Little Lu hadn't really noticed and didn't see anything wrong with Wengu's decision. It was indeed necessary to plan the route properly before setting off. Sharpening the axe does not delay the felling of wood. Daoist Master Chingy pouted silently, unwilling to say more to these dull commoners. Before going to sleep that night, Wengu was still contemplating this matter. Although they were short on people, he would only wait for half a day. If the people still hadn't arrived after half a day, there would be no point in waiting, and they certainly wouldn't enter the city. There was too much garbage in the city, and who knew what other epidemics it might harbor. The medicinal herbs everywhere were almost depleted. If one fell ill, there would be no medicine to take. In any case, the route map was the biggest gain from this trip. It was a pity about the talented individuals he had taken a liking to. If the city were even slightly cleaner, he would have entered to lend a hand. When Gu turned over and continued to ponder. Logically, after throwing out several large paper packets of his grain powder, there should have been some response. Looking at the Confucian classic in Hida's hand, combined with his conversation with the gatekeeper, there was likely a younger brother, around 10 years old, in the early or intermediate stages of learning nearby. Having someone they cared about meant having a weakness. Since Hida could inquire for news in the county town, he must know other people. Additionally, regarding Blacksmithy, his family was struggling financially, everyone was unemployed at home, and there was no income. They hadn't been able to leave with the previous group due to certain reasons. Their situation would be even more difficult now, so they must be considering their options. People of this era didn't dare to leave their homes casually, fearing the dangers of the journey and having nowhere to settle, wandering from place to place. The chaotic times would only make things more difficult. And when Gu, who had supplies, knowledge, a reception point in the north, appeared kind, and was assisted by the county lieutenant and the immortal master. What a great leader! The city was becoming more chaotic. These people shouldn't be unmoved. Now, Wengu was like a fisherman standing by a pond. As the saying goes, to catch more fish, one must bait the hook generously. After tossing out a few packets of supplies, there had to be a reaction. Those meager supplies would only last a few meals, right? It wasn't disaster relief food. Those who came close, even if not one bringing 4 or 5, at least 1 or 2, right? Perhaps my baiting technique is wrong? The next day, early in the morning, Wengu had little Lu keep watch around them. Although he did wish for a buy one get one free or buy one get two free situation, he had to consider other possibilities. Human hearts are complex, especially in such chaotic times. Everyone, pack your belongings first. If you notice anything unusual, quickly get in the cart and leave. In any case, in the current world, the people in the city wouldn't dare to chase too far even if they left the county town. They would have time to escape. Wengu also told Zhoushan to let the 3 children in the cart come out and move around. Constantly staying in the carriage would affect their mental health. The shed had a fire pit, and the 3 children had been wiped down with coarse wine. As long as they didn't stray far, it would be fine. County Lieutenant Zhou thought that after finishing their chores, the 3 children had slept soundly and their spirits had improved significantly, so he agreed. He would be watching here, ready to respond quickly to any abnormalities. Wengu had the 3 children, 1 older and 2 younger, mix some concentrated feed for the donkeys and mules. They might need to carry heavier loads next, so they needed to eat well. Eating only grass wouldn't suffice. There was only a little bit of the mixing material left. Wengu mused that they had too few people in the team. If there were more people, there would be enough manpower to gather more feed ingredients and stock them up. Just as he was thinking, a few calls of kites were heard in the sky. Little Lu quickly ran over. Someone's coming. I saw them from the rock just now. There are only 2 of them. One looks like Hida from yesterday and another stranger about the same age as Hida. Since there were only 2 people, there was no need for an overreaction. The 2 young children, upon hearing that strangers were approaching, quickly ran behind Zhoushan. Dad, take your younger siblings to the cart, Zhoushan said to his nephew. After the 3 children were inside the mule cart, Zhoushan stepped forward with his saber. Even if only 2 people were coming, caution was necessary. Wengu tidied his clothes and walked out of the shed, his gaze clear and sincere. It must be Hida, the fish, cough, Hida and Yuer, right? Taoist Master Qingyi, who was grinding medicine, glanced in that direction and shook his head. Wengu, this person, looks at dogs with a clear and sincere gaze. End of chapter. Seeing that Wengu and the others were still there, the 2 breathed a sigh of relief. It was good they hadn't set off yet and could catch up. Yuer walked beside Hida, paying attention to the movements around them. The figures in front were easy to identify. However, his attention was first drawn to the children. He heard the 2 children call Zhoushan Dad. It seemed they were indeed the children of this military official. The children looked quite spirited. After being introduced to Wengu and Yuer, the 2 street loafers wasted no time and expressed their desire to follow them north. Yuer said, "Our county magistrate Tan is a capable man. Half a month ago, our family intended to go north with him, but we ran into trouble at home. By the time it was resolved, we had missed the opportunity. The county magistrate's main team had already set their departure time and wouldn't change it easily. They could only watch County Magistrate Tan lead his people away. Yuer just wanted to tell Wengu and the others that their whole family had planned to go north all along. They missed the chance once, and now they encountered someone heading north. You, a scholar, look decent. You have relatives in the northern lands. We're rooting for you." At this time, Hida also said, "We don't know much about places outside Feng County, but we used to hang out in the streets and heard a lot of news. Maybe this can help." Yuer added, "We'll bring our own provisions." Wengu seemed a little hesitant. "May I ask how many relatives and friends you plan to bring? Are there any elderly or children among them?" Hida said, "It's just my brother and me left at home, possibly 2 or 3 friends. My brother is 12 years old and used to study at the county academy. He is quiet and sensible." Yuer thought for a moment and said, "You probably know my family of 4, myself, my brother and sister-in-law, and my niece. Perhaps 2 more friends." Wengu was satisfied in his heart. The number was acceptable. He said slowly, "Could you 2 wait for a moment?" "Of course, we'll wait right there." Knowing when Gu and the others needed to discuss, Hida and Yu moved aside. They were still a bit nervous. The two analyzed in low voices. The scholar surnamed one would most likely not refuse. This person seemed easy to talk to. As for County Lieutenant Zhou and the Taoist priest, it was unclear if they would agree. Taoist Master Qingyi maintained an indifferent stance. If anything, he leaned towards accepting more people, as it would mean having extra hands for chores later. Little Liu and Taitu would follow when Gu's lead. County Lieutenant Zhou was hesitant, having been betrayed before, making him guarded. However, after Wengu's analysis, he agreed. First, more people make things easier. The journey was perilous and a larger group would indeed be safer. Second, he had 2 young children who had been traumatized and a nephew aged 12 or 13. Perhaps having a couple more children in the group would improve their mental state. Human hearts were unpredictable, but one couldn't reject everyone approaching just because of past betrayal. Although he agreed, Zhou Shan couldn't help but remind Wengu, in chaotic times, human nature is complex. Don't be overly benevolent. Thank you for the reminder, County Lieutenant Zhou, Wengu bowed slightly. He stood in the morning light of the rising sun, his entire being seeming to be bathed in a golden glow. His gaze towards the distant mountains was clear and determined. When I was traveling, I once heard a saying, walking alone is fast, walking together is far. The current world is perilous, far more so than the disasters recorded in history books. Without banding together for warmth, it will be difficult to survive. If 100 people are of one mind, they achieve the strength of 100. If they cross the river in the same boat, they share the hardships. With concerted effort, the goal will surely be reached. Zhou Shan opened his mouth, unsure what to say. He knew the benefits of banding together, of course. He just wanted to correct Wengu's indiscriminate benevolence. However, it seemed the scholar's conviction was firm and wouldn't change easily. But such people were less likely to betray. Forget it. With him around to keep watch, there shouldn't be any major problems. After settling internal matters, Wengu came to inform Hida and Yu of the result. Upon learning they were accepted, the two showed joy. At the same time, they thought it was indeed best to approach the scholar surnamed one first. However, having spent much time in the market, they were also more cautious. Next time, they would bring their families. They bore a significant responsibility and needed to probe and understand more. Hida's eyes darted, and he showed gratitude. Thank you so much. We are of humble status. We used to be looked down upon in the county, and everything we did was met with suspicion. You are good people. Wengu's eyes were clear, and he smiled with scholarly grace. A sense of right and wrong is the root of wisdom. I can see that you are not wicked people. Hida then spoke emotionally about the tragedy his family had suffered. At such a time, pleading for sympathy in front of such a kind-hearted scholar would allow him to ask for more benefits for his younger brother later. Wengu listened, his expression melancholic. He sighed and briefly mentioned his own background. His family had also suffered a catastrophe, leaving only him and his brother. They were heading north to their relatives. Although it is difficult, precisely because of this, we must persevere. We will eventually see the dawn. No matter when, scholars and military men have opportunities to prove their worth. After studying the classics for so many years, I also want to make a name for myself in the northern lands. When the epidemic subsides, my brother and I will return home in glory. We only buried their remains hastily before. When we return, we will buy them good coffins, invite experts to perform rituals, and move their graves to a place with better feng shui. Then we will build a magnificent ancestral hall so that the deceased can enjoy the offerings of future generations. Hida had initially intended to act, but as he listened, his vision blurred, and tears welled up in his eyes. He unconsciously fantasized along with Wengu's words, his breathing becoming heavy. He also thought about life and death. Indeed, people, especially in difficult times, must strive to climb higher. Otherwise, they would be completely trampled into the mud. He also wanted to make a name for himself in the northern lands. When he returned, he would move graves and repair tombs, build an ancestral hall for the He family, and burn offerings so that his parents and younger sister could live in large houses below, served by servants. Yu beside him felt a little empathetic, but not much. He was more focused on the immediate difficulties. He clasped his hands in a salute, interrupting the atmosphere, and asked, "There is one more thing. My elder brother cannot rest easy. He is the only blacksmith in the city and has not taken any apprentices. The county needs someone to forge weapons for defense. He is worried about leaving. Blacksmith Yu is a righteous person." Wengu sighed, pondering for a moment. "I heard from Hida that some people in the city used to work as guards at your house. Did they learn any skills?" Yuer, huh? That's right, there were those guards who learned the craft secretly. Those people didn't open their own blacksmith shops before, not because they didn't want to. They must have learned some skills, but was it easy to be a blacksmith? Blacksmithing was also a regulated industry by the government. Not everyone had the conditions to set up a blacksmith shop, but now there was no one managing it. After his family left, the shop would remain in the county. The furnace and bellows, those were all there. Even without a shop, the government had such places. County Magistrate Tan and the others couldn't take away those large pieces of equipment. Even if those former guard skills weren't as good, the tools they made would be usable. With more practice, their skills would improve. Solving his elder brother's worry, Yuer was overjoyed. "Thank you." Then he thought, this scholar surnamed one was quite clever. Could he be up to something? Yuer asked casually, "Are all you scholars this kind to others?" Wengu's eyes held tolerance and sincerity as he replied, "I don't know about others. But the wise men of old said, 'Love given returns, blessings sent come back.' To me, you're a blessing." End of this chapter. Although I want to recruit more newcomers, it's better to inform them of certain things in advance. Wengu told them, "I drew a simple route map yesterday. We likely won't be on the same road as County Magistrate Tan's team. The journey is perilous. Please consider it carefully." Wengu emphasized perilous journey and consider carefully. Hida and Yuer were stunned when they heard this. They had actually thought about catching up with the main group. With so many people, County Magistrate Tan's team would definitely not be fast. Wengu's group was small. If they picked up the pace, they would certainly be much faster, and it should be possible to catch up, right? Moreover, the areas the main group passed through would have the evil creatures slain, making it safer. But now that Wengu informed them they weren't traveling together, they felt a little hesitant. Hida and Yuer discussed in low voices. Yuer, actually, not traveling together is fine too. With such a large group passing through, everything along the way would be scavenged, and even the ground might be scraped clean. If they followed behind, they wouldn't even be able to find food. There might also be a lot of garbage left behind, and even the water sources might not be clean. Without firewood and food replenishment, it would be even more difficult. The weather was getting colder, and the threat of evil creatures outside had significantly decreased. The most important things for traveling now were food, water, and firewood. A moment later, the two informed Wengu of their decision. It didn't matter if they weren't traveling together, they would follow Wengu north. They would also contribute along the way and protect Wengu, only hoping that Wengu could arrange for them upon arrival at their destination. With the agreement reached, Hida and Yuer also had to act immediately. The situation in the city was unstable, and delays could lead to changes. The longer they dragged on, the more trouble they were likely to cause. Wengu said, "We will wait here for one more day, and we will set off tomorrow morning." "Thank you." The two turned and left, then quickly parted ways. They each had their own preparations. Yuer bypassed a patch of woods and came to a hill. Behind it was a hollow where a small shack was built with dry grass and bamboo. Two young people were already waiting beside it. These were Yuer's two friends from outside the city, both around 17 or 18 years old. The two looked somewhat alike and appeared to be brothers, but one of them was actually a girl disguised as a boy. They were twin siblings. Because of their exceptionally delicate features, they had been entangled by a folk force from the city and had been hiding outside the city for the past half-month. "How is it?" Yuer strode over. "It's done. We even used smoke last night." The two used wooden sticks to move aside a pile of dry grass, revealing a two-wheeled cart hidden beneath. On the cart were already placed a small iron pot, two slightly chipped knives, a bow, and a quiver of arrows, as well as other miscellaneous daily necessities. These were all things they had secretly saved up. They had previously thought about finding an opportunity to sneak these things into the city, but now, leaving them outside just saved them trouble. Yuer showed joy. Most of the original means of transport in the county town and surrounding villages had been taken by County Magistrate Tan, and the remaining small portion was controlled by those factions in the city. It was really not easy to obtain and hide them. Besides what was on the cart, his family would also bring many belongings. This wooden cart would be very useful. His young niece could also sit on it. All right, you two prepare yourselves as well. We set off tomorrow morning. Be on guard against Hida then. He and his crowd of hangers-on are very cunning. They might take advantage of us. Having secured the means of transport, Yuer shouldered a small bundle of firewood he had prepared and entered the city. He didn't mind being extorted for 2 more bundles of firewood by the gatekeepers. He had more important matters to attend to. The He surname had too many schemes. He needed to add more safeguards for his own side. His own brother and sister-in-law were simple-minded, and his niece was too young. His 2 friends had average combat effectiveness. The scholar surnamed Wen's mention of guards today made him think of a few more people. However, on this matter, he had to choose carefully. They needed to have a certain fighting ability, be on good terms with his family, and be able to keep their mouths shut. With this thought, after returning to the city, Yuer didn't go home immediately but went to another street. An ordinary courtyard, the outer wall was still intact, indicating that someone lived here and could preserve their own courtyard walls. The door was not tightly closed. It opened with a push. Yuer didn't knock but pushed the door open, quickly went inside, closed it, and then called out in a low voice towards the house, "Fifth uncle, are you there?" A commotion came from inside. Yuer walked in, observing his surroundings. Fifth uncle shared the same surname as them. Perhaps they were from the same family hundreds of years ago, but they were not close relatives now. They knew each other because fifth uncle used to be a guard for their family. Fifth uncle didn't look robust, but was thin and strong. In his youth, he worked hard carrying goods and accumulated wealth, and later served as their family's guard. The last time he visited, this small courtyard was meticulously organized and lively, with elders and children and the scolding of women. Now, upon his arrival, the small courtyard was empty. The dirt and debris left recently had not been cleaned up, and a smell of blood emanated from the house. Yuer did not go inside but stood at the entrance of the house. The light inside was dim. Yuer took half a step forward before he could barely see clearly. A tall, thin figure leaned against the wall, sitting amidst a pile of debris. There was a wound on his exposed arm, which was bleeding. Some of the bloodstains on the ground had already dried. He didn't know how long he had been sitting there. Seeing this, Yuer quietly stepped back half a step before saying, "Fifth uncle, County Magistrate Tan said that if you're injured, you should get it bandaged promptly, or you might get infected by evil energy." The person sitting there had a hoarse voice, let out a laugh, and showed no other reaction. The person exuded a spirit of, "I'll die if I die, whatever." Yuer could understand Fifth Uncle's current mood. He had asked around and learned that half a month ago, Fifth Uncle had made a deal with the leader of a folk force. Fifth Uncle would stay in the city and act as a thug until East 3rd Street was taken, in exchange for some food and supplies for his wife, children, and parents. On the day County Magistrate Tan's team left the city, Fifth Uncle sent his family into the Northern Migration Team and truly returned to be a thug. Yuer said, "I heard that yesterday East 3rd Street was taken by you guys." There was no response from the other side. Yuer didn't care. He looked around, lowered his voice, and said, "Fifth Uncle, do you want to go north?" The person sitting there looked up abruptly. "Can go north. There's a team passing by. I just went out of the city to scout. It's a small team, not many people, but they seem to be people of status, and there's even a county lieutenant. But that scholar is easier to talk to. He has relatives in the north who are military officials, so we should be able to settle down if we go there. Although it might not be the same place as where County Magistrate Tan is going, as long as we can settle down, Fifth Uncle will have a chance to see your wife and children again." Yuer's voice was not loud, but was enough for the other party to hear clearly. "Really?" Fifth Uncle's dry voice gained some strength. "See you outside the city at dawn tomorrow. Don't let anyone know. Also, you should treat your wound first." Yuer didn't stay long. If Fifth Uncle had already been infected by evil energy, then it was fate. After Yuer left, the middle-aged man sitting there finally reacted and suddenly got up to wash his wound. He then suddenly remembered what County Magistrate Tan had instructed the people when he was there, so he first used a clean cloth to wipe the wound and bandaged it. It took him a lot of effort to start a fire to boil water. He didn't wait for it to cool. He took a cloth towel to clean the wound, his face contorted in pain. But he became energetic. He had been missing his family terribly during this time and was holding on with a single breath to fulfill his promise and then return home to perish. He hadn't expected to suddenly see hope. He couldn't fall at this moment. Go north. Yu-Er was right. As long as they went north and could settle down, they might have a chance to see their parents and children again in the future. After leaving Fifth Uncle's house, Yu-Er went to find a few more people. However, upon probing, he discovered that these people were unreliable and their minds had changed. He didn't know if they had been brainwashed by those folk forces, but they all planned to target those rich households and noble families passing through from south to north during the period from late autumn to early spring. Last year, many wealthy families had moved north. County Magistrate Tan had traded grain and medicine with people. The process was unknown, but the trade was said to be quick. Everyone thought it should be quite simple. After much deliberation, they came up with only a few methods. If the other party had few people, they would directly seize the supplies. If the other party had many people, they would treat them with courtesy and make a profit. Now, the county town was their territory. Seeing this, Yu-Er didn't say much more to those people. He made a perfunctory reply and immediately went home to inform his brother and sister-in-law to pack their things and flee tomorrow morning. They were out of grain now, but they could use the remaining items at home to exchange for it. Anything they couldn't take could be exchanged for something else needed for the journey. However, this had to be done covertly and separately. Several large water vats were all exchanged with people for food. Ordinary residents certainly wouldn't have much, but the members of those folk force gangs had some inventory. However, they were severely underpriced. Those people might still harbor a bit of coercion. What if you're a blacksmith? Aren't you still begging me for a bite to eat? Yu-Er might not deal with them himself. He would find someone to do it for him, requiring a commission, but this would be safer. They didn't dare to sleep at night, fearing that those factions in the city would come looking for them. Those people didn't want Blacksmith Yu to leave. That night, the whole family gathered together, not daring to light a candle. As they were about to leave, their emotions were quite delicate, mostly a mix of worry and confusion about the future. Yu-Er didn't have so many sentimental emotions. He comforted them. Eldest brother, the scholar surnamed one, is quick-witted but soft-hearted. If we have any trouble then, we can just ask for help. Their team also has children, not very old, so our Xiaokai will have playmates. The blacksmith Yu and his wife heard this and worried. In this world, being too soft-hearted is not a good thing. Yu-Er immediately said, "Isn't there County Lieutenant Zhou? He looks like a tough person." On the other side, after parting ways with Yu-Er outside the city, Hida took a detour to another place. There were 3 people hiding there. 2 of these 3 were from Hida's same village, and the other was someone he met later in the county town. They were the ones who usually helped Hida smuggle supplies. They were willing to work for Hida. As long as they completed the tasks assigned by Hida, they would receive their share of the reward, a portion of food. Although not much, it was enough to not starve to death. They didn't dare to slack off. As Hida was even more cunning and had methods, he was ruthless enough. In the past, a scoundrel from the neighboring village had troubled Hida's second sister. Within a few days, the scoundrel disappeared. It was said that he had offended a noble person in the county and was killed by the officials. When the world became chaotic and everyone moved to the county town, little brother he also encountered trouble, which was resolved soon after. Hida's shadow was behind all of this. Therefore, they respected and feared Hida. At this moment, the 3 loyal followers were displaying their achievements to Hida. Not far away, a water buffalo was grazing. A month ago, when County Magistrate Tan was preparing for the evacuation, they had secretly acquired a water buffalo. Hida planned it, and they executed it. Horses, cattle, donkeys, and mules were all watched by Yamen officials. There were water buffaloes and yellow cattle among the cattle, but water buffaloes liked to wallow in water during hot weather, making the guards somewhat wary and neglectful, which made it easier for them to act. Brother Dashin. Don't call me Dashin anymore. Call me Daikyo. Daikyo is my proper name. It means the same thing anyway, Hida said. Why change your name? Dashan sounds so good, one person asked confusedly. Hida thought that county lieutenant Joe seemed to be named Sean, so he couldn't have the same name. He said verbally, "What do you understand?" "I'm naming myself according to the sage. It's for protection by the sages and virtuous people." Oh. So that's how it is. This name is auspicious. The three repeatedly praised him. Then, Brother Dakio, we've brought the ox. It's cold now, so it hasn't been wallowing in water recently. I specifically boiled water to scrub it today. I secretly got some concentrated feed. Livestock needs to eat this to have the strength for heavy work. The three displayed their contributions. Good, well done. Bamboo pole, go get some more concentrated feed tonight. Those guys are fighting fiercely these days, and there are fewer guards at the warehouse. Hida said. No problem, duh. Brother Chio, there are people watching the livestock feed every day to prevent theft. They steal it to eat themselves. Embezzlement. Hida said proudly. He had learned quite a few elegant words from chatting with his younger brother. As for livestock feed, they didn't consider it lowly. Everyone was short of food now and on the verge of starvation. As long as it could be eaten, regardless of what animal it was fed to, they would pry it off to support their own families. They hadn't managed to get a wooden cart, but with this water buffalo, Hida was already very satisfied. The water buffalo could carry burdens, and his own younger brother, who was physically weak, could also ride on it. We must guard against you heirs people then. Don't let them take advantage or tire out our ox. Upon returning to the city, Hida probed the attitudes of the other residents in the same courtyard. Not a single one wanted to leave. Those who wanted to leave had already fled with County Magistrate Tan half a month ago. Those who remained were quite happy to occupy more rooms. Hida scoffed inwardly, such short-sighted people. Unlike me, I already have a direction, no, ambition. I already have a higher life goal. This small place cannot confine me. In fact, half a month ago, Hida had no intention of leaving. He had no other abilities. This was a familiar place, and his connections and network were all here. If he wanted to do anything, he could achieve it with a little thought. When County Magistrate Tan left, he hesitated but still lacked the courage to leave. He was just a cheap life. Leaving his hometown would make him even more lowly. Who would have thought that in half a month, the city would become so chaotic? Nowadays, perhaps the city was more dangerous. If he wanted to choose a path to survival and a more promising future, he really had to leave. At night, Hida couldn't sleep, his mind full of thoughts. As he was about to leave his hometown, he felt quite reluctant, as well as apprehensive and lost. After a while, he thought of Wengu's words again. He didn't remember all of Wengu's words, but he remembered walking alone is fast, walking together is far, and told it to his younger brother. There was also one sentence. When he made it big, he would return home in glory, repair the graves of his parents and second sister, use luxurious coffins, and burn more offerings so they could live better below. The more he thought about it, the deeper he got into the emotions, crying loudly. Little brother, with one of us being civil and the other martial, we must make a name for ourselves in the northern lands. Little brother he, who was also unable to sleep, had tears in his eyes and said heavily, "We will." Hida then thought of Wengu's words about fortune and blessings. A scholar who believed in fortune and blessings would have been ridiculed for his naivety by Hida in the past. Having lived in the marketplace for a long time, he had heard a lot about the evil of human nature. How many people who punished evil and promoted good met bad ends, while those bullies who oppressed the common people lived good lives. If he could make his own family live well, Hida would be willing to be a bully. But now, only people like Scholar Wen, who still held benevolence and believed in fortune and blessings, would be more accepting of people like them, who had humble status, in such times. Scholar Wen is truly a good person. If the world hadn't gone chaotic, he would definitely have passed the imperial examination and become a high official. A good official. Little brother He's understanding of Wengu was all from Hida's interpretation. Although he hadn't met Wengu himself, he had already formed a very positive impression and agreed with the sound. Hida felt even more that his choice was correct. For people like them, from humble families with no background, and for street ruffians like him in the county town, whether they could achieve something depended on who they followed correctly. No, it depended on whether they followed the right person. Currently, compared to this group of fools in the city, following Wengu north was more reliable. The next day, while the sky was still dimly lit, the city gate had already opened. At this time, the temperature was low, and many people took the opportunity to go out to chop firewood. Having lived here for many years, they were very familiar with the roads. They could walk them with their eyes closed. After walking for a while, the sky would brighten. Hida and Yu heirs groups were prepared and dispersed to leave the city, having made the necessary arrangements beforehand. Wengu waited by the shack, listening to the cry of the falcon from the sky, and looked forward. Soon, figures appeared one by one. Some were familiar and some were unfamiliar. There seemed to be about a dozen of them. However, the most eye-catching were the wooden cart and the water buffalo. Upon meeting outside the city, the two parties, who had been mutually on guard. Hida looked at the other party's wooden cart. Yu stared at the other party's water buffalo. The atmosphere was subtle, with each party having their own thoughts. When Gu looked at them, his eyes clear and sincere. Truly, he's the person I chose. What powerful proactivity. End of chapter. Hida and Yu exchanged glances, each thinking, you sly dog, you've been hiding something. Hida had secretly kept a cow from the yamen, intending to trade it for supplies later. Now that he had decided to head north with Wengu, Hida felt smug. I truly have foresight, heaven is helping me. He hadn't expected Yu to have a cart hidden away too. Yu thoughts were similar, feeling he had underestimated the other party. However, regardless of their internal grumbling, a water buffalo paired with a wooden cart would be most effective. But now was not the time to dwell on such things. Any thoughts could be put aside for now. The two groups maintained a clear distance, arriving before the shed where Wengu and his companions were. Wengu bowed politely. Please bear with us for a moment. Taoist Master Chingy needs to perform a ritual to exorcise evil spirits. We apologize. Everyone understood this was to reconfirm if they were possessed by evil spirits. They didn't feel offended and were even a bit excited. This was something they hadn't experienced before. This Taoist Master Chingy seemed like an enlightened expert. Perhaps he even possessed immortal arts. Of course. Thank you, Immortal Master, for performing the ritual. Please proceed, Immortal Master. We promise to remain still. Taoist Master Chingy maintained a detached, expert demeanor, holding an exquisite incense burner and pacing with seemingly mystical steps around the group before finishing, or rather, concluding his ritual. Wengu had asked him to stage this performance beforehand, and Taoist Master Chingy was happy to oblige. He knew very well how commoners viewed gods, demons, and ghosts. With a little showmanship, these people would be in awe of him. Regardless of Wengu's intentions, Taoist Master Chingy acted in his own best interest. Feeling the admiring gazes of the new members, Taoist Master Chingy's expression remained calm, but inwardly he was delighted. It's all thanks to me. This team can't function without me. After the brief ritual, the group didn't linger. They were eager to leave before the factions in the county town noticed and gave chase. By the time the county town realized Blacksmith Yu and Uncle Yu had disappeared, no one was left. The hidden shed they had occupied was searched, but it was already deserted. The courtyard where the He brothers lived was given to another villager they had a decent relationship with. Others wanted to claim it, but they had lost the opportunity, and the house was already occupied. Setting off again, the original team of 8 had grown to over 20 members. However, the 3 groups of people maintained distinct boundaries. Leading the way were Wengu and his cousin, the Taoist Master, Little Lu, and County Lieutenant Zhou with 3 children. They traveled with a donkey cart and a mule cart. In the middle, Hida led the water buffalo, with little brother He sitting on its back, accompanied by Hida's 3 followers. Bringing up the rear was Yu group, Yu and his 2 friends, Uncle Yu Wu, Blacksmith Yu and his wife, and their daughter, Yu Shaokai. Several adults took turns pushing and pulling a wooden cart loaded with goods and carrying a child. 8, 5, 7. Exactly 20. Wengu was overjoyed. The Northern Escape Team had grown from just the 2 Wen brothers to a group of 20. Add to that the donkey, mule, and buffalo, plus the aerial guardian, Ma Tuaner, and they had 24 members. Excellent. Many talented new members have joined, and we even managed to get a buffalo cart, exceeding our expectations. Although the buffalo cart wasn't fully assembled yet, it was only a matter of time. This calculated increase in attack and defense capabilities, as well as carrying capacity, significantly boosted their overall strength. The next step was communication and integration, which shouldn't be difficult. But it's still not enough. There were undoubtedly many escape teams heading north from the south. Noble and influential families had well-equipped teams, and they might encounter bandit groups along the way. For their group, composed of commoners, having more people would be safer. Wengu pondered this, anticipating encountering more people during their journey. As long as they weren't malicious, regardless of their character, he would recruit them to help. The chaotic times had lasted for over a year. Those who had survived this long either possessed certain self-preservation skills or were incredibly lucky, perhaps even hoarding supplies. By noon, as the temperature rose, they found an empty house in a village to rest. County Magistrate Tan used to bring the yamen here to clear out such places. They didn't find anything useful, but it's sufficient for resting. The people from the county town wouldn't dare chase this far, he just said, coming over to chat with Wengu and trading some refined feed for a small bottle of coarse wine. The refined feed had been obtained from the warehouses of several groups in the county town before they left. They had initially intended to eat it themselves and save some for the buffalo, but upon learning that Wengu's group used coarse wine for wiping their bodies to exorcise evil, they had a change of heart. The small clay bottles of coarse wine, with their intoxicating aroma, made Hida and his followers swallow hard. How long had it been since they last tasted alcohol? But survival was paramount. Each of them took a small sip, and the rest was used to wipe their bodies. Smelling the wine, they felt a sense of dreaminess, not from drunkenness, but from a surreal feeling, reminding them of days when they bought wine with their reward money. That was too extravagant. Life back then was truly too extravagant. The more they reminisced, the closer they felt to shedding tears. Yuer's group also wanted to trade an iron ladle for a small bottle of coarse wine. However, Wengu's group no longer needed iron ladles. After a moment's thought, Wengu said, "How about this? Starting next time, when we rest, Sister Ma can help us cook our meals when she boils the porridge." Wengu's group would provide the food, while the Yu family would handle chopping firewood and cooking. Combining their meals would save firewood and effort. The Yu family had no objections, as they would have to chop wood and make fire to cook their own meals anyway. County Lieutenant Zhou and Little Lu also had no objections. They only needed to give up a small portion of the coarse wine to save time on chopping firewood and cooking. The wine was precious, but it was possible they could find more later. Moreover, as time went on, the weather would get colder, and the evil creatures appearing outside would become fewer. Having witnessed many life and death partings, County Lieutenant Zhou now wished to spend more time with his children. Little Lu, on the other hand, wanted to find some suitable game, as living on vegetarian food alone was not sustainable for his growth. Yuer's group's iron pot was not large enough, but they could use Wengu's, which, despite a small crack, was a large iron pot sufficient for their needs. Hida's group also wanted to join, but their food supplies were of lower quality and quantity, so they would have to make do for now. There was something else that needed to be done first. He took the opportunity to find Yuer, and the two whispered for a while, discussing the buffalo cart. Wengu did not interfere. It wasn't just about the buffalo cart. Wengu hadn't discussed the issue of unified resource management with everyone from the start. The group was still unfamiliar with each other. Normally, people guarded their belongings closely, and in these chaotic times of escape, mutual suspicion was high and trust was not easily given. Everyone wanted to keep important resources like food in their own hands. Wengu was not in a hurry. It would happen gradually. After all, those resources were within the team. They continued their journey. The He family and Yu family's small groups initially bickered, but as they moved further away from Feng County and their familiar surroundings into unknown territory, they all quieted down. Their eyes, filled with vigilance, also showed more bewilderment. The atmosphere grew increasingly silent. In this silent atmosphere, Wengu waited for another 2 days before making adjustments during a mid-journey rest. Their escape team had stopped at a post station. This post station was different from the one where they had obtained the wine earlier. It was clear that northward-bound teams traveling on the post road had passed through. Food, wine, cloth, tools, and various items had been ransacked multiple times, leaving the station empty. The wooden building materials had also been dismantled significantly, clearly used as firewood. Wengu's group stopped here to rest and also salvaged a lot of wood from the post station, primarily for modifying the buffalo cart. When the buffalo cart was almost ready and Hida and Yuer had some free time, Wengu called them over, stating he wanted to discuss matters. When the two arrived, Wengu slowly scanned their surroundings. By this time next year, many of the post stations along the way might be in ruins. Therefore, moving north sooner rather than later is advisable. The later teams will have increasingly difficult times finding free supplies en route. Hida and Yuer heard this and agreed. Indeed, the teams that passed through earlier could still find food, clothing, and weapons. Although they were a bit late, they could still salvage wood to modify the buffalo cart. By next year, any teams arriving later would only be able to eat grass. Thinking this, their anxieties and bewilderment lessened. We are fortunate. Seeing their relieved expressions, Wengu continued, "You must all be very tired from the journey these past few days and are not yet adapted. However, we cannot rest." Wengu's expression was serious. While the weather is stable recently and the morning and evening temperatures are low, we must press on with our journey. If we encounter a village or town passed by few people, it will be more conducive to our searching and stockpiling of supplies. If the weather suddenly turns warm, then it will be dire. Though exhausted and not yet accustomed to the long journey, the two nodded. Yes, we must take advantage of the cold weather. If it turns warm, it would be too dangerous. Being a little tired was insignificant as long as they were safe. Wengu took out his notebook, a rudimentary map he had drawn based on the information provided by the He and You families. Their usual strategy was to travel through villages and towns, not county towns. Not every county town had a capable person like County Magistrate Tan, and if one fell into ruin, it could become a huge monster's lair. According to the route Wengu had planned, they would arrive at a small town the next day. I suspect that if there are many people in a northern-bound team, they are unlikely to go there. We are few, so we can go and check. If we can find some food, that would be great. Upon hearing the word food, Hida and Yuer's spirits lifted. All right, they replied. To reach there before tomorrow evening, we'll have to travel a bit harder, Wengu said. No problem. We can make it. For the sake of food, they would take a gamble if there was any possibility. Hida, in particular, had lower quality food and hoped to stockpile more grain to improve their living conditions and give his younger brother better food. The next day, the escape team set off. The newly assembled buffalo cart was convenient to use. The He and You families had adjusted their mindset and were now driven with determination to keep moving. Finally, in the afternoon, they arrived ahead of schedule. Wengu observed the ground and the surrounding dry wood. This small town should not have been visited by many people, at least not by any large teams this autumn. Hearing this, everyone felt their exhaustion lighten. Their eyes gleamed. Food. Here we come. End of chapter. Most large families migrating north would take the official roads, as they were unfamiliar with the terrain and lacked local guides or information. Traveling on official roads offered greater peace of mind. Therefore, routes that deviated from the main roads and were unknown to outsiders had a low probability of being traveled. The cost of trial and error was too high, and they couldn't afford such losses. Even if there were such travelers, they would likely be small groups that could quickly retreat if they encountered problems. Small groups could only carry limited supplies, which meant that Wengu and his group might be able to find some usable items here. The small groups of the He and You families were already eager to try, their eyes practically glowing. These people were sharp-minded but too unconventional, and they didn't consider others. If they were allowed to search for supplies as they pleased, it might cause trouble or even friction within the group. Inefficient and disunited. Wengu asked Little Lu and County Lieutenant Zhou to scout ahead. These two had developed a tacit understanding. Little Lu waved his arm, directing the Ma Tuaner in the air to scout forward, while he and County Lieutenant Zhou paid attention to the dangers hidden on the ground. Wengu then called Hida and Yuer over. These two were already restless. Seeing Zhou Shan and Little Lu head forward, they also wanted to follow. Wengu said, County Lieutenant Zhou and Little Lu are just going to scout ahead and get closer, not to enter the town. We don't know how many evil creatures are hidden inside, and we are unfamiliar with the area. There are children in the group, and we have carts carrying supplies. We need to make a plan before proceeding. The two could only suppress their eagerness. They did need to consider their younger siblings and nieces. Wengu continued, the small town ahead likely has supplies. This operation is very important. Our group is already small, and we need to work together. The two considered it and nodded. So, after entering the town, they wouldn't split up, they would work together. They understood. The fact that they could get a cow and a cart from under the noses of both government officials and folk forces was not solely due to their own efforts. Scholar 1, you've read a lot, so what you say must be reasonable. We'll listen to you, Hida declared. If what he said wasn't reasonable, then that would be another matter. When Goose smiled indulgently and said to Hida, since everyone agrees, we need to start assigning some tasks now. Your younger brother is good with numbers and writing. Would he be willing to handle the bookkeeping? Hida opened his mouth. When Gu patiently explained, he'll be responsible for the team's inventory and accounts, recording income and expenses. After we start operating officially and distributing supplies based on merit, he'll record the details of everyone's distribution for reference. Hida certainly knew what that meant. It was like the accountants in large restaurants or the stewards in charge of finances for rich households. He just hadn't expected Scholar One to assign such an important task to his younger brother. Back in the county town, when he was called by the officials, his younger brother only handled copying some less important documents and letters. But now, he didn't think his younger brother couldn't handle this task. He was just surprised by Wengu's trust in them. Hida was overjoyed, thinking that this scholar named one had excellent eyesight to recognize his younger brother's talent. In this group, besides Scholar One, who else could write and calculate? There was no one else. This way, not only would his younger brother's standing in the group increase, but doing such work would also come with a reward. Hida grinned. However, he was also a little disappointed. If their side found supplies, they wouldn't be able to hoard too much, which would put his younger brother in a difficult position. Of course, compared to that, his younger brother's position was more important. As long as they could find supplies, that was good enough, and they were all part of the team anyway. Yuer, standing beside him, had no objections. They really didn't have anyone capable of shouldering such a heavy responsibility. Moreover, unlike Hida, little brother, he was not as cunning. Besides, Scholar One had also stated that the accounts could be inspected. Hida quickly called his younger brother over. When Gu borrowed another charcoal pencil from Taoist master Qingyi and taught little brother he how to hold the pencil and its usage techniques. It's okay if your handwriting isn't neat at first, you'll get better with practice. Based on his observations these past few days, this little brother, he had a good ability to learn and adapt flexibly. First, organize a roster to get used to it. When we officially enter the town to search for supplies, you can start making other records. Little brother, his face was solemn as he accepted the important task. Turning around, he couldn't help but grin. His years of learning had found a purpose, he was trusted, and he could earn a reward. The fatigue from traveling had vanished, and he felt invigorated. When Gu watched the energetic young figure and smiled with gratification. It was great that another task had been delegated. Even if the personnel multiplied in the future, he would only need to speak. Others would handle the work. A moment later, Zhou Shan and little Lu returned. They hadn't entered the town but had only observed the surroundings. In this season, when the vegetation was withered, various signs were easier to spot. There shouldn't be many living people or evil creatures. Since that was the case, they drove the cart closer to the town. However, they still didn't enter directly. Afterward, 3 small groups each sent 2 people to form a 6-person reconnaissance team. Led by County Lieutenant Zhou, they went to scout the edge of the small town. The Yu family had previously acquired a bow, and Yuer's archery skills couldn't compare to little Lu, a hunter, but he could still provide some ranged combat capability. Zhou Shan led the reconnaissance team and quietly entered the town. The town was quiet at the moment, not much different from many other small towns they had seen along the way. The traces of time on the streets and buildings suggested that a long time had passed. However, they didn't let down their guard. Let's find a drugstore and a grain store first. Before Zhou Shan could finish speaking, they heard a roar that was sharper than that of a wild beast. It was clearly the roar of an evil creature. Not only that, but there were also shouts from living people, though they couldn't discern what was being said. The expressions of the 6 men changed drastically. They hid behind a shop and looked in the direction of the sound. They didn't dare to act rashly without understanding the situation. Ahead, a figure was running, holding a cloth bag. As the person ran, they grabbed something from the bag and threw it behind them, shouting loudly. Heaven and earth have righteous energy, mixed and flowing. Another handful of white particles was scattered. Down below, it is rivers and mountains. Above, it is the sun and stars. Another handful of particles flew out, hurled with speed and force, their movements as sharp as deadly hidden weapons. However, it was useless. Although the pursuing evil creatures had slowed down considerably due to the cold, the person running ahead was clearly in poor health, and the distance between them continued to shrink. The runner's voice was hoarse, but they still shouted passionately. In humans, it is called the vast and mighty spirit, filling the heavens and earth. After a chase, the person and the evil creature were approaching Zhou and his group. At this moment, the 6 men also clearly saw what the person was scattering. It was white with full grains. It seemed, perhaps, that it was likely glutinous rice. The moment they realized this, the 6 men were shocked and momentarily bewildered. What kind of operation was this? In the few seconds they were stunned, more handfuls of glutinous rice were thrown out, scattered on the bodies of those evil creatures, fallen on the dirty ground. The 6 men felt their blood pressure surge. Holy crap! Hurry, 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 stop! Kill them, kill them! Shoot them quickly with arrows. What a waste! Yu'er, holding his bow and arrow, was so angry he wanted to shoot indiscriminately in that direction. At this time, little Lu displayed his excellent hunter's skills, and his hand did not tremble. An arrow shot out, piercing the throat of the evil creature in front, but it did not die immediately. Uncle Yu, eager to prove himself, poked it with a spear modified from a farming tool, ending the evil creature's life. The person carrying the rice bag, now panting, ran to the front of the 6 men and performed a scholar's bow. Only then did they realize that this person seemed to be a scholar, living a difficult life in these times, with sunken cheeks and a weak constitution. Thank you all for saving me. However, the 6 men looked at him with anger, as if he were an enemy. Hida's eyes were blazing. They were fighting with beasts for scraps, and this idiot was still scattering glutinous rice. Wasting food deserved 1,000 cuts. He deserved to die. Zhou, having been a county lieutenant, managed to suppress his rage and asked stiffly, "What were you shouting earlier? Could it be a code with an accomplice?" The scholar recovered slightly and replied, "It was the song of righteousness to ward off evil and cleanse impurities." Hida couldn't help but exclaim, "I don't care what song it is, was it useful? You used so much glutinous rice, all wasted." Saying this, he reached out to grab the rice bag, but couldn't. The scholar's face turned red. He clutched the rice bag tightly with both hands and stammered, "I once saw a book that mentioned glutinous rice could ward off evil. Today, I was fortunate enough to find a bag of glutinous rice used for sacrifices. In my panic, I didn't know why it was ineffective." Little Lu immediately educated him, "You don't know anything. Glutinous rice needs to be blessed with spells to ward off evil. You don't have any spells. It's pure waste." The scholar hung his head in shame. Yu'er, who was close by, sniffed, "What's that smell?" It was strange, yet familiar. Upon hearing that he had a smell, the scholar lowered his head even further, his ears turning red. He didn't notice that the others in front of him smelled even stronger. County Lieutenant Zhou said, "Let's retreat first." Since there was a local survivor, they could provide more information. It would be better to plan first and then search the town with a purpose. They took the scholar out of the town. The scholar wanted to run, but he was surrounded by the 6 men. This scholar was quite peculiar. Earlier, when facing evil creatures, he scattered rice with abandon, as if he were incredibly generous. Now, he clutched the rice bag tightly. Hida tried to snatch it several times but failed. After being warned by Zhou, he restrained himself. Zhou was worried that the scholar was playing tricks and didn't know if there were any accomplices nearby, so he remained cautious, asking little Lu to be on the lookout from the air. However, no one followed them. Upon returning to the group, Zhou briefly explained what had happened. They learned that the scholar had found a bag of excellent quality glutinous rice used for sacrifices that day, and now only a small bag remained, less than 1/3 of the original amount. The lost 2/3 had all been scattered. Not only did the others in the group feel their blood pressure surge, but even Taoist Master Qingyi felt a lump in his throat. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Prodigal. Useless beyond measure is." Catching sight of Wengu beside him, he swallowed the rest of his words. End of this chapter. In chaotic times, do not underestimate anyone who survives. The scholar before him looked a bit foolish, like a bookworm as people would say. But if he were just a bookworm, how would he have survived? Therefore, County Lieutenant Joe remained wary of him, always suspecting that his accomplices might be following him from the shadows. Wengu glanced at the sky and said to County Lieutenant Joe, "You all should rest for a while." He then turned to the scholar from the town, performed a scholar's greeting, and invited him to sit on a dry stone nearby. Wengu took out a teacup, poured a cup of hot water, and handed it over. When County Lieutenant Joe and his men had gone to scout the town earlier, Wengu had asked Sister Ma to boil a pot of water for everyone to rehydrate. The scholar fiddled with the rice bag in his hands for a moment, then hesitantly stood up, performed a formal greeting, and took the teacup, saying, "Thank you." Perhaps seeing that Wengu also had the demeanor of a scholar and seemed approachable, the scholar's tense expression relaxed considerably after drinking the water to moisten his throat. He also sensed that Wengu and his group were not malicious people. He even saw a few children. The scholar adjusted his mindset and introduced himself. His surname was Chung, and his given name was Ji. He used to study at the county town's academy. The news from that academy was faster, and upon learning that the world was about to descend into chaos, he rushed home. His family still consisted of his mother and brother and sister-in-law. Wengu sat down beside him, sighed, and said, "I was also traveling to study, and I heard rumors from various places mid-journey. Seeing that the world was descending into chaos, I hurried home, but it was already too late. Brother Ching, you are luckier than I am." Hearing Wengu's account, Changji felt a surge of emotion. Compared to Wengu, he was indeed much luckier. At least his most important family members were by his side. Wengu did not immediately inquire about the scholar's family matters. Instead, with a hint of confusion, he asked Changji about his recitation of the Song of Righteousness to the evil creatures. Changji's recently relaxed expression became awkward again. "I once read in a book that it could ward off evil, bring good luck, and gather righteousness. I wasn't very good at my studies when I was at the academy. Perhaps I took it out of context." Wengu thought to himself, this is the drawback of taking in all information without filtering. It's impossible to distinguish truth from falsehood, and acting on it could lead to serious trouble. Changji said shamefully, "Every time the academy assessed us, I was always at the bottom." Nowadays, academies do not conduct frequent exams internally, but they do have regular assessments. In academy examinations and various literary gatherings inside and outside the academy, he was always a marginal figure. It couldn't be helped. In terms of academic talent and critical thinking ability, he was indeed at the very end, lacking that gift. "Wasted my family's money for nothing." Changji's voice was filled with guilt and his eyes reddened as he spoke of his sorrow. "When I was a child, I studied with a teacher in the town, and he praised my extraordinary talent, saying I was a material worth cultivating. With that one sentence, his family decided to support him with all their might. The teacher in town also recommended him to the county academy. The county town had great rewards for academically gifted students, but after years of study, he had never received any rewards or commendations, and his assessments were consistently at the bottom. He remembered every word in the books he read, but he didn't know how to apply them." Hida and a few others not far away were drinking water from bamboo tubes, eavesdropping on the conversation. Hida even took a few steps and angled himself slightly, his ear towards their direction. While he was secretly listening, a follower came up to Hida and said, "Brother De Chio, his family situation is a bit like yours. The whole family supports one scholar." Before the other person could finish, Hida glared at him. He felt this was the worst slander against his family. "Bah." He looked around, then lowered his voice, but his output was still a string of fiery words. "How is it similar? Does he even compare to my brother? My brother has always been among the top at the county academy. County Magistrate Tan even sought him out for handling affairs, and my brother was exempted from certain requirements. What's this guy's situation? He's 20 years old and still hasn't made a name for himself. The teachers at the academy don't think highly of him. With a brain like that, his family still tightens their belts to educate him. It's all due to the good fortune accumulated over generations. This is a bookworm who only studies books, inflexible and stubborn, insisting on pursuing the path of fame and fortune without considering if he has the talent for it. The follower thought for a moment, that's true. If it were in our village, brothers in the family would have already split up. Indeed, how can his brother and sister-in-law tolerate it? He clearly remembered the scene of the other party raising glutinous rice. His first impression of Chengji was extremely poor. Someone from the Yu family was secretly eavesdropping. Although they did not express their opinion, they agreed with Hida and the others in their hearts. Studying was expensive, and even in the county town, many well-off families were ruined by their children's studies. Stubbornly reading books, studying dead books, and insisting on taking this path without talent drained the blood and sweat of the entire family. However, Chengji and his family could survive until now, so they must have other strengths. I've read books related to epidemics before and know some coping methods. I knew not to drink raw water or eat raw food, and to keep a distance from others, thus avoiding the initial catastrophe. My academic talent is mediocre, but my memory is quite good, Chengji said. When Gu thought, your memory isn't just good, many people's memory level is like, open the book, A, B, C, D. Close the book, Abba Abba. However, the current dynasty valued culture and education greatly. There were countless scholars whose memories far surpassed ordinary people. Some had talent, others were trained through diligent effort. Chengji only had a strong memory but lacked comprehension. He couldn't handle the various types of questions in academy assessments, hence he was always ranked at the bottom. Dealing with such inflexible people requires direct communication, not subtle or ambiguous words, so that they can understand. When Gu took out his charcoal pencil and notebook and asked, "How did your family survive hiding in the town? Did you save a lot of food?" Chengji said, "Not exactly. We initially lived in our own home. Most of the big merchants in town had fled, and there were fewer and fewer living people. We often heard monsters roaring and people screaming. We dared not go out, hiding in our home with doors and windows tightly shut. My mother used to have a statue of a deity at home and would offer incense every day. With the gods' blessings, we survived." Little Lu, who was eavesdropping nearby, really wanted to ask, "Which god did your family invite?" But seeing that the conversation was still ongoing, he had to restrain himself and plan to ask for details later. Chengji had already fallen into reminiscence and slowly recounted. It wasn't long before it got cold, and those monsters slowed down their movements. My brother and sister-in-law then went out to find some food and firewood. Later, it snowed. Those monsters didn't come out much on snowy days. We were really out of food. I remember there was a vinegar brewery across the street. Vinegar brewing requires grains, so there might be a lot of food there. The residents there had long fled, but they could only take limited items. We found a lot of food there. Their house was built sturdily with high walls. My family and I took this opportunity to move in there, and we've been living there ever since. Now, my mother is weak, my brother is exhausted, and my sister-in-law has to take care of them, so I've taken on the responsibility of going out to find food." When Gu took notes and gently inhaled, he lowered his eyes, not letting the other man see his gaze. Vinegar brewery, a good place. The smell on Chengji was actually vinegar. Or rather, a mixture of vinegar and various smells from the brewing and fermentation process. Huh? When Gu asked, "After you hid in the vinegar brewery, did you encounter few attacks from evil creatures?" Chengji nodded repeatedly. "Yes. My mother also brought the deity statue over. Although the incense has burned out, she still kowtows every day." When Gu said bluntly, "Evil creatures probably dislike the smell of vinegar, or perhaps certain smells from the brewing and fermentation process." "Wait, when you were chased by the evil creatures before, did it attack you proactively?" Chengji said, "I encountered it when I was looking for glutinous rice, so I hit it with a stick." When Gu, and then, "Chengji, the wooden stick slipped from my hand, and I ran out holding the rice bag. It chased me all the way." When Gu, "Never mind, let's get back to the issue of the town's layout. We are just passing through and want to resupply here. We won't be staying long. So, I'd like to ask, what is the approximate layout of the town? Are there likely to be supplies preserved in the inns, restaurants, and tea houses at the entrance of the town, as well as in the residential houses?" Chengji said, "At the beginning of the chaos, most people in town left, but there were still quite a few living people who stayed. Many people have already been to places like inns, restaurants, and tea houses. However, Chengji still told Wengu the locations of these shops after entering the town. His narration was very fluent. Wengu's pen paused slightly. Remembering so clearly? Is it extraordinary memory, or is he making things up? This was not the rough information he got from Hida. Chengji was describing it in great detail. Even when Wengu deliberately gave some inverted information, Chengji quickly pointed it out. Wengu remained composed. What about residential houses? Residential houses. Chengji thought carefully. Houses with courtyards, preferably those that used to raise livestock, Wengu said. Oh, not far from the town entrance, there lived a peddler near the pastry shop. That peddler used to carry his goods to sell in various villages. When he stayed in town, he would also set up a stall in front of his house. Wengu took note. A peddler, a traveling general store, a simplified department store. He asked, I heard the peddler also sold medicinal herbs. Do you know if there might be any medicinal herbs left at his home? He didn't sell medicinal herbs. The peddler's goods were not diverse, but they were affordable. My mother bought sewing needles and scissors from him. However, the peddler also left early. The day I returned to town from the county, he had already left town driving his mule cart. Chengji thought that the peddler left driving a mule cart that day, so his courtyard might have had a livestock shed built. Coupled with the goods he usually displayed on his stall and carried in his cart, the space inside the courtyard must have been quite large. However, Wengu's focus was not on this at all. Why is the peddler in town so well informed? Wengu asked. Chengji received the news from the academy first, where there was no shortage of influential people. Even though Chengji was a marginal figure, it was a time of chaos and secrets couldn't be kept for long. The latest news spread quickly among the academy students. After receiving the news, Chengji immediately returned to town. It takes time for a peddler to pack his belongings. By the time Chengji returned to town, the peddler was just leaving. Calculating it, the time difference for them to receive the news was not significant. This was not the information age. What kind of goods does he sell, and how many people does he know to be so well informed? Wengu asked. This. Peddlers go street by street, they know many people and have broad sources of information. Chengji hesitated. He, who often sells goods in villages and has few types of goods, received the news almost at the same time as you, Wengu said. Chengji didn't know how to reply. Wengu smiled. It's okay, let's talk about the pastry shop next to the peddler's house, one by one. Restaurants, tea houses, inns, residential houses, pastry shops. He continued to ask them one by one. Chengji no longer had time to pay attention to the others around him. He was now focused on digging out answers from the corners of his memory. He himself was also thinking if he had missed anything, perhaps something that could be useful for his own family. At the same time, the others in the team, who had been quietly eavesdropping and whispering, gradually fell silent. Even Hida, who had been full of opinions, was now staring at the two scholars as if stunned. They felt a barrage of information hitting them, and in their haste, they didn't remember much. Although there were no harsh words from their side, they felt a strange, tense atmosphere. Wengu's questions became faster and faster. The charcoal pencil in his hand moved swiftly, never stopping. Chengji, who continued to answer questions, felt the pressure increasing, constantly trying to recall and search for corresponding information from his memory. His brain began to feel swollen. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His eyes glazed over, gradually losing focus. Grumble, his stomach rumbled, indicating hunger. Chengji hadn't eaten anything all day, only having drunk some hot water earlier. Coupled with the continuous mental exertion, he was on the verge of collapse. Only then did Wengu stop, give an apologetic smile, and then take out a small paper packet. Inside was a powder of dry grain. We've processed this twice, you can eat it directly. He then asked Sister Ma to bring another cup of warm water. Chengji could no longer afford to worry about anything else. He repeatedly thanked them, took the packet and the water. Wengu turned around and beckoned to Zhou Shan. County Lieutenant Zhou. Chengji was startled and almost choked. The person who had a knife earlier was actually a county lieutenant. Wengu stood up, tore off a piece of paper from his notebook, and whispered a few words to Zhou Shan. Even though Zhou Shan was usually steady, he couldn't help but show surprise. Wengu said, "It's getting late. Quickly clear out a place for us to spend the night." "All right, I'll take care of it." Zhou Shan went to discuss the plan with his men. Wengu turned back, looked at Chengji, and a slight smile crept onto his lips, which he quickly suppressed. What a smart navigation talent! Such talent, if misplaced, would be a waste. Wengu's gaze was clear and open. He would investigate Chengji's home later. If there were no problems, then he would recruit him as his secretary. End of chapter. County Lieutenant Zhou assembled his personnel. Hida and the others were curious. Before County Lieutenant Zhou could approach, they eagerly crowded around to see the piece of paper given by Wengu. There was no need for County Lieutenant Zhou to explain. Even if they couldn't read, they understood just by looking at the drawings on the paper. Is this a map of the town entrance area? Hida stared at the paper. He thought, is this the capability of educated scholars? Where to enter the town, which house to go to, what shops and residences are nearby, what items might be found, where to focus the search, where to stay for the night, if there are any wells, the road conditions. It was all drawn out. With simple strokes, information was conveyed. A subordinate whispered to Hida, "Brother Dichio, from now on, we don't need to think about anything else. Eat, drink, and just listen to Scholar Wang. Scholars are truly amazing." Hida nodded in agreement. Of course, scholars were amazing. Otherwise, why would their families go to great lengths to support their younger brother's studies? It could change their destiny. Just like now. If it were them, they would have blindly charged in, searching house to house. Time would have passed, their strength would have been depleted, and they might not have found much even until dark, and they would have had to hastily choose a place to stay. Scholar Wang, however, could arrange everything while chatting. Hida and Yu Er looked at him with admiration. However, Zhou Shan's attention was not on this. He assembled the reconnaissance team and re-entered the town. This time, they were not fumbling in the dark. Following the map, their efficiency was very high. There were not many evil creatures in the town. After killing 2, they followed the map to the peddler's residence. It looked ordinary from the outside, while the pastry shop next to it was much more conspicuous. However, it was obvious at a glance that someone had already searched the pastry shop. The peddler's house, on the other hand, had received little attention. County Lieutenant Zhou took out a small bundle of fuel he had brought, made of dry grass, twigs, and bark, ignited it to create thick smoke, and threw it into the house. There was no movement of evil creatures being smoked out. Clear it out. We'll stay here tonight. Then shall we go in and search now? There's a wheelbarrow over there. Hida said excitedly. The peddler's wheelbarrow can carry a lot of things, someone echoed. County Lieutenant Zhou merely glanced in that direction without looking further and said in a deep voice, "First, look for any hidden compartments, cellars, and those concealed places where things are hidden." What can a peddler hide? Salt. The few people who were about to head towards the wheelbarrow quickly changed direction and rushed into the house. Wengu, waiting outside the town, did not wait long. Soon, the signal came from Ma Tuaner in the sky. "Let's go, enter the town." At the entrance of the small town, Uncle Yu Wu and Little Lu were waiting, both with obvious excitement on their faces. Seeing Wengu, Little Lu quickly walked over and said, "We found salt." County Lieutenant Zhou still had professional experience when it came to searching for things. The peddler's residence was simply cleaned and tidied. A bonfire was lit, and some interfering miscellaneous items were burned in the fire. The courtyard was filled with smoke. The animal shed was not large, but 3 livestock could squeeze in. The person responsible for mixing the feed was absent-minded, their eyes constantly darting towards the house. Salt. Without food, people would starve. Eating salt gave them strength. Salt and food were both important. Under the current conditions, there was no talk of overconsumption. How many people couldn't afford it? Inside the house, County Lieutenant Zhou had already moved out 2 large bags of salt. There should have been 4 or 5 bags stored here before, but now only 2 are left. The peddler must have moved 2 or 3 bags when he left. He was in a hurry to escape and also had to pack food and supplies, so he hid these 2 bags. In the border areas between urban and rural areas, smuggling was rampant. This peddler's merchandise was limited, and he sold it at a reasonable price. Who would have thought that he didn't make money from those small commodities at all, but used them to cover up his real transactions? The town was too conspicuous, so the peddler's trading partners were always in the nearby villages. It was unknown how many subordinates he had developed. County Lieutenant Zhou pointed to the 2 bags of salt and said to Wengu, It's all coarse salt, with a distinct bitter taste. He had experience with this. It doesn't seem like salt produced by large salt producers by the sea. Those large salt producers have more mature technology, and their private salt is usually not transported to such small places. The private salt produced by small salt producers is bitter and astringent. The technology is insufficient, and the salt production is inferior. However, for us now, having coarse salt is already very good. County Lieutenant Joe couldn't help but smile. Hida and the others also nodded repeatedly. Why be picky at this time? Even before, the salt they ate was similar to this, and it was more expensive. They usually ate it sparingly. Wengu, however, frowned with a serious expression. Coarse salt? With a distinct bitter and astringent taste? This is not acceptable. Eating inferior salt for too long will harm the body. We have to travel for a long time, and our bodies collapsing is not an option. Then, he looked at Taoist Master Chingy. The Taoist priest's vigilance instantly went on high alert. Why are you looking at me? When Gu strode over, during my travels. Taoist Master Chingy's face stiffened, his eyes sharp. You dare to say another word. When Gu, cough, please trouble the Taoist master to refine this coarse salt. They would search for supplies in this town for a day or two. During this time, Taoist Master Chingy could set up a furnace to refine salt. Anyway, this dog Taoist priest had nothing else to do. I heard that a wealthy family here has a cauldron, and there are also iron pots in the town. Taoist Master, what other tools do you need? We'll go and find them. Before Taoist Master Chingy could refuse, when Gu lowered his voice, with a mysterious air of I understand everything. During my trave, I heard that refining coarse salt might also yield glauber salt, brine, saltpeter, and other substances. Taoist Master Chingy was silent. Although he didn't know what this dog scholar had understood during his travels, judging by his appearance, did it have uses that he didn't know about? The Taoist priest quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. No matter what, he needed certain things when performing rituals for others. His materials were scarce, and some of the substances obtained from refining coarse salt would indeed be useful to him. Moreover, there were many people in the team now, and many miscellaneous tasks could be assigned to others, which would not take much effort. After contemplation, Taoist Master Chingy assumed his expert demeanor and said loudly, working for the benefit of all, why speak of hardship? When Gu, giving him due respect, bowed publicly, the Taoist master's heart is benevolent, and his virtue shines brightly. Then he immediately asked County Lieutenant Joe to set aside some of the coarse salt. These 2 large bags did not all need to be purified. Some coarse salt should be kept for external use. Salt could also serve as a currency for trade, and it was even more precious in chaotic times. No one was concerned about whether it was private salt now. This coarse salt did not need to be hidden. After arranging where the salt would go, leaving the child and a few people to guard the courtyard, when Gu selected a few more people and turned to Chengji, saying, let's go to the place you mentioned for sacrifice. Is there a large cauldron there? Chengji was referring to a wealthy family in town that had a small courtyard for worshipping gods and performing sacrifices. It was not far from the peddler's house, and everyone found it soon. Taoist Master Chingy followed, as he wanted to find more useful items for himself. In the small courtyard of the wealthy family, where they worshipped idols, a large cauldron was placed. Taoist Master Chingy was somewhat envious and somewhat disdainful. He was envious because a cauldron of this size was beyond his reach at the moment, and he couldn't take it with him. He was disdainful because he had seen better. The Taoist priest's discerning gaze was fixed on the cauldron, while others first looked at the idols. The idol was nearly half the height of a person and made of bronze. So rich. It looks so opulent. Hida and Yu-Er exclaimed, about to go and worship the gods. County Lieutenant Joe and Little Lu, however, first looked around for any remaining food. They could worship the gods later. The most important thing was to find food. They had learned their lesson. Chengji pointed to a spot. Glutinous rice was found there. When Gu said, this family is considered wealthy in the town. Sacrifices not only use grains, but should also include dried fruits and maltose candy. Before he finished speaking, Hida and Yu-Er, who were about to worship the gods, immediately changed their targets. Food? Maltose candy? Quick, let me see where else there's candy. As for worshipping the gods, alas, it's not that they don't respect the gods. They'll worship later. The gods surely wouldn't be angry with them for such a small matter. County Lieutenant Joe had his professional experience, and Hida and Uer also had their social experience. Soon, the overlooked food was discovered one by one, and 2 jars of hard maltose candy were also found in the cellar. The opening of the jars was sealed with oiled paper. County Lieutenant Joe opened one and looked at it, saying joyfully, "It's edible." Hida and the others breathed rapidly. The valuable items had been taken away by the owner when they fled, but there must have been some left behind, and they might not all be in the storeroom. Later, they found some syrup in another room, but unfortunately, it had gone bad and was inedible. Everyone sighed with regret. Chengji felt even more heartache. He and his family had been here before but hadn't found it. Perhaps that syrup was still edible then. Besides food, they also searched for incense and candles. Chengji's family had taken some of the incense used for worship, but they hadn't taken it all. Incense and candles were not stored in just one place. Looking in a few more places yielded a considerable amount. This incense was not the medicinal incense refined by the Taoist priest, so it couldn't drive away evil spirits, but it could mask odors. Useful. Take it away. Even the paper money used for sacrifices was packed up and taken away. They also found 2 small incense burners in other rooms of the residence. There was also a lot of food that had severely spoiled, making everyone very distressed. At the beginning of the chaotic times, not many people remained in the town. Without organized cooperation, those who came here searched in a hurry and might not have known the habits of wealthy families in storing things, making it difficult to search thoroughly. Now, after clearing out the evil creatures in the surrounding area, everyone searched carefully. Master's room, servant's room. Salt, sugar, dried fruits, medicinal herbs, cloth, clothing, weapons, tools. The more they searched, the more excited they became. What about worshipping gods? Who are they worshipping? Put it all aside for now. Their minds were now filled with food, salt, sugar, dried fruits. A lot of food had already spoiled and rotted here. If they didn't find it, the rest would all go bad. Wasteful. Too wasteful. They had to find it all and take it away. Although they were eager to search, time was limited. Wengu looked at the sky and said to them, "We will stay here for 1 to 2 days. There's no rush tonight. Let's go back and rest well and continue tomorrow morning." Hida wanted to say, "It's still light now, I can search for another hour." But then he heard Wengu say, "Everyone has been tired these past few days. Let's distribute one of the 2 jars of maltose candy found to everyone first. Eat some candy to replenish yourselves." Hida immediately followed. Although the 2 jars of maltose candy were found by County Lieutenant Joe first, they had also contributed during this process. It was fine to get a little less, at least they were getting some. How long had it been since they ate maltose candy? Hida thought, "My brother helped with the records, can he get a few pieces too? Our family's share will definitely be more than Yuer's. We must keep an eye on it." While others were excited, Chengji's expression was dazed. Chengji and his family had visited this residence before. His mother and brother-in-law had visited more times, but now he had the illusion that they were not searching the same residence. Were there so many things hidden here? Wengu seemed to have guessed his thoughts and said, "What 1 or 2 people can do is limited, but what 5 or 10 people can do is several times or even dozens of times the result." Wengu's voice was neither high nor low. Besides Chengji, everyone around could hear him. The ancient said, "A single reed breaks easily, but many together are hard to bend. Accumulated feathers sink a boat, many light things break an axle. In common terms, there is strength in numbers." Several people pondered this. Wengu secretly thought, "So, this number of people is far from enough. It needs to increase by 5 or even 10 times. 3 or 4 are not too few. Accumulating small amounts leads to a large amount." They did not immediately return to the peddler's residence. Wengu said to Chengji, "Let's take you back on the way. After so long, your family must be very worried." End of this chapter. The house where Chengji's family lived had its door unlocked and was only slightly ajar, so he could enter immediately upon his return. "Mother, brother, sister-in-law, I'm back." Chengji pushed the door open and said hurriedly, "How are you all?" "I brought rice back." Wengu and the others confirmed there was no other danger here and followed him inside. Soon, they discovered 3 people lying against the wall, Chengji's mother and brother's family. However, the 3 of them appeared very weak and disoriented. Chengji tried to speak to them, but received no response. His brother's eyes were half open, wanting to say something, but he had no voice and his hand trembled powerlessly. Wenga said to his cousin next to him, "Taitu, get your water flask." He then asked County Lieutenant Zhou for 2 hard maltose candies, threw them into the water flask, and had Taitu tighten the lid and shake it. "Brother Chung, do you have any clean bowls or teacups? Also, bring a soup spoon." "Yes, yes." Changji, at a loss, found a porcelain bowl and a soup spoon as Wengu instructed. The sweet water from the bamboo tube was poured out. "Feed them some," Wenga said. Changji carried the bowl over. Taitu next to him looked at the 2 remaining maltose candies in the bamboo tube, half dissolved. "Brother, there's still candy here. Eat it yourself." "All right." Taitu happily poured it into his mouth. Wenga turned to look at Chengji's family and said to Chengji, "They seem to be starving. Let them drink some sweet water to recover first." His gaze swept around the room, and he added, "They left all their food for you." Chengji silently fed his family water, his hands trembling as he held the porcelain bowl and soup spoon. Wenga didn't stare at him the whole time and looked inside the room, light the stove and boil some more hot water. Hida immediately jumped up, "I'll do it, I'll do it." Seeing this, Yuer also followed to help. They wanted to show initiative now. The team had found a lot of supplies today, distributed according to labor. Boiling water was a small task that could be counted towards their contribution, right? Even if it wasn't counted, it would be good to leave a good impression on Wengu. As Hida lit the stove, he felt a little smug and very fortunate. It really makes a difference to follow the right person. How long had it been since they entered the town? 2 large bags of salt, various kinds of rice, dried fruits, sugar, not to mention other supplies. He valued salt and grain the most. Scholar Wang said that Taoist Master Qingyi would refine the coarse salt into fine salt, which would not harm the body. Back when the world was peaceful, they couldn't afford fine salt. He didn't even know what fine salt tasted like. Now, fleeing for their lives, they were actually getting to enjoy good food. Oh, and sugar. Later, that jar of maltose candy would be distributed. Slurp. What were people living for? For hope. Finally, they didn't have to fight their own cattle for food. Hida's gaze swept around, and he saw several large vinegar jars placed nearby. He remembered Wenga mentioning when he was talking to Chengji that vinegar might also ward off evil spirits. If there's no wine, a few jars of vinegar would do. Hida's eyes were drawn to the vinegar jars placed around. Yuer had the same idea. Today's harvest was plentiful, and he was in a good mood, even joking, "Wine and vinegar, I feel like I'm being pickled." "Isn't being pickled a good thing?" Hida retorted. "It's quite good. Evil creatures would choose people with pure blood first if they were with people who had pure yang energy. What if they had a smell, even 10 times stronger?" When the hot water was ready, Wenga took out a large paper packet, poured the grain powder inside into the pot, and said to Chengji, "Boil some rice gruel for them to eat." Chengji, with red eyes, said gratefully, "Thank you." Taoist Master Qingyi, sitting by the door, looked at the large paper packet, then at Wengu, and then glanced at Chengji and his family. Tisk, tsk, tsk. After a while, Chengji's mother and brother's family regained consciousness. Although still weak, they were clearer. Chengji's mother said weakly, "Mother knew you wouldn't be in trouble. You bowed to the immortal before you left today." Little Lu and County Lieutenant Zhou couldn't help but peek into the room. "Which immortal did your family invite?" Chengji introduced Wengu and the others to his family and briefly recounted the dangerous situation of today. Chengji's mother pushed herself up and thanked Wengu and the others for saving their lives. Although she felt heartbroken about the wasted glutinous rice, staying alive was the most important thing. Their attitude towards Wengu, a scholar, was clearly different from that of others. Worried that Wengu might misunderstand Chengji, Chengji's mother and sister-in-law both stated that they had done so willingly, all stemming from their obsessions. Chengji's father had argued with someone years ago. Although the other party was in the wrong, their family had produced a scholar, and their own family was accused by everyone. Those people seemed to judge right and wrong based on their status. The injuries on his father's body could have healed with proper rest, but the continuous accusations and mockery, the sarcastic remarks, the dirty water thrown at the door, the prolonged group verbal abuse, and much gossip led to his father dying depressed in bed. Wenga sighed, "Human speech is terrifying and accumulated slander can destroy bones." Tears welled up in Chengji's eyes. The Qing family had fled to this town years ago. They had no great abilities themselves, nor any help from relatives. His father, before he died, still worried, "When Changji achieves success in his studies, you must tell him at my grave." Changji remembered things quickly. His family believed that such a person must have extremely high talent for reading and determination, and they gritted their teeth to support him all the way. As long as Changji passed the imperial examinations, their whole family would have a better life. The family was willing to sacrifice. If his father had held an official position back then, he would not have died with such resentment. Wenga could understand their thoughts. The experience of those years made Changji and his family hold even deeper obsessions with bridging the class gap. For ordinary commoners, the only way to climb up was through scholarly pursuits. Wenga had a general understanding of Changji's memory level. However, having only memory without sufficient talent would not gain the favor of those academic figures. But it was the same for bookworms. Different backgrounds could lead to different encounters. In this era, if Changji had a higher background and his family could pull some strings for him, he could have a good reputation. Reputation was very useful. Looking at the situation now, commoners of humble birth might even be suppressed in the academy. His family's vision was limited, and they could not provide more help. Providing financial support was already the greatest contribution their whole family could make. Changji thought about the experiences of recent years and the current state of the world and couldn't help but shed tears. The current state of the world, beyond their comprehension, was about to break down their last psychological defenses. His family had endured until now, which already showed strong mental fortitude. Many people who couldn't bear it suffered from madness or even suicide, having given up on life and not surviving to this day. He picked up a clean cloth towel from the side, wiped his tears and snot, and said, "Mother, brother, sister-in-law, you really don't need to save food for me anymore." The plague and pestilence wiped out 10,000 households. The imperial examinations have long been suspended. What's the use of reading even more in such a world? Wenga was startled. Wait a minute. Why would he say that? Is his mentality collapsing? How could this be? The smart assistant must constantly upgrade its information database, and it cannot stop. Wengu observed the expressions and subtle reactions of Changji and his 3 family members. He took a step towards them, exuding a natural and abundant scholarly aura, as if possessing a solemn elegance. Over there, Taoist Master Qingyi, sitting by the door, raised his hand to rub his twitching forehead, cast his eyes aside, and got up to go out. Can't bear to watch. Inside the room, Wenga discussed the evil plague with Changji and the others. Changji's family had experienced plagues before, but they had only seen ordinary plagues, and the imperial court had quickly sent people to deal with them. This time, they heard that the imperial city itself was ravaged by evil creatures, and the imperial examinations were suspended. They didn't know when they would resume, or if they would ever see them in their lifetime. Alas, after striving for more than a decade, their goals suddenly disappeared, and they had to constantly guard against threats to their lives. Now, they just lived day by day, driven by the instinct for survival. Regarding this evil plague, the common people spread more tales of gods, demons, ghosts, and monsters. When these things were mentioned, the Qing family felt fear, and their voices trembled. They were almost scared out of their wits. Their psychological defenses were already at a very dangerous point, close to collapse. Changji looked at Wengu with admiration. "You're not afraid." Wengu's face was indifferent, his back straight, his gaze clear, and his aura profound. Although it appears extremely strange and evil, the sage once said, "All things in heaven and earth are born of existence, and existence is born of non-existence." The sage's words can also point to this evil plague. It is formless, shapeless, and colorless, like a form without form, elusive and bewildering, but not non-existent. It is just that ordinary people cannot perceive it, and the naked eye cannot detect it. It is by no means a tale of demons and ghosts. This journey north is to flee, to visit relatives, and also to seek the way to save the world. Everyone in the room. Again, words of the sage and the way to save the world. Although they didn't understand, they felt that Wengu's stature had grown, his halo had intensified, and their eyes seemed to have brightened by a degree, giving rise to reverence. Qingji was about to praise him. Wenga showed a look of shame and continued, "Of course, there are also some worldly selfish desires. Wenga slightly raised his chin, inclining towards a certain direction. The afterglow of the sunset shone on him through the window. The imperial capital has fallen, and the imperial court has collapsed. Now, with the evil plague rampant and devastating the land, the situation in various prefectures is becoming increasingly critical. However, there must be noble families and high officials who have stabilized the local situation and implemented local policies. In simpler terms, they have temporarily formed local little courts. The Chung family didn't understand much else, but the term little court precisely caught their attention. As if worried that everyone couldn't understand, Wango asked Chengji, "You've read history books, you should know about Fanjin hegemony, right?" Chengji nodded. Wango said, "Although the situation is different now, and I don't know what the situation is in the northern lands. It's just that I guess the situation in the northern lands now might be a little similar to it." You can understand it." Chengji continued to nod. "I understand. I understand." He then quietly explained briefly to his mother and brother's family. Yes, it was indeed what they understood. Now, there are not many survivors, and the noble families and influential families of the southern lands are constantly migrating north. The various powerful figures in the northern lands are also in need of personnel, so this journey north is also. Wango made a gesture of respect towards the north. "I am ashamed to say, I also want to seek a future." A future? What had their family worked so hard for all these years? What had his father been thinking about on his sickbed? They wanted to cross classes and change their status. The only way was through the imperial examinations. The whole family was counting on Chengji alone, willing to starve and work themselves to death to support this only scholar. When they first learned that the imperial examinations were suspended, they immediately lost their spirit and energy, becoming listless, weak, and sickly. Now, the lost spirit and energy were reignited. The 4 pairs of eyes in the Chung family shone 10 times brighter. No words were needed. Their gazes almost expressed the same meaning. "Please take us with you." Chengji's family, who were originally lying weakly against the wall, actually got up by holding onto the wall. Outside the house, the Taoist priest listened to the commotion inside. Sigh. It had only been a short while. Wango, this person, is truly skilled at manipulating people's hearts. Fortunately, they were not in the same profession. Inside the room, Chengji's family actively expressed their desire to travel north with Wango's group. However, Wango did not immediately accept the new team members and instead sincerely advised them to consider it carefully. There are still some supplies that can be found by carefully searching many residential houses in the town. Fleeing from home to the north is a very difficult process, and no one knows if they will survive to arrive. You must be cautious. The more he acted this way, the more the Cheng family felt that Wango was sincere in his treatment of others. As it was getting late, Wango led the others away. Even Hida and Yu-Er, who had been thinking about the vinegar jars, were unusually silent, as if pondering an important issue, and obediently followed Wango out. After Wango left, Chengji explained in detail to his family about today's experiences, as well as everything that had happened in the rich household, including Wango's words about strength in numbers. "Mother, let's go north with them. Regardless of our future prospects, the 4 of us alone here won't survive," Chengji discussed with his family. After drinking the sweet rice gruel, they regained their strength and hope, and their minds became clear. They would carefully consider it tonight before making a decision. On the other side, Wango led his people back to the peddler's residence. He secretly pondered, "Give them 1 night to think carefully, but they must think it through clearly. There might still be survivors in the town. Chengji's family should think carefully about who else there is. Quickly dig out all these living people hiding in their homes." Wango smelled the complex and mellow, sour fragrance of vinegar in the air. Well, when he got back, he would give that dog Taoist priest some words of encouragement, hurry up and refine the coarse salt, and then refine vinegar. End of this chapter. The merchant's courtyard. Dinner hadn't been served yet, but when Gu returned and addressed the matter everyone cared about most, distributing candy. As agreed beforehand, everyone would be rewarded according to their labor. Additionally, to celebrate a bountiful harvest today, every child will receive half a piece of candy. Children aged 12 and 13 were also included. The 3 families all had children. County Lieutenant Joe's family had more, but he contributed more today and was the one who first found the maltose candy. No one disagreed with him getting a larger share. With so many supplies found today, the quality of dinner improved. Hida even proactively offered to cook from a common pot once his share of supplies was distributed. During dinner, when Gu informed everyone of the upcoming arrangements, they had a general understanding of the situation in the town now and would be staying here for 3 to 4 days, longer than originally planned. The further north we go, the less likely we are to encounter small towns with available supplies and few evil creatures. We should stock up on more things and let everyone recuperate here for a few days. There were children in the team, and they were physically weaker. Others also expended energy searching for supplies and killing evil creatures, requiring extra rest. Neither adults nor children could afford to get sick at this time. Now that they had salt, sugar, and had found food, they should eat well and recover. The livestock pulling the carts needed to eat concentrated feed to have the strength to pull heavy loads, let alone people. Continuous exertion would wear anyone down. Moreover, Hida and Yu-Er, among others, hadn't engaged in much strenuous activity before joining the team and needed time to recover. As the ancestors said, constant physical exertion without rest leads to exhaustion. Constant use of the mind leads to fatigue. Fatigue leads to depletion. Of course, this rest didn't mean doing nothing. They didn't need to be on edge or rush constantly. Doing other things would be relatively relaxed. By the campfire, when Gu began assigning tasks, he wanted every team member to have a clear idea of their role and what they could do. The previous night, tasks were assigned, and the next morning, team members woke up and went about their duties. Even the Chung family members who had sought them out were swiftly assigned tasks by Wengu. Those who were previously lost, grieving, unfamiliar, or timid set aside their emotions. It had now been proven that working within this team indeed yielded food. Not just grain, but also salt, sugar, and clothing, things they could see and taste, tangible items. Knowing what to do and what they would receive provided them with a sense of security. Chengji, being a local with a good memory, provided a lot of crucial information, saving them a significant amount of time. Besides the wheelbarrow from the merchants, they collected broken cart parts from various places. When the wealthy households left town, they abandoned their broken carts. By searching around, they found usable parts for repairs. Those that needed processing would be processed. By piecing things together, they could assemble another double-wheeled wooden cart. During this time, Chengji brought someone over. The newcomer wore a cloth towel covering most of his face, with hints of silver-white hair visible. His build seemed decent. Upon entering the courtyard, the person removed the cloth towel. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, appearing to be a quiet type. Chengji introduced him to Wengu as Mr. Fu, the town's veterinarian. Wengu was overjoyed. He knew that anyone who could survive alone in such a small place at this time must have a special skill. A veterinarian. What a talent! In this era, veterinarians were generally divided into official and private practitioners. There were no official veterinarians here. Chengji told Wengu that when his family came looking for them, they had incidentally checked on a few nearby households. Those who had previously survived were now only being responded to by Mr. Fu. Several months ago, Chengji's brother was nearly attacked by an evil creature while searching for food outside, and Mr. Fu had saved him. They had no contact afterward and lived their separate lives. Before today, they weren't even sure if Mr. Fu was still alive. Upon learning that the Chung family intended to flee north, Mr. Fu, after some consideration, decided to join them. Chengji had a good impression of the man who had saved his brother. Fearing that Wengu might turn him away, he quickly recounted more of their past interactions to Wengu. Our town used to have only 2 veterinarians, Chengji said in a low voice to Wengu as he walked aside. My family didn't interact much with Mr. Fu before. I usually studied at the academy in the county town, so I didn't know much about matters in the town, only hearing scattered rumors. Chengji told Wengu that of the 2 veterinarians in town, Mr. Fu had formally apprenticed and learned his craft. While his medical skills might not match those of famous physicians, he was considered quite good in town. However, in terms of popularity and business, the other veterinarian was more successful. The other veterinarian practiced witchcraft and cast spells. Chengji was quite surprised when he mentioned this. He had only focused on his studies before and hadn't known about such things, only hearing about them from his mother. Wengu eagerly asked, "What about the one who practiced witchcraft?" Qingxi pursed his lips, County Lieutenant Zhou and his men shot him. Wengu, oh. He understood. The one who practiced witchcraft was possessed by evil spirits. The one who practiced witchcraft must have had professional skills to be in business in town for so many years, perhaps with a cover of mysticism. He might have even had knowledge of chemical medicines. What a pity. Looking at his current predicament, Mr. Fu seemed more cautious and meticulous. Mr. Fu is not good with words, but his medical skills are adequate, Zhang Ji recommended again. When Gu invited Mr. Fu into the courtyard and asked him a few simple questions, asking him to check if the 3 livestock in their team needed any special care. Testing his professional knowledge, when Gu then asked him, "We don't have a doctor in our team. If someone falls ill, could you examine them?" Veterinarians like him would likely have a better understanding of medicinal materials and could probably advise on simple illnesses and their remedies. Mr. Fu carefully examined the cow's hoof. Upon hearing Wengu's question, he replied, "Yes. People are no different from cattle and horses." Wengu, honestly, why speak so crudely? I understand your meaning, but it easily leads to misunderstandings when said aloud. No wonder his business wasn't as good as the other ones. Not only did he not know how to put on a show, but he also offended people with his words. Professional talent must be retained. Wengu assigned him responsibility for caring for the 3 livestock, and he was also in charge of mixing their feed. Of course, the person originally responsible for this task was there to assist. The 3 livestock were precious assets to the team, and they couldn't afford any losses. Whether this newcomer could be trusted remained to be observed, and a familiar face needed to keep an eye on things. In the current team, those who started fires for cooking, worked together on small tasks, and cared for livestock and mixed feed became acquainted through increased interaction. The Qing family, after 2 days, had a healthier complexion, appeared more energetic, with a sparkle in their eyes, and got along well with everyone, showing less distance and wariness. Taoist Master Qingyi needed some other tools for refining coarse salt and vinegar. Existing tools could be utilized, and for those that were missing, they would try to make them, unless the process was too difficult. Blacksmithy was assigned tasks by Wengu. Although the conditions were limited, skills decline without practice, so he shouldn't let his become rusty. Blacksmithy, with his tools of various sizes, was constantly hammering and shaping. On the other hand, Taoist Master Qingyi, responsible for refining salt and vinegar, was feeling frustrated. Why did he only focus on wealthy households before? Because wealthy households could quickly procure what he needed, and if they didn't have it, they would pay a high price to buy it. Now the conditions were different, and they could only barely manage with those shabby, cobbled-together junk. The results of his refining were unsatisfactory. In the past, presenting them would have been a disgrace to his reputation. Given these poor conditions, he didn't even want to look at the refined products a second time. This is all there is. Use it if you want, or don't. Wengu showed no disdain for the refined products. "I'm sorry to trouble you, Taoist Master." Wengu consoled him, "When we reach the northern lands in the future, I will procure all the alchemy room equipment, jars, crucibles, cauldrons, stoves, and pots for you." Taoist Master Qingyi chuckled. "Do you think I don't know what you're plotting?" He thought to himself, with the dog scholar's capabilities, he might actually be able to get all these things for him. Well, I can also wait until everything is gathered and then refuse to accept the dog scholar's challenge. He won't be able to do anything to me then. Thinking that the dog scholar still had high utility value, the Taoist master's mood improved slightly. Wengu had people portion out the salt and vinegar refined by the Taoist master. A portion of coarse salt set aside in advance, and the refined fine salt were to be portioned by the children. First time awkward, second time familiar. Veterans guiding newcomers. When more personnel were added to the team in the future, if there were still children, they would guide new little friends. Taoist Master Qingyi personally handled the portioning of certain impurities generated during the coarse salt refining process. Others didn't know what had been produced at all. As for the vinegar, the aged vinegar in those large jars was certainly not for eating. Given the current conditions, how much could they eat? If there was a choice, newly brewed vinegar would be more in line with Wengu's current needs. They were not pursuing cooking flavor nowadays, nor were they thinking about healthcare. Instead, They wanted to pursue the effect of sterilization and disinfection. However, aged vinegar would do. Taoist master Qingyi's vinegar refining was essentially rough purification, sorting out the remaining waste materials. A portion of the sediment could be added to animal feed. This was to be handled by professional personnel. Veterinarian Fu Bo personally inspected it and conducted trials. Once confirmed it could be used, it was kept as an extra meal for the team's precious 3 livestock. And some of the waste liquid was used to experiment with vinegar charcoal. There were many of them now, and they spent most of the day indoors. To save on medicinal herbs, they did not use the exorcism incense refined by the Taoist master. Instead, they would use ordinary grass and would smoke them every few hours to mask human scent. Although most of the evil creatures in the town had been cleared out, no one knew how many of those lingering outside would be attracted by the scent. Half a day ago, an evil creature was seen entering the town from outside. County Lieutenant Zhou discovered it while searching for supplies in the town with his men and immediately killed it. Therefore, Wen Gu decided to fumigate with vinegar again to mask the smell. When I was traveling for my studies, I saw a folk custom in many places called hitting vinegar charcoal. This involves immersing red-hot charcoal or stones into vinegar. Charcoal belongs to fire and vinegar belongs to water. The interaction of water and fire produces vinegar charcoal vapor, which is used to exorcise evil and ward off impurities. Upon hearing warding off evil and impurities, everyone immediately perked up. Yu Er came over with a long-handled object resembling a large iron ladle. It was found in the kitchen of a tavern in town and slightly modified by blacksmith Yu. Now, Yu Er held this long-handled large iron ladle and followed Wen Gu's instructions to fumigate the room. Wen Gu said, "We still have some aged vinegar stored, all refined by Taoist Master Qingyi. If the exorcism incense and other materials run out in the future, we can use this method for temporary measures." To refine salt and vinegar, and to provide Taoist Master Qingyi with alchemy equipment, some team members participated in collecting parts and modifications, and some people saw them moving the vinegar jars. At this time, Wen Gu was letting them know what the purpose of their work was and what benefits they had gained. As expected, after Wen Gu finished speaking, his formerly tired face showed satisfied smiles among some people. While assigning tasks and arranging work for everyone, Wen Gu called Cheng Ji to his side to inquire about the distribution of nearby villages, towns, and county towns. He needed to determine the route for their journey. Even if Cheng Ji had not been there, he had more access to information in the county town. The students from the academy came from different parts of the county, so information always leaked out. Cheng Ji carefully recalled and answered the questions Wen Gu asked. He directly conveyed to Wen Gu the information he had heard before, regardless of whether it was bragging or exaggeration. From this jumbled information, Wen Gu could summarize the underground water sources, geology, and terrain of the entire county. It might not be accurate, but it could serve as a reference. Cheng Ji was deeply respectful and felt that it was the correct choice for him and his family to follow Wen Gu and the others north. Based on the limited information, Wen Gu could make so many deductions. His ability was extraordinary. He had to stay by Wen Gu's side and learn more. Even though his memory far surpassed ordinary people, he was still human, not a machine. When his mental capacity was overwhelmed, Wen Gu would let him rest. This precious head had to be well protected. Not far away, Hida's 2 young followers were arranging the shelves on the wheelbarrow. This wheelbarrow was used by the original owner, a peddler, for selling goods and setting up a stall. With the shelves installed, more items could be displayed. One of Hida's followers, a young man nicknamed Bamboo Pole, was staring at the shelves with a dazed and nostalgic look. He was from the same village as Hida and came from a poor family. When he was a child, his greatest anticipation was when the peddler brought his goods to the village. Even if they couldn't afford to buy anything, they, as little kids, would follow him all the way, wishing they could ride on his shelves. Looking and thinking, Bamboo Pole felt a touch of sentimental sadness from his memories and turned to share it with Hida. In Foam County before, they, who were from the same village, would occasionally get together to reminisce about the past, sharing the same emotional support. Turning around, he saw Hida as if he was seriously pondering something. Hida's attention was not on the shelves at all. He was currently thinking about what Wen Gu had said at the Chang's house regarding their future prospects. He got up and fetched a pot of hot water to find little brother he. If it was true that there were small courts in various parts of the northern lands, as Scholar Wang said, with Scholar Wang's capabilities, he would surely become a high-ranking official no matter where he went. Having interacted for a few days, Hida had already understood that Zhou Shan, the county lieutenant, often listened to Wengu, which was certainly for his future prospects. Then, would those who followed them north be able to benefit as well? Influential figures always had subordinates, and cultivating close confidence would prioritize those they were familiar with. He decided to showcase his own strengths to Wengu more in the future. Let his little brother perform more too. Little brother he had been running back and forth since morning, verifying and recording. Although the temperature was not high, a layer of sweat had appeared on his forehead, but he was in good spirits and his voice was much stronger. It couldn't be helped, sometimes, if he didn't speak loudly, others couldn't hear him. This courtyard was quite noisy. Here, little brother, drink some water. Hida handed over the kettle. Seeing little brother he holding a square wooden board, he curiously asked, "What are you holding?" "This is a writing pad." Second brother when asked blacksmith you to make it, "It's convenient for writing with this." Little brother he excitedly demonstrated to Hida. The wooden board had a long clip that could hold a small booklet, and there was also a groove next to it for a charcoal pencil. Second brother when said that when he was traveling for his studies, he saw others using this kind of office supply. He said that many merchant caravans and armies also have these portable wooden boards. Hida looked at it. The edges and corners of the wooden board had been smoothed, so there was no worry of scratching. However, the craftsmanship was far from exquisite, and it was just usable. Hida picked it up with one hand and weighed it, looking at it from all sides. It was a bit thick. Blacksmith Yu's woodworking skills were not good. He critical said, "Doesn't your hand get tired from holding it for a long time?" "Not tired." Little brother his eyes shone brightly. After taking a few sips of water, he glanced around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he leaned closer to Hida and whispered. Second brother when also said that some high-ranking and powerful officials hold who tablet in their hands when they go to court. It not only follows ancient rituals, but also serves the purpose of recording memorials and discussions. Depending on their rank, some are made of bamboo or wood, some of jade, and some of ivory. When he wrote with this board, and when he held this board to report his work, he felt as if he was handling important state affairs, a sense of mission spontaneously arising. Hida's gaze immediately changed. The board in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and even the rough craftsmanship seemed to become elegant. He held the wooden board with both hands and returned it to little brother he, "Practice more." "Heavy? Why would it be heavy?" "He would hold more valuable who tablets in the future." "Little brother, traveling for studies as scholars do is truly useful. Treat this escape north as your travel for studies, just like that surname Chung. Stay by Scholar Wang's side, listen more, watch more, and record more." Little brother he nodded solemnly, "Yes." After Hida finished instructing, he turned around. Bamboo Pole came to find him to reminisce about the past. Hida waved him away. "What reminiscing about the past? That was so long ago. Don't always look back, people have to look forward." If he really wanted to reminisce about the past, it would be after he had made it big and returned home in glory. He didn't have time for that now. He didn't deserve it. Didn't he see the rising competition? What was the point of being sentimental? Get to work quickly. Many things were inconvenient to say. Hida pointed to the ox cart loaded with many goods. "We have our own large carts now, so what are you thinking about small shelves?" After criticizing his subordinate, Hida settled down again and seriously analyzed the current internal team situation. First, Taoist Master Qingyi was excluded. The Immortal Master was not included. In the future, Zhou Shan would be the first close confidant under Wengu. He would be second. The scholar surnamed Chung would be third. He didn't know about others, but if he had to say about Yuer, he was not as quick-witted as him, nor as learned as the scholar surnamed Chung, so he would be ranked last. Yuer was also considering the same matter at this time. He rationally thought it over, referencing the personnel compositions he had seen in the yamen before, and ranked them. Zhou Shan, Chengji, Mi, Hida. Hida was glib and not steady enough. His character was inferior to mine, so he only deserved to be ranked last. End of this chapter. Wengu spent 2 days drawing a rough map, covering parts of his own county and the neighboring one. Previously, when Wengu planned their route, he deliberately avoided certain main roads. At this time of year, large families and powerful factions in the southern lands were migrating northward. His group was small and weak, and encountering large teams made them vulnerable to being absorbed, or even robbed and killed. Now that their numbers had increased, Wengu was a bit bolder when planning their route. Constantly taking detours and backroads was too tiring. The roads in this era were quite difficult to travel. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, he could choose routes with more main roads or flatter paths for the rest of the journey, which would allow them to travel faster and with less fatigue. The day before they set off, Wengu called everyone over. With more people, they couldn't all squeeze together, so they were divided into inner and outer circles. The inner circle included Wengu, County Lieutenant Zhou, Hida, Yuer, and Chengji. Others were scattered around them. Little Lu and Taitu were responsible for guarding and keeping an eye on their surroundings. It didn't make much difference whether they listened or not, so they were assigned the task of guarding the perimeter. In the courtyard, Wengu took out his notebook with the drawn map. Over the past 2 days, I have devised 3 routes based on the information Brother Chung provided. He explained the advantages and disadvantages of each route to everyone, inviting them to participate in the decision-making. The core members of the inner circle were expected to think through the options. Among the 3 routes, the most conservative one was safer but also took longer. Hida stared at the map on the paper for a while. Seeing that others were still hesitant, he pointed to the route that took the shortest time and spoke first, trying to impress. If I had to choose, I'd pick this one. It saves the most time. It's 1 to 2 days faster than the other 2 routes. They had gathered a lot of supplies from the town and were carrying many things. Saving 1 day of travel meant saving 1 day of effort. County Lieutenant Zhou also agreed, with so many of us now, we can handle minor dangers. Taking this route is feasible. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. With their increased numbers, they could afford to take small risks. If they could reach their destination in 5 days, there was no need to take 7, and they would save 2 days' worth of food. Wengu had also chosen this route. After everyone had spoken, he posed a new question. Regardless of which route we take, we will face the same challenge next. He pointed to several curved lines ahead on the route map. Crossing the river. Everyone present was taken aback. Is that a river ahead? We can't just swim across. Ugh, swimming is too dangerous now. Is there a boat over there? Wengu waited for everyone to discuss for a moment before continuing. That river is quite wide. If it were deep winter, the surface might freeze over and we could walk across directly. However, it's still too early for freezing, so we need to find a way to cross the river. I considered this issue when planning the routes. Wengu pointed to the shortest route, near the river at the very front. This is Bailu County Town, built by the water. There's a floating bridge there. Brother Cheng's classmate's friend is from Bailu County, and they once mentioned the floating bridge laid there. He just secretly glanced at Chengji. Chengji's memory was truly terrifying. He wondered about his hearing. If he heard their back-and-forth chirping, would he remember it forever? From now on, when whispering, they must stay far away from him. Yuer asked at this point, didn't we say we should try to go through villages and towns, not county towns? Especially a county town built by the river, where the residents would draw water from the river. If their living habits were improper, many would surely become possessed by evil spirits. Wouldn't that just be a den of monsters? Wengu looked at Yuer with an appreciative gaze, as if praising him for asking a good question. He explained, 5 years ago, Bailu County experienced a plague, and the county town was also affected. The people there should have a greater awareness of protection and more experience in dealing with such situations, resulting in a higher survival rate. County towns with such high survival rates either saw officials and wealthy families lead the survivors northward, leaving a small number behind to fend for themselves, like in Feng County. Or, the town was densely populated and had already formed a closed-off small society. The reason for choosing it is also because there used to be a floating bridge. A floating bridge is constructed by placing beams and planks on top of boats or wooden boxes, forming a bridge that floats on the water. A floating bridge requires people to repair and maintain it. If no one maintains it, it will surely be severely damaged, and it might even be washed away by floodwaters during the rainy season. If many people survived in Bailu County town, the floating bridge might still be there. Even if it's dismantled now, its components are likely still present, and it can be reassembled to cross the river. Our livestock and vehicles can travel across it. When Gu explained to everyone, in this chaotic time of survival, he hoped that the people in his group would be more knowledgeable, united, and not drag him down. Hida asked if many people survived, the floating bridge is still there? Will they also be crossing the river? When Gu replied, as a precaution, if the number of survivors is large, the person in charge there should have a sense of contingency and leave an escape route northward. Even if they don't use it themselves, the wealthy families from the south migrating north from late autumn to early spring might need it. They could charge a bridge toll. Hiss. Everyone around took a deep breath. A bridge toll. They were carrying so many supplies, how much would they have to pay in bridge tolls? When Gu comforted them, if there's no floating bridge, nor any components, we can think of other ways, like making rafts or bamboo rafts. If there are any small boats available, we can repair them and use them to cross the river. However, loading livestock and vehicles onto them would be difficult. We might have to make some sacrifices. The others fell silent. Thank you, that was not comforting at all. Hida's face contorted with heartache. Wasn't that saying his newly acquired large truck would have to be abandoned? Perhaps we should go and see first, he suggested hesitantly. County Lieutenant Zhou also said, let's go and see first. If it doesn't work out, we can make other choices. After crossing the river, the road north was still far. Livestock and vehicles were very useful. They had to cross the river and they were reluctant to give up their livestock and vehicles. Almost everyone prayed in their hearts, hoping the floating bridge would definitely be there. When Gu picked up his pen and marked the route everyone had voted for. Then let's choose this path. When we get there, if there are many survivors in the town, we'll first assess the order within the town before deciding whether to enter. As they prepared to depart, everyone was packing their belongings. Chengji's mother carefully brought out the idol. It was just a palm-sized, very abstract wooden carving, its appearance unclear, with very crude workmanship. Taoist Master Qingyi glanced at it, scoffed, and said nothing more. County Lieutenant Zhou and Little Lu, however, paid attention. The Cheng family often lit incense, and the wooden carving was so permeated with the scent that it carried a faint aroma of incense smoke when moved. Little Lu and County Lieutenant Zhou wanted to suggest placing it on their donkey/mule carts. Unfortunately, the Cheng family placed the idol on a newly assembled double-wheeled wooden cart. The Chung family's luggage and supplies were mainly placed there. After resting for a night, the northward survival team set off again. The team now had an added cargo rack on a wheelbarrow and a double-wheeled wooden cart. The number of personnel had increased by 5, the Cheng family of 4 and the veterinarian Uncle Fu. Several important supplies were also added. Several meant their carts were piled high, and everyone also carried bundles of varying sizes on their backs. During this stop, in addition to replenishing food and supplies, they had also modified some of their weapons and tools. Due to limited conditions and tight schedules otherwise, when Gu would have wanted Blacksmith Yu to forge some armor. Fortunately, they found a few pieces of animal hide, which could be used to make some leather protective gear. The courtyard of the peddler had been bustling for 3 to 4 consecutive days, with people occasionally going into town to search for supplies. If there were still survivors hidden in the town, they had likely heard the commotion. Perhaps some people still remained hidden, unwilling to come out. There was no need to force them. After the town was cleared, perhaps these survivors felt safe enough and were unwilling to leave, lacking the courage to do so. They might even believe they wouldn't last much longer even if they left, preferring to die in their homeland, returning to their roots and unwilling to die in a foreign land. Their choice was respected. When Gu focused his attention on the team, with carts and draft animals, they still needed enough manpower to protect such valuable assets. In chaotic times, they had to guard not only against evil creatures, but also against people. The personnel were still not enough. If they had enough manpower and sufficient animal power, they could dedicate several carts specifically to carrying bridge-building components. With more people and increased combat power, they wouldn't need to deliberately test or evade. They could simply choose the most convenient path and build bridges over water, just like marching troops. Wish for more people. To save me from my insufficient firepower phobia. 5 days later. They arrived at the location of Bailu County Town as scheduled. Good news, the floating bridge was still there. Bad news, it was guarded. Good news, the floating bridge was outside the town walls, and not many people were guarding it. Bad news, the floating bridge was close to the city wall, and there were archers on the wall. If they didn't pay the bridge toll and tried to force their way across, they would probably be shot like porcupines. End of this chapter. The flood season was long past, and the river had receded, leaving vast stretches of withered yellow grass along its banks, interspersed with newly sprouted saplings. Occasionally, something rustled in the grass, perhaps a small animal hiding within, or something far more dangerous. If one were to part the grass, they would find piles of damp, decaying matter beneath. The fertile soil would provide ample nutrients, hinting at a scene of lush vegetation next spring. However, in these chaotic times, all of this served as a premonition of crisis. The sunshine for most of the day warmed the ground, even causing the river water to slightly thaw. On the opposite bank, there was some commotion. The sounds of guards battling evil creatures at the far end of the pontoon bridge could be heard. Something fell into the water. The guards on this side of the pontoon bridge looked over warily, their bows and spears at the ready. A sinister shadow beneath the water slowly approached the pontoon bridge. Splash! Mutated finger bones gripped the small boat beneath the pontoon bridge. Wet hair, tangled with water weeds, obscured its entire face. Its tattered clothes were beyond recognition, stretched taut as it pulled itself up. The exposed limbs were covered in purplish-brown markings. From a distance, it resembled a starved, emaciated crocodile. Smelling the scent of more living people from the county town, it gurgled in its throat, emitting a strange, sharp, and hoarse roar as it charged towards the guards on this bank. As the weather had turned deep in autumn, even at the warmest part of the day, these monsters were not at their full strength. The guards on the bridge and the people on the city walls were accustomed to this scene. They calmly drew their bows and loosed arrows. After shooting it, they used their spears to push it back into the water. Behind Araka SH, a carriage, 4 riders, and 6 guards, a group of about 10 people, left the city gates with a clear destination: the cemetery. Compared to graves that were hastily buried or marked with a simple stone tablet, the area they were heading to had clearly been maintained. The stone tablets erected, though not large, were carved by craftsmen, and a small stone path was laid beside the graves. The best-maintained grave had the largest stone tablet inscribed with scriptures. Bailu County Town and several surrounding counties have the custom of doing 7, commemorating every 7th day until the 7th day. 2 young women alighted from the carriage. One held a child of 3 or 4 years old, while the other carried a bamboo basket. The basket contained incense and paper money. The stacks of paper money were particularly conspicuous. In today's difficult conditions, when firewood is scarce, ordinary people cannot afford to burn paper money. Even if they burn it, it's only a meager few pieces. Only a wealthy household would burn so much paper money. Wealthy households in times of chaos are not ordinary wealthy households. Their status may not have been noble, but now they surely possess personnel and resources. They observed the wind direction and lit a bonfire in an open space, creating some smoke. This would help mask the scent of living people and prevent evil creatures from finding them. Just as they were about to begin the ritual, a vigilant guard suddenly exclaimed, "Someone's here." They quickly drew their weapons, shielding the 2 women and the child behind them. A tall and sturdy young man, holding a saber, stood at the forefront, warily watching the approaching figures. As the others drew nearer, they could see them clearly. There were 6 people on the other side, and it appeared not all of them were martial artists. One of them was a Taoist priest. Although they had a numerical advantage, they did not let their guard down. When Gu, walking towards them, saw that the other side had brought a child, he motioned for Taitu, who was holding a wooden shield, to step aside. When the distance between them was almost right, he also signaled for the others to stop. When Gu observed the group, noting that despite their impressive entourage, their origins did not seem to be high. Therefore, he decided against using overly polite language that they might not understand. After a moment of thought, when Gu stepped forward, framed by County Lieutenant Zhou and Taitu, his appearance was that of a standard, frail scholar. He performed a perfectly executed scholar's greeting. His voice was clear, gentle, and smooth, yet audible to the other party. Apologies for the disturbance. We are heading north to seek refuge with relatives and are passing through this area. We wish to inquire about the local customs. We saw you from afar and noticed your martial bearing, so we came to ask for information. The group by the graves looked at the scholar. Although he was dressed ordinarily, his demeanor and bearing indicated he was no commoner. Moreover, the people beside him did not seem like ordinary individuals either. The young woman holding the child whispered something to the guard beside her. The guard's weapon was slightly lowered, and the tense atmosphere immediately eased. Only the sturdy young man standing at the front continued to stare vigilantly, particularly at County Lieutenant Zhou beside Wengu. Wengu's eyes flickered, and he returned to his polite, scholarly demeanor, continuing, "May I ask for your appellations?" Silence fell over the scene. The only sound was the crackling of burning twigs from the nearby bonfire. Although no one spoke, their bewildered faces conveyed that they had no idea how to answer. That's right, they don't know. Wengu thought to himself, maintaining a polite posture. He inwardly mused, a mature system of folk organizations has not yet developed. There are merchant houses, and wealthy households will hire private armed forces when they travel. However, escort agencies, gangs, and other forces spontaneously organized by the populace have not yet matured, so they do not have appellations for traveling the martial world. Perhaps there are institutions and organizations with similar functions, but they have not formed systematic commercial groups. This requires a sufficiently developed trade network and ample time for civilian practice to cultivate such an industry system. These people before me are neither official nor merchants, and their group composition is not uniform. They are likely a folk force that has been gathered opportunistically for profit. They probably have no internal rules. What martial world appellation could they possibly have? After a period of silence, someone by the graves whispered, "Sister-in-law, second brother, what is an appellation? What is our appellation?" Another brief silence followed before the young woman holding the child said, "Second brother, directly ask them their intentions." The sturdy young man at the front snapped out of his daze, his gaze regaining its sharpness. "What is your purpose?" The scholar opposite looked up in surprise, his brow furrowed as if puzzled as to why they wouldn't give their appellations. Then, as if he understood, he quickly resumed his elegant and polite manner, performing a bow with clasped hands, which had a distinct martial arts flair. "I previously thought you were brothers from an escort agency. My apologies." He paused and then asked, "May I inquire if there is an escort agency in Bailu County town?" Silence fell again. Someone by the graves whispered, "Sister-in-law, second brother, what is an escort agency?" A sense of unspoken suffocation and awkwardness permeated the air. "Cough, there is no escort agency here that you are looking for," the sturdy young man said. The scholar opposite again wore an expression of surprise, as if finding it unbelievable that such a large Bailu County town would have no escort agency. He asked, then, "May I inquire if there are any organizations in the county town similar to escort agencies? We can pay a reward for assistance." The sturdy young man's expression shifted slightly. "Tell us what you need to do. If it's feasible, we can handle it." The scholar's face lit up. "May I ask if your head is present?" The one in charge. The people by the graves looked towards the largest tombstone. The scholar opposite quickly said, "My apologies, my apologies. My condolences." After a moment of silence, the scholar added, Is the second in charge present?" The sturdy young man stepped forward half a pace. "That's me. Speak your mind." Wengu said, "So you're the second in charge." Without further detours, he stated their purpose directly. He wished to hire an organization similar to an escort agency in Bailu County town to escort them across the bridge. Of course, the bridge toll was separate from the escort fee. In other words, by escorting them a distance, they could secure the reward for these supplies. So, second in charge, are you interested in accepting this commission? Or are there such organizations in the city that would accept it? The second in charge on the other side remained silent, clearly weighing the pros and cons when Gu continued, "To show our sincerity, we can pay a deposit first. However, times have changed, and money is not always useful. We can pay in other ways." He glanced at the group at the cemetery and then pointed at Taoist Master Chingy. "You are here to commemorate your relatives and friends. Do you require a ritual?" Immortal Master Chingy possesses profound Taoist magic and can guide departed souls and pacify spirits. In the past, he would be impossible to invite. The group by the graves actually showed some interest. After a brief discussion, the sturdy young man, also known as the second in charge, said, "You pay the deposit first and show your sincerity." Taoist Master Chingy casually glanced over. The time is not yet right. He stated that the ritual would be held in the evening. Originally, it would have been later, but considering they had to return to the city, it was slightly moved up. The second in charge's expression remained wary. Why? Taoist Master Chingy's gaze carried a hint of disdain. Of course, because the Yin energy is stronger than. The second in charge did not relax. But I've seen other Taoist priests perform rituals during the day. Taoist Master Chingy's disdain intensified. They are performing a Qing Jiao clear ritual, a yang event. This is a Yu Jiao dark ritual, a Yin event. Of course, you can also have a yang ritual. But that would be a different price. Taoist Master Chingy gave them a meaningful look. The group by the graves was quite composed regarding the Taoist's attitude. They even felt it was justifiable. A figure like the Taoist was indeed someone they couldn't associate with before. Although they now had some influence, in these times of epidemic and chaos, Taoist priests and immortal masters commanded even more awe and reverence. The group by the graves discussed in low voices. "This place is open. If there's any movement, we'll know immediately." They didn't bring any goods, so there must be accomplices nearby. They weren't discovered by the city guards, which means the number of people is not too large. Too many people would be inconvenient to conceal. They managed to arrive here safely and don't look disheveled, which shows they do have some strength. It's rare to find a Taoist priest who can perform a ritual. Why don't we agree? We just need to get back before the suspension bridge is raised. People of this era valued matters of life and the afterlife. The more important the person, the more thought was given to them. After their discussion, they agreed. When Gu felt satisfied, having the Taoist perform the ritual was primarily to stall for time, allowing for more communication between the two parties. When Gu had also taught the Taoist some new traveling experiences to encourage him to put more effort into it. As expected of a professional, a little guidance was all it took for him to come up with a series of dazzling performances. There was no need to worry about the ritual. The next step was for the two sides to increase their interaction, and by evening, everything should be settled. Unused fields lay beside two groups of people, maintaining a comfortable distance from each other. The side closer to the cemetery had more people, with horses and carriages. Two young women brought their children back into the carriage. The people outside gathered around a fire, guarding their surroundings. This trip was to pay respects to Yen Laoda for the first time in 7 days, or as the scholar put it, Yen Dajiata. Yen Laoda was valiant and righteous, having served in the local militia. When the world began to descend into chaos, he rallied a group of well-connected militia members, laborers, and familiar neighbors. They formed a faction, securing a foothold in Bailu County town amid the epidemic of evil and internal strife. They were able to secure a share of the benefits when resources were distributed within the county town. The horses they rode and the weapons they wielded were all acquired over the past year. However, Yen Laoda and some of his brothers met with an accident while traveling some time ago and now rested here. Today, Yen Laoda's widow, Madame Liang, Lin Heir Dajiata, and his wife, along with several close brothers and trusted guards, came to pay their respects. Many people had benefited from Yen Laoda's kindness, and some wanted to come along. However, a larger group would easily cause unnecessary trouble, so they brought everyone's good wishes and came to burn more incense and paper. I heard that an enlightened expert performing rituals is very effective. I've never seen a Taoist priest perform rituals, but I've only heard that true enlightened experts can commune with ghosts and spirits. Do you think that person over there is truly an enlightened expert? We'll know when the time comes. If they dare to cheat us. The speaker gestured with his knife. In this chaotic world, the government would not investigate even if people were killed and robbed. Although they were ordinary county residents in the past, their mindset had changed after more than a year of surviving the chaotic times. If they truly have profound Taoist skills, should we accept this so-called commission? Will the county lieutenant and other officials in the city have any objections? What objections could they have for just this one trip? We're not skipping the bridge toll. While a few people on the side were chatting, the people around Lin Heir Dajiata were also discussing. After a moment, Lin Dajiata stood up and walked towards Wengu. Wengu was waiting. He was wondering when the other side would speak, and now it seemed they were ambitious, just a bit slow to react. If they didn't come over soon, he was prepared to approach them. Wengu stood up, holding a piece of paper filled with writing, and bowed slightly to the other party. Second leader, you've come at the right time. The contract is already drafted. Please take a look and see if any revisions are needed. Lin Dajiata was about to ask a question when he heard this. His face tensed again. He took the paper, looked at it, and without a word, returned to the carriage to whisper a few things. The young woman sitting inside took it. Seeing this, Xiaolu, who was behind Wengu, quietly said, "He can't be illiterate, can he?" Wengu, shush. Xiaolu straightened his expression and continued to guard the surroundings, thinking to himself, what did these people do before? They don't seem as capable as I am. At least I can read some characters. At this moment, the young woman from the carriage walked out. This time, she wasn't holding a child. She walked behind the second leader and the others, with 2 guards following closely beside her. Wengu understood that this was likely the wife of the deceased first leader. Her status might be somewhat special. She was literate and her demeanor was not like that of ordinary commoners. The second leader had already walked over. Let's sign according to this. The paper stated the terms for the deposit. Wengu's group would provide a ritual as a deposit, and the other party would do their best to handle the subsequent matters. If they failed to do so, it wasn't written how it would be handled. The characters on the paper were written with a carbon pencil. After both parties confirmed there were no issues, Wengu signed his name below. He used running script, with smooth transitions between strokes, carrying the artistic beauty of calligraphy. Lin Dajiata could tell that Wengu wasn't just scribbling, but he didn't recognize what was written. Looking at the pen Wengu handed him, Lin Dajiata's face tensed even more. Wengu didn't make things difficult for him and kindly said, "Conditions are limited, and there's no ink. Many people are not used to this type of carbon pencil. Why don't you rub some of this charcoal powder onto your hand and leave a fingerprint?" Lin Dajiata had no choice but to comply. However, the fingerprint he left was just a black smudge, impossible to tell whose it was. Was this thing useful? Wengu took back the contract. As if sensing the other party's confusion, he smiled and said, "It's the rules of the Jianghu. Although the current situation is special, this procedure must be completed." Upon hearing Jianghu rules, the second leader recalled what he wanted to ask. The escort agency you mentioned before, what kind is it?" Wengu raised his eyes and looked at the second leader and the few people behind him, his gaze clear and upright. "Everyone, have you ever heard of bodyguards?" Lin Dajiata shook his head. The people following behind him also pricked up their ears, and those with poor hearing moved a few steps closer. Not to mention them, Xiao Lu and County Lieutenant Zhou also didn't know. However, the two did not doubt it, assuming their location was remote and they lacked sufficient experience. The two most knowledgeable individuals, Wengu and Taoist Master Qingyi. Since Wengu said so, Taoist Master Qingyi did not deny it. It must exist. Wengu's eyes were clear and sincere at this moment. "Then I will simply tell you all a bit about it. When I was traveling and studying," Taoist Master Qingyi, who was drawing talismans not far away, skewed his brush tip. He took a deep breath, maintained his indifferent and detached demeanor as an enlightened expert, and continued preparing the talismans he would need later. He wanted to block out sound and focus on drawing, but he couldn't help but want to know what else that dog scholar would talk about. Wengu, with his back to the listeners, spoke steadily. Economic prosperity gave rise to some groups providing security services. Employers would hire them to escort goods or important individuals. There were mainly 2 types of such groups, the thugs of the fighting guilds and the escorts of the escort agencies. Wengu glanced in the direction of Bailu County Town. For example, in your current location, if there were fighting guilds, the composition of personnel would be more complex, such as strong porters. Behind the second leader, 3 burly youths lowered their heads. Fist-fighting ruffians from the marketplace. 2 more people's eyes flickered. And some local militia. Several people, including the second leader, had their gazes drifting. Wengu pretended not to see and continued steadily. Escort agencies are different. Like merchant associations, they are registered with the county and prefectural yamen. They're officially recognized, legitimate organizations. After introducing the escort services, Wengu began to talk about escort agencies. Escort agencies deliver goods all over the country, so they naturally have their own identifying marks, that is, Jianghu designations. For example, when I was traveling and studying, I heard of Fuwei Escort Agency, Jinyuan Escort Agency, Feima Escort Agency, and so on. When Gu recounted those passionate Jianghu legends, the second leader and others listened attentively, pondering in their hearts. So this is a Jianghu designation. So this is an escort agency. I can do that too. What kind of Jianghu designation should I choose? We need to develop in a positive direction. We can't be mere riffraff like those from fighting guilds. After when Gu finished recounting Jianghu anecdotes, he looked to the present situation. Nowadays, more and more people are fleeing from south to north. The floating bridge over the river must have been kept open for these northbound teams as well. However, those who come this way should be large groups. Naturally, they are not afraid of numbers. But small and medium-sized teams like ours are hesitant and cannot make up their minds. We don't know the situation on the other side of the river or how many evil creatures there are. That's why I want to hire an escort agency here to escort us for a stretch. When Gu spoke as if sharing confidences, if this matter is handled well, there will surely be more small and medium-sized teams coming this way in the future, and you will be able to accept more commission rewards. The people following behind Lin Dajiata couldn't help but nod. That's right, this business can be done. They're also killing evil creatures. Why not earn a little more? As the scholar said, from late autumn this year to early spring next year, for such a long time, there will surely be many northbound teams, and we will have many opportunities to accept commissions and earn supplies. This way, the pressure of supporting the family will be greatly reduced. Furthermore, when Gu paused slightly, he looked steadily at the other side, with a hint of appropriate arrogance on his face. To lead a team north, doesn't everyone have some relatives in official positions in the northern lands? The words relatives in official positions were emphasized. Regardless of what his maternal aunt and uncle were currently doing in the north, it did not prevent him from using them to elevate his status now. The young woman who was being protected by the second leader's group suddenly asked, "Do you have relatives who are officials in the northern lands?" When Gu tilted his chin slightly, "They are merely military officers with some command of troops." Military officers. In times of peace, the court valued civil officials over military ones. But when the world descended into chaos, military officers with troops under their command were true figures of power. Nowadays, noble and influential families from various southern regions were leading their people north, and the power of military officials in the northern lands would undoubtedly continue to expand. Looking at the scholar before them, his demeanor and bearing indeed resembled someone cultivated by an influential official family. Perhaps his relative in the north, that military officer, held a rather high position. When Gu turned sideways, looking in the direction of the river behind Bailu County town, then swept his gaze back, as if implying something. Every additional commission means more supplies received, and also more connections made. If the situation in the southern lands becomes dire in the future, you will have more choices when going north. After saying this, when Gu said no more, the second leader and the others returned to the cemetery. "That scholar is no ordinary person," the young woman said. At this moment, a guard nearby suddenly said, "Eldest sister-in-law, I just heard the one with the bow call the one with the knife County Lieutenant Joe." Everyone was shocked. The dignified county lieutenant was merely acting as a guard. Then what was this scholar's status, and his relative who was an official in the north? Lin Dajiata also said at this time, judging by his words and actions just now, he does seem to have some status, perhaps even some standing in the Jianghu. With relatives who were officials and acquaintance with Jianghu heroes, if they were to make a move against him, unless they could silence everyone, they would risk retribution. Although the world was in chaos now and information was scarce, this was a crossing point where teams frequently passed by, going from south to north or north to south. We really don't need to conflict with him. Then his commission, the people in charge might not approve. We can try. When the higher-ups get to eat the meat, the brothers below must at least get some soup. If they could get more soup, or even some meat scraps, they would be even more satisfied. Xiaolu said to Wengu, "Second brother one, you want them to escort us across the river?" Wengu, and more than that. If they could just cross the river, Why not escort a bit further? Bodyguards don't just protect you across a bridge. Still beside the unused fields. Still the same two groups of people. Only this time, the distance between the two sides had widened further. The people by the cemetery were huddled together, discussing something. They seemed confused, then sad, then angry, and after a while, invigorated. They were too far away to hear what was being said. Little Lou, full of curiosity, stared intently at them with a worried expression. What are they talking about? Are they trying to make trouble? Wengu said, they are probably going to cause trouble, but it should be within the city, not directed at us. Little Lou still didn't understand. How can you tell? Wengu didn't answer directly but asked him, what do you think of their combat ability? Little Lou stared at them and replied seriously, they should be quite capable. Then he looked uncertainly at County Lieutenant Joe. As an official, his judgment should be more accurate. County Lieutenant Joe nodded. Although these people look like they come from unorthodox backgrounds, with the frequent river traffic here, there are bound to be disputes. They have likely participated in many fights. If they're a local militia, they might have even fought river bandits. They are experienced. Wengu agreed. Indeed. Although they are civilian forces, compared to some official staffed units, their bravery might even surpass them. These people gathered together are a force to be reckoned with. Judging by the horses and carriages they have acquired, they wouldn't be able to keep these possessions without considerable strength. Little Lou looked at the horses with envy. Indeed. Even in the past, horses were not something ordinary people could afford. Now they were even more precious. These people came out with so many horses and even carriages, they were truly wealthy. Anyone would be envious. Without sufficient strength, these possessions could indeed not be kept safe. When Gu asked again, what are they doing out here today? Little Lou said, paying respects to their leader. When Gu reminded him, they are not just mourning one person. Chengji, who had been standing beside them without saying a word, spoke up. Yes, around the largest tombstone, there are several others. 7. There are 7 graves from roughly the same time. When Gu said, although these 7 tombstones are smaller, considerable effort was put into them, implying they were also important figures within this group. County Lieutenant Joe's gaze was distant. 8 important figures, including the leader, all met their end at the same time. Nowadays, any group that establishes itself cherishes its men dearly. What kind of changes would cause this group, which had survived the chaotic times for so long, to lose so many people at once? And including its main force, headed by the leader? Perhaps there was no hidden story, but perhaps there was? From Wengu's perspective, if there were conflicts in the other party's situation, they could find an opening and seize more opportunities to achieve their goals. Little Lou understood a little. With the leader gone, the subordinates must be in a complete mess. In these chaotic times, whoever held the highest position could control more resources and power. When Gu said, if there is someone highly capable, they can quickly quell internal disputes. This second-in-command didn't seem to be that capable. But if the former leader's widow were involved. So, have they stabilized internally? Little Lou asked. No, When Gu said. If their internal issues were resolved, they wouldn't have brought out such a small number of people for this memorial. When Gu called Chengji aside and asked him to relay the observations on the expressions and behavioral changes of each person on the other side. Time slowly passed, and the sky began to darken. Then, a person from their group came to invite the Taoist master to perform a ritual. Taoist master Qingyi brought his equipment and began his work. Similarly, burning incense and paper, Taoist master Qingyi's ritual produced a much larger plume of smoke. The scent was not pungent, but carried an eerie atmosphere. There was the familiar stepping on the Big Dipper and drawing patterns, and the familiar casting of talismans from a distance. What was different was the large amount of white mist that churned up during the ritual, and the faint green fire that burned the talismans amidst the swirling mist. The smoky, fiery scent had a ghostly quality, accompanied by chanting that the others could not understand. The expressions of the second-in-command of the group, who had initially been skeptical, gradually turned to awe and reverence. The more timid ones' knees felt weak, and they longed to prostrate themselves on the spot. Even when looking at Wengu, their eyes now held a trace of apprehension. Such a powerful Taoist priest. Such a divine immortal master. In the past, only the most influential men in the city could afford to invite such a person. And now, this immortal master was accompanying the scholar and was willing to perform the ritual for a deposit. The second-in-command was troubled. The deposit was too high. What if they couldn't fulfill the commission in the end? With limited conditions, an environment that affected performance, and a client who wasn't wealthy enough, the Taoist master didn't take long. After showing off his skills and completing what the dog scholar had asked, he finished. As the Taoist master concluded his ritual, he used his profound and inscrutable tone to leave the client with some room for interpretation. The general meaning was that the resentment of the people buried here had not yet dissipated. As for further, more detailed explanations, apologies, heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. The Taoist master didn't say much, but the second-in-command and his men seemed to have already figured something out. A young woman holding a child by her side slightly eased the terror from her face. After finally calming down, she nodded at the second-in-command. The second-in-command looked at the sky and said in a much more mollified tone, "We will accept this deposit. We will do our best to fulfill your request, but we still have some matters to attend to. Please rest assured, whether we can resolve them or not, we will send word. It will take about 2 days." When Gu pondered for a moment. "All right, then let's set another meeting place and a code word." He didn't say where his own group was currently staying, and the second-in-command, understanding the rules, didn't ask. After agreeing on a meeting place and code word, the second-in-command led his men back to the city. If they were any later, the drawbridge would be raised. After the other group left, when Gu and his companions returned to their team's location, he flipped open his notebook and reviewed the records from the day. Before, they had only wanted to cross the river safely, and they were willing to expend some supplies. After interacting with the other party, some new ideas had emerged. The stories of the martial arts world that he had told the second-in-command and his men were not told in vain. Having gathered into a force and tasted the flavor of power, how could those who came from humble backgrounds not have ambition? It was just that the times were difficult, and there were more things to consider. And when Gu had provided them with another possibility for survival, with a fallback plan and a choice. Of course, they would seek justice for wrongs suffered and revenge for grievances. Otherwise, why would they keep waiting until Chinese New Year? For this big fish, when Gu was willing to give more time. Well, but he still needed to consider everything thoroughly. He said to County Lieutenant Zhou and the others, "Let's observe for 2 days. If there's no movement, we'll withdraw immediately." After thinking for a moment, when Gu said to Taoist Master Qingyi, "Taoist Master, please prepare yourself. It is likely that there will be more business in the next 2 days." End of this chapter. Bailu County Town's Luhua Alley was home to many impoverished commoners who used to make a living by selling their labor and skills. As the world descended into chaos, many surviving commoners were reduced to forced labor, but Luhua Alley had produced several capable individuals. Yan Hu, formerly a local militia soldier, and his brothers had gathered many young and strong men, forming a force that could not be ignored. In the shifting power dynamics of Bailu County Town, they had established a firm foothold. When others mentioned Luhua Alley, they would also mention Yan Laoda. However, not long ago, Yan Laoda took his men out to search for supplies and an accident occurred. Luhua Alley fell silent, and various factions began to covet it. Early this morning, Yan Laoda's widow and Lin Er Dajiata, along with a few brothers, went out of the city to offer sacrifices and only returned in the evening. Some people saw them but didn't pay much attention, thinking that the people of Luhua Alley were beginning to scatter and wondering if they could gain some advantage. The horse-drawn carriage drove into the alley and stopped at a courtyard. Madame Liang returned to her room and began to polish a long mashua, a type of polearm, there. It had an iron shaft and was a weapon used in military formations, something that ordinary commoners could not possess in the past. This was her father's weapon. He had achieved great military merits with it. Later, her father became involved in a major imperial court case, and the entire family met with disaster. She had brought this mashua left by her father and lived in anonymity. Only Yan Laoda and Lin Er Dajiata knew her identity. Afterward, as the world became chaotic, her identity as the daughter of a convicted official no longer mattered. This mashua finally saw the light of day again and was given to Yan Laoda for use. The iron shaft was heavy. Even if someone could lift it, they wouldn't be able to wield it effectively or would quickly exhaust themselves. However, Yen Lauda and Lin Erdagiata had gained considerable prestige among the local militia precisely because of their bravery and strength back then. Facing the current epidemic of evil and chaotic times, and those monsters filled with evil energy, wielding such a long weapon was more appropriate. Not long ago, Yen Lauda met with misfortune, and this Mashua was brought back by Lin Er. She provided a considerable amount of supplies and hired someone to clean the Mashua, dispel the evil energy, and keep it at home. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows. An old woman entered the room carrying a food box. She looked around the room and asked with some confusion, "Why don't I see Xiao Xian?" She was asking about Yen Xian, the son of Yen Lauda and Madame Liang. Madame Liang shifted her gaze from the Mashua, her voice calm, yet seeming to hide endless emotions. "I asked second sister-in-law to look after him for a while. I have some matters to attend to." The old woman opened the food box and began to arrange the bowls, asking, "You went out of the city to offer sacrifices today. Why did you return so late?" Madame Liang's voice was deep. "I was thinking about some things there." The old woman said with concern, "You must also take care of yourself. If Dehu were still here, he certainly wouldn't want to see you sad and worried." Yen Lauda, Yen Hu, was also called Dehu by those close to him. Madame Liang didn't look at the food on the table. The candlelight reflecting in her eyes seemed to flicker. "These past few days, I've been thinking. Why did Dehu and his men encounter so many evil creatures despite bringing incense and herbs? Outsiders say they were just unlucky, heh." Madame Liang's smile carried a chilling edge as she looked over. Dehu, though seemingly rough, was meticulous. He might overlook small matters, but when it came to important things concerning his own life and those of his brothers, he was extremely cautious. After much thought, the only time and people capable of tampering with things would be those few close to us. The old woman, who was arranging the food box, paused and put it down with displeasure. "Are you suspecting me?" Madame Liang ignored her and continued. "Dehu always said that Auntie was an unfortunate woman who fled here after a flood in her hometown, with no one to rely on. When arranging work, he always took care of her. Over the years, he has treated you as family and even said he would support you in your old age." The old woman by the table lowered her eyes. "Dehu is indeed kind to me. But some people do not remember kindness." Madame Liang's gaze was sharp as lightning. "Recently, a new face has appeared around Lao San. When observed from the side, he bears a striking resemblance to you." The old woman's eyes widened in shock. "This," Madame Liang said sternly, "perhaps I should send him to accompany you?" The old woman hurried over anxiously. "Madam, listen to me." As she spoke, a sharp silver glint appeared in her sleeve, but she couldn't draw it out. A short knife plunged into her chest faster. The old woman's eyes were filled with shock. She usually only saw this madam as melancholic, but not overly concerned with trivial matters. When Yen Lauda gained power, she didn't make things difficult for anyone. No one knew that this woman possessed such skill. At this moment, several more figures entered the room. The old woman looked at Lin Erdagiata and several guards entering the room. In an instant, she understood that something had happened. She was terrified and wanted to beg for mercy, but it was already too late. Lin Erdagiata looked at the old woman collapsing and the dagger that she hadn't managed to draw from her sleeve. This was a self-defense weapon that Yen Lauda had distributed to those familiar with him. Now, this old woman had used it against eldest sister-in-law. She deserved to die. Madame Liang, however, didn't spare another glance at the person on the ground. Instead, she turned to Lin Er, who had entered. "Lao San has harbored ill intentions for a long time. Your elder brother once gave Lao San a chance, and in return, he lost himself, along with 7 brothers." Madame Liang picked up the mashua with both hands and handed it to Lin Er. Tears and hatred welled up in her eyes. "Execute the traitor. To comfort your elder brother and the souls of your unjustly deceased brothers. And for everyone to fight for a future." As night fell, the drawbridge of Bailu County Town was raised and the city gates were closed. Those who had gone out to cut firewood or work returned to their homes to rest. They had a night to recover their strength, and then at the first light of dawn, they would begin a new day of labor. In the past, after nightfall, all areas were silent. But on this day, residents near Luhua Alley heard a lot of noise. It seemed like a fight had broken out in Luhua Alley, with bursts of commotion. The nearby residents all tightly shut their doors and windows. Surely someone in Luhua Alley had been possessed by evil spirits. However, as they waited, from night to dawn, and from morning to noon, the most intense period had passed. They never heard the roars of monsters, but instead, from time to time, they heard human shouts and screams. Still, no one dared to investigate. Even with immense curiosity, those who had survived until now possessed a certain degree of self-control. After a day and a night of turmoil, Luhua Alley fell silent. In the room, Madame Liang took out a wooden seal. This was a seal carved by Yan Lauda himself for his son. It was the head of a tiger, not intricately crafted, nor was the pattern lively, but it now carried extraordinary significance. Madame Liang held the seal and pressed tiger patterns onto pieces of plain cloth. When Yan Lauda had first met with misfortune, she had already suspected Lao San and had suspicions about others involved in the city. Originally, to survive, she could only endure. Now, she had another choice. A choice that might change everyone's lives. Therefore, she no longer needed to endure. The palm-sized seal, dipped in ink, was pressed heavily onto another piece of plain cloth. The next day, as dawn broke, Bailu County town seemed to be as usual. The surviving county residents numbly repeated the tasks of the previous day. Everything appeared unchanged. However, in the inconspicuous Luhua Alley, people began to emerge from the houses in small groups. The leader of each household took a stick of incense, lit it, bowed to the idol, and then placed it in a large incense burner. They performed the prearranged ceremony in silence. The incense burner, which originally only contained incense ash, was soon filled with sticks of incense. Then, Lin Dajiata took out 3 large incense sticks, the kind that could burn for 3 to 4 hours each. They had found these in a temple before. Madame Liang took one, lit it, bowed to the idol, and then placed it in the incense burner. She also had her young son do the same, holding his small hand to place a stick of incense. Lin Dajiata lit the last one and placed it. 2 strong men lifted the large incense burner and walked in front. The incense ash in the burner, mixed with herbs and the smoke from the burning incense would protect them, reducing the chance of evil creatures finding them. It didn't matter if a few evil creatures approached. With the current low temperatures, they could easily deal with them. Lin Dajiata and Madame Liang followed behind the incense burner. Standing at their sides and behind them were many martial men, in the capacity of guards and followers. Further behind them were familiar people from Luhua Alley, all their own people. A group of people walked out of Luhua Alley and headed towards the city gate. Nearby, people who had gone out to cut firewood early in the morning were startled and retracted their feet just as they stepped out of their homes. After a while, they began to peek out cautiously. Were there so many people in Luhua Alley? What were they going to do? At the city gate, the guards stamped their feet, which had gone numb. Looking at their cloth shoes, they pondered when they could save up for a pair of thicker cloth boots. Today, they would have to wring more out of those cutting firewood and foraging for food outside. The superiors said they would collect half, but how much they actually collected was up to the gatekeepers. They dared not make a move against those with backgrounds and power in the city, but the scattered county residents were their targets for extorting money. What, you're not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, go and report me. See if the lords above will pay attention to you. The early autumn morning was cold, so they moved their hands and feet, played with their weapons, and chatted idly. Although it was cold, the thought that the monsters outside posed no threat in this temperature, and the chance of being possessed by evil spirits was greatly reduced, made them feel more relaxed. If they could extort more money today, it would be even better. The superiors said that the people from Luhua Alley were going out to offer sacrifices today, one guard said. Going out again? Didn't they just go out? Another person complained. Alas, who knows? They're always stirring up trouble. Anyway, the superiors have notified us to give them convenience. This meant not to withhold them and demand things. If there was no easy money to be made, they were naturally displeased. The thought of the horses and horse-drawn carriages that had left the city that day stirred up envy and jealousy in their hearts. In terms of background, the people of Luhua Alley were even worse off than them, yet they could ride horses and carriages. A bunch of lowly people, did they deserve it? Just you wait and see. Yan Lauda is gone, and there was a fight in Luhua Alley yesterday. Who knows what chaos there will be. They might soon be carved up by other factions in the city. In our Bailu County town, it's not their turn to be arrogant. In Bailu County town, in terms of power, besides the county lieutenant, there were several other families. It would never be the turn of the lowly people from Lu Huali. It's fine to give them convenience, but it's still okay to pick a few people and hold them up to demand things, right? Then we'll act according to the situation. If there are only 3 or 5 people, we can let them go. If there are too many, we can't just let them pass. You agree, right? The guard who was speaking widened his eyes, so shocked he almost bit his tongue. The other guards followed his gaze, and their breathing hitched. Behind the smoke from the incense burner, how many people were there? 100? 200? Or more? No one was riding horses, and no one was in carriages. They walked together. Lin Er Dajiata was not riding a horse today, and his perspective was not from above. He only held a long weapon and walked in front of the team at a leisurely pace. However, the pressure he exerted on the guards amplified several times, or even dozens of times. As long as they slightly raised their gaze, they could see the group of people following behind Lin Er Dajiata. There were young and strong men, as well as the old, the weak, women, and children. They all had plain cloth tied to their arms, with some kind of pattern printed on it. Their eyes were not hollow. It was as if small fires were burning within them. Gathered together, they created a weight that made it difficult to breathe. A heavy, solemn, silent power. An intense oppressive feeling that rushed towards them, growing ever closer. The guards, who had been about to speak, found themselves unable to open their mouths at this moment. It was as if a large hand was pressing on their shoulders, and they dared not make a sound. One of them even took a step back, clearing the way. If the first one retreated, so would the second and third. Those in the team who had been feeling a bit apprehensive saw the scene, and the light in their eyes seemed to brighten several degrees. When paths cross, momentum always increases for one side and decreases for the other. When one side shows weakness, the other becomes even more determined and stronger. By the time the people of Lu Hua Alley reached the city gate, the guards who had been standing at the gate had already moved to the sides. The scattered county residents who were observing from nearby also had various thoughts in their minds upon seeing this. Those from other factions in the city who came to investigate also had their mentality shattered at this moment. What are they doing? Quickly report to the master. Something has happened. The people from Lu Hua Alley are causing trouble. End of this chapter. The city gate guards only noticed the people being dragged behind the procession when the group from Lu Hua Alley passed. Their condition looked quite miserable. Some were bound with hemp ropes, and some were even shackled. Yes, the kind used in prison. Recalling the internal strife in Lu Hua Alley the previous day, which was said to be an execution of traitors, were these the defeated traitors? Some were being dragged on the ground, their survival uncertain. To prevent bloodstains from attracting evil creatures, they were wrapped in dry grass and firewood? Hiss! Could they be planning to drag them out to the cemetery and burn them? The guards felt a chill run down their spines. The burly men pulling the ropes in the procession had eyes full of ferocity, exuding a menacing aura that was quite terrifying. Even if these traitors were not burned, they would not meet a good end. A few guards standing nearby didn't dare to breathe, barely able to dodge, let alone try to extort benefits from the situation. Outside the city, Hida and the others, who had been closely watching the activity at the city gate, stared at the grand spectacle for a long while. He finally understood why Wengu had said that if the Lin Er Dajiata family stabilized internally, the number of people coming out for the ceremony would not be so small. There were indeed quite a few people, no wonder they could protect so many good goods. The procession from Lu Hua Alley exited the city and headed to the cemetery in the barren fields. Lin Er Dajiata did not bother to check how many people were following behind the procession or how many were watching. Before the graves of Yen Lauda and his friends and relatives who were now in eternal rest, and in front of 200 to 300 residents of Lu Hua Alley, the traitors were dragged forward. Some traitors were executed on the spot during yesterday's fight, while others were kept until this moment. According to the rules, traitors should be sacrificed with blood. However, times have changed, and it is not advisable to shed blood. Lin Er Dajiata looked at these people coldly and gestured for everyone to prepare piles of firewood, and then, one by one, they were placed on top of the traitors. Led by Lin Er Dajiata and Madame Liang, several important figures each held a burning wooden stick and ignited the piles of firewood. With dry grass as kindling, flames quickly engulfed the people. The miserable screams echoed across the wilderness, carrying far. Some were chilled to the bone. Some were spurred to action, executing traitors with fire as a sacrifice. Lin Dajiata and Madame Liang, along with 200 to 300 people from Lu Huali, paid their respects to their deceased friends and relatives. Hida and Yu Er, disguised as onlookers among the county residents, watched the scene from afar. Although they couldn't see clearly from a distance, they could feel the terrible cohesion. Even an outsider like him felt an urge to join. Was this Bailu County town about to undergo a major change? At the cemetery, after the fire sacrifice, the procession did not disperse immediately. Some people cleaned the graves of their relatives, while others helped out. Meanwhile, under the protection of some people, Lin Dajiata led a few brothers to the agreed-upon location with Wengu and blew a whistle signal of 3 short and 1 long whistle. Shortly after, Wengu also arrived with his people. Lin Dajiata had come to discuss the matters entrusted to him by Wengu. They had agreed, but they would need more time to prepare. They were going to officially establish an escort agency. The other matter was to ask the immortal master to perform rituals again to appease the resentment of the deceased friends and relatives, and to ensure the traitors would never be reincarnated. County Lieutenant Zhou, who was nearby, felt a strong sense of empathy, as if he were experiencing it himself. What brotherhood? Those who stab you in the back at critical moments are most likely these sworn brothers. Threats to survival, temptations of gain, friends and relatives could change into anything depending on luck. He strongly agreed with Lin Dajiata's actions. For those who betrayed him, not only their bodies, but also their souls should be destroyed. Wengu agreed to ask Taoist Master Qingyi to take action again. The cost would be deducted from the reward for hiring the escort agency. Seeing that Lin Dajiata seemed to want to say more, Wengu asked patiently, Dajia Dajiata, do you have any other questions? Lin Dajiata said, after you escort us across the bridge, how far will you protect us? To be honest, we also have thoughts of heading north. As Lin Dajiata pondered how to express himself reasonably, he heard Wengu ask, are you thinking of heading north to find a suitable place to establish a branch? Just as Lin Dajiata was struggling to find the words, he replied, yes. Wengu showed a look of concern. Will you Dajia Dajiata also accept some orders within Bailu County town at the same time? Are the number of escorts in your agency sufficient? The journey north is arduous, and safety is paramount. You cannot be careless. Although the emphasis was on safety, when heard together by Lin Dajiata and the others, the focus was on the first part. Huh? They could actually take on other jobs at the same time? Eating one fish in many ways. Lin Dajiata's mind immediately opened up, since it was on the way, taking more orders, getting more rewards, and perhaps cultivating more relationships within the city. He also thought about the young and strong men who had joined them in the past 2 days. After the grand display today, more people would surely join their escort agency, and they would have enough escorts. It wasn't impossible to take on more orders. Lin Dajiata rejoiced inwardly, but maintained a serious expression, and replied earnestly, we will of course consider everything thoroughly. Wengu still appeared hesitant. Lin Dajiata worried that this scholar would be displeased and cancel the commission. As he waited, he felt a sense of anxiety. Their decision to head north was entirely due to the scholar, whose relative served as an official in the northern lands. If this scholar were to speak and forbid them from taking other orders, they would have no choice but to give it up. Fortunately, after a moment of hesitation, the scholar on the opposite side said with an exceptionally refined face, logically speaking, you shouldn't be doing this. But now that circumstances have changed, and life is difficult for the common people, we should be considerate of each other, and give more people the opportunity to seek survival by heading north. Wengu smiled kindly. If the number of escorts is sufficient, you can accept other orders at the same time. However, I hope that you Dajia Dajiata will clearly explain the potential risks to other employers during your announcements. The journey north is bumpy, and anything could happen. Lin Dajiata and the others accurately grasped the first part. Announcements? There was even such a step? Although they heard it for the first time, they could roughly understand the meaning. They would arrange it upon their return. Wengu said, furthermore, since the escort agency will not only be protecting us, then this reward will not be the full reward. Lin Dajiata said generously, it's a deal. The reduction here would be compensated by the higher rewards he would receive from other employers. Moreover, their most important motivation for protecting Wengu and his group was not for that small sum. After a mutually satisfactory conversation, they parted ways. Wengu was very pleased. Eating one fish in many ways was truly delicious. And the reward for hiring the escort agency, after deductions and reductions, was negligible. On the other side, the great commotion caused by the people of Luhua Alley made the once lifeless Bailu County town feel like it had exploded, with discussions everywhere. The de facto leader of the county, County Lieutenant Zhang, was indulging in his 13 concubines' company when a subordinate's panicked shouts disturbed his pleasure. County Lieutenant Zhang was very displeased, but after hearing his subordinate's words, all his desires vanished in fright. He felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine. His mind immediately conjured up images of previous suppressions of civilian unrest. What do they want to do? What exactly do they want to do? County Lieutenant Zhang immediately convened his close confidants for a discussion. News from various sources was gathered, providing a more comprehensive understanding of the actions of the Luhua Alley people over the past 2 days. When the Luhua Alley people executed internal traitors, they also dealt with some outsiders who were involved. Some relevant personnel took this opportunity to lodge complaints. However, County Lieutenant Zhang was impatient to deal with these minor details now. He was worried that the Luhua Alley people would take advantage of the situation and shake his authority. If he had received the news in advance, he could have suppressed them early. But the rise of Luhua Alley was too fast. No one expected that they could create such a huge stir. Did they not report to you, County Lieutenant Zhang, before this? Someone asked. County Lieutenant Zhang remained silent. Earlier, Lin Laoer from Luhua Alley had indeed mentioned that he needed to deal with some internal matters, and the commotion might be significant. He also mentioned that they would be leaving the city again for another ceremony. When Lin Laoer made these mentions, he had also offered some benefits. They had casually agreed, thinking it was a minor matter, and didn't take it seriously. They hadn't even paid much attention to borrowing the shackles from the prison. Who could have imagined that it would turn into such a large-scale event? County Lieutenant Zhang, sitting at the head of the table, had a dark look in his eyes, thinking about something, but his mood was certainly not good. The others sitting below him exchanged glances, communicating silently. They truly couldn't figure out what the Luhua Alley people were trying to do. At the same time, they felt an inexplicable fear. Have they gone mad? Someone couldn't help but curse. Do Lin Laoer and the others still want to stay in Bailu County Town? There could only be one leader in Bailu County Town. Did they still want to usurp the throne? This series of events, how long had they been planning? In just 2 days, there was no time for anyone to react. Perhaps they had been planning since Yen Lao's accident. So insidious. The leaders of many factions were cursing their wives at home, but they dared not act immediately and could only continue to observe and test the situation. They watched as the people from Luhua Alley returned from the cemetery and went back into the alley. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, after a night, they caused trouble again. Lin Laoer and the others announced the formal establishment of the Tiger Might Escort Agency. It was named after Yen Lao and Lin Laoer, Yen Hu and Lin Wei. They unfurled their escort flag. A triangular escort flag, about 3 feet long and wide, with a fierce roaring tiger head painted on it. It was the same as the plain cloth pattern they had tied to their arms the day before. They also hired people to make announcements in every street and alley in the city. Well, they had also changed their titles. The deceased Yen Lao was now referred to as Yen de Dajiata. Lin Laoer was officially changed to Lin Air Dajiata, and he should be addressed as such when dealing with people outside from now on. The newly established escort agency did not have any grand ceremony. In extraordinary times, everything was kept simple, and the news was enough. Registration with the government? The county magistrate had long since fled, and the county lieutenant. For some reason, Lin Air Dajiata and the others now felt that this county lieutenant was not qualified enough. Was he worthy of reviewing our application? After all, things have changed, and no imperial officials have come to investigate. If I say we are legitimate, then we are legitimate. The leaders watching from within the city felt their scalps tingling, their eyes dazed, and their heads ached. What was wrong with you people from Luhua Alley? Day 1. Armed conflict to quell rebellion. Day 2. Fire sacrifice at the cemetery. Day 3. You announce the unfurling of your flag and opening for business. What flag are you unfurling? What business are you opening? What escort agency? What are all these things? Where on earth did you learn so many tricks? End of this chapter. In this era of epidemic and chaos, less than 1 in 10 survivors remains, and the population has greatly decreased. The 200 to 300 people from Luhuali, who would have been insignificant in the past, now must be regarded with 5 to 10 times the importance. The display of force by the people of Luhuali that day made them famous and established their authority within the county town. Now, anyone in Bailu County Town with even a little access to information knows about Luhuali. Who doesn't know about Linaire Dagiata, the one in charge there? People are still loudly proclaiming in the streets and alleys, stuffing the news into the residents' ears. Even those who have been hiding at home for these past few days, can they block their ears? Many scattered county residents, who previously were unwilling to join those large or small factions for fear of being sold out and leaving their families without support, now find the Tiger Might Escort Agency to be somewhat formidable. In a surge of emotion, they are heading towards Luhuali. Many faction leaders are gnashing their teeth in anger. How did they not realize before that Luhuali was hiding dragons and crouching tigers? In the county yamen, Zhang Xianwei's face was grim. That? Tiger Head Escort Agency. My lord, it's the Tiger Might Escort Agency, his subordinate quietly corrected. What is Lin Laoer from that escort agency doing now? Zhang Xianwei didn't care about Tiger Head or Tiger Might. He was only concerned about the future movements of the people from Luhuali. The subordinate replied, "We've already sent people to monitor them." By all rights, Linaire should have come to the county yamen to show some goodwill. Surely, Luhuali wouldn't pick a fight with the county yamen, would they? While they were still speculating, Linaire Dagiata actually arrived. Several high-ranking officials of the county town were present. They closed the doors and discussed matters, and when they emerged again, the atmosphere had significantly eased, with even Zhang Xianwei showing a smile. Those outside who had been watching and wondering if Luhuali was about to cause a major upheaval became even more bewildered. However, their bewilderment didn't last long. Soon, the news spread. Linaire and his group from Luhuali were preparing to head north to establish a branch. They were accepting employment starting today, and those wishing to travel north could place their orders, and if an agreement was reached, they would travel together. As for their exact destination, it was not disclosed, only that with so many noble families migrating north from the southern lands, there would certainly be many choices. Initially, Linaire Dagiata planned to dispatch about 30 escorts, but eldest sister-in-law also wanted to bring the children north and requested additional guards, thus expanding the escort team to over 50 people. As employment orders continued to pour in, more young and strong men from the county town joined the Tiger Might Escort Agency as escorts, bringing the bodyguard team to an estimated 80 people. With Wengu's timely advice, they were selective when accepting employment. They did not take on those who were troublesome or likely to slow them down. Such individuals were told to wait for the next large northbound convoy. They advised them not to join their small escort agency as they couldn't accommodate them. In Bailu County Town, the headquarters of the Tiger Might Escort Agency was established in Luhuali, with a plaque hung up. More people remained at the headquarters, and Linaire Dagiata instructed those staying behind on how to manage affairs. Major clients were left to Zhang Xianwei and others. Their Tiger Might Escort Agency would primarily focus on small and medium-sized northbound teams, escorting them across the bridge. They could assist with any intermediary matters as long as the reward was right. Everything was negotiable. Zhang Xianwei's attitude towards them had improved considerably. Although he was wary of Luhuali's rapid rise, he now knew that the key figures of the Tiger Might Escort Agency were all heading north. With most of their elite personnel gone, the remaining people in Luhuali, though numerous, posed little threat. Zhang Xianwei remained the sole person in power, his position unshaken. Furthermore, Zhang Xianwei also had relatives and friends who wished to travel north. Every time a convoy from the south arrived heading north, some people in the county town would leave with them. Some within the various large and small factions in the city also wished to head north, but harbored reservations and distrusted unfamiliar groups. Now, with the people from Luhuali planning to head north to open a branch, a group was left behind to manage the headquarters. Thus, a collaboration was formed. "We will take care of those you leave in the city. We entrust you with protecting our northbound travelers, and you must also take good care of them. Compared to other teams from the southern lands, Lin Air Dagiata and his group were indeed more trustworthy. Good or bad was a matter of comparison. Some people even privately discussed that this escort agency seemed to have potential, and perhaps they should start one themselves. Lin Air Dagiata and the others caught wind of this and cursed, "Damn imitators." But we were faster, and we are about to head north to establish branches. You can continue to fight amongst yourselves in this small Bailu County town. After arranging affairs in the city, the escorts made preparations for departure. Lin Air Dagiata and Madame Liang discussed it and specially arranged a horse-drawn carriage for Wengu as a token of gratitude. It was also a gesture of goodwill. Upon seeing the horse-drawn carriage, little Lu and the others were extremely excited. We have a horse-drawn carriage? Compared to their rudimentary mule carts, donkey carts, and ox carts, this horse-drawn carriage was simply luxurious. This must have belonged to a wealthy household in the city before, and it had fallen into the hands of the people from Lu Huali. Now, it was being used as a gesture of goodwill. The Tiger Might Escort Agency is really generous. Little Lu exclaimed. Escort agency? What's an escort agency? Someone in the group had missed the crucial information and asked in confusion. You don't even know that? An escort agency is. Little Lu went over to educate him on what an escort agency was. The others in the group realized that even a villager like Little Lu knew about it, so it must have existed before. Oh, I see. We're from a small place and haven't heard of it before. Taoist Master Qingyi often suspected if his lack of travel experience was why he was falling behind this dog scholar. Was the dog scholar just making things up, or was he genuinely relating his travel experiences? When the agreed-upon departure time arrived, someone from the Tiger Might Escort Agency came to meet them. They also brought a donkey, which Wengu had rented from the escort agency. Their team had a two-wheeled wooden cart, which had been modified in the past few days to be directly hitched to the donkey for pulling. With this addition, Wengu's original team now had one horse-drawn carriage, one ox cart, one mule cart, and two donkey carts. To ordinary people, this was quite impressive. That is, until they saw the escort agency's convoy. The line of horse-drawn carriages made everyone's eyes widen. Some of these carriages carried people, while others carried goods. The 4 horse-drawn carriages used by the escort agency for cargo had adjustable slots, allowing for different attachments based on the size of the cargo boxes. This prevented the boxes from colliding and falling easily when being moved and also made it convenient to secure with ropes. There were 2 horse-drawn carriages for carrying people, one of which was used by Madame Liang. The other was for the escorts to take turns resting in. There were also mule carts and donkey carts, but these did not belong to the escort agency. They belonged to other employers. In addition, one could see higher-ranking escorts riding horses, led by Lin Air Dagiata. Due to the limited number of horses, they were assigned to the combat-capable members of the team to ensure everyone's safety. Such a formation made one wonder if the Tiger Might Escort Agency had brought out all the horses from Lu Huali. The truth was not far from it. Most of their elite personnel had come along. If too much valuable equipment were left behind at their home base, it might not be safe. It was better to take it all with them. Lin Air Dagiata of Lu Huali, once outside the city, became escort leader Lin of the Tiger Might Escort Agency. When Gu's gaze briefly lingered on the Ma Shua polearm held by escort leader Lin, and then he merged with the convoy with his team members. The guards at the pontoon bridge stood on either side, clearing a path. More people were leaving the city today, but they were not worried. Refugees often arrived fleeing hardships and chose to stay in Bailu County town. The autumn and winter seasons were times for population growth. Therefore, overall, the number of people in the county town fluctuated little, and the missing numbers were quickly filled. There would always be someone to do the manual labor. They had been notified in advance, and these people were considered their own. When crossing the bridge, the guards only symbolically collected a small item. Since this matter was handled by the escort agency, it was sufficient for appearances. However, as this convoy crossed the bridge, the guards at the pontoon bridge noticed a few very unfamiliar figures. Are these people also from our city? They were tempted to stop them and ask, "Is your Tiger Might Escort Agency bringing personal goods?" But glancing at the tall and burly escorts of the Tiger Might Escort Agency, they held back. They reassured themselves, We don't know everyone who can afford escorts in the city. Some people with status and background don't normally work and hide at home. It's understandable that we guards don't recognize them. Looking at the escorts, they all appeared righteous and unashamed. Forget it. Even if they are bringing personal goods, we'll pretend not to know. These people from the Tiger Might Escort Agency have been riding a wave of enthusiasm lately, and they're about to leave. It's best not to provoke them. Meanwhile, the original members of Wengu's team were still quite bewildered. When they first arrived, they were figuring out how to get past the guards at the pontoon bridge, or how to pay less for the bridge toll. Now, not only could they cross the bridge, but they also had a group of escorts. Scholar Wang is truly capable. Hida's follower became even more convinced. From now on, they just needed to follow orders. Their leader would solve any problems. After crossing the pontoon bridge and the river, Wengu sat in the horse-drawn carriage, pondering matters. With the increase in numbers, improved combat strength, and enhanced risk resistance, they could now openly and boldly inquire for news from other northbound convoys they encountered going forward. If they were lucky enough to encounter a courier, perhaps they could even send a letter to their aunt's family in the northern lands. He wondered if they were well and how many soldiers they had. If relatives couldn't be relied upon, then he would have to forge his own path. However, he still hoped that his uncle's family could provide some support and that he could leverage their influence once he arrived. Since leaving Gu village, he had not encountered any northbound convoys from the south. Communication was inconvenient, and for important long-distance messages and significant matters, trusted couriers were indispensable, unlike the highly risky methods like flying pigeons. The autumn and winter seasons were precisely when northern and southern couriers were most active. He wondered if those couriers would be willing to earn some extra income. He would deal with it when he encountered them. The Tiger Might Escort Agency's convoy moved further away from Bailu County town, and from this point on, there was no need for further concealment. The scattered employers within the convoy finally noticed something unusual. Escort leader Lin's attitude towards Wengu was uncommon. Escort leader Lin, who was famous in Bailu County town, showed considerable respect towards the scholar. Looking at Wengu's group and then at the Tiger Might Escort Agency, they realized, so, all the schemes you pulled in Bailu County town had the guidance of a wise expert behind them. Who exactly was this frail-looking scholar? End of chapter. The team has grown, its composition has become more complex, and it still needs some time to gel. However, these are not major issues. Hida and Yu Er were formerly street loafers in the county town and were good at striking up conversations. Although they were not from the same county, now that they're in the same team and traveling together, they are considered outsiders and quickly became acquainted. They discovered that some of the scattered employers from Bailu County, whom the escorts were protecting, did not actually want to head north themselves, but were sent by their families. Those with resources and larger family members would want to share the risk and ensure the continuation of the family bloodline. Some would stay at home, while others would head north to seek new avenues for survival, rather than all staying in one place. If anything were to happen, the entire clan could be wiped out. Hida and his group told Wengu about this, their words filled with envy and a hint of inferiority. As expected of a wealthy family, many people couldn't even afford firewood, yet these wealthy families had the means to find various ways out for their descendants, unlike them, the miserable street loafers and common folk. Wengu's gaze swept over the expressions on Hida's group, and then he looked at a few of the Tiger Might Escort Agency escorts nearby. He said, actually, your ancestors were likely also from wealthy families. Hida didn't believe it. How is that possible? My grandfather and great-grandfather were from the village. Their lives were even harder than mine. But you have a surname, Wengu replied. In earlier times, villagers did not have surnames, nor did they have the ability to resist risks. Natural disasters or man-made calamities could wipe them out entirely with just one misstep. Most of those who survived were, in your words, wealthy families. Hida and the others, Wengu continued, when a tree grows large, it branches out, or when faced with disasters, they would arrange different escape routes for their clansmen. From then on, it depended on each person's luck and abilities. Some prospered, while others fell into decline. Hida looked stunned. So, my ancestors were once wealthy? Compared to Hida's lack of confidence, Yuer was much more certain. My ancestors produced a general. He had only heard similar things from the elders when he was young, but he didn't really believe it. Now, hearing Wengu's explanation, it made so much sense. My ancestors must have produced a general. Hida's mood was complicated. Once he accepted this notion, his thoughts began to wander. Perhaps his ancestors were high-ranking officials hundreds of years ago? I could have had the chance to be a young master from a wealthy family. Alas, some people were just not up to par. It seems that reviving the family must depend on me and my younger brother. Hida went to chat with his younger brother about my charming ancestors, while Yuer and Blacksmith reminisced about how many generals their ancestors had produced. A few escorts, who overheard their conversation, also went to talk to others about my ancestors might have been generals too. With this strong physique, it's not something ordinary people can develop. It must have been passed down from my powerful ancestors. Daoist Master Qingyi watched them coolly for a while before asking Wengu, "You're quite good at talking. Aren't you worried about making them too arrogant?" Wengu replied, "A bit of ambition is better than being numb and demeaning oneself. The current times are too oppressive. One can't endure without some ambition. Not only must they survive, but they must also have the drive." Having accepted the new narrative, Hida and the others straightened their backs when they chatted with people. When they spoke to the escort agency's employers, they could confidently say, "My ancestors were once wealthy. By elevating their own status, they no longer felt inferior. My ancestors were once wealthy, maybe even wealthier than yours." Wengu nodded with satisfaction as he saw the team's low spirits rise again. The northward route of the convoy was decided after Wengu collected and compiled information from the escort agency. Although the number of people increased, the travel speed did not slow down. After leaving Bailu County and traveling for another 4 days, on a territorial map, they had moved from south to north, initially entering the northern lands. Wengu marked information in his notebook for recording maps. For example, which prefectures in the northern lands were the main destinations for the wealthy families from the south. The information might not be entirely accurate. We still need to capture a caravan to inquire thoroughly. Wengu closed his notebook and looked out through the carriage window. The curtain blocking the light was rolled up, and looking out, he could see the flat terrain and the sky in the distance. Looking at the clouds in the sky, Wengu asked the Taoist master beside him, "Can you read the celestial phenomena? I have a feeling something is not quite right." Taoist Master Qingyi's expression remained impassive, still under observation. Although his tone was calm, there was a hint of seriousness on his face that was not there before. Wengu asked County Lieutenant Zhou to inform everyone to reduce the noon rest break and speed up their journey. The further north they went, the greater the chance of encountering migrating northern families. They had indeed seen other groups in the past few days, but they kept their distance, neither side initiating contact. They had also seen a group of about 10 fast riders rush past. Wengu speculated that these might have been messengers carrying important news. One day, during their mid-journey rest, they encountered a caravan from a major merchant guild from the south. In the current state of affairs, these large merchant caravans were much like escort agencies. They transported goods from one place to another, some carrying supplies, some delivering letters, and others escorting people. This caravan might have been doing all three. Although the times were perilous, whether to set out depended on the potential profit. As long as the profit was enticing enough, they would dare to take the risk. The guards' equipment varied. Some wore light armor, some wore leather armor, and others wore distinctive local rattan armor. The total number of people was about 100. The leader's gaze swept over the escort agency's group, lingered on the Ma Shua polearm in escort leader Lin's hand, and then paused on County Lieutenant Zhou. The type and material of their weapons, their physique, demeanor, and bearing allowed him to make an initial judgment of their identity, pondering who was behind this group. In a time when food, medicine, and supplies were scarce, encountering people with a large amount of resources while outside would naturally arouse thoughts. Both sides had the same idea, carefully observing each other, and reaching the conclusion, not to be trifled with, impossible to defeat. If a conflict broke out, it would only lead to mutual destruction. After a moment of consideration, the tense, confrontational atmosphere quickly shifted to one of wary non-interference. As the caravan leader categorized this group as having a background in military officials, a scholar emerged from a carriage near the front of their group and expressed a desire to chat for a moment. When Gu, under the protection of County Lieutenant Zhou and Taidu, walked to the center, accompanied by 2 guards from the other side. The caravan leader sized up Wengu. He would not underestimate Wengu based on his simple coarse cloth clothing, nor would he assume he was a good person due to his gentle demeanor. While remaining vigilant, Wengu offered polite pleasantries and then took out a packet of salt, a mixture of coarse and fine salt of a higher grade. Very inferior salt would not be regarded by the caravan. Wengu wasn't looking to recruit people from their side. He was eager to understand the terrain and situation in the north and gather more information. Although this caravan was from the south and the distance was great, their information might be much more current than Wengu's. They appeared to be experienced veterans and might know more about the northern lands. The caravan leader did not refuse. Since both sides were evenly matched in strength and a conflict was unlikely, it was better to make a friend rather than an enemy. The salt was secondary. Merchants who could travel in these chaotic times were well off, so they wouldn't place much value on such a small amount. However, it did add a slight touch of goodwill. The caravan leader told Wengu about the terrain and which county towns were present. They had traveled these routes for trade before. He would not reveal any more information. The convoy's route and the identities of its members were secrets that would not be disclosed to outsiders to prevent being exploited. However, as their conversation was ending, the leader looked at the escorts and casually asked Wengu, "Which clan are you going to seek shelter with?" "Clan." Wengu repeated the word, his eyes gleaming. "The clan of aristocratic families?" He bowed to the other party and had County Lieutenant Zhou offer another packet of salt. Wengu showed a look of confusion. "My previous residence was remote. May I ask how many clans there are in the northern lands?" The caravan leader accepted the salt, but lost interest in continuing the conversation. People from a small place," he casually replied. 6 great clans in the north: Dong, Zhao, Qi, Rin, Du, Jiang. "Who are you going to seek shelter with?" "We intend to go to Xian Prefecture and seek shelter with relatives," Wengu said. "Oh, Xian Prefecture, that's quite far." "It's Zhao clan's territory," the caravan leader said. Inside the escort team's carriage, Madame Liang watched from a distance. Being some distance away, and the voices not being loud, they could only hear vaguely. A courier who ran errands and passed messages came over and relayed the conversation from earlier. Madame Liang's face showed surprise. Inside the carriage, another young woman, the wife of escort leader Lin, asked, "Eldest sister-in-law, is there something wrong with what was said?" Escort leader Lin, who was guarding outside, then approached the carriage. Due to their background, they indeed lacked some sensitivity, but the intuition honed over the years told him that there was very important information in what was just said. He also asked in a low voice, "Eldest sister-in-law?" "Clan." Madame Liang lowered her voice, but it was clear enough for escort leader Lin and a few guards standing by the carriage to hear. She explained to the escort agency members. A long time ago, aristocratic clans could rival imperial power. Later, with changes in dynasties, the consolidation of military power, the imperial examination system, and the strengthening of imperial authority, the great aristocratic clans had long since declined. But with the current rampant evil plagues, the imperial capital in ruins, the court scattered, and the imperial examination system halted. Judging by the caravan leader's words, the clans have risen again. When a dynasty cannot centralize power, the regions will inevitably decentralize. In such chaotic times, when the wealthy families of the South call them clans today, it means the important military command in those regions has little to do with the imperial family anymore. Within the sphere of influence of their clan, those with the family surname possess special political rights from birth. Although they may not return to the situation of hundreds of years ago, this monopolistic privilege represents the undisguised ambition of these families. Escort leader Lin and the others understood. In their words, they were local emperors. Over there, after hearing the caravan leader's answer, Wengu looked up with surprise and joy. "My relatives also have the surname Zhao." Hida and the others, as well as the escorts and employers from the escort agency, all looked over. However, the merchant pulled at his face and snorted. "What a coincidence. I also have the surname Zhao." It was obvious he wanted to establish a connection. There were plenty of people named Zhao. "Does it get to your family?" When Gu said, "It's in the same area. If we go back a few generations, maybe we were from the same family centuries ago." The merchant was about to mock him. Asterisk, who is your family? Don't flatter yourself. Asterisk, but then he thought, yes, it's about survival. Never mind flattering oneself with gold, just cover yourself in gold to look like you're made of it. If you really have such relatives, you should try to connect with them. That could save your life. The caravan leader agreed with a nod and then led his team away. They were not heading in the direction of the Zhao clan. Their company's boss had better choices. When Gu watched the caravan depart, unfortunately, this person did not know the name of the Zhao clan's leader. He didn't know if he was his dear uncle. Pondering the information he had just gathered, when Gu couldn't help but take a deep breath. These elites of the feudal era were truly powerful. They weren't even hiding it anymore. And rightly so, in these times, why hide? For survival and for ambition, they would naturally mobilize troops to seize opportunities. Although they couldn't solve the problem of the evil plagues immediately, there were still many things they could do. The aristocratic families indeed had deep foundations, and they were the first to reveal their fangs and claws, not only resisting evil creatures, but also seeking longer-term development for their families. Speed is of the essence in military matters. This saying applies extremely well at such times. In terms of foundation and crisis response, even the imperial family might not be comparable to some aristocratic families. When faced with threats to survival and great opportunities, what kind of power would deeply rooted aristocratic families unleash? One should not underestimate the ability of noble and influential families to quickly connect various factions under extreme circumstances. Acting decisively and responding appropriately is the only way to protect oneself while developing influence and achieving power monopoly. In the initial stages of the turmoil, when other places showed no abnormalities, those with well-informed intelligence might have already taken action. Regions affected by the evil plagues later experienced a year of chaos, but these well-informed noble families might have already had nearly 2 years of development. Time is far more valuable than money. What could they have developed into in nearly 2 years? Such an evil plague and chaotic era, completely different from the past, was beneficial to those with deep foundations, enough to weed out the emerging insignificant figures. While 10 out of every 10 might perish elsewhere, if they could protect a region and keep its people alive, even if not half, but 3 or 4 out of 10 survived, that would mean tens of thousands more manpower. As long as they focused on defense in the initial 1 or 2 years and preserved more vital forces, they would be ahead. When some people were content guarding a single county, the various giants were already absorbing the fresh blood continuously flowing north, developing towards a dominant position, becoming the clans spoken of by the wealthy families of the southern lands. When Gu, collecting talent through trickery, recruiting, painstakingly extracting a few people from each place, was it easy? Up to now, it's only around 100 people. In the northern lands, facing northern aristocratic and influential families that had developed for nearly 2 years, gathered northern and southern families, and collected survival resources, how much effort would he have to expend to seize living space? Thinking of his father's praise for his uncle in his memory, when Gu prayed in his heart, "Uncle, if you are still alive, you had better have seized these 1 or 2 golden years. And is the Zhao in Zhao clan your Zhao clan? If so, your gentle, learned, elegant, and pure nephew is coming to seek shelter with you." End of this chapter. The amount of information revealed by the merchant caravan was too much for the team members to digest for a long time. Ever since they learned that when Gu's maternal uncle was from the Zhao clan, one of the 6 great clans in the northern lands, and even shared the surname Zhao, the escort agency's escorts and employers treated Wen Gu even more politely. Although Wen Gu's maternal uncle might not be related to the Zhao of the Zhao clan, what if he was? Even if it wasn't a direct relative, just having some connection could allow them to fare better than others in the unfamiliar northern lands. They continued heading north. When Gu looked at the roughly drawn map on his notebook, the caravans passing by were generally heading towards the Dong, Zhao, and Ren clans. This meant there was a high chance of encountering others also heading to the Zhao clan. They encountered several more groups along the way, but unfortunately, none were heading to the Zhao clan. However, when Gu still took out supplies to inquire for news from people, it wasn't always about inquiring for information on the Zhao clan. The most important thing for them now was the terrain and topography of their current area, as well as the distribution of towns. Mastering more information meant a greater chance of survival. A team of 100 people, possessing a certain combat power, would not be easily fobbed off when inquiring for news, and the authenticity of the information would be higher. Wengu also learned more about the 6 great clans from the mouths of these northbound teams. The term clan was actually a recent development. Initially, it was a change in the appellation used by some families in the southern lands for those 6 families. Later, as they communicated with each other, it became the default term, signifying recognition of their strength and status. The 6 families in the northern lands also adopted this title. The northward migration from late autumn this year to early spring next year would continue, and the 6 great clans would undoubtedly continue to strengthen their power. Escort leader Lin paid special attention to those northbound merchant caravans. When Gu had told him that under the current general situation, what the merchant caravans were doing was similar to what their escort agency did. The profits earned by a merchant caravan from a single trip could allow them to establish themselves in the northern lands, gain protection, and perhaps their backer could even obtain an official position. A leap in social class. It was indeed enviable for escort leader Lin and his men. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. While others were contemplating the future, Wengu couldn't relax. Feeling the slight warmth in the air, he looked at the clouds in the sky. The weather is wrong. It was nearly winter, and the temperature should be dropping day by day, but these past 2 days felt like there were signs of a warm spell. He was afraid that this wave of warm currents would be too strong and continue to push north. That would be a big problem. However, things did not develop in the direction he hoped. The intensity of the cold air moving south was decreasing, and at the same time, the strong warm air took the opportunity to expand and push north. In desolate mountain villages, in thatched cottages devoid of any human sound, roofs that had been neglected for a long time were letting in the wind. Warm breezes blew in from outside. Dark figures that had been curled up in corners were awakened by the warm breeze, opened their eyes, their clouded pupils rolling strangely, and stretched their limbs like insects. As if their dried flesh gained more resilience with the rising temperature, their movements also became more agile. Low grunts, one after another, echoed from the thatched cottages. Then, figures covered in purplish-brown patterns emerged one after another. Hunger drove them to seek food. More food. Little Lu shot dead an evil creature not far away. 2 escorts from the agency ran back to protect an employer who had only intended to relieve himself but was almost attacked by a monster. With the protection of 2 escorts, he managed to save his life. There weren't this many monsters before, the employer gasped, still shaken. The weather suddenly turned warm, and those monsters became active again, one of the escorts said. The other comforted him, winter is coming soon. The winters in the northern lands are very cold. This group of monsters is like grasshoppers after autumn. They won't last long. But I almost didn't get a chance to hop around, the employer stammered as he returned to the team. He still had to be quarantined and observed. He was cursing the monsters verbally when he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves and quickly shut up, seeking protection. The place where they were currently located only had a passable road, and it wasn't wide. The caravan was blocking the middle of the road. People riding horses coming from a distance saw this, slowed down, and stopped not far away. When Gu observed them, there were only about 10 of them, possibly messengers or on some other mission. Hida looked at their horses and the bags they were carrying and came over to offer Wengu advice. We can raid them. Wengu thought to himself, raid your head. I'm not that kind of person. After a pause, Wengu said to Hida, do you believe that if we stripped their outer robes, they'd be wearing armor underneath? Hida. He dejectedly squatted back down. There was a gap in combat power, and a real fight would come at a great cost. The escort agency had the same mindset. Although they were tempted by the horses, armor, and supplies, these might be elite cavalry raised by some major power, and they were likely on an important mission. Unless they could do it without leaving a trace, completely covertly, the consequences would be endless. Their small escort agency couldn't afford to offend them. The cavalry on the other side was also on guard. At this moment, when Gu stepped forward to ease the atmosphere, stating that he and his relatives were heading north to join relatives in Xian Prefecture. May I ask if you are going our way? The leader of the other party was about to refuse when he heard Wen Gu continue. If you are also heading to Xian Prefecture, could you help carry a letter? The address is. Observing the reactions of the cavalrymen, Wen Gu gave an address, a shop selling incense in a county town in Xian Prefecture. The other party remained silent. They neither refused nor agreed. But this was already an attitude. The other cavalrymen, who had been warily looking elsewhere, also glanced at Wen Gu. Wen Gu showed a friendly smile. He felt a little happier. If you can help carry the letter, there will be a reward. The leader of the cavalry squad sized up Wen Gu carefully and finally spoke. Where is the letter? Thank you. I'll go write it now, it will be quick. Wen Gu asked his companions to make some space so that the cavalry on the other side could see him return to the carriage to get paper and write the letter. It seemed like nothing, but Cheng Ji, who was responsible for cutting the paper, told Wen Gu in a low voice, while with his back to the cavalry, about their reactions. Initially, Wen Gu was just probing and putting on a show. Now, it seemed he had indeed probed important information. After briefly writing the letter, he took out a token left by his family and drew a picture of the object on the paper. He sealed it in an envelope, writing the recipient's address and name on the cover, not the full name, just the surnames of his maternal uncle and aunt. He also drew a picture of the token on the envelope. When Wen Gu handed the letter to the leader of the cavalry squad, he specifically showed them the actual token, comparing it with the drawing on the envelope to prove that it was not fake. As a reward for carrying the letter, Wen Gu coaxed 5 pills from the Taoist master and a packet of processed grain powder with added salt and sugar. It could be said he invested heavily. Since they might be people from his side, Wen Gu hoped that as many people as possible in this cavalry squad would live to reach Xian Prefecture and deliver the letter intact. Every time they ate grain and took medicine, they should remember this letter. Please don't forget. The cavalry team's attitude improved significantly after seeing the drawing and text on the letter's envelope, and the sense of distance in their eyes reduced somewhat. However, they did not reveal any more information. We will do our best to deliver the letter, the other party said. Thank you. Wen Gu bowed to them with a scholarly air. He had his team make a narrow path through the road. Someone from the cavalry squad looked at Wen Gu again, seemingly thinking, this scholar trusts people too easily. The squad leader, however, maintained his expression. He looked at the sky and suddenly spoke, reminding them. The weather is warming up, pay close attention. If it continues to warm for several consecutive days, beware of mass outbreaks of evil creatures. After saying this, he cupped his hands in farewell and rode away. Wen Gu watched their receding backs and silently said to his deceased father, Father, your information is outdated. My maternal uncle's abilities might be quite significant. Of course, it wasn't his father's fault. In those days, transportation was inconvenient and information was not readily available. How many people left home and had no news for decades? His aunt, who married to the north, and Wen Gu's mother lived too far apart. 20 years ago, due to the limited conditions in the northern lands, communication only occurred unless it was for very important or commemorative matters. After 20 years of development, his aunt and uncle's conditions had improved significantly and communication had gradually increased. Even so, throughout the year, there might only be 1 or 2 letters, and the content would be limited. Wen Gu only thought briefly about his aunt and uncle's situation before focusing his thoughts on the immediate problem. The weather had indeed changed, and it was changing in a direction they did not expect. The team had grown in number, increasing their ability to withstand risks, but he wasn't talking about this kind of risk. County Lieutenant Zhou and escort leader Lin in the team still wanted to ask Wen Gu more about his uncle surnamed Zhao, but when Wen Gu turned around, his face was unusually serious. Everyone, the greatest crisis has arrived. He summoned several key members of the team for an emergency meeting. Even Madame Liang, who had been staying in the carriage, was invited. Spreading out a piece of paper, Wen Gu quickly drew a simple map, marking their current position and the surrounding county towns. The benefits of collecting map information became evident at this moment. When facing a crisis or unexpected events, they would know how to make choices. The temperature has risen again, and this is not good news. The evil creatures had become more active these past 2 days, which everyone could feel. But the information revealed by the cavalry leader earlier made Wen Gu take it very seriously. He asked the Taoist master, how many days will this temperature rise last? If it only lasts a day or two, and then the temperature drops rapidly, it will be fine. But if it continues for 3 to 5 consecutive days, it will be troublesome. Taoist Master Qingyi had no desire to bicker now and said directly, "This change in weather will not be too short." Who could have imagined that with winter just around the corner, the weather would suddenly take a turn back? Seeing that others had not yet realized the severity of the situation, when Gu combined the words of the cavalry leader with the information gathered from various sources and analyzed it for everyone. In essence, the evil creatures that had gone through the cold and warm transitions might now, with this prolonged warming period, start to gather in large numbers. Escort leader Lin and others had heard from people passing through from the south when they were in Bailu County town. "I heard that many monsters gathered together and attacked the places they passed through. Many towns in the south were destroyed like this. However, there were many rumors and differing accounts, and some county residents thought they were spreading rumors." In the words of the literati, it was alarmist. Bailu County town had also suffered small-scale attacks from evil creatures, but it was not as exaggerated as what people from the south described. When Gu looked at Taoist Master Qingyi, "What do you think, Taoist Master?" The Taoist master had traveled from south to north and knew some things about the southern situation. Taoist Master Qingyi's face was stern, without any hint of joking. "It does exist." Although they said it, no one had truly seen it, making it difficult to understand the urgency of the situation that Gu described. "Shouldn't those monsters attack the county towns with many living people?" Hida asked. Gu did not answer directly but asked them, "Have you all seen locusts? Do you know about locust plagues?" Little Lu, who hadn't intended to think, looked over in terror. Of course, they knew about locusts. A bad premonition immediately arose in their hearts. The faces of Hida and the others turned pale. When Gu swept his gaze over everyone present, a while ago, the temperature dropped and the evil creatures weakened, mostly hiding in one place and reducing their predation. But after the sudden warming, driven by hunger, they have a chance to gather in large numbers to obtain more food. "I don't know if it will happen, but we must be prepared for the worst." Escort leader Lin and the others thought about the terrible situation they would face if what people from the south said was true. "We might not encounter them," he stammered. When Gu drew black dots around several lost county towns on the unfolded paper. The black dots represent evil creatures. This is just for the county towns. Each county town has nearby villages and towns. I'm just making an estimate. As when Gu drew more and more black dots, the fear in everyone's eyes deepened. Because they realized that their current location was almost surrounded. No matter which direction those monsters gathered, they were likely to encounter them. If everyone had a horse, they might be able to quickly break out of this encirclement before the monsters gathered, but reality was cruel. Everyone stared blankly at the drawing, and then suddenly burst into surprise. No, there was still one direction, with a large blank area there. County Lieutenant Zhou pointed to the city in the northwest corner over there. Jinwu City, one of the 3 great cities of the Ren clan that suppress evil. This was the latest information when Gu had obtained. "Then let's run to the Ren clan. Avoid this wave first, and then go to the Zhao clan," Escort leader Lin said. When Gu shook his head, "I'm afraid we can't avoid it. When I was traveling for my studies, I saw someone conduct experiments on mass gatherings. Wild animals, when they gather in high density, exhibit synchronized behavior." When Gu looked at the unfolded map, raised his pen, and his voice, though not loud, struck like a heavy hammer. After gathering, they will most likely choose the nearest place with the most food, and then rush over. From the areas where the black dots were densely packed, black lines drawn with a charcoal pencil extended towards Jinwu City, forming an arrow. And when Gu and his group were now in the middle of it. Whether they moved forward or backward, they would encounter numerous evil creatures rushing out. The evil creatures can smell the people in Jinwu City from this far away? County Lieutenant Zhou was unwilling to believe it. When Gu said, individual evil creatures, or small numbers of them, may not have this ability, but after gathering, their bodies will undergo changes again. Just like swarms of locusts are poisonous. I'm not sure how insane those evil creatures will become. Hida and the others felt like their minds were about to collapse. Why is heaven doing this? It's like luring people out to kill them. After autumn began, many migrating teams set off, but no one expected this sudden turn of events. The will of heaven was unpredictable. Hida couldn't help but shiver. Then what do we do? Which way do we escape? He tried to use his brain but couldn't. This was far beyond his capabilities, so he could only look at Wengu expectantly. Boss One, what do we do? Wengu was almost interrupted from his thoughts by this address. He picked up his pen and drew an arrow towards the city in the northwest corner of the map. Jinwu City. The others were stunned again. But you just said that the monsters are most likely to swarm towards there too. Yes. However, the Ren clan can be one of the 6 major powers in the north, so they must have strength. Before today, during the season when plants were lush, they must have suffered similar impacts but still exist. Wengu's voice was soothing, urging everyone to think calmly. Although the temperature has risen now, the clustered attacks in autumn and winter will definitely not be as severe as in spring and summer. Since Jinwu City could withstand the stormiest times, it should be able to withstand it now. Wengu took his charcoal pencil and drew an irregular circle in the area with the lowest density of black dots on the map. The direction leading to Jinwu City must be frequently traveled. The monsters along the road must have been cleared out long ago. If we go that way, we will encounter less resistance and can enter the city to seek refuge before the evil creatures swarm over. Everyone followed Wengu's gaze to the northwest corner. Jinwu City. The territory of the Ren clan, one of the 6 great powers in the north, was the first shield closest to the south and a vital defensive pass. It absorbed teams traveling from south to north and was also a trump card for the Ren clan to show off its strength to the noble families and powerful households in the southern lands. After 2 years of development, it still stood there, indicating its immense strength. From the perspective of their entire team, fleeing towards that direction was their best option. After Wengu finished his analysis, everyone present gradually nodded in agreement. Those things might not happen, but prepare for the worst and head in the direction where they have the best chance of survival. Take care of the physical condition of the elderly, weak, women, and children in the team, and then speed up. Let's escape. End of chapter. What is the evaluation from the southern magnates towards the Ren clan, one of the 6 great clans of the northern lands? The information Wengu gathered along the way varied, but there was a common assessment: they were absurdly rich. As they approached the Ren clan's territory, Wengu didn't feel the aura of a great northern clan first, but rather the panic of the northbound refugee convoys. Unlike Wengu's group, those convoys were experienced. When the weather changed, they knew what might happen. They understood the area and knew the best course of action. Therefore, seeing the increasingly frequent northbound convoys and witnessing their desperate flight, those who had been uncertain about their choice finally became resolute. Continuing forward, the official road was widened. Trees that obstructed the view on both sides of the road had been cut down. There were also piles of— "What is that thing that looks like a small hill?" "A black mass," someone in the convoy asked. "Jingguan," County Lieutenant Zhou exclaimed. These were mounds built from the corpses of enemy soldiers. He looked at them with a complex expression. Scorched remains of evil creatures, after being burned, left large black patches. These patches contained bones, stones, wood, and various other partially burned remnants, piled up like small black hills. How many evil creatures had the Ren clan killed to build so many mounds? Indeed, there was more than one such mound. They appeared every so often along the road. Everyone who arrived here for the first time would tremble and be shocked by these sights. At the same time, they would marvel at the Ren clan's strength. They hadn't even seen Jinwu City yet, but they had already witnessed the might of the Ren clan, one of the 6 great clans of the northern lands. These were demonstrations of power and also served to deter evil creatures. As a result, evil creatures rarely approached this area. The view along the road was wide open. Besides these mounds, vast stretches of scorched earth met the eye, and an unpleasant, somewhat pungent smell occasionally wafted through, as if something had been burned, or perhaps mixed with other things. Most people were unfamiliar with the smell, but Wengu found it familiar. The Ren clan was indeed absurdly rich. Continuing forward, they saw more tall structures. At intervals, there were tall watchtowers built of wood. They appeared to be built somewhat hastily and had not been standing for long. However, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be other considerations. The soldiers on the towers stared down at the passing convoys with a mixture of greed and indifference. Occasionally, 2 or 3 would huddle together, pointing at the passing carriages and their supplies. They wouldn't resort to robbery because it wasn't necessary. Every convoy passing through had to pay a portion of their goods as an entrance fee to enter Jinwu City. During special times, like the current period of escape, the entrance fees were particularly heavy. The soldiers guarding the watchtowers also received a share of the entrance fees collected. Below the watchtowers, people walked the road, observing their surroundings, their pace unwilling to slow. In front of and behind Wengu's group, there were other northbound convoys. All the convoys converging here now were fleeing for their lives. At some intersections, collisions occurred, leading to arguments. The soldiers on the watchtowers merely observed as if watching a show. Even if people were blocked there, they would still remain spectators. When Gu observed the soldiers on the watchtowers, his gaze lingering on the ground beneath the towers. These watchtowers were also part of the Rin clan's defensive formation. Although they appeared hastily built, they undoubtedly served a significant purpose. More cavalry sped past on dedicated roads, likely carrying urgent dispatches. The convoy ahead of them once again accelerated their pace. When Gu also urged his group to keep up. Those ahead were experienced escapees. Accelerating with them was definitely the right move. Currently, the massing of evil creatures was highly probable and rapidly approaching. The surrounding prefectures, regardless of which team was caught in it or where they originally intended to go, had only one path to survival when facing the gathering evil creatures. This blank area leading to Jinwu City was a safe zone. However, with the approach of the evil creature swarm, this safe zone would rapidly shrink. Whoever could reach Jinwu City for refuge before the safe zone completely closed would survive. Accelerating their escape towards their destination, they could already see deployed troops and anti-cavalry fortifications. These were spiked bamboo, wood, and animal bones, nearly a person's height, spread out everywhere. They looked like giant hedgehogs laid flat, with their spikes facing outward. Others in the convoy were also marveling at the Ren clan's power and profound heritage. Taitu, who was close beside Wengu, only thought of one thing: they must have plenty of firewood. Wengu withdrew his gaze and smiled. "You're right. To become one of the 6 great clans of the north in less than 2 years required favorable timing, advantageous location, and harmonious human relations. None could be lacking." A city wall appeared ahead. As they gradually approached, their perspective shifted from eye level to looking up. The escort agency members maintained almost the same posture, gazing up at the city wall. They had thought the city wall of Bailu County Town was already excellent. Now, compared to the Jinwu City before them, it appeared exceptionally small. It was like comparing a dilapidated shack to a magnificent mansion of blue bricks and large tiles. Jinwu City was originally called Jinwu City. After the world fell into chaos, the Ran family took control of it and renamed it Jinwu City. The city was not originally this large. It was later expanded outwards and reinforced with a taller, thicker city wall. Bastions were built along the city wall, but compared to ordinary city walls, these bastions protruded further outward. While the arrangements on the city wall were not visible, looking at the wall itself, many places showed signs of repeated scorching, with residues of various substances and mingled odors, leaving patches of varying depths from the burns. The construction looked rough but was practical. It resembled a magnificent beast with bared teeth lying in ambush. It lacked aesthetic appeal, but provided a sense of security. Wengu looked up at the battle-scarred city wall, marveling inwardly. Building such a defensive posture in such a short time must have consumed immense manpower. No cost or loss spared. It was built through sheer force. At the city gate, a barbican was built on the outer side. People arriving entered through the barbican. Several large braziers burned, releasing smoke. Someone who coughed was targeted by the guards. The barbican had different entrances. Scattered small groups and vagrants entered through a side gate of the barbican. Many fleeing small groups entered the city. The gate guards would also inspect their skin and nail color as well as their general condition. If they appeared non-threatening, they were allowed in after paying the entrance fee. Those who couldn't afford the entrance fee but wished to enter had to perform manual labor in exchange for the right to stay. Large convoys used another entrance. Wengu's group, being 100-strong convoy, belonged to the latter category. They still had to queue obediently and pay the entrance fee one by one. Food, salt, iron, and various other supplies, as well as horses, could be used to offset the entrance fee. Wengu gave a few instructions to County Lieutenant Zhou, telling everyone to speak less, wear their cloth towels, and enter the city as quickly as possible. Several bags of grain, prepared by escort leader Lin, were loaded onto a wheelbarrow and pushed forward. Is this enough? Although they felt the pinch of giving up this grain, which would make their subsequent days more difficult, they wondered if it was truly enough at such a critical juncture. Their small county town of Bailu County had a considerable entrance fee. For a giant like Jinwu City, especially during this crucial period of escape, the fee wouldn't be small. County Lieutenant Zhou said the situation is urgent, and they are sharing some of the burden for us. We'll discuss other matters after this crisis passes. Although County Lieutenant Zhou was the messenger, they all knew that Wengu was the decision-maker. The scholar surnamed Wen truly puts the greater good first. There weren't many large convoys queuing to enter the city. Soon, it was Wengu's group's turn. County Lieutenant Zhou and escort leader Lin, along with 2 escorts, walked at the front. The 2 escorts pushed the wheelbarrow loaded with food towards the city gate guards for inspection. The guard captain was also waiting there. He didn't need to monitor the vagrants and small households on the other side of the Barbican. The large convoys had the valuable items. As the 2 escorts pushed the wheelbarrow over, the guard captain merely glanced at it briefly before focusing his attention on the ceramic jar that Zhou Shan was holding. Often, the value of an item wasn't determined by its size. Jinwu City had plenty of people of status. Nobles didn't lack for food and drink, but they still pursued quality of life. A few bags of rice and grain were hardly enough to impress nobles. High-quality items, on the other hand, could be exchanged for greater benefits. The guard captain walked over. Zhou Shan opened the lid, revealing fine, pure white granules inside. Even though he saw many valuable goods at the city gate, the guard captain's eyes widened, and he looked at Zhou Shan with suspicion. Zhou Shan calmly gestured towards the ceramic jar, indicating that he could inspect it freely. The guard captain took a long-handled metal spoon, heated it over a nearby torch, scooped aside the top layer of granules, took a small portion from underneath, brought it close to observe, and then licked it to taste. His expression immediately changed. His gaze swept over the ma shua in escort leader Lin's hand, then at Zhou Shan, and finally to the people and horses in the convoy. The guard captain wondered, which southern magnate is this again? The other guards who had finished inspecting the grain glanced at the pure and fine salt crystals in the jar for a moment. The captain waved his hand, signaling that the convoy could enter the city. The salt jar was kept, and the grain, along with the wheelbarrow, was also left behind. County Lieutenant Zhou asked escort leader Lin to lead the convoy into the city. He then approached the guard captain, slipped him a paper package, and whispered a few words. The captain's expression didn't change. He quickly pocketed the paper package and made a gesture, calling someone over. This person would guide Zhou Shan and his group into the city, to a relatively stable place to rest. Jinwu City was vast, but compared to the tall, solid city walls outside, the interior appeared rather dilapidated. Many commoners had simply used scraps of cloth to build low shacks. The guide, after leaving the city gate, accepted extra payment from Zhou Shan and was willing to provide more information about the city. The city had limited manpower, and with time being of the essence, manpower and resources were prioritized for defense construction. Facilities within the city would be gradually supplemented as resources allowed. Jinwu City was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city was the original county town, where the magnates and nobles resided. Their living conditions and various expenses were far higher than in the outer city. The outer city was currently more chaotic. New refugees, lacking sufficient wealth or resources, could only live in messy shacks. 2 layers of city walls divided different social strata. Wengu looked at the irregularly distributed shacks outside. It was indeed chaotic. Except for a few main roads where loitering was prohibited, signs of daily life were evident on almost any open space. People huddled in shacks, their numb eyes stirring slightly as they heard movement, seeming to envy, but quickly returning to their vacant state. Groups of ruffians walked through the shacks, laughing and chatting. They walked over people without concern, mocked them loudly, and then continued discussing buying wine in a few days, complaining that wine in the city was too expensive to afford even a sip. When Gu noticed that many people, whether city guards, the poor in the shacks, or the ruffians who roamed around, had burned scars on their faces. After passing several sections, they turned a corner near an intersection close to the inner city. Those who were here for the first time truly wouldn't know which way to go. The guide held up a wooden token and pointed them towards a courtyard. "You will rest in this courtyard. It's enough for you." It was indeed just a courtyard, with a few drafty shacks built inside. It was only slightly better than the accommodations of the refugees they had seen earlier. There was no well, one had to buy water. Similarly, firewood was also a purchase. "Will it truly be safe here?" someone asked. "We can't say it's absolutely safe, but it's certainly much safer than outside," replied escort leader Lin. Some of the people living in the tents had been in the city for a long time. Observing the changes in the city, they clearly understood what was about to happen. Many had expressions of fear, but not despair. When Gu rested briefly, contemplating the news he had just received from the guide. "Regardless, we've finally entered the city. It's safer than being outside." His team members also showed rare smiles. They had been on edge the entire journey, seeing other northbound convoys fleeing like their lives depended on it, and they feared being shut out of the city and becoming monster fodder if they were any slower. When Gu continued, "From what I saw of the defensive preparations outside the city and the troop reinforcements inside, those swarming evil creatures will likely arrive very soon." The team members, who had just relaxed, immediately lost their smiles. Although this was the territory of the Ren clan, one of the 6 great clans of the north, and the people here were not worried about the city falling still. They felt uneasy. They remained apprehensive. When Gu said, the guide mentioned that the battle situation ahead can be observed from the city walls of the inner city. "I plan to go and see. Who wants to come?" When the guide spoke of the inner and outer cities, he also mentioned that during monster sieges, many noble families from the southern lands would ascend the inner city walls to watch the battle. Others could also go, as long as they could afford the fee. When Gu had little brother, he recorded the names of those who wanted to go, stating that their supplies would be deducted accordingly. Taoist Master Qingyi didn't care about the supplies. He was more interested in understanding the Run clan's strength and seeing what kind of people the southern magnates were and what their needs were. Hida and Yu Er were reluctant to spend the money as they still had family and friends. Escort leader Lin also wanted to go, but he had to take care of the escort agency's affairs and felt more at ease staying there. Zhou Shan gave a few more instructions to his child and then said to escort leader Lin, "Then I'll entrust everyone to your care. It's our duty." After inquiring nearby and verifying the guide's words, Wen Gu, along with Taoist Master Qingyi, Tai Tu, County Lieutenant Zhou, and Little Lu, headed towards the inner city walls. Since they were here, they would witness the strength of the Ren clan, one of the 6 great clans and the top-tier fighting power of the northern lands. End of chapter.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.